Chapter 1. A second chance at life, a new choice. Unfilial son, kneel before me. Your brother merely wishes to borrow a bit of your blood to nurture his health, and yet you have laid your hands upon him, inflicting severe injuries. Have you any sense of humanity left? In the grand capital of the Qian dynasty, at the estate of the Duke of the Nation, the head of the Ye family, Ye Xuan, wore a furrowed brow, his expression dark and brooding, his eyes aflame with fury as he forced the words through clenched teeth. Beside him stood a stately and elegant woman, draped in a flowing gown, her demeanor cold and composed, exuding an air of nobility. Before them stood a young man with a delicate appearance, his left hand bandaged, a smug expression plastered across his face as he cast a glance toward Ye Xuan. As the scathing rebuke echoed in his ears, Ye Xuan jolted awake, his pallor ashen, cold sweat dripping from his brow as if he had just emerged from a nightmarish dream. Dazedly surveying his surroundings, confusion and bewilderment clouded his eyes. After a moment's reflection, Ye Xuan sighed deeply. Who would have thought that I have been reborn? It is now the year 1453 of the Qian calendar, the year I turned 20. Is this not also 800 years prior to my demise? Ye Xuan's gaze was laden with complexity. His name was Ye Xuan, the eldest son of the Duke of the Nation in the Qian dynasty. The man seated across from him was his father, one of the 7 noblemen of different surnames in the Qian dynasty. The Duke of the Nation, Ye Xuan, a figure towering above all others. A millennium ago, he had followed the founding emperor in numerous campaigns, playing a crucial role in the establishment of the dynasty. He had single-handedly repelled the invasion of a 1,000,000-strong army of foreign demons, achieving legendary status in battle. In the hearts of the people, his father was a great hero, a formidable figure. He was even recognized as the guardian deity of humanity. As the son of such a prominent figure, Ye Xuan's birth was undoubtedly exceptional. By the tender age of 3, he had awakened the legendary supreme bloodline, and by 5, he had manifested the coveted martial physique known as the indestructible body of the primal chaos, a dream for countless warriors. His talents rivaled those of his father, if not surpassing them. Some even predicted that within a century, Ye Xuan would eclipse his father, emerging as the new pinnacle of the dynasty. An invincible lineage, an unmatched talent. Logically, under such auspices, Ye Xuan's life should have been smooth sailing. Yet, no one could have anticipated that behind this glamorous facade, Ye Xuan's existence was akin to a hellish torment. And all of this stemmed from his younger brother, Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan lacked the formidable talents of Ye Xuan rather. From the moment of his birth, he was frail and sickly, frequently afflicted by minor ailments every 3 days and major ones every 5. Even physicians had prognosticated that Ye Xuan would likely not survive past the age of 20. The entire family was filled with both pity and love for this younger brother. Their parents poured all their affection into Ye Xuan. Initially, Ye Xuan paid little heed to his parents' favoritism. After all, his brother was destined to live only 20 short years. Why would he harbor jealousy when there was no time to nurture such feelings? However, the unfolding events far exceeded Ye Xuan's imagination. His parents' adoration for his brother had reached an utterly deranged level. From childhood onward, any delectable treats had to be consumed by Ye Xuan first, and any fine garments must be donned by him before Ye Xuan. Anything that Ye Xuan desired, even if it originally belonged to Ye Xuan, he was obliged to relinquish. At social gatherings, their parents would always bring Ye Xuan along, leaving Ye Xuan to remain at home. This prodigy was forced to curl up in his small chamber, enduring hunger. And the most lamentable of all was that in Ye Xuan's 10th year, his father, having learned of a rumor, declared that his blood could heal his younger brother's frail body. The rationale was that he possessed a divine physique, rich in vital essence. If Ye Xuan were to consume a bowl of Ye Xuan's blood each week, within a decade, he would regain his health. Upon hearing this news, their parents, as if grasping a lifeline, began frantically extracting blood from Ye Xuan. Little did they know, the essence of the indestructible body of the primal chaos could indeed nourish the body, but could also forge martial geniuses. After several years of bloodletting, Ye Xuan's health not only restored rapidly, But he underwent a qualitative transformation, developing a martial core and becoming a warrior. The enhancements granted by Ye Xuan's blood were akin to unlocking a gateway to a new realm. Despite Ye Xuan's recovery, he did not cease his demands for blood. Rather, his appetite grew insatiable. Initially, it was once a week, then thrice weekly, and now he even demanded daily bloodletting. Though Ye Xuan possessed the indestructible body of the primal chaos, he could not withstand such relentless exploitation. He was compelled to beseech his parents to halt the blood extraction. However, when confronted with his request, his parents reacted with utter disdain. Not only did they publicly reject Ye Xuan's plea, but they also berated him for his selfishness. In their eyes, he was the bearer of the indestructible body of the primal chaos. A mere few pounds of blood would hardly impact his well-being, would it? Thus, after a tirade of verbal abuse, his own flesh and blood expelled him from their home. They demanded timely blood donations and insisted he fulfill all of Ye Xuan's whims. Otherwise, he would be branded as selfish and unfilial. In the end, even the girl whom Ye Xuan cherished, his fellow disciple Tang Shuiro, was forcibly promised to Ye Xuan as a concubine. She was the object of Ye Xuan's affections. They had planned to be together for a lifetime. Ye Xuan pleaded with his parents in a frenzy, but to his dismay, he was met with a barrage of scorn. Enough! She is merely a woman, can you not understand? Your brother has been weak and sickly since childhood, with little time left. If he desires her, as the elder brother, must you not yield? Do not be so selfish. Those few words extinguished any flicker of hope within Ye Xuan. He yearned to retort, but was struck unconscious by his father's hand. When he regained consciousness, he learned that his beloved disciple had taken her own life with poisoned wine on the eve of her wedding to Ye Xuan. This incident became an everlasting wound in Ye Xuan's heart. He had never imagined that he could be viewed so contemptibly by his parents. At that moment, Ye Xuan finally comprehended. His decades of existence had been little more than a farce. Throughout those years, he had desperately endeavored to fulfill the role of a dutiful son and elder brother. He had remained submissive and cautious within the family, so humble that even some servants in the household dared to command him. Yet, what had he garnered in return? Only his parents' prejudice, his brother's schemes, and countless scornful jibes. Ultimately, after years of bloodletting, Ye Xuan's body was utterly drained. His innate gifts and cultivation had vanished entirely. He had been reduced to a mere shell. Yet, what Ye Xuan did not anticipate was that even as a shell of his former self, his brother would not relent. On the night of his 30th birthday, Ye Xuan sold him for a mere 20 taels of silver to the Yin puppet sect of the 10,000 Demons Mountain. The Yin puppet sect was the most notorious evil sect within 1,000 miles. Its disciples were ruthless, having taken countless lives. Within the sect, Ye Xuan was transformed into a drug puppet by one of their disciples. He was subjected to endless experimentation, his body riddled with festering sores, the excruciating poison rendering him desperate for death. Yet time and again, the sect revived him with elixirs. Upon awakening, he was met with ceaseless torment. Every moment teetered on the brink of life and death. In stark contrast, Ye Xuan thrived. Leveraging his bloodline, he shone brightly in the martial world, ascending to the realm of the great emperor within a mere century, earning the title of the greatest expert in the Qian dynasty. Glory and fortune, countless accolades enveloped his younger brother, and all of this had originally belonged to Ye Xuan. Ultimately, after 8 centuries of suffering and degradation, the last vestige of value within Ye Xuan was wrung from him by the Yin puppet sect. His body was discarded in the wilderness, where he perished in obscurity. Even in death, he felt no warmth from his family, only the chill of disdain and contempt. Who would have thought that the heavens would grant me another chance at life? This year I am merely 20. My sister disciple is still alive, and I have not been sold to the Yin puppet sect by Ye Xuan. All my regrets have yet to unfold. I still have the opportunity to change everything. Ye Xuan took a deep breath. The overwhelming joy of rebirth surged within his heart. Bang! As Ye Xuan reminisced about the past, Ye Qingtian suddenly slammed his palm upon the table. producing a thunderous noise. The unexpected sound startled everyone present, sending shivers down the spines of the servants nearby. Unfilial son, am I speaking to a deaf man? Why do you not kneel before me? Ye Qingshan's brow was tightly knitted, his gaze toward Ye Xuan as disdainful as ever. Have I not already told you? Your brother is inherently weak and must rely on your blood to bolster his health. Why do you persist in ignoring my words? How can you call yourself a brother when you disregard your own flesh and blood? How can you be so selfish? You are unworthy as a brother, unfilial as a son. I, Ye Tian, have fought across the south and the north throughout my life, yet how did I end up with a shameless wretch like you? You have utterly tarnished the reputation of the Ye family. The barrage of scolding left Ye Xuan's heart ablaze with fury. Damn it! I have been subjected to your psychological manipulation for 30 years. After finally being reborn, you dare to pull this on me again, don't you? However, just as Ye Xuan was contemplating his retort, preparing to deliver a profound and enlightening verbal exercise to his father, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The system is activating. Life reversal system successfully bound. System? Upon hearing this, the words of traditional culture that Ye Xuan had on the tip of his tongue abruptly ceased, and goosebumps prickled all over his body. How dare you? You wretched system. Are you doing this on purpose? I have lived for over 800 years. I even died once. And you choose to show up now. Had the system arrived any later, he would have been ready to roll up his sleeves and confront his own father, bracing himself for a second demise. The system's voice came through with a hint of exasperation. Host, this is not my fault. This system is a life restart system, which can only be activated upon your death. I originally thought that in such a family, you would at most live a few decades before kicking the bucket. Who would have guessed you managed to endure for a full 800 years? Truly a revelation for this system. But now it's all well and good. You have finally died. This system can finally stretch its wings and serve you. Listening to the system's words, Ye Xuan felt a mix of amusement and despair. Why did it seem like this fellow was rather excited about his death? Life reversal choices. Reclaim a new life, returning once more to a stifling family, facing the oppression of parents and the schemes of a younger brother. This time, how do you intend to turn the tables? Choice 1. Engage in a heartfelt discussion with your parents, expressing your difficulties, seeking their understanding, and mending the rifts within the family. Unlock achievement. Family mediator, reward, celestial dominance physique. Celestial dominance physique. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Choice 2. Swallow your pride. Accept everything silently. Bow down to your parents and brother 300 times while slapping your own face and admitting your faults, thereby earning their forgiveness. Unlock achievement. Family doormat king. Reward. Indestructible divine skill. Hey, what kind of talk is that? Seeing choice 2, Ye Xuan felt a surge of anger. You are the doormat king. In my previous life, I endured for a full 30 years. And what did I gain in return? Contempt for my parents. Betrayal for my brother. I was even sold to the Inkue sect to be treated like a pig or dog for hundreds of years. Being a doormat results in losing everything. Let this doormat king be someone else's title. Choice 3, enough is enough. You are quite audacious. I'll grant you the courtesy of calling you my father. If you refuse me, then I am your father. Sever ties with my parents on the spot and establish my own independence. From this day forth, you walk your own path, and I shall walk mine. Unlock achievement. Demon sovereign life. Reward. Primordial devouring demon art. Please make your choice carefully. Once a choice is made, it cannot be changed. Hearing the system's words, Ye Xuan fell into contemplation. All 3 rewards sounded incredibly enticing. Any choice would likely yield significant benefits. However, choice 2 was immediately discarded by Ye Xuan. After all, he had already played the doormat for decades in his previous life. To do so again would be more unbearable than death itself. As for choice 1, engaging in a heartfelt discussion? If his parents were truly capable of having a productive conversation, how could he have endured such hardship in his previous life? Every time he sought to sit down and talk, all he received were scoldings and belittlement. With this thought, Ye Xuan reached a decision. Life is about finding joy. I have already squandered one opportunity with these people in my past. In this life, I, Ye Xuan, vow not to be shackled by others. I shall live a life that is authentically mine. I choose 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Achievement unlocked. Demon Sovereign Life. System reward granted. Primordial Devouring Demon Art. As soon as the words fell, Ye Xuan felt an influx of new knowledge within him. A torrent of intricate information surged into his mind. This must be the method for cultivating the primordial devouring demon art, he thought, exhilaration flooding his heart. He could sense that this art was an extraordinarily powerful technique, even 1,000 times more formidable than the imperishable body he possessed in his previous life. However, just as Ye Xuan was about to delve deeper into this newfound knowledge, his father's furious roar shattered the air around him. "Brat, did I tell you to kneel? Are your ears deaf? Hurry up and kneel to apologize to your brother." Chapter 2. Brothers turn against each other. Ye Qingtian's roar reverberated through the hall like thunder, while Ye Xuan lifted his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his opponent. Eye in his eyes, the warmth of familial affection from his past life had long since vanished, replaced by an abyss of indifference. The life he had lived before had unveiled the true nature of this family to Ye Xuan, since they had never regarded him as one of their own. Why should he debase himself in seeking their approval? With this thought, Ye Xuan let out a cold laugh, his face a mask of scorn. "Kneel and question my father. What have I done wrong? And why should I kneel?" Ye Qingtian frowned. He had not anticipated that the usually docile Ye Xuan would dare to respond defiantly today. Yet, after his initial surprise, Ye Qingtian sternly asserted, "Why do you ask? Your brother demands your blood essence. And not only do you refuse, but you also resort to violence against him. Have I not told you? As a member of the Ye family, we must support one another. Yet, look at you, disrespectful as a brother, unfilial as a son. Where is the semblance of a Ye family member in you? I demand you kneel to reflect upon your actions from his elevated position." Ye Qingtian spoke in a tone of reproach. However, his words only made Ye Xuan feel nauseated. "Ha! Reflect? Reflect on what? Reflect on the years of oppression you all have subjected me to, devoid of any concern. Or reflect on how you have treated me like a dog all these decades, from childhood to adulthood, in which banquet or ceremony have you included me. At every significant occasion, only I, your brother, was present beside you. As for being a Ye family member, ask the people outside if they even know I am one of you." Ye Xuan's barrage of words left Ye Qingtian speechless. He could never have imagined that this child would rebel to such an extent, just because he had shown a tad more concern and affection toward his younger brother. Ye Xuan felt the need to be jealous. The flames of anger within him ignited once more. "Fool, is this your justification for your indulgence? Your brother has been frail and sickly since childhood. Is it wrong for us to dote on him a little more? As an elder brother, why can't you empathize with your sibling? The reason I did not take you to banquets was to temper your character, to allow you to grow up healthier. Do you understand? Yet you only wallow in self-pity. I, Ye Qingtian, have lived my life with integrity. How could I have fathered such a selfish, useless child like you? Selfish? Ha, very well. I am selfish. I am useless. You are noble. You are remarkable. Are you not?" Ye Xuan laughed in derision. He had not anticipated that he would be perceived in such a light by his father. If he were truly selfish, how could he have diligently paid respect to his parents every day without fail over the past decades? When his father fell ill, he sought out doctors, brewed medicine himself, and even tasted the concoction first before handing it to his father. When his mother expressed a desire for fish, he would travel over 10 miles to the river, risking the biting cold of -20 degrees to catch fish for her. Yet, after all he had done, he was branded as a worthless failure, and all under the pretext of nurturing his health. "Ha, Ye Xuan, your life truly is a farce." Ye Xuan let out a bitter laugh. He finally understood how absurd his life had been. The so-called love of a father and mother was merely a joke. Perhaps even if he were to pluck the stars from the sky, they would still not regard him with admiration. Would they? Watching the escalating argument between the two, his mother, Lin Ruowei, could no longer contain herself. All right, Xuan, this matter indeed deserves our reconsideration. However, as a son, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Lin Ruowei tugged at Ye Xuan, her eyes betraying her disappointment. She had never expected that her usually obedient eldest son would turn so rebellious. Just because he had endured a minor grievance, he dared to speak harshly to his father in public? As parents, no matter what, they always acted with their children's best interest at heart. Lin Ruowei felt an undeniable sense of disappointment. In her view, as the eldest son, Ye Xuan should shoulder the responsibility of caring for his younger brother. Yes, she acknowledged that she had perhaps shown less concern for her eldest and favored the younger son a bit too much. But that was only because the younger son was frail and sickly. Moreover, it was entirely normal for parents to dote on their younger children. If he could not endure such a minor grievance, how would he survive in a martial world in the future? Shinner, your father is also trying to temper your character. If you apologize to him and vow not to retort in the future, we can put this matter behind us, all right? As for your identity, I will find a time to announce it. Have you not longed to cultivate in the Wushuang sacred land? I will speak to them and see if they can accept you as an outer disciple. Work hard, and perhaps you may even enter the inner sect. Lin Ruowei spoke with patience, her tone gentle, as if she were truly a kind-hearted mother. However, upon hearing her words, Ye Xuan laughed heartily. An outer disciple. These years, were it not for the need to provide blood essence for my brother, with my qualifications, I would not only have been able to become an outer disciple of the Wushuang sacred land, but even a core disciple would have been within reach. A mere outer disciple cannot erase the humiliation of my past life. How utterly absurd. Yet his boisterous laughter only served to further infuriate Ye Xuan. Fool. What are you laughing about? Look at yourself now. A visage of carelessness. Where is the semblance of an elder brother in you? You still wish to vie for favor with your younger brother. Have you looked in the mirror? What do you possess that compares to him? Ye Xuan let out a cold laugh, glancing at his younger brother. Yin, yes, you are absolutely right. What do I possess that compares to him? He is your treasured son, raised in luxury, living without a care, coddled and adored. He is shielded by dozens of guards, even on a mere outing. He has had everything handed to him since childhood. He is your darling, the second son of the Yi family. What am I? Just a worthless failure. If you all look down upon me so, why must you keep me in this household? Wouldn't it be delightful for you three to live in harmony? My presence must surely be an eyesore to you, right? Oh, and as for that outer disciple position in the Wushuang sacred land, spare it. I may be a failure, but I cannot bear such an extravagant gift from you all. As Ye Xuan concluded his tirade, the entire hall fell into a heavy silence. Ye Tian's face turned crimson, veins bulging, his chest heaving violently. Lin Ruowei's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never expected that her well-meaning counsel would provoke such rebellious words from Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, you are outrageous. Before Ye Tian could erupt in anger, Ye Yun had already shouted in fury. Ye Xuan, how dare you? No matter what, Mom and Dad are doing this for your own good. Hurry and kneel to apologize to them. Apologize? I would rather curse you. Ye Yun was taken aback. Why, Ye Xuan sneered. You, a parasite living off me, dare to demand my submission? No matter what, I am still your elder brother. Who gave you the audacity to speak to your brother in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Ye Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Ye Xuan would be so sharp-tongued. Invoking their brotherly bond in a moment of conflict, to be honest, he had never regarded Ye Xuan as an older brother. In his heart, he looked down upon Ye Xuan, deeming him a failure. Yet, such words could not be uttered before their parents, leaving him to grit his teeth and swallow his anger. What is the matter? Lost your voice? Ye Xuan coldly mocked as he observed his speechless brother. Did you think I was unaware of your fade of obedience while secretly engaging in sordid deeds? 3 years ago, when the 3 maidservants of the Yi residence suddenly died, it was you. Wasn't it? 2 years ago, when 9 guards were discovered abandoned in the wilderness, you were behind that too, weren't you? And a year ago, when 3 young workers mysteriously vanished from the Yi family, it was you who harvested their organs and sold them on the black market, wasn't it? What? The instant these words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone in the hall shifted dramatically, especially Ye Yun, whose face turned as pale as a sheet. as if he had been struck by a revelation. How could this be? How could this be? When I committed those acts, no one knew. How could Ye Xuan, that waste, know about them? Ye Yun's heart raced with disbelief. However, in front of their parents, he could not possibly admit to anything. He could only feign composure and retort, "You're talking nonsense. What young workers? What black market? I've never heard of such things. Xuaner, you have gone too far." Lin Ruwei could no longer bear it, rising to admonish him. "Your brother has always been gentle and kind. How could he possibly do such things?" Lin Ruwei felt profoundly disappointed. She had not anticipated that her eldest son could be so base. Disrespectful to his elders was one thing, but to slander his own brother was beyond her comprehension. "Am I the one being excessive?" Ye Xuan smiled. In his previous life of 30 years, he was consistently neglected by those around him, and his parents never spoke a single word of praise on his behalf. Now, after merely exchanging a few words with Ye Yun, they were eager to leap to his defense, and they claimed that he was being excessive. Reflecting on this, Ye Xuan could not help but laugh aloud. "Very well. I am excessive. I am speaking nonsense. Since your son is so exceptional, what need do I have to be here? By the way, you may not be aware, but your frail and sickly son has actually been cured for over a year now. He is as robust as an ox. I trust you are not oblivious to that." "What?" As these words escaped his lips, Ye Qingtian and Lin Ruwei were instantly rendered speechless, disbelief etched on their faces. Ye Yun's body had healed. How could that be possible? Meanwhile, Ye Yun began to panic. For the very reason he had been able to siphon Ye Xuan's vitality over the years was that he had feigned illness to earn his parents' favor. If Ye Xuan exposed the truth, he would surely lose their affection and could no longer continue his vampiric ways. Ye Xuan's remark struck at the very heart of his vulnerability. "You seek your own demise." Ye Yun bellowed, a surge of murderous intent flooding his heart. In an instant, Ye Yun's figure flickered, his right hand raised, and he struck fiercely at Ye Xuan's chest. He was desperate, and this was precisely the scene Ye Xuan yearned to witness. A smirk graced Ye Xuan's lips as he silently braced himself for the impending blow. "Yuner." "No," Lin Ruwei exclaimed anxiously, rushing to intervene. But it was too late. Bang! In the next moment, Ye Yun's palm crashed violently against Ye Xuan's chest. An immense force surging forth, sweeping across Ye Xuan's body. Crack, crack, crack. In that moment, Ye Xuan felt as though all his internal organs were shattering. The sound of bones fracturing echoed within him, as if his very body were on the verge of disintegration. Boom! The tremendous force propelled Ye Xuan away, sending him tumbling through the air for over 10 meters before he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 3. From this day forth. No ties remain. Xuaner. Witnessing Ye Xuan being flung away, Lin Ruwei's complexion paled, and she hurried forward to assist. However, as she extended her hand, she saw Ye Xuan clutching his chest, rising unsteadily from the ground. "Xuaner, are you all right?" Seeing the agony etched on Ye Xuan's face, Lin Ruwei felt a pang of distress, yearning to help her son, yet met with the cold gaze of Ye Xuan instead. What kind of gaze was this? Frigid, indifferent, void of any emotion. It was as though, at this moment, Ye Xuan was not looking at his own mother, but rather a complete stranger. Ye Xuan clutched his chest, taking a deep breath as intense pain surged through his body. After all, Ye Yun had drained him of his vitality for many years, and with his current prowess as a martial practitioner, how could he possibly contend with him? That strike had nearly cost him his life. Yet at that moment, a mysterious energy surged into Ye Xuan's body, and under this energy's influence, the pain within him rapidly subsided, and his fractured bones began to heal with astonishing speed. An unprecedented sense of comfort enveloped him. Such abundant energy! Was this the effect of the Hong Huang Tunshin demon art? Ye Xuan was astounded. He had not anticipated that the Hong Huang Tunshin demon art could absorb Ye Yun's power. Moreover, it could even convert that power into the purest form of energy. Throughout his years in the martial realm, he had never encountered such an extraordinary technique. However, even with the absorption of Ye Yun's energy, he was still not a match for him at this moment. Suppressing his fury, Ye Xuan cast a cold smile toward Ye Qingtian, Lin Ruwei, and Ye Yun. Did you see that? This is your so-called frail and sickly good son. With a single strike, he can send me flying over 10 meters. I advise you to take a good look at what he has become. As these words fell, Ye Xuan and Lin Ruowei instinctively turned to glance back. Their expressions froze in shocked at that moment. Ye Xuan was enveloped in a crimson light, his right palm radiating with a torrent of spiritual energy, powerful waves of aura continuously emanating from him. Eighth heaven of the martial sovereign realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Xuan and Lin Ruowei were left utterly dumbfounded. Eighth heaven of the martial sovereign realm. How could this be? In their minds, their youngest son had always been weak and sickly, utterly incapable. Yet now, not only did Ye Xuan harbor immense power, he had even reached the eighth heaven of the martial sovereign realm. Yunner, what on earth is happening? Ye Xuan asked, his brow furrowing, his tone tinged with displeasure. Father, mother, Ye Xuan finally reacted, hastily dispersing the spiritual energy enveloping him as he rushed his parents, his face fraught with anxiety. It's not what you think. Please let me explain. I was just so angry when I saw brother speak to you like that. I couldn't hold back. I never expected to possess such immense energy within me. Ye Xuan was truly flustered. For all these years, he had maintained the image of a weakling before his parents. And it was precisely because of this facade that he had earned their favor. If they discovered his true nature, all his efforts would be in vain. Thinking this, Ye Xuan cried, snot running down his face. Father, mother, you must believe me. I have never deceived you. Furthermore, I share a bond with my brother. Had I not been so enraged earlier, I would never have harmed him. Seeing Ye Xuan in such a pitiful state softened Lin Ruowei's heart. Indeed, she knew her younger son's character best. He had always been gentle and kind-hearted. If it weren't for Ye Xuan's earlier words being excessively harsh, how could he bear to harm his own brother? As for his cultivation level, Lin Ruowei believed he was likely unaware of it himself. Otherwise, given her younger son's temperament, he would never deceive her. Thinking this, Lin Ruowei smiled gently. Xian'er, did you hear? Your brother didn't mean it. Had he not spoken so harshly, he wouldn't have acted against you. How about you two shake hands and consider this matter resolved? Lin Ruowei implored earnestly. Beside her, Ye Xuan let out a sigh of relief. The earlier subservience vanishing, replaced by a triumphant expression, the look he cast toward Ye Xuan seemed to say, Do you see? The son most cherished by our parents is me. What are you? To dare compete for their affection? Hearing Lin Ruowei's words, Ye Xuan sneered. Resolved? Your precious son just nearly took my life, and you think a mere word will suffice to sweep it under the rug? What else do you propose? Lin Ruowei felt a pang of discomfort at Ye Xuan's words. Yes, Ye Xuan's actions had been inappropriate, but he had already apologized. As an elder brother, couldn't he show some leniency toward his younger brother? Xian'er, you are brothers. Do you truly wish to sever ties over such a trivial matter? Lin Ruowei shook her head, disappointment filling her gaze. I am your mother. Do you not heed your mother's words? Mother? Ye Xuan scoffed, shaking off Lin Ruowei's hand, his voice rising in anger. Do not feign concern. From the moment I was born into this family, you have never regarded me with respect. You summon me at will, casting me aside at your convenience. Have you ever once considered me your son? And now you don the guise of a noble mother. Who do you think you are fooling? Silence. You shall be silent. Ye Xuan interjected, his face flushed with rage as he pointed a finger at Ye Xuan. If you are dissatisfied, you may kneel before me this instant. Yet, as he advanced, intent on forcing Ye Xuan to the ground, perhaps due to excessive force, Ye Xuan's garment was torn asunder, revealing the skin of his upper body. You ungrateful wretch! Ye Xuan began, but his voice faltered, his throat tightening as if seized by an unseen force. Not only him, but everyone present in the hall gasped in horror, covering their mouths in disbelief, their gazes fixed upon Ye Xuan, as though witnessing something unfathomable. For there, before them, Ye Xuan's upper body was alarmingly gaunt. The skin clung to the bones like a mere layer of parchment, devoid of any luster, with the ribs starkly visible and the abdomen deeply sunken, as if suffering from malnutrition. What was even more shocking was the sight of countless ghastly scars adorning Ye Xuan's upper body. These scars resembled a mass of centipedes, densely packed and scattered all over Ye Xuan, striking a profound impact on everyone present. What on earth is happening? Ye Tian was left in a daze. He could scarcely believe that beneath his eldest son's garments lay such a frail and pitiful form. "Where is your indomitable body of the primordial chaos?" After a prolonged silence, Ye Tian's voice trembled as he posed the question. The indomitable body of the primordial chaos. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan let out a cold laugh, his nonchalant tone reverberating like thunder, exploding in the ears of the gathered crowd. "My indomitable body of the primordial chaos has long been lost." 5 years ago, what? Boom! This statement detonated like a heavy bomb within the hearts of all present. Staggering, Ye Tian nearly lost his footing. Lin Ruowei's face turned pale, an indescribable feeling surging within her heart. She had never anticipated that her eldest son's indomitable body of the primordial chaos had vanished 5 years prior. In that moment, she was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with guilt. Observing Ye Xuan's indifferent gaze, Ye Tian also regained his composure. Especially upon seeing the scars on his son's body, he was taken aback. He had truly never considered that he had inflicted such significant harm on his son over the years. Sighed out why Ye Tian sighed inwardly. Yet upon reflection, a flicker of anger ignited within him. Yes, he was at fault, but could Ye Xuan not have confided in him privately? Must it be disclosed in such a momentous occasion? He was, after all, a dignified duke of the state, second only to the emperor, above all others. If word got out that his son had lost the indomitable body of the primordial chaos, would others not suspect him of mistreating Ye Xuan? Would it not bring him ridicule? Yet Ye Xuan's words left him momentarily speechless. For a long time, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Observing the silent crowd, Ye Xuan donned his garments and coldly remarked, "What is this? Has everyone lost their tongues? Have I struck a chord with your inner thoughts?" At a loss for how to retort. "If so, I shall not impose upon you any further. Let us part amicably. After all, my presence here would only serve to vex you, for in your eyes, I am but a superfluous waste. Your discomfort is mirrored in my own suffocation. For these past 20 years, I have received not a shred of your benevolence. I, Ye Xuan, hold no affection for you." At this, Ye Xuan took a deep breath, severing the last thread of sentiment within himself. Thus, I, Ye Xuan, voluntarily withdraw from the Ye family, and we shall have no further ties. Let each walk their own path, and from this day forth, let us not cross paths again. Having articulated all that needed to be said, Ye Xuan felt no lingering attachment as he turned to leave. He was exhausted. He was truly weary. 800 years of a wretched existence had afforded him no opportunity to breathe freely. Stepping through this door, he resolved to live for himself henceforth. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's declaration, Lin Ruowei could no longer remain seated. She had never imagined that such a trivial matter would lead Ye Xuan to sever ties with him. Despite her bias, she was still his mother. Before Lin Ruowei could utter a word, Ye Tian erupted in fury, his inner wrath reignited by Ye Xuan's remarks. "Nonsense. Just a minor grievance. And you wish to sever our relationship? Fine, leave, if you have the courage. Go. I shall see how far you can get without my protection, without the title of the Ye family. If you possess any semblance of pride, never return." Ye Tian roared in anger at Ye Xuan's retreating figure. Wherever I go, you need not concern yourself. Rest assured, even if I perish outside, I shall never set foot in the Ye family again, nor shall I disclose to anyone that I am your son, Ye Tian, lest I tarnish the noble bloodline of the Ye family. Ye Xuan laughed heartily. With that, he turned away without looking back. Watching Ye Xuan's departing figure, Lin Ruowei instinctively moved to intervene, but Ye Tian's furious roar halted her. "Let him go. Let him go as far as he can. I, Ye Tian, shall act as though I have never had a son like him." Bang! In a fit of rage, Ye Tian raised his hand and smashed the nearby table into splinters. He could not comprehend how his eldest son had transformed into such a figure, disrespectful and utterly unrestrained. Could it truly be a failure of his upbringing? No, impossible. How could the illustrious Ye Tian ever err? It must be that wretched child, ungrateful, unappreciative of his parents' struggles. How could I have given rise to such a scoundrel? Ye Tian seethed with fury. The more he pondered, the more his anger intensified. Ye Xuan. Present, my lord. You go and dispose of that rebellious one's belongings. Burn his room. From this day forth, he is forbidden from stepping foot in the Ye family again. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan hesitated, his words caught in his throat. What? Do you wish to plead for that rebellious son? At that, Ye Xuan's face paled in fear, hastily kneeling to explain. I dare not, my lord. It's just what? The eldest young master has no room in the Ye family at all. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to descend into an instant silence. For he had never complained. What? Upon hearing Ye Xuan's words, Lin Ruowei immediately turned back, her face filled with shock. She even began to doubt whether her ears had deceived her. Their own flesh and blood. Having lived in the family for 20 years, he had not even had a room of his own. How could this be possible? Lin Ruowei found it hard to believe. Ye Xuan was their biological son, the eldest young master of the Ye family. How could he not even have a room? Was this still considered a family? Not only Lin Ruowei, but even Ye Qingtian found it unbelievable. Nonsense. How could my son, Ye Qingtian's son, not have a room of his own? Have you taken some benefit from him? Speaking in his favor, Ye Xuan was immediately drenched in cold sweat, stammering, My lord, every word I speak is the truth. I dare not deceive you. Did you not say that the eldest young master was of questionable character, neglectful of his younger brother, and thus sought to temper his disposition by making him move out, claiming it was for his own good, to let him understand the sufferings of the world? Ye Qingtian slapped his forehead. Then dawned on him that there was indeed some truth to this. Initially, it was because Ye Xuan was unwilling to donate blood to Ye Xuan, which had angered him, leading to the decision to have Ye Xuan move out. He had intended for Ye Xuan to experience hardship for a few days before returning. But the subsequent events had caused him to forget entirely that I did say that, but I was simply too busy and forgot momentarily. Though Ye Qingtian felt a twinge of guilt, he quickly sought to justify himself. How long has he been gone? After a moment's hesitation, Ye Xuan replied, Reporting to my lord, the eldest young master has been gone for 9 years. What? 9 years? Ye Qingtian turned abruptly, disbelief etched on his face. He even began to suspect that his ears had deceived him. Why Ye Xuan had been away from the Ye family for 9 years? How could this be possible? Ye Qingtian could not accept it. Lin Ruowei could not accept it either. It was not that they were unwilling to believe, but the reality was simply too absurd. 9 years. That meant their son had not lived in the Ye family since he was 11 years old. Ye Xuan respectfully continued. Since he turned 11, the eldest young master has not lived in the Ye family. For the past 9 years, he has resided over 1,000 miles away in Langye County, renting a small room, doing odd jobs in taverns daily to earn a meager living for himself. For a full 9 years, it has been this way. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence. Ye Qingtian was rendered speechless. Had Ye Xuan not mentioned it today, he would never have dreamed that Ye Xuan had not even had a room of his own in this family. Even more astonishing was the revelation that his son had been living in another city for 9 years, and he had remained oblivious until today. Meanwhile, Lin Ruowei felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She was aware that her concern for her eldest son had been insufficient, yet she had never anticipated the extent of his suffering. Langye County was indeed over 1,000 miles from the imperial capital. Their eldest young master of the Ye family had been reduced to the point of needing to work in taverns to support himself. Was this still considered a young master? Reflecting on Ye Xuan's lonely figure as he departed, an unbearable wave of guilt washed over her. It suddenly dawned on her why her son had grown increasingly distant from her. It seemed she had never genuinely cared for or nurtured him, not even offering a single warm word of greeting. Then why did you not advise him to return sooner? Lin Ruowei, suppressing her anger, questioned if Ye Xuan had reported the eldest young master's situation earlier. Would he have had to endure such prolonged hardship? Xuan is, after all, our biological son. If only you had advised him to return sooner and apologize to us, how could we have allowed him to wander outside? Indeed, Ye Qingtian hastily echoed. Ye Xuan, why did you not report the young master's situation sooner? As the steward of the Ye residence, how could you simply watch the young master drift about aimlessly? The couple unleashed a torrent of reproaches upon Ye Xuan. Terrified and drenched in cold sweat, Ye Xuan hastily defended himself. "Your Highness, Madam, this is unjust. Have you forgotten? This command was issued by you yourselves. You stated that without your permission, no one is allowed to intercede for the young master. I am merely acting on orders. Without your consent, I would not dare to take matters into my own hands." At this revelation, the once furious couple found themselves rendered speechless. Indeed, they had said that without their permission, no one was allowed to plead for Ye Xuan. Yet that had merely been an expression of anger. Who could have anticipated that such a simple outburst would result in Ye Xuan wandering for 9 years? Ye Xuan opened his mouth, intending to argue in his own defense, but found himself at a loss for words. He could only gaze at the ceiling and let out a long sigh. Could it truly be my fault? Overwhelmed with dizziness, Ye Xuan took a few steps back, grasping the armrest of his chair as he slowly sat down. All these years, he had considered himself a father, summoning Ye Xuan at will that in his view, he had provided Ye Xuan with an excellent and affluent environment, and Ye Xuan should be eternally grateful to him. But now, Ye Xuan had not lived in the Ye household since he was 11. He had always maintained a superior stance, believing he could control everything, yet now he realized he did not even understand his own son. He had always thought that Ye Xuan owed the Ye family, but now it appeared that perhaps it was he, as a father, who owed his son even more. Was I truly in the wrong? A bitter expression clouded Ye Xuan's face in that moment. He felt as though he had aged a decade. For the first time in his life, he doubted himself. Did my upbringing truly go awry? Enough, enough. Ye Xuan waved his hand in concession. Ye Xuan, go fetch the young master home. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ye Xuan's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Father, we cannot allow eldest brother to return." Ye Xuan was in a state of panic. What nonsense! He had finally managed to drive that waste out of the Ye family. As long as that waste was gone, he could bask in his parents' affection and the resources of the entire Ye family. If Ye Xuan truly returned, how could he continue to monopolize the family's resources? However, he could not voice such sentiments directly and feign concern, saying, "Father, while we may have made mistakes in this matter, from my perspective, eldest brother is even more at fault. Think about it. For a full 9 years, eldest brother had countless opportunities to plead with you, yet why did he remain silent? He is clearly attempting to make you and mother uncomfortable." Make us uncomfortable? Ye Xuan was taken aback. Indeed, with your and mother's temperament, if eldest brother were to return and apologize, would you really refuse him entry? Yet eldest brother is unwilling to return, choosing instead to confront you. His actions are merely to portray himself as a victim, seeking to elicit guilt from you and mother. Ye Xuan spoke with feigned seriousness. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan and Lin Ruowei also began to comprehend. Yes, they were Ye Xuan's parents. If he truly expressed remorse, would they deny him entry? To put it plainly, the reason Ye Xuan had not returned was ultimately his own doing. If he had spoken up sooner, would there have been so many subsequent troubles? Now, he presents himself in a pretentious manner, merely seeking sympathy. This ungrateful child. Ye Xuan fumed. If not for Ye Xuan's reminder, he might have genuinely believed himself at fault. After all this, it turned out to be Ye Xuan's trap. Observing his father's furious demeanor, Ye Xuan felt a surge of joy but quickly approached, feigning concern as he said, "Father, do not be angry. It's not worth it to let someone like eldest brother upset your health. You are the distinguished Duke of the state, second only to the Emperor. Even if you were at fault, you must never admit it. Otherwise, if others find out, it will tarnish your prestige." These words undoubtedly struck a chord with Ye Xuan. Indeed, the identity of Duke was of utmost importance to him in this world, aside from the Emperor of the Qin dynasty. Who could compel him to bow his head? Moreover, Ye Xuan was his own flesh and blood to bow his head and admit fault to his son. He would rather die. Rest assured, father, eldest brother is now all alone, having lost the indestructible body of the primordial era. Without the support of the Ye family, he cannot make it far. Once he has suffered enough hardship, he will naturally return with his tail between his legs. Ye Xuan spoke with a smile. Hearing this, Ye Xuan nodded, and the weight on his heart lightened a little. He looked at Ye Xuan with eyes filled with affection. This younger son truly knows how to care for others. Unlike that ungrateful child who only opposes him at every turn. How could they be so different, being his own flesh and blood? Yes, you are right. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. Until that ungrateful child apologizes, no one is to allow him even a single step into the Ye household. Whenever he realizes his mistakes, we will let him return, Ye Xuan declared, before turning to leave with Lin Ruowei. Watching his parents' retreating figures, Ye Yun sighed in relief. The weight in his heart finally lifted. That was close. Had he not acted quickly, his father might have truly softened and allowed that waste to return. Ye Xuan, you waste. The fact that you survived that slap is merely a sign of your good fortune. This time, I will not permit you to set foot in the Ye family again. On the other side, after departing from the Ye household, Ye Xuan hurried towards the direction of Langya County. As he surveyed the bustling streets around him, an inexplicable sense of alienation washed over him. The imperial capital, this city where he had been born, felt utterly foreign to him, as though he had never truly belonged to it. Yet despite the sense of loss in Ye Xuan's heart, he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. After all, he had spent the first half of his life in the Ye family, and he had longed to escape the suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. Now that he had left the Ye family, he was free as a bird soaring in the sky, no longer bound by restrictions. Just as Ye Xuan envisioned a bright future ahead, the voice of the system suddenly echoed. Congratulations, host! You have severed ties with your original family and received a system reward. A novice gift package. Would you like to open it now? A novice gift package? Ye Xuan's heart stirred. He had just obtained the primordial devouring demonic art, and now there was a novice gift package. However, Ye Xuan did not hasten to open it. After all, the streets were crowded, and if others caught sight of him suddenly acquiring some treasure, who knew what might transpire? I will wait until I return home to open it, Ye Xuan replied. Understood, host. The system responded obediently. So, host, where do you plan to go next? The system's inquiry plunged Ye Xuan into deep contemplation. To be honest, he had agreed to sever ties with the Ye family without a moment's thought, and he had not considered where to go after leaving. While he pondered, two martial artists passed by. Have you heard? The 8 sex assessment is about to begin, one exclaimed. This time, the 8 major sects reportedly plan to recruit 10,000 disciples. What? 10,000? That's 2,000 more than last year. Fantastic. This time, I have a chance to join the 8 major sects. The excited chatter of the two martial artists reached Ye Xuan's ears, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. The 8 sex assessment? Yes, I can participate in the 8 sex assessment and join the Tianqing sect. Ye Xuan's eyes lit up. The 8 sex assessment is a recruitment examination held in Langya County every 3 years. During this event, the 8 major sects of Langya County gather to select talented martial artists for their respective sections. For Ye Xuan, the most significant aspect was that the Tianqing sect was among them. The Tianqing sect was the sect where Ye Xuan had belonged in his previous life. It was there that he met his master and made many friends who treated him exceptionally well. Even knowing he was considered a waste, they showered him with kindness, shining light into his otherwise bleak existence. More importantly, the woman he had always wished to protect, Tang Shiwero, was also in the Tianqing sect. In his previous life, it was due to Ye Yun's interference that he and Tang Shiwero were separated by fate. In this life, he vowed to safeguard his beloved at all costs. Very well. I will participate in the 8 sex assessment and join the Tianqing sect. With a clear goal in his heart, Ye Xuan felt a surge of determination. Given his current talent, passing the 8 sex assessment should not pose a problem. Congratulations to the host for making a significant choice in life. The system is once again offering a grand gift package. May I inquire if you wish to open it? The system's voice resounded once more. What? There's more. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan was instantly filled with excitement. Just after departing from the Ye family, the system had bestowed upon him a beginner's gift package. Now, as he was about to choose his future direction, another grand life gift package was being offered. What a generous system. He wondered what the difference was between this life gift package and the beginner's gift package. Rubbing his palms together, an eager glint flashed in his eyes as he addressed the system. Let's hold off on opening it for now. I'll wait until I return home. Certainly, a few days later, Ye Xuan returned to his residence in Langya County. Finally, he was home. Looking at the modest little room before him, though simple, It exuded a warmth that reminded him of home. Far superior to the imperial capital, as soon as he arrived, he could hardly contain his excitement and called out to the system. System, open the beginner's gift package and the life gift package. Certainly, I am now opening it for you. With the system's voice fading, a chime sounded. Congratulations, host. You have opened the beginner's gift package. You have obtained a 4th grade divine pill. The Overlord Pill. The Overlord Pill. A top-tier 4th grade elixir, crafted by the master alchemist of the Alchemist Valley, is said to extend one's lifespan by a century and enhance one's cultivation by 30 years. You have acquired a profound-level martial art, the Stellar Shift Step. A top-tier, profound-level movement technique, as agile as a dragon in flight, capable of traversing thousands of miles in an instant when cultivated to perfection. It stands as a paragon among movement arts. You have gained a profound-level martial art, the Ancestral Dragon's Infinite Fist. The Ancestral Dragon's Infinite Fist, a legendary technique of the ancient dragon clan, imbued with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, can shatter mountains and stones with a single punch, leaving foes in tatters. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have opened the life gift package. You have obtained the extraordinary ability, the Eye of Spiritual Intelligence. The Eye of Spiritual Intelligence. A top-tier innate ability, upon awakening, will exponentially enhance the host's intellect, enabling a cultivation speed 10 times faster than ordinary individuals, and an understanding of martial arts that surpasses the average by a factor of 10. Hiss! Listening to the system's introduction, Ye Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with astonishment. A 4th grade elixir, a profound-level movement technique, profound-level martial arts. Each of these treasures holds immense value. Any one of them, if revealed, would surely cause a stir throughout the martial arts world. Yet what truly left Ye Xuan astounded was the final reward bestowed by the system, the Eye of Spiritual Intelligence. This ability could indeed accelerate a martial artist's cultivation speed. It could enhance martial comprehension by tenfold. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. It is well known that a martial artist's innate talent is often predetermined at birth. Even the finest elixirs can only marginally enhance such talents. Even among top-tier families, spending millions to raise one's talent by a mere 1% is considered extraordinary. And yet, this Eye of Spiritual Intelligence can directly elevate one's talent tenfold. This is unprecedented. Truly, it defies the heavens. Ye Xuan swallowed hard. However, after the brief shock, exhilaration surged within him to hell with the so-called indestructible body of the Primordial. Initially, he had felt a tinge of regret over losing his indestructible body. But compared to these gifts, it was utterly insignificant. With these abilities, he could flaunt himself in the martial arts world as he pleased. Host, do you wish to learn the Eye of Spiritual Intelligence? Learn it. Ye Xuan replied without hesitation. Boom! As his words fell, a brilliant light erupted in Ye Xuan's eyes that was as if a sun had suddenly exploded before him, flooding his vision with a radiant glow. Strangely, although the light was intense, it was not blinding. On the contrary, as he was enveloped in this brilliance, Ye Xuan felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Minutes later, the system's voice resonated again. Congratulations, host! You have successfully learned the Eye of Spiritual Intelligence. Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Is that it? He felt as though he had not changed much. With a mindset of experimentation, Ye Xuan opened one of the martial arts the system had gifted him, the Stellar Shift Step. However, when he focused on it, he was left stupefied. Is this truly a profound-level martial art? Ye Xuan was astonished to discover that the previously obscure and complex techniques now appeared astonishingly simple. Even the Stellar Shift Step seemed as easy as elementary arithmetic to him. I actually learned it. No way. This is terrifying. Ye Xuan swallowed again, suppressing the shock within him, and opened the Ancestral Dragon's Infinite Fist. Likewise, the intricate fist techniques that appeared baffling to the world now seemed effortlessly comprehensible to Ye Xuan. Goodness, is this the power of the Eye of Spiritual Intelligence? My talent has genuinely increased tenfold. Ye Xuan's face was a mask of disbelief. Even he was astonished by this remarkable enhancement. He could hardly imagine what kind of power he would wield with his current talent while practicing these two profound-level martial arts. Licking his lips, Ye Xuan felt a surge of anticipation. Next, he turned his gaze to the two Overlord pills before him. Gulp, without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed one of the Overlord pills whole. Boom! As the elixir entered his abdomen, a terrifying energy surged within Ye Xuan, sweeping through him like a tempest. Bang! Bang! In an instant, it felt as though a cataclysmic transformation was occurring within his body. His blood began to boil, feeling the torrent of energy within him. Ye Xuan sensed that every muscle and bone was being baptized, his organs trembling uncontrollably. Under this wave of energy, Ye Xuan's frail form quickly became robust. His muscles expanded, his skin regained its luster. And even the scars left by bloodletting swiftly healed and vanished. The unparalleled sensation of comfort prompted Ye Xuan to let out a long howl, as if he were expelling all the pent-up resentment within him. He could feel a formidable energy surging towards his dantian. As this energy poured in, Ye Xuan's cultivation level visibly skyrocketed. Martial Disciple Realm, First Heaven. Martial Disciple Realm, Second Heaven. Martial Disciple Realm, Third Heaven. Martial Disciple Realm, Fourth Heaven. Boom! With a resounding roar of energy, Ye Xuan's cultivation dramatically surged. From a waist, he stepped back into the Martial Disciple Realm, Fourth Heaven. What a thrill! Feeling the boiling power within him, Ye Xuan roared with elation, as if he were releasing all his frustrations in a single breath. The path of martial arts is divided into Martial Disciple Realm, Master Realm, Martial Sovereign Realm, Martial Venerable Realm, Martial King Realm, Martial Emperor Realm, Martial Sage Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. Although the Martial Disciple Realm is merely the starting point of martial arts, it must be noted that Ye Xuan's body over the years could hardly be deemed anything but waste. In a fleeting moment, to transform from waste into a Martial Disciple Realm, Fourth Heaven martial artist, is unprecedented even in the annals of the entire Dacian dynasty. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Ye Xuan clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes sparkling with determination. Rebuilding his foundation, returning to the realm of martial arts. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Moreover, Ye Xuan could distinctly sense that, under the influence of the primordial devouring demon technique, his current strength was considerably superior to that of his peers. Chapter 6. Frenzied Cultivation. Trouble approaches. However, the system isn't the primordial devouring demon technique a path for demonic cultivators. Ye Xuan suddenly realized that something was amiss. In his impression, demonic cultivators should be shrouded in malevolence, surrounded by dark smoke or bloodlight, bloodthirsty and brutal, committing all manner of atrocities. Why did he not exhibit such reactions? Most absurdly, he sensed that the energy within him was not only devoid of any violent tendencies, but seemed even more tranquil and harmonious than ordinary spiritual energy. Seemingly aware of Ye Xuan's confusion, the system quickly explained, "Host, energy is neither good nor bad. Righteousness and wickedness lie solely in one's intent. The only difference is how one chooses to utilize their energy. True demonic cultivators never limit themselves to a particular technique. They only care about enhancing their own power. Those demons that emit black smoke may exist, but they are merely lowly demonic cultivators. Insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Who says demonic cultivators must always appear savage? That is merely a misunderstanding held by humanity." Listening to the system's explanation, Ye Xuan couldn't help but smile and nod in appreciation. This was the first time he had encountered such an explanation. Yet he found it quite agreeable. In the past, Ye Xuan, like most, had believed demonic cultivators to be the epitome of brutality. However, after practicing the primordial devouring demon technique, he realized how shallow his previous understanding had been. The merit of a technique lies within the practitioner, as long as it can enhance one's strength, whether it is demonic cultivation or righteous. It matters little. After his cultivation improved, Ye Xuan also felt an increasing thirst for energy within him. After all, the primordial devouring demon technique primarily revolves around absorption. The more blood qi absorbed, the greater the enhancement. For instance, after being struck by Yi Yun's palm, he had felt a slight increase in strength. Unfortunately, that moment of contact was too brief, yielding minimal enhancement that he would still need to find someone to test it out. To see how much his cultivation could rise from completely absorbing a martial artist's essence. Ye Xuan licked his lips, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze upon the Do Zhuan Xing Yibu and the Zhu Long Wu Yangquan. Through the observation of the Lingji Jian, Ye Xuan had already grasped the general concepts of these two martial arts. The Zhu Long Wu Yangquan, as the legend suggests, is a technique devised by the ancient dragon clan for the refinement of the physical body. Divided into 9 levels, each level embodies the formidable power of the ancient dragon clan, and the further one progresses, the more terrifying this dragon power becomes. The first level alone can unleash a force of 10,000 jin. This is an exceedingly formidable figure. It is known that at the initial stages of most martial arts, one can typically exert only a few hundred jin, while those capable of delivering a few thousand jin are already considered top-tier techniques. To encounter something like the Zhu Long Wu Liang Quan, which possesses a force of 10,000 jin at its first level, is simply unheard of. Even more astonishing is that with each subsequent level, the power increases at a geometric rate. What kind of terrifying strength would one wield upon reaching the 9th level? Who could withstand a single punch? It is truly extraordinary. Ye Xuan swallowed hard, excitement surging in his gaze. The Do Zhuan Xing Yibu, on the other hand, is a movement technique designed to complement the Zhu Long Wu Liang Quan. As the name suggests, it enhances the speed of the practitioner. Ye Xuan was astonished to discover that the Do Zhuan Xing Yibu could enable him to cover a distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye during full exertion. 10 meters, a distance that could determine life or death. Imagine two warriors clashing. One moment, an opponent is 10 meters away, and in the next, they suddenly appear before you. How terrifying is that? Moreover, even when faced with formidable enemies, one could utilize the Do Zhuan Xing Yibu to vanish instantly from 10 meters away. It is truly a life-saving technique that allows for both offense and defense. How splendid! A tank and an assassin. Is this how one plays? I like it. Ye Xuan chuckled, and without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, beginning to operate the cultivation methods of both martial arts within his body as the long night dragged on. In the outskirts of Langyi County, a dim light flickered in a lowly dwelling in the stillness of the room. Ye Xuan closed his eyes tightly, carefully sensing the dragon power within him in a daze. It felt as though a colossal crimson dragon manifested in his mind. A dragon with blood-red scales glimmering with a chilling sheen, roaring ferociously as it charged toward Ye Xuan that moment. Ye Xuan slowly raised his fist. Suddenly, he struck forth with lightning speed. Boom! In an instant, the sound of an explosion reverberated. A terrifying wave of fist energy roared from Ye Xuan's fist, spreading like a shockwave for several meters. Bang! 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 The tables and chairs in the room shattered instantly. Ultimately, the fist energy burst forth from the door, crashing into a large tree with a resounding thud, splintering it into countless fragments. Excellent. Observing the shattered tree outside, satisfaction gleamed in Ye Xuan's eyes. After all, it was his first attempt, and though he was still somewhat unpracticed, to unleash such power had far exceeded his expectations. Without pausing, Ye Xuan began to experiment with combining the Do Zhuan Xing Yibu and the Zhu Long Wu Liang Quan for further training. A night passed in silence. As dawn broke, with the vibrant sun rising, Ye Xuan pushed open the window, gazing at the distant mountains shrouded in swirling clouds, stretching lazily. After a day and night of cultivation, he had thoroughly mastered the first level of both the Do Zhuan Xing Yibu and the Zhu Long Wu Liang Quan. A.S. Long, as a master-level expert, did not appear. He possessed the strength to contend with any warrior. With these two martial arts at his disposal, he should, without a doubt, qualify for entry into the Tianxing sect during the upcoming 8th Sex assessment. In his previous life, due to physical limitations, he had only earned the title of a menial disciple during the 8th Sex assessment. However, this time, Ye Xuan was confident he could strive for the position of a core disciple. Bang! 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 Just as Ye Xuan was lost in thought, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. It was as if someone had died, rushing to a funeral. Ye Xuan, open the door. The shrill voice from outside made Ye Xuan's brow furrow slightly, as an exceedingly annoying face flashed through his mind. Han Feng, This person is the second young master of the Han family. 3 years ago, while working at an inn, Ye Xuan inadvertently offended him, and he had harbored a grudge ever since. Somehow, he had acquired Ye Xuan's address and frequently brought a group of ruffians to beat him, leaving Ye Xuan battered and bruised each time. Unsurprisingly, he was here to stir up trouble again. Bang! 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 Ye Xuan, I know you're inside. Open the door. Do you think hiding from me will let you escape? I warn you, if you don't open the door, when I get in, I will definitely skin you alive. Han Feng's furious voice, accompanied by relentless knocking, persisted outside. Hearing this familiar voice, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes. Han Feng, I was planning to leave this city. But unexpectedly, you foolishly came to me? Very well, since you're seeking death, I shall use you to test the martial arts I've newly cultivated. Why? Ye Xuan chuckled coldly and walked to the door, swinging it open. Whoosh! The next moment, a palm swung in from outside. Unfazed by the incoming strike, Ye Xuan reached out, effortlessly grasping it. Huh. Am I reacting this quickly now? Ye Xuan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that after cultivating the dote, Xuan Xing Bu, not only had his speed increased, but his reflexes had also improved. Joy surged within him. Had it been before, he would undoubtedly have taken that hit. Caught off guard by Ye Xuan's grip, Han Feng was momentarily stunned. But anger quickly filled his eyes. You dare resist, you wretched creature, seeking death! Han Feng roared, raising his other hand to slap Ye Xuan's face, but the next moment, smack, Ye Xuan retaliated with lightning speed, delivering a resounding slap. Boom! Han Feng's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground several meters away, landing heavily. Chapter 7. A Trial of Strength. Beating Han Feng. Puff! Han Feng lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His entire face was swollen, and he had lost several teeth, struggling for a while before managing to rise. His once splendid attire was now tattered and torn, looking utterly disheveled. However, compared to the physical agony, what shocked Han Feng more was the realization that Ye Xuan possessed such formidable strength now. After all, during the times he had bullied Ye Xuan, the latter had never had the chance to fight back, allowing Han Feng to torment him at will. But what was happening today? How had Ye Xuan become so powerful? Moreover, what was that faint aura of spiritual energy surrounding him? Why did it exude such a terrifying presence? Han Feng's heart sank, a bad premonition creeping in, but he quickly dismissed it. What am I afraid of? He's just a lowly commoner. Gazing at the disheveled Han Feng, Ye Xuan smirked, a mocking curve appearing on his lips. Is this what it feels like to beat an enemy? Truly exhilarating. In his previous life, he had endured endless torment and beatings at the hands of Han Feng due to physical constraints. His heart filled with pent-up rage, especially upon seeing that loathsome face. Murderous intent surged in Ye Xuan's eyes. Han Feng, you've bullied me for 3 years. I senti a time we settle our old scores. Settle scores? Upon hearing this, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha! Alas, it appears that Ye Xuan is once again destined to endure a beating today. Witnessing this scene, those around him could not help but sigh. Although they sympathized with Ye Xuan, they felt a mix of anger and fear towards Han Feng, daring only to stand at a distance and murmur among themselves, observing the fearful expressions of the onlookers. Han Feng's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, his gaze directed at Ye Xuan as if he were merely an insignificant insect. Why, Ye Xuan, am I speaking to a deaf man? I command you to kneel at once. Can you not comprehend human speech? I will count to 3, and you better come over here. Han Feng barked menacingly. However, in the face of Han Feng's threats, Ye Xuan merely smirked disdainfully, raising an eyebrow. And what if I choose not to kneel today? What can you do about it? What did you say? Han Feng was taken aback that I said, what can you do if I choose not to kneel today? Ye Xuan retorted mockingly. You seek death. Han Feng's face turned an ominous shade of green. He had not anticipated that Ye Xuan would be so defiant, daring to oppose him in front of so many witnesses. After all, he was the young master of the Han family. How could he tolerate being disrespected by a mere commoner? Very well, since you are intent on seeking death, I shall oblige, with a thunderous roar. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Han Feng, revealing his status as a martial artist at the 3rd tier of the martial master realm. although his cultivation was not particularly remarkable. He believed it was more than sufficient to deal with a useless person like Ye Xuan. With that thought, Han Feng lunged forward, his right hand forming a fist as he struck towards Ye Xuan with a ferocious blow. Fierce Tiger Fist, a powerful fist imbued with terrifying spiritual energy, surged forth like a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Yet in the face of this oncoming attack, Ye Xuan remained unfazed, even taunting, too slow. In the next moment, Ye Xuan vanished in an instant. By the time Han Feng realized what had happened, Ye Xuan had already appeared directly behind him. How? How is this possible? Han Feng was utterly stunned. He could not comprehend how Ye Xuan had moved so swiftly. No, this cannot be. Han Feng roared in disbelief, unwilling to accept the situation, and unleashed several more punches in desperation. Fierce Tiger Fist, Fierce Tiger Fist, Fierce Tiger Fist. However, no matter how hard Han Feng tried, Ye Xuan evaded his attacks effortlessly. Moving like a ghost, compared to the exhausted Han Feng, Ye Xuan stood relaxed and composed, akin to an elegant dancer, exuding an air of tranquility. Did I just witness that correctly? Ye Xuan actually evaded Han Feng's assault? Is this really Ye Xuan? The spectators around them were wide-eyed, struggling to believe their own eyes at that moment. Ye Xuan raised his hand, effortlessly grasping Han Feng's incoming fist. Looking at the disheveled Han Feng, Ye Xuan sneered coldly, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. I asked that enough. Han Feng, you've thrown so many punches. Isn't it my turn now? What? Han Feng froze. Before he could react, Ye Xuan struck like lightning, unleashing a powerful punch. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. A dragon's roar echoed as Ye Xuan's fist connected with Han Feng, who was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Blood gushed from Han Feng's mouth. His chest caved in, and several ribs shattered. In the gaze of the onlookers, he was sent soaring over 100 meters before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Wow! Upon hitting the ground, Han Feng spat out another mouthful of blood. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that the usually arrogant Han Feng would be sent flying by a single punch from Ye Xuan. How could this be? Han Feng lay on the ground, engulfed in profound shock. Even now, he could hardly believe that he had been defeated by Ye Xuan, the very commoner he had looked down upon so often. No, this cannot be. I'm a martial artist at the 3rd tier of the martial master realm. What tricks did you employ, you lowly commoner? Han Feng shouted furiously, in response to Han Feng's enraged outburst. Ye Xuan remained nonchalant, sneering dismissively. The 3rd tier of the martial master realm? Is that impressive? Forgive me, but I just happen to be 1 tier stronger than you. With that declaration, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Ye Xuan, revealing his true cultivation level. He was at the 4th tier of the martial master realm. Han Feng was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that this useless person he had so often bullied would rise to become a martial artist of such caliber. How is this possible? Yet, before Han Feng could fully process this shocking revelation, Ye Xuan's formidable figure was already looming before him, casting an imposing shadow. What do you want, Ye Xuan? I warn you, I am a member of the Ye Han family. If you dare to lay a finger on me, crack. Before Han Feng could finish his threat, Ye Xuan had already stomped down hard on his hand, causing him to grimace in agony. The Ye Han family, what a load of nonsense. Ye Xuan scoffed. With that, he raised his foot again, relentlessly stomping down on Han Feng's hand. Crack. This kick teaches you how to behave. Crack. This kick reminds you to watch your language. Crack. This kick repays you for the humiliation you dealt me over the past 3 years. Crack. Finally, with a forceful stomp, Ye Xuan shattered Han Feng's right arm. The intense pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Han Feng, his face contorting in agony, turning a deep shade of purple. Why, Ye Xuan? Ye Xuan, you scoundrel! I'm a member of the Ye Han family. How dare you treat me like this? You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Han Feng raved, his cries echoing in despair. Seeing this unfold, Ye Xuan's anger flared. How dare you continue to act so arrogant after I have turned you into a pig's head? Perhaps due to the influence of the Hong Huang swallowing heaven demon technique, I felt an inexplicable thirst for blood as I watched Han Feng bleed. Very well. You claim to be from the Ye Han family? Today, I will ensure you regret ever crossing paths with me. Suppressing his bloodlust, Ye Xuan disregarded the shocked expressions of the surrounding spectators and dragged Han Feng into a room. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut. In the next moment, Han Feng's anguished screams echoed from within a room. Oh my! Has Ye Xuan lost his mind? Is he truly intent on beating Han Feng to death? The crowd was in an uproar. Han Feng was a member of the El Ingyi Han family, a powerful faction in the El Ingyi prefecture. If Ye Xuan did not exercise restraint and ended up killing Han Feng, the Han family would undoubtedly seek vengeance the following day. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Everyone was taken aback by Ye Xuan's reckless behavior, and they could almost foresee the impending wrath of the Han family engulfing the entire El Ingyi prefecture. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the Duke of State's residence, Ye Xuan was walking through the estate when Ye Xuan rushed in, breathless and agitated. "Master! Madam! This is dire! A grave situation has arisen. Stop!" Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. Irritated. "What is the hurry? What calamity has befallen us?" The second young master. Seeing Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan quickly bowed, but as he recalled the events that had transpired, his expression turned frantic once more. Second young master. "It is terrible. The first young master has fought with Han Feng from the El Ingyi Han family." "What? The El Ingyi Han family?" Ye Xuan murmured he had heard of this family, a prominent clan in the El Ingyi prefecture, known to have some influence in the northern regions of the Qian dynasty. Ye Xuan chuckled lightly. "You must be mistaken. The Han family is a family of martial artists, and my elder brother is a useless person. How could he possibly be their match?" Ye Xuan hastily defended. "Second young master, I assure you this is the absolute truth." Many witnessed the confrontation. They saw the first young master utterly overpower Han Feng. Moreover, the first young master is no longer a useless person. He has regained his cultivation and is now at the fourth tier of the martial master realm. What? The revelation left Ye Xuan astonished. He was genuinely shocked. He had thought that without the Honghuang indestructible body, Ye Xuan would be a useless individual for life. To his surprise, Ye Xuan had managed to restore his cultivation. Damn it. Ye Xuan gritted his teeth, a surge of fury rising within him, that he regretted not having dealt with this waste decisively back in the hall. Ye Xuan, filled with urgency, implored, "Second young master, is the master inside? I must inform him of this matter immediately. Otherwise, if the Han family retaliates, the first young master will be in serious trouble." Upon hearing these words, Ye Xuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, the Han family is a renowned martial arts lineage. If Ye Xuan, a mere junior at the fourth level of martial master, could be eliminated by their hands, it would indeed be a splendid affair. With this thought, a smile immediately graced Ye Xuan's face. "Uncle Jean, my parents are currently discussing border war matters with the Emperor and will not return for a while. Therefore, you may leave for the time being. Once they emerge, I shall report this matter to them." "However, Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, displeased. "What? Do you not trust my word?" "And no, I dare not." Ye Xuan quickly replied, not daring to question further. "Since the second young master wishes to report, I shall heed your wishes. However, I implore you to report as soon as possible. Otherwise, the eldest young master may truly find himself in trouble. Get lost." Ye Xuan impatiently retorted to why Ye Xuan did not dare to linger and hurriedly retreated. It was only after the figure of the other had vanished that Ye Xuan could no longer contain the excitement within him, a cold smile spreading across his face. Ye Xuan, oh Ye Xuan, you are truly courting death. This time, I shall see how you meet your end without a burial place." Initially, he had contemplated how to deal with the useless Ye Xuan, but he never anticipated that the latter would deliver himself to the mouth of the cannon. Now, it seemed he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The people of the Langyahan family would be more than capable of tearing that waste apart. With this thought, Ye Xuan's spirits soared, and he couldn't help but hum a little tune as he walked. He could almost envision Ye Xuan being ground to dust by the Han family's hands. Chapter 8. The Han family's fury. City-wide manhunt. Meanwhile, within the residence of Langya County, Ye Xuan was greedily absorbing the energy within Han Feng's body, using the Hongwang swallowing demon in mere seconds. Streams of essence energy flowed into his body. And under the influence of this energy, Ye Xuan felt an unparalleled comfort enveloping him. In this moment, his cultivation surged rapidly. 6th level of Martial Master. Ye Xuan was filled with exhilaration, but he never expected that the energy within Han Feng would grant him such a substantial enhancement, propelling him directly from the 4th level of Martial Master to the 6th level. What a delightful feeling! As he reveled in his cultivation's elevation, he resembled a bloodthirsty demon, his eyes gleaming with brutality and greed. In stark contrast to Ye Xuan's excitement, Han Feng was in dire straits. If someone were present, they would surely be taken aback by his pitiful appearance. The once plump Han Feng had transformed into a gaunt figure, his cheeks sunken and skin ashen, resembling a desiccated corpse. Ye Xuan, what have you done to me? I warn you, I am from the Langya Han family. If you dare to kill me, my kin will not let you off. In the throes of torment, Han Feng gradually lost his sanity, reduced to a state of extreme weakness. He couldn't even comprehend what was happening, only recalling that after Ye Xuan placed his hand upon him, the energy within him began to drain rapidly, that he couldn't even muster the simplest of energy-gathering techniques. Not let me off? You should worry about yourself first. Hearing Han Feng's threats, Ye Xuan scoffed disdainfully. It took great effort for him to find a free test subject to gauge the power of the Hong Huang swallowing demon art. Today, if it did not drain Han Feng dry, he would not be satisfied. However, just as Ye Xuan prepared to completely extract the energy from Han Feng's body, a loud crash reverberated from outside the door, and the tightly shut entrance was kicked to pieces. Turning around, he saw a cold-faced youth burst in, radiating an aura of murderous intent. You lowly scum! How dare you harm my brother? Before he could finish speaking, Han Tai suddenly drew his sword and slashed at Ye Xuan. The momentum of a 9th-level martial master erupting in an instant. Ye Xuan executed the star shift step, retreating to evade the deadly strike. Han Tai, what? Do you wish to kneel and beg for mercy like your brother? Recognizing the newcomer, Ye Xuan smirked coldly. He was all too familiar with this individual. Han Tai was Han Feng's elder brother. Over the years, he had often assisted Han Feng in bullying him. Since you have come, it is time to settle the old and new scores from these past 3 years, perhaps influenced by the Hong Huang swallowing demon art, rather than feeling fear upon witnessing Han Tai's terrifying cultivation. Ye Xuan felt an exhilarating thrill. Every cell in his body seemed to yearn for Han Tai's energy. I could see this moment. Han Feng, upon seeing Han Tai arrive, had his previously hopeless expression shift to one of hope as he shouted in anger. Brother, kill him! Quickly! I want this scum to suffer a fate worse than death. Han Tai chuckled coldly, gazing at Ye Xuan. You useless waste, I didn't expect you to reach the 6th level of Martial Master. That truly surprises me. However, do you think this allows you to offend my Han family? Do not forget, I am a 9th level Martial Master. Killing you is as simple as squashing an ant. With that, Han Tai lunged forward once more, his index and middle fingers aligned, spiritual energy swirling at their tips like a sword's edge, viciously aimed at Ye Xuan's chest. Spirit finger buzzed as the finger sword passed through the air. It created a long ripple, the terrifying force seemingly capable of piercing through space itself. Not good! It's the spirit finger. This is Han family's elite martial art. It is said that with a single finger, even steel can be instantly pierced. Ye Xuan, run! The onlookers cried out in panic. However, in stark contrast to their fear, Ye Xuan did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward, his right hand forming a fist, and struck back at Han Tai. Ancestral Dragon, Boundless Fist. Bang! Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Han Tai's entire hand exploded into fragments, blood spraying everywhere, severed fingers flying in all directions. My hand! Han Tai's hand had been obliterated before the crowd could react. Ye Xuan's figure flickered like a specter, moving at such speed that he left behind a series of afterimages. Then, with a powerful palm, he struck Han Tai's cheek. Bang! The immense force instantly sent Han Tai flying, crashing violently into the wall and creating a massive hole. The scene erupted into chaos. What? I must be dreaming. Han Tai was actually sent flying by Ye Xuan. I must be dreaming. A 6th level martial master defeated a 9th level martial master. This is the first time I've witnessed such a thing in all my years in Langye County. Not only the bystanders, but even Han Tai, the very person involved, found it hard to believe. He couldn't fathom how, despite being a 9th-level martial master, he was utterly powerless against Ye Xuan's onslaught. As he watched Ye Xuan approach, Han Tai's pride crumbled, fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. Ye Xuan, what do you want? What do I want? Ye Xuan scoffed, a mocking curd his lips. What do you think? You and your brother have bullied me for 3 years. What do you think I intend to do? Han Tai's expression shifted, his voice trembling with fear. That I warn you, you cannot kill me. I am of the Han family. I carry the Han family's life token that if you kill me, my father and the others will not let you off. However, Han Tai's threats did little to deter Ye Xuan. The cold, sinister aura emanating from Ye Xuan filled Han Tai with dread. Does he truly dare to kill me? Could he really be reckless enough to seek revenge without regard for the consequences? At that moment, Han Tai felt a pang of regret. He regretted not warning his brother sooner. Had they not provoked Ye Xuan from the very beginning, perhaps they would not have found themselves in this predicament. For 3 years, they had treated Ye Xuan as a plaything to bully at will. When they were pleased, they would kick him. When displeased, they would beat him mercilessly. Why Ye Xuan had never dared to retaliate, which only emboldened Han Tai and his cohorts to be even more brazen, believing Ye Xuan to be a complete waste and a coward who would dare to resist them. Yet they did not anticipate that even the meek could bite when cornered. Do you have any final words? As Han Tai's face contorted in extreme fear, Ye Xuan approached, towering over him, his icy gaze akin to that of a butcher surveying a lamb to be slaughtered. Han Tai struggled desperately. Why, Ye Xuan, you cannot kill me. I am of the Han family. If you kill me, you will bang. Before he could finish, Ye Xuan raised his right foot and stomped down on Han Tai's chest. In an instant, his chest caved in, ribs shattered, and his heart was crushed underfoot. Han Tai's eyes widened in disbelief as his body crumpled to the ground. Even in death, he could not fathom that Ye Xuan had truly dared to take action. Brother! As Han Feng gazed at Han Tai, who had been mercilessly crushed under Ye Xuan's foot, his heart was engulfed in profound sorrow, and he could not suppress his wails of despair. However, he had little time to mourn. For in the very next moment, Ye Xuan had seized Han Tai's long sword and hurled it towards Han Feng with a swift motion. The razor-sharp blade pierced directly through Han Feng's brow, nailing him to the wall and extinguishing the last vestiges of his life. Seventh heaven of martial master. At the instant Ye Xuan took Han Feng's life, he felt a sudden chill as he realized that his cultivation had ascended a level once more. Could it be that the Hong Huang swallowing heaven demon technique did not necessitate a deliberate absorption of energy, but rather allowed him to directly siphon power from the deaths of his foes? This revelation filled Ye Xuan with immense joy. After all, the tedious process of gradual absorption was indeed bothersome. This newfound method would significantly conserve his training time. Thunder rumbled ominously, dark clouds gathering in the sky. Several formidable auras approached at a terrifying speed. This was bad. The Han family was coming. Why? Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes. Although he had anticipated the arrival of the Han clan, he had not expected their response to be so swift. With no time to ponder, he promptly searched Han Tai and Han Feng's bodies, then leapt into the air, vanishing from sight. He has fled. It was only after Ye Xuan's disappearance that the onlookers began to react. This is terrible. Someone has been killed. We must swiftly inform the Han family. This Ye Xuan is truly insane. He has slain 2 young masters of the Han family. We should disperse at once. We must not attract their wrath. While the spectators found a thrill in Ye Xuan's methods, they were equally fearful of potential retribution from the Han family, prompting them to hastily retreat, wary of inviting disaster upon themselves. Moments later, a flurry of terrifying figures descended from the heavens, with several elders of the Han family arriving first. Upon seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, their expressions darkened dramatically. They bellowed at the surrounding crowd. Who did this? The murderous intent in their voices sent shivers down the spines of those present, who trembled as they stammered. It was Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan. The elders' faces grew even grimmer upon hearing that name. They were all too familiar with it that a low-born commoner dared to kill their young masters. They did not care whether Ye Xuan had been wronged. To them, it was a privilege for someone of his status to be bullied by Han Feng and Han Tai. As a commoner, he was meant to be oppressed. Who told him to be lowly? Without connections or backing, he deserved to be trampled, but to fight back, to take a life, that was an act of treason. At that moment, another figure descended from the sky. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, clad in a long black robe with an overwhelming aura. Upon seeing the two lifeless bodies, an icy, murderous intent swept through the crowd. "Oh, who dares to kill my Han family's kin? Come forth." The sight of this individual sent shockwaves through the onlookers. This was not just anyone. It was the Han family's grand elder, Han Shantong, the master at the third heaven of the Grandmaster realm. He was not only formidable in power, but also known for his vindictive and ruthless nature. For years, he had handled the Han family's unsavory affairs, and anyone he targeted met a tragically grim fate. "It's over, dote. Ye Xuan is surely doomed." As Han Shantong appeared, the crowd could not help but mourn for Ye Xuan. Meanwhile, Han Shantong had already grasped the situation, his face contorted with fury as unrestrained murderous intent poured forth. "Ye Xuan, you possess audacity beyond measure to dare slay my kin. I will ensure you find no rest in death. Pursue him. No matter where he flees, bring him back to me. He shall learn the price of offending a member of the Han family." His furious roar reverberated through the sky. The Han family's members transformed into streaks of meteors, racing after the direction in which Ye Xuan had vanished, simultaneously, within the Han family residence in Langia. Upon learning of the murder of both his sons, the family patriarch, Han Tianxiang, was beside himself with rage, wreaking havoc in the hall. Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan, a lowly commoner dares to kill my sons. I command that an immediate bounty be placed on his head. Even if we must lay a net across the realm, we shall capture this scoundrel. His enraged cries echoed throughout the Han family estate, his fury threatening to consume everything in its path. With his wrath unleashed, the entire Langia county trembled. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chapter 9. 1,000 miles of flight, a confrontation with the Grandmaster. In the imperial capital within the Duke of State's residence, Ye Xuan sat cross-legged in quiet meditation, when a trusted confidant rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Second young master, joyous news." Ye Xuan remained composed. What news could possibly warrant such excitement? The confidant, brimming with enthusiasm, produced a wanted notice, exclaiming, "Second young master, it is indeed a great joy. That waste, Ye Xuan, has been placed on a bounty by the Han family." "What?" At these words, Ye Xuan's eyes snapped open wide. He swiftly snatched the notice from his confidant's hand. As expected, there it was, Ye Xuan's likeness prominently featured, along with the signature of Han Tianxiang, the head of the Han family. This waste has truly been wanted? Initially taken aback, Ye Xuan soon erupted into laughter. Excellent. This is indeed a monumental stroke of fortune. A bounty from the martial arts aristocracy can only be issued by those of noble standing. Once this decree is proclaimed, it is a fight to the death. Either the hunted will perish, or the issuing family shall face annihilation. There exists no third option. Given Ye Xuan's capabilities, the consequences of facing an entire martial arts family's bounty are all too evident. His demise will be nothing short of tragic. How delightful. I never imagined this waste could provoke the Han family into issuing a bounty. This time, even if he escapes, it will be in vain. Ye Xuan cackled with glee. His confidant, eager to curry favor, chimed in. "Congratulations, second young master. With a martial arts family pursuing him, that waste is as good as dead. Once he is gone, you will be the sole heir of the Yi family." Indeed. Ye Xuan's spirit soared. "Remember, keep a close watch on that waste's movements. The moment he dies, bring his corpse to me. I want my parents to witness the extent of this waste's tragic end." "Understood." The confidant chuckled sinisterly before departing. Watching his confidant's receding figure, Ye Xuan sneered. "Ye Xuan, this time you truly have nowhere to run." Soon, with the issuance of the martial arts bounty, all members of the Han family mobilized. Chaos erupted throughout Langia County. Many commoners fervently discussed the news in the streets. This Ye Xuan has truly lost his mind, daring to kill even members of the Han family. Does he not understand the terror of their status? The Han family is a formidable power in Langyi County. To offend them is to court certain death. What kind of madness leads one to provoke the Han family? Nevertheless, there were also many who applauded Ye Xuan's actions. What of the Han family? I say, Ye Xuan did well. I have heard that Han Feng and Han Tai often abuse their power, terrorizing the common folk in Langyi County. This time, Ye Xuan has avenged the oppressed. He is a champion of justice. Exactly. Such scum deserves to be eradicated. Hush, keep your voice down. If the Han family hears you, we might be in serious trouble. The commoners debated animatedly. Elsewhere, amidst the desolation, a figure darted swiftly under the moonlight. A cloud of dust trailing behind, forming a towering gray mist. You bastard! Stop right there, for daring to kill my Han kin. I will tear you limb from limb. Shouts of fury echoed from behind. In the sky, a throng of Han family members pursued Ye Xuan on flying swords, unleashing a barrage of vibrant energy attacks that rained down like a tempest. Boom! Boom! The explosive sounds reverberated as terrifying energy detonated across the barren land, creating massive craters in the wasteland. Ye Xuan utilized the star-shifting steps, moving like a wraith, evading the relentless onslaught. However, as time wore on, his speed began to wane, and he found himself gasping for breath. Damn it! His condition was far from optimal. After all, he had already expended considerable energy in dealing with Han Feng and Han Tai during the day, followed by a harrowing night of escape. His internal energy had nearly been depleted. Furthermore, he had not even had a sip of water throughout the day. Now he faced the relentless pursuit of the Han family. If it were anyone else, they would have surely crumbled under such pressure. Damn it! I've realized it now. The so-called system is not a path to demonic glory, but rather a life akin to a stray dog. With a silent curse echoing in his heart, Ye Xuan felt an urgency akin to a raging fire within him. But he sensed that his legs were gradually losing strength, as if they were laden with lead, making each step an arduous endeavor, and his vision became increasingly blurred. If this continued, he feared that within 10 minutes, he would be caught by the members of the Han family. Once they caught up with him, he knew without a doubt that his demise would be exceedingly tragic. After all, he had just slain 2 heirs of the Han family, directly leading to the extermination of their lineage. If captured, he would be lucky to escape without suffering grievous harm. Damn them! It was they who forced my hand. With a fierce roar, Ye Xuan resolved to disregard the consequences and turned to unleash a punch into the air. Boom! With that punch, the sound of a dragon's roar erupted. The terrifying fist wind distorted the very fabric of space, hurtling towards the 2 Han family experts in a fierce confrontation. How presumptuous! Observing the oncoming fist wind, the 2 Han family experts sneered, their eyes reflecting disdain to them. Ye Xuan was merely a junior at the 7th level of the Martial Master Realm, while they were all at the 9th level. His attack held no authority in their eyes. However, as the dreadful fist wind approached, they were suddenly jolted, as if sensing the threat of death, their expressions shifting dramatically. No, this is not right. Wait, bang! With a resounding explosion, flesh and blood scattered. The bodies of the 2 Han family experts erupted like watermelons. Blood mingled with shattered entrails splattered everywhere, staining the garments of the surrounding Han family members crimson. Just a single punch. The 2 9th-level martial master experts fell lifeless on the spot. How is this possible? He actually killed Han Yun and Han Zhan with a single punch? Wait, could it be that he just unleashed an advanced martial technique? At that moment, Han Shantong appeared to have realized something. His gaze fixated on Ye Xuan, disbelief flickering across his aged face. An advanced martial technique. He actually possesses an advanced martial technique? This is a precious skill that even our Han family does not possess. Such a treasure, even he had only seen in the hands of some influential figure. Han Shantong was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he had said that this kid was a lowly commoner? Damn it. How could a commoner possess an advanced martial technique? No wonder he was able to kill Han Feng and Han Tai. It turns out he had cultivated an advanced martial technique. Moreover, he managed to rise from a waste to the 7th level of the Martial Master Realm and acquired an advanced martial technique in just a few days. This kid must be hiding some secret. Han Shantong licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He was convinced that Ye Xuan possessed some treasure. if he could obtain that treasure. He might leap through the Dragon Gate and become the mightiest in the great Qin dynasty. With that thought, the murderous intent in Han Shan Tong's eyes intensified. Ye Xuan, having killed my Han family's heirs, you are already on a path to death. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will still hunt you down. If you hand over the advanced martial technique, perhaps I will spare your life. I'll be damned, old man. If you really have the ability, then come at me. After killing the two, Ye Xuan absorbed considerable energy through the Honghuang Tunshin demon art, swiftly replenishing the energy he had just expended. Rather than sitting idle, he might as well fight back. After all, even if he surrendered, they would not let him off the hook. It was better to go all out. However, despite this resolve, Ye Xuan did not dare to let his guard down. After all, Han Shan Tong was a formidable master, a whole realm above him. Thus, he must exert all his strength in this encounter. I'll show you how fierce my fist can be, old man. With a thunderous roar, Ye Xuan concentrated all his spiritual energy into his right fist, a surge of crimson light enveloping him as he struck fiercely at Han Shan Tong. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. Roar! With that punch, the heavens trembled. A massive blood-colored dragon roared forth from Ye Xuan's fist, its scales glistening with a crimson hue. Boom, boom, boom. With a dragon pass, the ground cracked, stones flew, and dust swirled. Is this the second form of the ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist? Ye Xuan was slightly taken aback that he hadn't anticipated that his ultimate strike would unexpectedly activate the second form of the ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. And its power had reached a terrifying 100,000 pounds. What? As he beheld the oncoming blood-colored dragon, Han Shan Tong's pupils constricted, fear etched across his face. What sort of martial technique is this? Its power is utterly horrifying. Han Shan Tong was stunned. This was the first time he had witnessed a junior at the martial master realm wield such terrifying power. He did not dare to hesitate, and quickly summoned the long sword behind him. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, and thunder roared as the third level of the master realm was unleashed, a terrifying pressure enveloping Ye Xuan. Slash! With all his might, he brought the sword crashing down. And the long sword in Han Shan Tong's hand transformed into a fierce sword energy that plummeted from the sky. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the sword energy collided with the giant dragon, shaking the earth and distorting the very space itself. Both Ye Xuan and Han Shan Tong gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength they possessed. Their energies clashed like ferocious beasts, fiercely tearing at one another. Then, with a resounding explosion, the two energies detonated, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, and the ensuing shockwave swept outward like a hurricane, engulfing everything in its path. Many Han family disciples were sent flying, some crashing to the ground, others colliding with stones, spewing blood. This is bad. Han Shan Tong's expression changed drastically as he hastily conjured a spiritual barrier in front of him, but the explosive shockwave still sent him staggering back several dozen meters. He stumbled back step after step before finally managing to steady himself. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan fared far worse, being propelled over 100 meters away, his body crashing heavily against the edge of a cliff. Several ribs were broken, the ligaments in his left leg torn, his right arm fractured, and his internal organs severely impacted. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Ye Xuan's gaze turned weak. Damn. Is a Master Realm warrior really this strong? He had initially thought that unleashing the second form of the ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist would at least injure Han Shan Tong severely. Yet unexpectedly, the latter had only sustained minor injuries. This is utterly insane. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Han Shan Tong was equally astonished. It was known that his cultivation was a full realm above Ye Xuan's. Under such circumstances, ordinary individuals couldn't even approach him. Yet Ye Xuan had managed to injure him. If this were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation throughout the martial arts world. At the same time, Han Shan Tong felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, Ye Xuan was currently only at the martial master realm. Otherwise, if he were to grow for a few more years, Han Shan Tong feared he might not even be his opponent. With that thought, a smirk crept on Han Shan Tong's lips as he descended from the sky, landing before Ye Xuan. Boy, being able to injure me, I must admit you have some skill. However, this is where it ends. If you are wise, hand over the advanced martial technique, and I may spare your life. Han Shan Tong sneered, lifting his foot and steadily advancing towards Ye Xuan. Clutching his chest, Ye Xuan staggered backward, but soon found himself at the edge of the cliff with nowhere left to retreat. Ha ha. Witnessing this scene, Han Shan Tong laughed maniacally. Boy, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Behind you lies the legendary Abyssal Demon Cave. It plunges thousands of fathoms deep. Not to mention you. Even if I were to fall, I'd be facing an almost certain death. I suggest you surrender and accept your fate, facing the advancing Han Shan Tong and the seemingly bottomless cliff behind him. Ye Xuan gritted his teeth, a flicker of unwillingness flashing his eyes. Damn it, am I really destined to die here today? A wave of sorrow washed over him. He had just been reborn. He hadn't even begun to enjoy life as splendor, and now he was facing death? This is truly unbearable. But then, as he contemplated, Ye Xuan felt a sense of relief. After all, his life had been a second chance. While there was some regret, at least he had eliminated the scoundrels Han Feng and Han Tai. That was worth it. With that thought, Ye Xuan suddenly burst into laughter. Han Shan Tong, you old dog. You think you can make me surrender? Dream on. Let me tell you, even if I jump down this cliff, I will never let you succeed. What? Han Shan Tong was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, Ye Xuan abruptly turned and leaped into the abyss behind him. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Ye Xuan plunged directly into the thousands of fathoms deep Abyssal Demon Cave. Chapter 10. Abyssal Demon Cave. A living hell. This is bad. Watching Ye Xuan leap off the cliff, the Han family members were struck with alarm, and one expected that Ye Xuan would truly take the plunge into the Abyssal Demon Cave. Damn, this kid actually jumped. What do we do? Should we jump too? Jump? Are you insane? This is the Abyssal Demon Cave, known as a living hell, filled with malevolent spirits and vengeful souls. Do not speak of us. Even a formidable master-level expert would face a perilous fate upon entering. That if you wish to leap, then do so on your own accord. I shall not accompany you to your demise. The members of the Han family exchanged glances, their expressions shrouded in apprehension to them. The abyssal cavern was fraught with peril. Even if they refrained from descending, Ye Xuan was undoubtedly doomed. Why should they follow him to certain death? Yet, gazing at Ye Xuan as he vanished into the abyss, Han Shantong's countenance darkened, his heart bleeding internally. It was not the loss of the opportunity to slay Ye Xuan that troubled him, but rather the loss of the profound martial arts tome in Ye Xuan's possession. Such a treasure was coveted by countless martial artists. Should he obtain it, his status in the martial world would surely ascend to great heights. And now, this priceless artifact lay buried alongside Ye Xuan in the abyssal cavern. How could his heart not ache? With this thought, Han Shantong clenched his teeth, a resolute decision forming within him. He turned to one individual and commanded, Han Ming, return to report to the clan leader and inform him of the situation here. The rest shall accompany me into the abyssal cavern. What? Upon hearing these words, the onlookers were taken aback, their hearts racing. They gazed at Han Shantong, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. Entering the abyssal cavern. Elder, are you jesting? Is there dissent regarding my words? Han Shantong furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. His serious demeanor incited urgency among the crowd. Elder, reconsider. Indeed, Elder, the abyssal cavern is a forbidden ground that even master-level experts dare not tread lightly. Countless vengeful spirits dwell within. If we rashly enter, our fate will certainly be grim. Had it not been for Han Shantong's esteemed position, they would have dared to express their frustrations more openly. The abyssal cavern was notorious as a hell on earth, where survival was nigh impossible. They barely possessed a few hundred spirit stones each month. Was it worth risking their lives? Nevertheless, Han Shantong's resolve was unwavering. He was determined to seize Ye Xuan's profound martial arts today. As he observed the incessant persuasion from the crowd, Han Shantong's patience wore thin. He bellowed, silence. Boom! As his voice fell, a powerful aura erupted from Han Shantong's body. With a wave of his right hand, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, crashing into a nearby mountain peak. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the towering mountain was instantly obliterated, reduced to rubble, and the ground itself was left with a massive crater. Gasp! The sheer might of this act sent shivers down the spines of those present. Han Shantong's face darkened as he declared, "I shall say this once more. All of you, follow me into the abyssal cavern. Today, even if it be a den of dragons and tigers, a mountain of blades, or a sea of flames, you must descend. Anyone who dares oppose me shall meet a fate akin to that mountain." His voice, imbued with menace, resonated clearly in the ears of the crowd. The palpable killing intent seemed to penetrate their very souls. The Han family members averted their gazes, unable to meet Han Shantong's eyes, and not daring to harbor any thoughts of defiance. They could only muster the courage to respond, "As you command." "Let us proceed," Han Shantong scoffed. Uttering two curt words, he then stepped onto his flying sword and leaped into the abyssal cavern first. Witnessing this, the Han family members gritted their teeth. Under Han Shantong's overwhelming aura, they had no choice but to mount their flying swords and follow him into the cavern. Meanwhile, within the cavern, chilling winds howled. Piercingly cold, accompanied by mournful wails that echoed like the cries of vengeful spirits from the depths of hell, Ye Xuan pressed onward, enduring excruciating pain as he limped through the chasm's depths. How is it that I am still alive? Even at this moment, Ye Xuan found it hard to believe that he had survived the fall from a height of 10,000 meters. Was he truly akin to an unyielding cockroach? Damn it, system. I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you have bestowed upon me the life of a demon lord? Why do I feel like a stray dog, either being beaten or fleeing for my life? Ye Xuan grumbled. Look at the other martial artists. Upon receiving the system, who among them was not flaunting their prowess and reveling in glory? Yet here I am, reduced to this pitiful state. Dear host, the path to becoming a demon lord is fraught with challenges. These are merely minor obstacles along the way, and the system believes you will undoubtedly overcome them. Minor obstacles? Ye Xuan let out a bitter laugh, but he was on the brink of death, yet this system dared to call it a minor setback. What audacity! However, Ye Xuan had little inclination to argue. His body was in agony, and he needed to find an exit swiftly. Otherwise, he feared he might perish from the pain before the Han family could reach him. Is this truly the legendary abyssal cavern? What an overwhelming, malevolent aura! Ye Xuan could sense a potent malice permeating the air around him. He had heard tales of the abyssal cavern. Centuries ago, it was said to be a mass grave where the most heinous criminals, those who had committed unspeakable atrocities, were cast into the chasm upon their demise. With their violent natures in life, they bore deep resentment in death, unwilling to be reborn, transforming instead into vengeful spirits who wandered the abyssal cavern eternally. It was said that at night, the cavern echoed with heart-wrenching screams that sent shivers down one's spine. Hence, it was often referred to as hell on earth. Even the strongest martial artists hesitated to tread here. Yet, what puzzled Ye Xuan was that although the malevolent aura was intense, he felt no discomfort. That on the contrary, enveloped by this malice, he felt unexpectedly at ease. Gulp, gulp, under the nurturing influence of the malevolence. Ye Xuan was astonished to discover that his injuries were rapidly healing. How curious. This malevolent energy can mend my wounds. Ye Xuan was astounded. He had only heard that malevolence could kill, never that it could heal. That is because the primal devouring demon art you practice allows you to absorb any energy from the world, and malevolence is a form of energy, hence you can naturally absorb it. The system elucidated. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan felt a surge of elation that the primal devouring demon art was indeed extraordinary, capable of absorbing even malevolence. As expected, with the influx of malevolent energy, Ye Xuan's injuries began to mend. First his internal organs, then his ribs, and finally his arms and legs. In just a few minutes, his wounds were completely healed. Simultaneously, his cultivation level soared. Martial Master Realm, 9th layer, Ye Xuan was overjoyed. Indeed, under the nourishment of the malevolence, his cultivation had skyrocketed from the 7th to the 9th layer of the Martial Master Realm. He was merely a step away from the Master Realm. Ha! What bliss! Ye Xuan laughed heartily. However, before he could revel in his joy, a chilling, killing intent suddenly enveloped him from the darkness, locking onto his body. What is this? Ye Xuan's heart raced as he quickly turned to look into the distance. In the shadows, pairs of blood-red eyes were fixated on him. These eyes were cold and devoid of emotion, appearing as though they did not belong to the living point. One pair, two pairs, three pairs. There were over 100 pairs of eyes glaring at him with malicious intent. What in the world? Ye Xuan took a deep breath, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy to prepare for defense. Then, he saw eerie figures emerge from the darkness. These figures were clad in tattered robes. Wielding sharp blades, their bodies shrouded in swirling malevolence. Their flesh had long since rotted away, with bones visible beneath their decaying skin, emanating a foul stench. Ye Xuan raised his head and locked eyes with these beings. In the next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. These beings had writhing maggots crawling across their faces, incessantly gnawing at their flesh, a grotesque sight indeed. Their eyes fixated on Ye Xuan. Bits of rotten flesh fell to the ground, and they emitted chilling sounds. You have finally arrived. We are so lonely. Give us your flesh and blood. Curse be! Ghosts! Ye Xuan screamed in horror, dread coursing through him. It was evident that these were the vengeful spirits of the abyssal cavern. What was even more terrifying was that each of these spirits possessed a cultivation level exceeding the 7th layer of the Martial Master Realm. What the hell? Though the 7th layer of the Martial Master Realm was not exceedingly powerful, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Without a second thought, Ye Xuan turned on his heel and fled. Cackling, in the depths of darkness, the chilling laughter echoed relentlessly as Ye Xuan poured all his energy into his escape, sprinting at full speed. After running for over 10 kilometers, he dove into a cave. Finally pausing to catch his breath, gasping heavily. Damn it, I finally shook them off. He had no doubt that had he been even a moment slower, those vengeful spirits would have swarmed him, devouring him alive. Yet, even after escaping the spirits, Ye Xuan did not dare let his guard down. He raised his hand and unleashed a wave of spiritual energy at the cave entrance. Buzz, as the energy resonated. A barrier materialized at the cave's entrance, isolating his presence from the outside world. What is that smell? Just as Ye Xuan was about to sit down and rest, he was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar fragrance. This scent, distinct from the surrounding malevolence, resembled that of peonies but was far more potent, evoking a sense of tranquility and delight. What a rich aroma! Following the alluring scent, Ye Xuan cautiously ventured deeper. To his astonishment, he found himself staring at a lush spiritual field deep within the cave. This field was teeming with a variety of vibrant plants, flourishing abundantly, with waves of fragrance wafting through the air. How could there be a spiritual field here? Wait, is that the 7 treasures glazed grass? Ye Xuan's heart raced. He recognized that among the herbs, one was the exceedingly precious 7 treasures glazed grass. This is the pinnacle of spiritual herbs. It is said that consuming just one can not only enhance one's cultivation, but also prolong life. Many precious elixirs require this herb out on the market. A single 7 treasures glazed grass is worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. Ye Xuan looked up. The quantity of 7 treasures glazed grass here far exceeded one, judging by the area. There must be at least 100. How much wealth could this abundance of 7 treasures glazed grass represent? Chapter 11. A bounty of spiritual herbs. Returning home loaded. Seizing the grass. I've struck it rich. Gazing at the plentiful 7 treasures glazed grass before him, Ye Xuan felt an exhilarating rush. Moreover, aside from the 7 treasures glazed grass, the cave was also brimming with an array of other medicinal herbs. Picking one at random revealed that each was worth its weight in gold. Solar fire flower, sun moon bud, tian shan, snow lotus, 9 dragons sacred heart grass. There were easily over 100 types of precious spiritual herbs, each with at least 100 specimens. He estimated that the total value of the herbs within this cave could rival that of a second-rate family. This discovery would undoubtedly resolve his survival dilemma. It should be noted that he had already severed ties with the Ye family and was penniless. Surviving in this harsh world without funds was nearly impossible. If he could sell these spiritual herbs, it would be sufficient to purchase a cartload of techniques and elixirs. It seemed these herbs were used by the malevolent spirits for cultivation, yet he never expected them to be so affluent. Ye Xuan chuckled. and without hesitation, he began to uproot the spiritual herbs with both hands. Point 1 plant, 2 plants, 10 plants, 100 plants. Before long, a substantial amount of spiritual herbs was stored in his bag. Just as Ye Xuan was fervently collecting the herbs, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed from not far away. Instinctively, he turned around and was astonished to see that a multitude of malevolent spirits had gathered at the cave's entrance. There were hundreds of these spirits, swarming like locusts, currently battering against the barrier with their decaying hands. Boom! 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 Each strike sent violent tremors through the barrier, producing a deafening noise. Damn it! They've caught up so quickly. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. Without delay, he hastened his collection of spiritual herbs. After all, these malevolent spirits were advancing aggressively, and he could not guarantee how long the barrier would hold. Seeing Ye Xuan's actions, the spirits outside the barrier seemed to go mad. Damn human! Let go of the herbs! Release the herbs! Let go! Hearing this, Ye Xuan chuckled. He had finally stumbled upon such a treasure trove. How could he possibly relinquish it so easily? If he didn't harvest to his heart's content today, he would no longer bear the surname Ye. With this thought in mind, Ye Xuan's pace quickened, becoming even more reckless and audacious. Within mere minutes, he had uprooted a significant portion of the flourishing herbs. Despicable, despicable human! Upon witnessing this scene, the spirits were instantly enraged. How could they not be furious? These herbs had taken them hundreds of years to cultivate, and now Ye Xuan was uprooting them without a second thought. Their hearts bled. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the spirits intensified their assault, starting with their hands, then their legs, and ultimately resorting to crashing their bodies against the barrier. Crackle! The barrier unleashed currents of energy, knocking down a considerable number of spirits. Yet these spirits seemed oblivious to their injuries, quickly rising again, persistently hurling their bodies against the barrier. Boom! 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 Amidst the thunderous noise, the spiritual barrier began to crack, the sound of splintering echoing relentlessly. Grasp the grass. Have these creatures gone mad? Watching the frenzied spirits, Ye Xuan swallowed hard and instinctively activated his spiritual energy, assuming a defensive stance. Then, with a resounding crash, the spiritual barrier shattered, splintering into pieces that drifted through the air. An overwhelming tide of spirits surged into the cave, their crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Damn human! You dare to steal our herbs! I will devour you, devour you! The spirits roared in fury, but they quickly realized the cave was entirely empty. Where had Ye Xuan gone? How strange! Where was that human? The spirits murmured among themselves, their faces etched with confusion. Just as they were at a loss, a cold voice suddenly echoed from above the cave. Ancestral dragon, boundless fist. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon-like roar, Ye Xuan's figure descended from the heavens, his right fist enveloped in a ferocious crimson light. Crashing down upon them, the sudden onslaught caught the spirits off guard. In an instant, several spirits were obliterated by the force of his punch, their souls scattering. Upon witnessing this, the spirits were initially taken aback, then consumed by rage. It's that human! Quickly! Kill him! The spirits screeched, charging madly towards Ye Xuan, still daring to approach. Observing the oncoming horde, a chilling murderous intent flickered in Ye Xuan's eyes. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Whoosh! In the next moment, he activated his star shift step, moving like a specter as he plunged into the midst of the malevolent spirits. Although these spirits appeared terrifying, they were merely at the 7th level of martial master, and their strength and speed were far inferior to Ye Xuan's. In this moment, Ye Xuan resembled a god of slaughter, rampaging through the throngs of spirits. Ancestral dragon, boundless fist. Ancestral dragon, boundless fist. Boom! 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 In just a brief span, dozens of spirits met their demise at Ye Xuan's hands. While he decimated the spirits, the primal devouring demon technique continued to absorb the malevolent energy from their bodies, converting it into the purest form of energy to fuel Ye Xuan's strength. With each pulse of malevolent energy, Ye Xuan grew more formidable, his fists striking like a tempest upon the spirits. Damn it! Come on! You filthy creatures! Don't you crave my flesh and blood? Come! If you dare, take it from me. The fierce battle raged on within the cave. Meanwhile, several miles away, in a dark abyssal tunnel, a group of figures was cautiously traversing the area. Damn it, where has that brat run off to? We've gone in circles, and Haven-T even caught a glimpse of him. The members of the Han family, holding torches, navigated the dimly lit cave, contending with the encroaching malevolence while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Their already fraught emotions were now even more exacerbated. Damn, Ye Xuan. Hurry up and show yourself. I will tear you limb from limb. Their hearts brimmed with fury, their hatred for Ye Xuan reaching a boiling point. They believed that if it weren't for him, they would not have had to venture into this abyssal cave. Everything was his fault. When they finally caught him, they would flay him alive to vent their frustrations. Beside them, Han Shantong, though equally vexed, felt a flicker of anticipation at the thought of obtaining a profound martial art. From the previous skirmish, he had discerned that Ye Xuan's stamina had reached its limit. Even with elixirs, he could not recover in a short time. This meant that as long as he found him, it would be effortless to slay him. When that time came, the profound martial art would be his for the taking. Ha! With this thought, Han Shantong felt a surge of excitement, increasingly convinced that entering the abyssal cave was the right decision. Thus, the group continued deeper, following Ye Xuan's lingering energy. However, they had not ventured far when a chilling wave of malevolence suddenly enveloped them from all directions, locking onto everyone present. What's going on? Where is this malevolence coming from? A collective gasp resonated among the crowd as they swiftly turned their gaze toward the source of the ominous aura. Before them, a multitude of blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness. Densely packed and unsettling 0.1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs. These eyes were devoid of any emotion, lacking the essence of the living, their crimson pupils fixated intently on the onlookers, as if poised to spring forth at any moment. Then, with a chilling inevitability, a dozen decaying specters emerged from the shadows, their sinister presence enveloping the gathered crowd in a cold, malevolent aura. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the members of the Han clan collectively inhaled sharply, their hands clutching their swords, trembling slightly. A wave of icy dread surged from their feet, racing up to the crown of their heads. Chapter 12. Enraged Specters and the Misfortunate Han Clan. What manner of creature is this? Specters? Elder! The realization dawned upon the clan members as they beheld the grotesque figures appearing before them. Their esteemed lineage had granted them exposure to tales of the countless vengeful spirits entombed within the abyssal cavern. Now, these specters encircled them, their blood-red eyes radiating murderous intent, and the frigid aura that permeated the air caused the temperature to plummet, as if they had been thrust into the depths of winter. Elder, what shall we do? The disciples of the Han clan swallowed hard, casting anxious glances toward Han Shantong. This encounter with such bizarre entities was unprecedented for them. What are you panicking for? Han Shantong's booming voice cut through the fear, momentarily steadying the frightened assembly. Meanwhile, the specters across from them emitted a chorus of vengeful growls. Damn it! Another group of humans. These wretches must be allies of those who came before. Those humans from before? Han Shantong furrowed his brow. Could they be referring to Ye Xuan? A flicker of hope ignited within him as he hurriedly inquired, Are you speaking of Ye Xuan? Yet, the specters paid his question no heed, their furious roars echoing. Devour them. In an instant, all the specters surged forward, launching themselves from all directions. Seeking death, Han Shantong scoffed. A horde of lowly specters dared to confront a master-level warrior. Their audacity was laughable. Boom! As the specters charged, a conflagration erupted around Han Shantong, illuminating the cavern with an orange glow, radiating a scorching and terrifying aura, akin to a deity of flames descending upon the earth. With a sweeping gesture, Han Shantong unleashed a torrent of flames, and the specters shrieked in anguish as they were swiftly reduced to ashes. Elder, you are magnificent. The onlookers from the Han clan rushed forward to extol his virtues. However, before their celebration could linger, a piercing howl echoed from the distance. Once again, a throng of specters emerged, this time in numbers exponentially greater than before. Hundreds of them, surging madly toward their position. What in the world? The Han clan members were left dumbfounded. Not only them, but even Han Shantung was taken aback. They had not anticipated that the abyssal cavern concealed such a multitude of specters that a dozen was manageable. But hundreds? What could they possibly do against such overwhelming odds? Almost instantaneously, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air point. One of the specters lunged forward like a beast, its gaping maw sinking into the neck of a Han clan member. Gush! Crimson blood erupted like a fountain. The victim had no chance to resist, his neck severed, life extinguished instantly. This is bad. Retreat. Han Shantong's expression shifted dramatically as he urged his clan to fall back. But the specters were relentless, baring their fangs and lunging wildly. Witnessing this horrific spectacle, the members of the Han clan felt a profound sense of despair. They had never imagined they would find themselves in such dire straits. Beset by a horde of malevolent spirits right from the outset. Damn Ye Xuan! What heinous deeds has he committed to provoke such wrath? Curse you, Ye Xuan, you scoundrel! I shall ensure your dismemberment. The echoes of their furious cries reverberated throughout the cavern. At that very moment, Ye Xuan was embroiled in his own battle against the specters, entirely unaware of the calamity befalling the Han clan. Strange, why do I feel as though someone is calling for me? Damn, why are these specters endless? The more I fight, the more there seem to be. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. He had been battling for half an hour, yet no matter how hard he fought, the number of specters showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, they multiplied with alarming rapidity. Outside the cave, countless more specters continued to pour in. 1, 2, 10, 100. An overwhelming tide of specters surged forth, seemingly inexhaustible. This could not continue. Ye Xuan felt a rising frustration. Although the Hong Wang swallowing demon technique could absorb malevolent energy, the sheer volume was too much. At this rate, his absorption speed would never keep pace with the consumption, and he would inevitably be overwhelmed. Resolutely, he decided to flee, activating the Ye Xuan star shift technique. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Damn human, he intends to escape. He has stolen so many spear herbs. Capture him! Seeing Ye Xuan attempt to flee, the specters were enraged, pursuing him with fervor. After a frantic chase through the cavern for several minutes, Ye Xuan suddenly spotted a shimmering light not far ahead. What is that? His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a magnificent palace towering before him. The structure soared over 100 meters high, adorned with golden bricks and jade tiles, exuding an air of grandeur and resplendence akin to a royal palace. It stood in stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the cavern, a sight no one would have anticipated in such a ghostly realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xuan quickened his pace, darting into the palace. Yet, the instant he crossed the threshold, time seemed to freeze. The footsteps behind him ceased abruptly. Curiously, Ye Xuan turned to look back and discovered that the relentless specters had come to a halt, their expressions vacant as they gazed around outside the palace, seemingly searching for something. Strange, where did that human go? Why has he suddenly vanished? Confused murmurs erupted among the specters. They sniffed the air frantically, attempting to locate Ye Xuan's scent. They cannot see me? Ye Xuan was intrigued. Cautiously, he approached one of the specters and waved his hand. Hey, you foolish wretch! I'm right here. However, the specter acted as though it were blind, completely oblivious to Ye Xuan's presence. Its nose continued to search the air, failing to perceive that Ye Xuan stood directly before it. Unbelievable. They truly cannot see me. Ye Xuan's heart surged with exhilaration. He instinctively glanced back at the palace, curiosity igniting within him. Could it be that this palace harbored a power capable of shielding him from the specters? Chapter 13. The Inheritance of the Dan King. All spirits bow before him. Ye Xuan surveyed the palace, quickly realizing its vastness. It spanned over 1,000 acres. The floor was crafted from marble, and towering stone pillars adorned with dragon carvings rose majestically. Supporting the grand hall, as he wandered through the hall, he noticed a hidden chamber in the corner. The door to the chamber was weathered, covered in cobwebs, clearly untouched for a long time. How peculiar. Why is there a hidden chamber here? Could it hold some treasure? Ye Xuan murmured, cautiously pushing open the stone door. Boom! As the door creaked open, a cloud of dust fell, causing Ye Xuan to frown. Inside the chamber lay in darkness, with a stone chair positioned at its center, upon which sat a dusty, yellowed skeleton. The skeleton had evidently been there for ages, enshrouded in cobwebs, its tattered garments thick with dust. Yet, Ye Xuan's attention was drawn to something adorning the skeleton's right hand, a storage ring. Excitement surged within him as he quickly pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall to recognize the ring as his own. Inside the ring, he discovered some silver coins, a volume titled 10,000 Pill Treasures, a small red flag, a golden token, and a letter. Ye Xuan opened the letter. To the fortunate junior, by the time you read this, I have likely perished. I am the head of the ancient house of Qingzhou, Gushana, known as the Dan King, the My family as THR. Yet my dear friend, in a bid to seize the Yuan Danbao Lu, took advantage of my seclusion to launch a surprise attack on me. With my grievously injured body, I have taken refuge here, the only lingering concern being my daughter, still in her infancy, from the ancient Gu family of Qingzhou. Ye Xuan murmured to himself. The name Qingzhou resonates profoundly within the great Qian dynasty. It is said to be a gathering place for alchemists, where nearly all the most renowned alchemical families of the dynasty converge. Even the most formidable alchemical force, the Dan Tower, is situated in Qingzhou. In the realm of alchemy, Qingzhou stands as a veritable sanctum. Although Ye Xuan is not a native of Qingzhou and is unfamiliar with Gushana, the fact that he could establish a family in such a powerful locale and earn the title of Dan Wang indicates that Gushana is far from ordinary. Ye Xuan hastily opened the Yuan Danbao Lu. Indeed, he discovered that this tome meticulously documented a plethora of alchemical recipes, including precise measurements of the required herbs for each elixir. Hiss! Ye Xuan inhaled sharply, a chill running down his spine. It is worth noting that secret recipes for elixirs are exceedingly precious. Even the most rudimentary first-grade recipe can fetch tens of thousands of gold taels in the market. After all, the profits associated with elixirs are unimaginably exorbitant. This is precisely why alchemists command such immense respect. The Yuan Danbao Lu, a compendium containing recipes for over 10,000 elixirs, is something Ye Xuan had never encountered before. A priceless treasure, truly a priceless treasure. No wonder Gushana's friend betrayed him. If this were to be divulged, it could incite madness across the entire martial world. Ye Xuan continued to read the letter. To the fated one, should you chance upon this letter, I implore you to deliver this family master token to Qingzhou and present it to my daughter. Gulinger, inform her that the one responsible for her father's demise is the Shao family. Shao Wanshan. As a token of gratitude, I shall bestow upon you two treasures. The first is this Yuan Danbao Lu, which will enable you to become an exceptional alchemist. The second is this one Hun Fan. This banner is what I crafted before my demise. It not only wards off malevolent spirits, but also absorbs all vengeful souls, exerting a formidable deterrent against ghostly entities. If you can master this banner, you shall command legions of spirits and assist you in escaping the abyssal lair. One Hun Fan. Ye Xuan mumbled, his gaze fixating on the small red banner. It suddenly dawned on him why the malevolent spirits outside the palace exhibited such erratic behavior. It was the influence of this one Hun Fan that prevented the spirits from entering the palace. Congratulations, host! At that moment, the system interjected, its tone brimming with excitement. This one Hun Fan contains immense energy. It appears to be a terrestrial-grade magical artifact. What? A terrestrial-grade magical artifact? Ye Xuan swallowed hard. Terrestrial-grade artifacts are legendary weapons. The hierarchy of magical artifacts is categorized into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. However, ordinary martial artists predominantly use yellow-grade common artifacts, while only the wealthiest families can afford a profound-grade artifact. As for terrestrial-grade artifacts, there may not even be one in the entire Langyi prefecture. Such treasures, once unveiled, would undoubtedly become the objects of frenzied competition in the martial world. Ha! I have struck gold. Ye Xuan's face radiated exhilaration, as he never anticipated that this unexpected escape would grant him two divine pieces of equipment. Yuan Danbao Lu, Yuan Hun Fan. Each of these items could incite upheaval within the martial realm. Ye Xuan approached the remains of Gu Shanhe, bowing respectfully. Rest assured, esteemed Elder Gu, having received your kindness, I shall fulfill your wish and deliver your relics to your daughter. May you rest in peace. With that, Ye Xuan earnestly bowed twice. Although he had never met Gu Shanhe, the weight of this great favor would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Afterward, Ye Xuan excavated a grave within the secret chamber, interring Gu Shanhe's remains and erecting a gravestone that read, "Tomb of Gu Shanhe, Dan Wang of the ancient Gu family of Qingzhou." Having completed these solemn tasks, Ye Xuan rose, gripping the Wanhun fan tightly, his gaze directed toward the entrance of the palace as he coldly declared, "You accursed malevolent spirits, do you not crave the flesh and blood of your grandfather? Here I am." Meanwhile, outside the palace, the malevolent spirits continued their search for Ye Xuan, their numbers immense, totaling over 1,000, with a repugnant stench permeating the air. Just then, ancestral dragon Infinite Fist roared a thunderous voice as a blood-red giant dragon materialized out of thin air, charging towards several malevolent spirits present. The spirits barely had time to react before being torn to shreds by the force of the punch, their souls scattering. Hiss! The remaining spirits were taken aback and swiftly turned to look. Ye Xuan, who had previously vanished, now stood not far away, grinning at the horde of spirits. It's him, that detestable human. He dares to show himself. Kill him. Countless spirits erupted in furious howls, charging at Ye Xuan with reckless abandon. However, faced with the onslaught of spirits, Ye Xuan remained unfazed, not only unperturbed, but even displaying a disdainful smile. "Kill me. I doubt you possess the capability." Ye Xuan sneered, his hands swiftly forming seals. Buzz! A streak of crimson light surged from his palms, dispelling the darkness and staining the entire abyssal layer in blood red. This red light twisted and morphed in Ye Xuan's hands, transforming into a vivid red banner. Wanhun Fan. Unleash. Chapter 14. Devouring Malevolent Spirits. Cultivation ascends. Boom! As the words fell, the Wanhun Fan in Ye Xuan's hand radiated with brilliance, expanding for the size of a palm to over 2 meters in height. Waves of bloodlight, accompanied by a terrifying aura, emanated from the banner. What is this? The spirits present instinctively took a few steps back, their ghostly visages betraying expressions of dread, for reasons unknown, upon seeing the Wanhun Fan. They were overwhelmed by an inexplicable panic, their decaying forms trembling uncontrollably. This sensation resembled a frog encountering a snake, or a mouse confronting a cat. All fears stemmed from their most primal instincts. While the spirits were engulfed in terror, Ye Xuan, clutching the Wanhun Fan, swung it vigorously while simultaneously shouting, "Reclaim souls! Swish!" In an instant, the bloodlight surged. Numerous blood-red arms shot forth from the Wanhun Fan, resembling famished beasts, reaching out their crimson claws towards the malevolent spirits before them. A few spirits, caught unawares, were seized by one of the blood-red arms. They struggled desperately, wailing in anguish. Yet, in a moment of terror, they realized that the instant they were grasped by that arm, all their strength seemed sealed away. No matter how hard they exerted themselves, they couldn't muster even a fraction of their power. The next moment, the blood-red hand yanked forcefully. Those spirits were dragged into the Wanhun Fan. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the spirits were all struck with alarm. What is happening? What has this human done? The spirits were left bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired as their companions vanished without a trace. Soon, some of the more knowledgeable spirits suddenly recalled something, their eyes bulging wide, trembling fingers pointing at the Wanhun Fan, shrieking in terror. "No, this is a spirit-restraining artifact." What? A spirit-restraining artifact? At this revelation, the spirits were thrown into a frenzy. As entities of the netherworld, they had certainly heard tales of the fearsome nature of spirit-restraining artifacts. They are weapons specifically designed to counter them. This is bad. The human possesses a spirit-restraining artifact. Everyone flee! In an instant, all the spirits screeched and scattered, their previously fearsome visages now entirely replaced by terror. Without a backward glance, they frantically fled into the distance. Oh, you think you can escape? Observing the fleeing spirits, Ye Xuan let out a cold laugh. He had finally obtained a spirit-restraining artifact. There was no way he would allow these spirits to escape so easily. With that, he leaped into action, swiftly pursuing the spirits. The Wanhun fan in his hand wielded to its fullest extent, swinging vigorously at the fleeing spirits. Die. Ah. Accompanied by the sounds of agonizing screams. The spirits found themselves unable to muster any resistance, dragged directly into the depths of the Wanhun fan. 10, 50, 100, 1,000, in the blink of an eye. More than half of the spirits present were eradicated. As the number of spirits captured increased, the blood-red light pulsating from the Wanhun fan grew ever more vibrant. Streams of pure energy continuously flowing from the banner into Ye Xuan's body. Indeed, this is one of the primary functions of the Wanhun fan. It can convert absorbed spiritual energy into pure energy for the user to harness. Under the nurturing influence of this energy, Ye Xuan's cultivation was ascending at a visible pace. Furthermore, he felt that he was merely a hair's breadth away from reaching the Master Realm. So close, just a hair's breadth away, and I would have broken through to the Master Realm. Ye Xuan chuckled heartily, his face alight with exhilaration, in his hand. The soul banner swayed like a reaper's scythe, incessantly harvesting the souls of the malevolent spirits present. Don't run. Come play with my soul banner. Ha ha! The chilling laughter echoed behind him, causing the spirits to scatter like startled birds, their ghastly visages replete with fear. A demon! A demon! This human is a fiend. The wails of despair reverberated throughout the abyssal lair. Meanwhile, a distance of over 10 kilometers away, Han Shantong and his companions leaned against a rock, panting heavily. Damn, we finally eradicated that horde of malevolent spirits. Have these fellows gone mad? They fought like they had nothing to lose. Observing the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades sprawled in pools of blood, the disciples of the Han family swallowed hard, their hearts heavy with dread. They could see that moment. Their garments were tattered and torn, resembling beggars emerging from a refuse heap, utterly disheveled. Though Han Shantong appeared somewhat better off, he too was seething with frustration. After all, he was a Master Realm expert. Yet today he had been reduced to such a pitiful state by a mere junior. If word of this got out, where would he hide his shame? Damn Ye Xuan, I will surely kill you, to vent my pent-up rage. Han Shantong ground his teeth, wishing he could slay Ye Xuan 1,000 times over. In the next moment, he forcefully suppressed his fury and retrieved a pill from his robe. With a gulp, he swallowed the pill, and the expended energy was swiftly replenished, restoring him to a significantly improved state. Just then, one of the Han family disciples seemed to have made a sudden discovery and exclaimed excitedly, "Spirit herbs! Great Elder! There are spirit herbs here!" "What? Spirit herbs?" The moment those words escaped, everyone was momentarily stunned. Han Shantong wasted no time and hurried towards the source of the exclamation. Sure enough, not far away, in a small cave, several scattered spirit herbs lay on the ground, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Han Shantong picked one up, and his expression shifted dramatically. This is 7 treasures glazed grass and 9 dragon sacred heart grass. These are treasures worth their weight in gold. How could such items be found in this hellish place? Before he could fully process it, a Han family member chimed in. "Great Elder, these spirit herbs appear to have been recently plucked. Could have been done by Ye Xuan." "What?" Ye Xuan, at this revelation. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Indeed, aside from us, the only other presence here is that scoundrel Ye Xuan. These spirit herbs were clearly harvested by him. That little brat must be nearby. Han Shantong's heart soared with excitement, his grip on the spirit herb trembling. Why, Ye Xuan, oh Ye Xuan, I have finally found you. This time, no matter what, I shall grind you to dust and seize the profound martial arts from your hands. With that thought, Han Shantong's expression darkened, and he instructed those around him. That scoundrel Ye Xuan is certainly lurking nearby. Everyone listen closely. Immediately disperse and search every nook and cranny here. We must not allow that little brat to escape the abyss. Yes, the Han family members responded in unison, their voices brimming with murderous intent as they reverberated through the lair. However, just as they prepared to hunt down Ye Xuan, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. Boom, boom, boom. The violent footfalls shook the ground gently, growing increasingly closer, as if something was rapidly approaching. The crowd quickly looked over, only to be left dumbfounded. A vast horde of malevolent spirits had emerged not far away. They were densely packed, numerous as locusts, racing towards them with reckless abandon. Spirit herbs, malevolent spirits. The disciples of the Han family were instantly taken aback. Damn, why are there so many malevolent spirits? Han Shantung was also at a loss for words. Had he inadvertently disturbed a nest of malevolent spirits today? Just after slaying one wave, another had come crashing in. Get lost! Han Shantung roared, flames engulfing him, the scorching heat threatening to incinerate the horde of spirits. However, just as he was about to strike and annihilate the spirits, whoosh! An eerie figure suddenly dashed out from behind the spirits, appearing as if conjured from thin air. Grasping a blood-red banner, it swung it vigorously towards the spirits. Reap souls! The chilling command rang out abruptly. A streak of crimson light erupted from the banner, enveloping the malevolent spirits in an instant. In the blink of an eye, those spirits that had been racing for their lives were consumed by the bloodlight. Unable to even muster a defense before being dragged one by one into the banner. What on earth is happening? The crowd was taken aback. Before they could react, the eerie figure landed steadily on the ground. A familiar visage came into view, startling everyone. Ye Xuan. Han Shantung's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 15. Terrifying Power, Backlash against Han Shantung. Ye Xuan? Gazing at the sudden appearance of this figure, Han Shantung was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the very Ye Xuan he had been obsessively pursuing? However, before Han Shantung could savor the moment, his attention was drawn to the blood-red banner in Ye Xuan's grasp. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the banner, his pupils constricted. This is Earth-grade artifact? Han Shantung gasped, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Good heavens, this young man wields an Earth-grade artifact. As a master realm expert, Han Shantung knew all too well what an Earth-grade artifact represented. It was a legendary weapon of unparalleled might. One volume of profound martial arts had already left him astounded. Now, this young man had produced an Earth-grade artifact. How could he possess so many treasures? Han Shantung swallowed hard, his heart racing. Were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a mere martial master junior could possess such a trove of treasures. This is simply a treasure vault. Yet, after the brief shock, a glimmer of greed flickered in Han Shantung's eyes. He had thought that upon entering the abyss, he would be fortunate to acquire a volume of profound martial arts. Now he had stumbled upon an Earth-grade artifact as well. Ha! Truly, the heavens have bestowed their favor upon me. On the other side, Ye Xuan had clearly spotted Han Shantung and his group, frowning in disdain as he remarked, "You lot again. A bunch of grass dogs. Truly, you are as persistent as a haunting spirit." He had not anticipated that this old fool, Han Shantung, would also have ventured into the depths of the abyss. How much did the Han family pay you to be this reckless? At your age, wouldn't it be better to enjoy a life of comfort at home? Must you come to endure such suffering in this place? You're not even afraid of being devoured by malevolent spirits. Ye Xuan regarded Han Shantung with a cold smile, sharp-tongued. Listening to Ye Xuan's scornful jibes, Han Shantung remained unperturbed, merely sneering coldly. Little brat. Do you really believe that entering the abyss means I can do nothing about you? Let me tell you, no matter where you flee, I can still slay you. If you are wise, surrender the treasures on your person now, and I might leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, boom! Han Shantung waved his right hand, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing a nearby rock to explode into powder. That rock is your fate. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding Han family members erupted into laughter, their expressions rife with mockery. Pathetic waste. Did you hear that? Hurry up and surrender, or else, if our great elder is enraged, you shall die without a grave. At that moment, all the Han family members regarded Ye Xuan as though he were a corpse. After all, no matter how capable Ye Xuan might be, he was still merely a martial master junior, utterly powerless against the master realm Han Shantung. However, as the taunts rang in his ears, Ye Xuan merely dug at his ears, his expression devoid of fear, filled instead with disdain. Is that so? How terribly embarrassing. But the fortune teller said my life is robust, destined to last 1,000 years. With the likes of you few misfits, You hardly qualify to be the cause of my demise. What? Upon hearing those words, the Han family members were instantly enraged. This brat is unbearably arrogant. Even when death looms, he dares to speak such bravado. Han Shantung was also incensed. Little brat, I see you have forgotten how I chased you like a dog before. You can't truly believe that merely acquiring an Earth-grade artifact grants you immunity from all consequences, can you? Let me inform you, I'm a Master Realm expert at the 3rd tier, in the face of absolute power. Even with an Earth-grade artifact at your side, it will avail you nothing. Boom! With a resounding explosion of spiritual energy, a violent gale swept through, revealing 2 deep craters where Han Shantung stood, the ground cracking beneath the force. Han Shantung was enveloped in a faint layer of spiritual energy, akin to an invisible armor guarding his entire being. Spiritual energy armor. This is a skill attainable only upon reaching the Master Realm. At that moment, the warrior was able to manipulate spiritual energy at will, and the armor formed from this energy was as indestructible as steel. You little beast, I initially intended to leave you with a complete corpse. But since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Once I have slain you, I shall seize your treasures and martial arts techniques. Boom! In the next instant, Han Shantung's figure flashed like a specter, drawing his long sword from his waist and striking fiercely at Ye Xuan. Skyward sword, go! Elder, slay this little beast. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding members of the Han clan erupted in excitement, clamoring loudly. The skyward sword was the pinnacle sword technique of the Han family. With a single strike, even masters of the highest realm would retreat in fear. Now, with the enhancement of the spiritual armor, the power of this strike would be earth-shattering, capable of shattering Ye Xuan's skull. However, gazing at this fierce strike, Ye Xuan did not flinch. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth and roared at Han Shantung. Roar. In that instant, it was as if a dragon's roar echoed. The terrifying sound reverberated like rolling thunder, causing all present to tremble in their hearts. Boom! Han Shantung's body shook. The long sword in his hand unexpectedly burst apart with a resounding crash. Before he could react, the layer of spiritual armor on him also exploded with a tremendous sound, shattering into countless fragments that slowly dissipated in the air. What? Han Shantung's face changed drastically. His spiritual armor had shattered. How could this be? Wasn't spiritual armor renowned for its indestructibility, impervious to penetration? How could it be? This little brat merely roared, and the armor shattered, before Han Shantung could regain his composure from shock. Ye Xuan's fist had already thunderously struck. This punch was enveloped in the power of the ancestral dragon. This punch carried a surging intent to kill. This punch also encompassed his boundless strength. Like a shooting star, it struck fiercely at Han Shantung's face. Boom! Han Shantung's body flew backward like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters and crashing into a nearby rock, shattering it to pieces. Puffed. Han Shantung spat out a mouthful of blood. Several teeth knocked out, his face a mask of blood, a sight too horrific to behold. Fear was unmistakable in his eyes. How could this be possible? I'm a master of the highest realm. How could I be defeated by you? He could not comprehend how Ye Xuan, merely a junior in the martial artist realm, could injure him. This duel should have been a one-sided massacre. Yet he found himself utterly powerless before Junior. The surrounding members of the Han clan were similarly rendered speechless, gazing at Ye Xuan as if he were a monster. Master Realm? Ye Xuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Who told you that among us? Only you are of the Master Realm? What? Upon hearing this, Han Shantung's pupils constricted. In the next moment, his features contorted in disbelief, as if witnessing something unfathomable. He saw Ye Xuan's body emanating a faint layer of spiritual energy. This energy enveloped Ye Xuan like armor. Spiritual armor. It was spiritual armor. This little beast had actually stepped into the Master Realm. At that instant, the entire abyssal cave erupted in shock, including Han Shantung. Everyone was stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 16. The 10,000 Elixirs Record. Crafting Human Elixirs. Master Realm. How could this be? When did you step into the Master Realm? Han Shantung shouted hoarsely. Disbelief etched across his face. He distinctly remembered having severely wounded Ye Xuan. Yet now, The latter not only restored his strength, but had also ascended to the master realm. How was this possible? Little did he know, the ancient art of the primordial devouring demon that Ye Xuan cultivated allowed him to absorb vast amounts of energy in a short time. His injuries had already healed upon entering the abyssal cave. Coupled with the many malevolent energies absorbed by the 10,000 Souls banner, Ye Xuan had transitioned from the 9th level of the martial artist realm to the master realm in one fell swoop. Are you done with your rambling? If so, prepare to die. Ye Xuan sneered coldly. Resolving to cease his trivial talk, he prepared to deliver the final blow to Han Shantong. Stop, stop, gazing at the bloodthirsty Ye Xuan. Han Shantong's complexion changed drastically, and he nearly shouted in desperation to those around him. You lot, why are you still standing there? Hurry and come save me. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the surrounding Han clan members finally reacted, rushing towards Ye Xuan. However, how could these mere misfits, even with Han Shantong as a master, stand a chance against Ye Xuan? Get lost, Ye Xuan bellowed. Without even a glance, he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! The terrifying force of his fist transformed into a blood-red dragon, violently distorting the surrounding space. Accompanied by heart-wrenching screams, several members of the Han clan were caught off guard, struck directly by the colossal dragon. The next moment, bang! More than a dozen Han clan members exploded, their flesh and entrails scattering, staining the nearby rock walls crimson. With a single punch, aside from Han Shantong, every single Han clan member was slain. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, Han Shantong could not help but gasp. His gaze towards Ye Xuan filled with terror. How was this young man so powerful? His clan members were all experts above the 8th level of the martial artist realm. Some even reached the pinnacle of the martial artist realm, merely a step away from the master realm. Even he could not achieve a one-hit kill. Yet Ye Xuan had annihilated them all with just one punch. Old man, it's your turn now. Ye Xuan's lips curled as he slowly approached Han Shantong. He could see this moment. He was drenched in blood, his fists stained with the remnants of the Han clan members, exuding a menacing aura, resembling Ashura emerging from hell. Han Shantong's expression shifted. What do you intend to do? Ye Xuan, I warn you, I am the Grand Elder of the Han family. If you kill me, our family head will not let you go. He will surely, bang. Before he could finish, a sharp pain coursed through his neck, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted instantly. Stop your drivel. You must not come up with a different line? With a swift chop, Ye Xuan knocked Han Shantong unconscious and carried him deeper into the cave. After eliminating all the vengeful spirits, an unusual calm settled within the cave. All along the way, Ye Xuan encountered no danger. The reason he chose not to kill Han Shantong was that he suddenly recalled the type of elixir recorded in the 10,000 elixirs record, known as the human elixir, once successfully crafted. This elixir could significantly enhance a warrior's cultivation. However, the materials required for this elixir were exceedingly rare, needing the flesh and blood of warriors. The higher the quality of the flesh, the stronger the resulting elixir. And someone like Han Shantong, a Master Realm warrior, was perfect for crafting the human elixir. This bastard is surprisingly heavy. After walking over 10 kilometers, Ye Xuan placed Han Shantong's body within a cave. However, before beginning the alchemy, he first searched Han Shantong thoroughly. Organizing his belongings, a sharp intake of breath followed. That you've got to be kidding me. So wealthy, yet you come to pursue me instead of enjoying life? What's the logic in that? Ye Xuan found himself speechless, tallying Han Shantong's wealth, which amounted to a staggering 100,000 taels of silver, along with a collection of first and second-tier elixirs. Good heavens, 100,000 taels! I was earning merely 2 taels a month when I worked at the tavern. It would take me 1,000,000 years of labor to earn this, as this thought crossed his mind. Ye Xuan's anger flared. Damn it! How could you be so wealthy yet come after me? Bang! Bang! He kicked furiously, nearly causing Han Shantong to perish. Subsequently, Ye Xuan retrieved a rope from the opponent's storage bag, binding him to the rock wall, that he then took out an alchemical cauldron and placed it in the center of the cave. Though the quality of this cauldron was not particularly high, it was sufficient for Ye Xuan, a novice. All right, with fire sungrass and heavenly cowflower in hand, all materials are ready. Now I can prepare to concoct the elixir, after sorting through the necessary materials. Ye Xuan's lips curled upward. This old man arrived just in time. Had he not come, several of the required materials would have been incredibly difficult to find. This was indeed a timely assistance. As Ye Xuan busied himself organizing the materials, time trickled by, and after half a day, Han Shantong finally regained consciousness. The moment he awoke, a surge of fury ignited within him. "You little beast, what do you intend to do? Let me go. Otherwise, you will not withstand the wrath of the Langyahan family." His furious roars echoed throughout the cave as Han Shantong struggled madly, attempting to free himself from the ropes, only to discover that countless red nails had been driven into his bones by Ye Xuan. Bone nails? Wasn't that his treasure? In recent years, he has frequently utilized this mystical artifact to pin others down. Those oblivious fools, upon being impaled by his bone spike, would writhe in agony, lamenting and crying out for their parents. The more they struggled, the deeper the spike would burrow, intensifying their torment. Ultimately, they would perish in endless suffering. Yet, he never imagined that one day he would also find himself ensnared by the very bone spike he wielded. Why, Ye Xuan, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Release me at once. Han Shantong's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Ye Xuan, who was busily engaged in his tasks, an inexplicable dread swelling within him. He couldn't fathom why Ye Xuan chose not to kill him, nor why he had tied him up. It was this uncertainty that proved most terrifying. At that moment, having arranged the alchemical materials, Ye Xuan turned around, revealing a bowl in his hands, a broad smile adorning his face as he approached. "Ah, you have finally awakened, Elder Han." Although he wore a cheerful expression, to Han Shantong's eyes, it appeared devilish. "What do you intend to do?" "Don't be alarmed. I'm not a villain." Ye Xuan chuckled, saying, "As you can see, I'm currently concocting a potion, but unfortunately, I find myself in need of one more ingredient, hence I wish to borrow a bit from you." "What ingredient?" Han Shantong swallowed hard, his voice trembling, that he is an alchemist. To his astonishment, the little wretch was indeed a practitioner of alchemy, a highly esteemed position within the martial world. Yet, having already plundered his storage bag, taking all his precious items, what could he possibly lend him? Just as Han Shantong was engulfed in confusion, suddenly, thud, a dagger plunged viciously into his thigh, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Han Shantong screamed in excruciating pain, "You little beast, what are you doing?" Chapter 17. The Pill of Humanity Achieved. Cultivation ascends. Han Shantong grimaced in agony, howling incessantly. He had never anticipated that Ye Xuan would resort to such underhanded tactics, stabbing him in the thigh while he was lost in thought. "Oh dear. My apologies, Elder Han. I accidentally trembled and struck an artery. Are you all right?" Han Shantong shivered from the pain, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Ye Xuan, what do you truly want?" Ye Xuan replied with a calm smile. "Haven't I mentioned? I merely wish to borrow some materials. I am in the midst of alchemy and require a bit of your flesh and blood. Bear with it, will you? Han Shantong barely comprehended before thud. Ye Xuan's dagger plunged into his thigh once more, the sharp blade digging into the flesh. "Ah!" Han Shantong writhed in agony, cursing, "Ye Xuan, you beast! I will end you." However, Ye Xuan paid no heed to his curses. Hastily retrieving the bowl he had prepared, positioning it beneath Han Shantong's wound to collect the blood and flesh. Before long, a bloody chunk was deposited into the bowl. Han Shantong's face turned pale, on the brink of collapse, the pain rendering him speechless. Seeing him nearing death, Ye Xuan quickly shoved a spirit herb into his mouth, and under its healing effects, his injuries began to stabilize. "You little beast. If you have the courage, kill me. If I survive today, I shall ensure your demise." Now fully conscious again, Han Shantong couldn't help but unleash a torrent of curses, realizing he was truly witnessing the embodiment of a devil. This little wretch was using his flesh and blood for alchemy. What kind of sinister sorcery was this? It was utterly deranged. Ye Xuan ignored his impotent fury, carrying the bowl of blood and flesh to the cauldron. "Let us see how this goes. I hope it succeeds at first try. Otherwise, this old fellow will suffer greatly," Ye Xuan murmured. After all, the blood and flesh of a master-level practitioner are rare. Wasting a bowl with each failure would be an extravagant loss. With that thought, Ye Xuan directed a surge of spiritual energy into the cauldron, With a whoosh, a bright orange flame erupted from the bottom of the cauldron, while Ye Xuan tossed in the prepared materials along with Han Shantong's blood and flesh. Carefully following the alchemical methods outlined in the 10,000 Pills manual, attempting to fuse the spirit herbs with the flesh. Just as Ye Xuan commenced his alchemical endeavors, a terrifying energy surged forth from the cauldron. What a terrifying energy! It seems the quality of this human pill is quite impressive, Ye Xuan mused in astonishment. Although the pill had yet to be formed, the energy emanating from the cauldron suggested its grade would not fall below that of a 4th-grade pill. Goodness, if I could slay a master-level practitioner daily, I wouldn't need to cultivate. Merely consuming pills would elevate me directly. Ye Xuan chuckled, a wicked thought creeping into his mind. However, he quickly dismissed it. After all, master-level practitioners are few and far between in Langhe County. If I were to capture them daily, suspicion would soon fall upon me. This endeavor carries too much risk that it's not feasible. While Ye Xuan was wholeheartedly focused on controlling the fire and refining the pill. Suddenly, bang, a thunderous sound echoed. What is happening? Han Shantong jolted awake, swiftly glancing toward the source of the noise, hoping it was someone from the Han family come to rescue him. Yet to his dismay, it was Ye Xuan approaching with a bowl in hand. Han Shantong, what are you planning to do now? Ye Xuan scratched his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face. Sorry about that. I mismanaged the heat, and the pill may have burned. I might need to trouble you for another bowl of flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, Han Shantong nearly fainted from rage. You little beast, I refuse to contribute. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will find a way to end you. Oh, come now, don't be so stingy. You have plenty of flesh. Taking a little won't kill you to be a good fellow, Ye Xuan chuckled. Ignoring Han Shantong's struggles and cries, he took another bowl of blood and flesh. Before departing, fearing Han Shantong might bleed out, Ye Xuan kindly fed him another spirit herb to preserve his life. After completing these tasks, Ye Xuan returned to the cauldron, brimming with excitement as he resumed his alchemical work. Finally, after several hours of meticulous refinement, Ye Xuan succeeded. With a flourish, he opened the cauldron, releasing an enchanting aroma that filled the air, vibrant light radiating from within, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. Once the brilliance faded, a round pill emerged from the cauldron, adorned with 4 lightning-like patterns. Indeed, a 4th-grade human pill. I did it. I finally succeeded. Ha! Gazing at the human pill within the cauldron, Ye Xuan burst into laughter, elated beyond measure. He had not anticipated achieving success so swiftly. According to the 10,000 Pills manual, beginners typically require days or even months to concoct a human pill. Yet, Ye Xuan accomplished it in mere hours. If this were to spread, he would undoubtedly be hailed as a genius. However, Ye Xuan understood that his rapid success was largely attributed to the enhancement of his talents from the eye of spiritual wisdom. Now, let me experience the effects of this pill made from master-level flesh. Ye Xuan wasted no time, finding a secluded spot to swallow the human pill whole. Buzz! As the pill went down, the primal devouring demon technique began to operate furiously, devouring the energy within the pill. Half an hour later, boom! Ye Xuan's body trembled violently as a terrifying aura erupted from within him, causing the entire cave to shake violently. His cultivation soared from the 1st level of Master Realm directly to the 2nd level. Incredible to reach the 2nd level so quickly. The power of this human pill is truly astonishing. Ye Xuan was astounded. It is known that once one enters the Master Realm, ascending a single level becomes a Herculean task. Meanwhile, Han Shantong was left in shock. It took him 9 years to progress from the 1st level to the 2nd level of the Master Realm. Yet Ye Xuan achieved it in mere hours. This was beyond rapid advancement. It was simply otherworldly. At this moment, all that remained in Han Shantong's eyes were fear, dread, and unease. After years of cultivation, it was his first time witnessing someone using human flesh for alchemy. It was utterly deranged. He even wondered if this young man had emerged from some demonic sect. Otherwise, how could he execute such acts with such ease? On the other hand, Ye Xuan was immensely satisfied with his newfound cultivation. The 2nd level of the Master Realm. This time, I shall surely excel in the 8th sect assessment. Ye Xuan grinned widely. Among the younger generation of martial artists in Langye County, most were at the martial master level, with those reaching the 8th level and above considered geniuses. Those at the master level, like him, were truly rare. As the hour grew late, it was time for him to depart and attend the assessment of the 8 sects. With this thought in mind, Ye Xuan rose to his feet and strode towards the not-so-distant Han Shantong. "What do you intend to do?" "Let me go." As Ye Xuan approached, Han Shantong's bravado evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Why, Ye Xuan, I was wrong. Please spare me. I have yet to taste death. I have elders above me and children below. Previously, I failed to recognize your prowess. Please, treat me as if I were nothing." Han Shantong pleaded, tears and snot streaming down his face, desperately seeking mercy from Ye Xuan, hoping against hope that he might show clemency. Chapter 18. Finally arrive at the 8 sects assessment, observing Han Shantong's pitiful demeanor. Ye Xuan smirked. "What is this? Are you afraid?" "I must admit, I preferred your former defiant attitude." Trembling, Han Shantong quickly forced a smile. I realize my mistakes, Ye Xuan. Please let me go. I assure you I will never trouble you again." Despite his verbal submission, Han Shantong had already resolved to seek out more formidable experts upon his return, intending to dismantle Ye Xuan piece by piece. However, Ye Xuan was well aware of his inner machinations. With a cold smile, he replied, "Elder Han, do you truly believe I would trust your words? But it matters not. Your utility has diminished. May your journey be smooth." With that, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, and Han Shantong's eyes widened in horror as he felt a chill at his throat, followed by a torrent of blood gushing forth. "Why, Ye Xuan, you truly dare to kill me. The Han family will not let you go." Han Shantong summoned all his strength to shout. Why, Ye Xuan sighed softly. "I've already told you. Can we change the script?" With a swift thrust, he sealed Han Shantong's throat. Darkness enveloped Han Shantong's vision. His legs twitched violently before he fell silent, lifeless. Even in death, he could hardly comprehend that Ye Xuan had indeed ended his life. After dispatching Han Shantong, Ye Xuan initially contemplated taking some of his flesh for later use. But his storage bag lacked preservation capabilities, and the flesh would spoil within days. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea. It seemed he would need to devise a method to acquire some preservation treasures for storing flesh in the future. He mused, casting one last regretful glance at Han Shantong's corpse. He turned away and sprinted towards the abyssal cavern. With only a day remaining until the 8 sects assessment, he needed to reach the assessment location with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, half an hour after Ye Xuan's departure, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the the edge of the abyssal cavern's precipice. Several formidable figures descended. At the forefront stood Han Tianxiang, the head of the Han family. However, his expression was exceedingly grim, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if on the verge of erupting at any moment. "Greetings, family head," upon Han Tianxiang's arrival. The surrounding Han family disciples immediately bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. "Where is the Grand Elder?" Han Tianxiang inquired in a low tone. Reporting to the family head, "The Grand Elder is here." A clan member swallowed hard, cautiously leading Han Tianxiang to a clearing. There, dozens of corpses lay sprawled on the ground, each covered tightly with white cloth, exuding a foul stench of decay. The congealed blood had stained the ground crimson, and with the breeze, the air was thick with the acrid scent of death. The clan member hurriedly lifted the white cloth. Gasp! The moment the bodies were revealed, everyone present inhaled sharply. Even the high-ranking members of the Han family wore expressions of shock. Each corpse had succumbed to a single, lethal blow. What was even more terrifying was that the life essence seemed to have been completely drained from these bodies. They appeared as mere mummies. When their gazes fell upon Han Shantong's corpse, the horror intensified. There were dozens of gaping wounds on Han Shantong's body, each the size of a bowl, as if someone had brutally carved out his flesh. His face was contorted in agony, his features twisted in terror, clearly having suffered unimaginable torment before death. Was this all the doing of Ye Xuan? Han Tianxiang asked through gritted teeth, barely containing his rage. A chilling aura emanated from him. The clan member gulped again and replied, "Indeed, family head. After Ye Xuan plunged into the abyssal cavern, the Grand Elder led a pursuit, but we waited by the cliff for a day and night without seeing him return. Summoning the courage to descend, we found the Grand Elder and his men met a tragic end beneath the cavern. Family head, that boy was able to kill so many elite members of the Han family in one fell swoop. Even the Grand Elder was no match for him. He has clearly ascended to the Master Realm, the clan member said, his eyes filled with fear. What? The moment those words fell, everyone present was struck with alarm. The Master Realm? They remembered when they first heard of Ye Xuan, he was merely at the fourth layer of the Martial Master Realm. How had he advanced to the Master Realm so swiftly? Such a rapid ascent was truly extraordinary. Hearing the report, Han Tianxiang's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with rage. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked, and with a roar that seemed to resonate with the heavens. He shouted, Ye Xuan! Ye Xuan, you wretch! Ah! With a thunderous roar, his murderous intent materialized like a tempest, sweeping through the surroundings. The ground cracked, rocks shattered, and the Han family members were sent reeling backward, fear etched on their faces as they witnessed the scene. Han Tianxiang was furious. He was truly enraged. Not only had Ye Xuan killed his son, but now even the Grand Elder of the Han family lay dead at his hands. How could he not be furious? Damn you, Ye Xuan, you dare to kill my kin. I will ensure you find no peace in death. Han Tianxiang vowed, determined to make Ye Xuan pay the most harrowing price. Just then, a clan member suddenly spoke up. Family head, we have just received news that Ye Xuan seems to be heading to participate in the 8th sex assessment. The 8th sex assessment. Upon hearing this, Han Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of this assessment, held annually every October, where the major sects of Langye County united to conduct a grand examination to recruit disciples. That IT was undoubtedly the most significant event of the year in Langye County. To think that this little wretch, after murdering members of the Han family, would not flee but instead dare to participate in the 8th sex assessment. Han Tianxiang let out a cold laugh. You seek death. Little rascal, do not blame me for being merciless. This time, I will make you suffer more than death. With that, Han Tianxiang soared in the sky, stepping onto his flying sword, racing towards the direction of the 8th sex assessment. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in shock. They understood that Han Tianxiang was personally going to exact vengeance. Meanwhile, after a half-day's journey, Ye Xuan finally arrived at the assessment venue. It was undeniable that the 8th sex assessment was indeed the grandest event in the history of Langye County. The vast square was teeming with people, with at least several 100,000 martial artists gathered to participate. Each warrior wore an expression of excitement, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming assessment. Phew, I finally made it. Fortunately, I am not too late. Ye Xuan sighed in relief. Given his cultivation level, it would typically take him at least 3 days to reach the assessment location. However, since stepping into the Master Realm, his speed had significantly increased, allowing him to cover the distance in just half a day. That moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure descended gracefully from the sky, landing firmly among the crowd. Chapter 19. The assessment begins. A reunion with the senior sister. The figure was a young man clad in white robes, a long sword slung across his back, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance. Adorning his attire was a dazzling sect emblem. Upon recognizing this emblem, everyone gasped in astonishment. This is a disciple of the Chaos Sect. Goodness, the Chaos Sect's disciples have arrived so swiftly. The Chaos Sect, ranked as the foremost of the 8 sects, was the strongest among all the sects participating in the assessment today. It could be said that out of the martial artists present, nearly all were drawn by the allure of the Chaos Sect. As this disciple of the Chaos Sect made his entrance, more figures descended from the sky. These figures included both men and women, young and old, but they all shared a common trait, an aura of formidable strength. Among them was Li Mayan, the saintess of the Bright Moon Sect, Long Kuei, an elder of the Starfire Sect, and Zhuge Qingyun, the chief disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect. A series of exclamations erupted in succession. The individuals responsible for these reactions were none other than the representatives from the 8 prominent sects, the very ones overseeing the assessment of the 8 sects today. Ye Xuan cast a glance around before his gaze suddenly fell upon a figure in the corner, a stunningly beautiful woman. clad in a simple long dress, her flowing hair and exquisitely delicate features, with lightly drawn brows and subtly tinted lips, captivated all who beheld her. Each gesture and expression seemed to bewitch the onlookers, as if she had stepped from the canvas of a painting, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. It was evident that the other attendees had also taken notice of this enchanting lady, each unable to stifle their admiration. Who is she? How beautiful! Indeed, her figure, her face, simply extraordinary. When has our Langya County ever seen such a beauty? You don't recognize her? She is the eldest senior sister of the Tianqing sect, Tang Shuo, also the newly appointed holy maiden of the sect. What? A member of the Tianqing sect. No wonder I haven't seen her before. Such allure, yet she belongs to the Tianqing sect. What a pity. In an instant, many martial artists shook their heads, their eyes betraying a sense of regret. It was no surprise they reacted this way. The rankings of the 8 sects were as follows: Chaos Sect, Bright Moon Sect, Azure Cloud Sect, Starfire Sect, with the Tianqing sect being the lowest among them. Each year, during the 8 sect assessment, few martial artists aspired to join the Tianqing sect, as only those rejected by other sects would dare to seek their fortune there. Thus, the Tianqing sect had come to be regarded as the garbage collection sect. This was precisely why they felt such regret upon seeing a beauty like Tang Shuo associated with the Tianqing sect. Joining the Tianqing sect was akin to sealing one's fate. Unbeknownst to everyone, while they lamented for Tang Shuo, Ye Xuan had already reddened his eyes, gazing at her figure with deep affection, his eyes filled with tenderness as he whispered softly, in a voice only he could hear, "Senior sister, we finally meet again." Indeed, Tang Shuo was Ye Xuan's elder sister from his previous life and the one who held his heart in his past existence. He had been rendered a cripple due to physical constraints, with no sect willing to take him in. Only Tang Shuo and the Tianqing sect had offered him refuge. It was she who had continuously comforted and encouraged him during his darkest times. Had it not been for the senior sister, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Now, upon seeing an old acquaintance once more, the heart that had been frozen for so long stirred with a long-forgotten ripple of emotion. Memories of tender moments began to resurface. Beside Tang Shuo, Ye Xuan also noticed a familiar figure, a portly elder, round in stature, resembling a ball, garbed in a yellow robe, with a wholesome smile that made him appear endearingly comical. The sight of this elder brought an involuntary smile to Ye Xuan's lips. "Old Gu, you still look as plump as ever." Old Gu was the grand elder of the Tianqing sect, responsible for the daily needs of the sect. Not only was he an exceptional cook, but he was also remarkably kind-hearted. Whenever Ye Xuan had faced adversity in the Yi family, Old Gu would be the first to notice and would go to great lengths to lift his spirits, albeit with somewhat clumsy methods. Yet, Ye Xuan could feel the genuine care behind his actions in Ye Xuan's heart. Old Gu was akin to a father figure. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, the Tianqing sect faced dissolution, and its disciples scattered. Old G's whereabouts became unknown. Now, seeing familiar faces once more filled Ye Xuan with a profound sense of nostalgia. They were still alive. What a blessing. Just as Ye Xuan immersed himself in memories of the past, a series of deep drum beats resounded. Thump, thump, thump. The crowd's demeanor shifted, excitement flickering in their eyes. From the throng emerged an elder clad in a blue robe, his murky gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke in a deep voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, silence please. The 8th sect assessment is about to commence. I am the chief examiner for this event, Xiao Ji. Welcome to this year's assessment. As usual, this year's evaluation will consist of 3 rounds. The first round is the cultivation assessment. The second round is the talent assessment, and the third round is the sect assessment. Only those who pass all 3 rounds will qualify for entry into the 8 prominent sections now. Let us begin the first round of evaluations." With that, Xiao Ji approached a towering stone tablet, black as ink, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, inscribed with intricate golden characters that appeared esoteric and complex. Xiao Ji declared solemnly, "This Tongtian tablet can measure a martial artist's cultivation level. Anyone over the age of 18 who has not reached the 4th level of the martial master realm will be deemed unqualified. Everyone, please step forward." Yes, soon as the words fell, martial artists began to approach. Radiant streams of spiritual energy flickered upon the Tongtian tablet. Before long, the first round concluded, with nearly 90% of the martial artists remaining. After all, the rules of the 8-sex assessment had remained largely unchanged over the years, and those brave enough to participate were generally at least at the 4th level of the martial master realm. Naturally, Ye Xuan passed with ease, preparing to enter the second round of assessments. Observing the martial artists passing below, Tang Shuoro couldn't help but smile. Elder Ge, it seems there are quite a number of martial artists who passed the first round this year, out of more than 10,000 participants. Over 8,000 have made it through. Indeed, Elder Ge nodded, smiling. In previous years, we rarely had more than 6,000 pass the first round. This year's figures have nearly doubled. It appears the Tianqing sect has a chance to recruit more disciples this time. Tang Shuoro felt a glimmer of hope. Each year, the Tianqing sect selected disciples primarily from those rejected by other sects. Some even prefer to withdraw from the assessment rather than join Tianqing. Therefore, despite a large number of participants, only about 100 would ultimately choose to join the Tianqing sect. However, with this year's increase in numbers, they could naturally accept more disciples. Just as Tang Shuoro and Elder Ge were filled with anticipation, an ill-timed laugh suddenly rang out. Haha, how ridiculous! A sect ranked at the bottom. What difference does it make if you have more participants? You will still only be picking up the scraps left behind by other sects. Haha! Upon hearing this, Tang Shuoro and Elder Ge frowned, their expressions darkening as they turned to the speaker. The voice belonged to an equally elderly man, dressed in a black long gown, with a hawkish nose and thin lips that made him appear quite unpleasant. Beside him stood a young man in a white robe, sword at his back, exuding an air of celestial elegance and vigor. These two were representatives from the Chaos sect, the top-ranked of the 8 sections. The elder was named Wu Shanha, an inner elder of the Chaos sect, while the young man was Xiao Bai, an inner disciple. Hearing Elder Ji's words, Wu Shanha chuckled derisively. What, did I say something wrong? Your Tianqing sect has always ranked at the bottom. Which year have you not picked up our leftovers? I advise you to disband your sect sooner rather than later, recruiting third-rate disciples every year, if you don't feel ashamed. I certainly do. With this, several other sects burst into laughter. They were accustomed to this scene. During the recruitment assessments, it had become a routine to tease the Tianqing sect whenever the mood turned dull. The onlookers from various sects adopted a spectator's mentality, their gazes filled with mockery as they turned towards Tang Shuoro and Elder Ge. Feeling the scornful stares around her, Tang Shuoro frowned. Elder Wu, you have gone too far. Regardless of our standings, we are all sects of Langya County. Is it not beneath you to speak of the Tianqing sect's disciples in such a manner? Ha! Beneath me? Wu Shanha burst into laughter at her words. If it were another sect, I would certainly acknowledge their status. But you, a small, inconsequential sect, and yet you dare to speak of status? How laughable! Do you think you are worthy? You! Tang Shuoro's complexion changed. Oh, Shuoro, don't be angry, Xiaobai said with a smile. Though my master's words may be harsh, they reflect the truth. Why not consider leaving the Tianqing sect and joining our Chaos sect instead? After all, we're the premier sect of Langya County, with boundless prospects, surely better than this dilapidated sect you're in now. If you agree to be my partner, I can guarantee your entry. What do you say? Xiaobai grinned lewdly, extending what? As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Shanha and Xiaobai were momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha! No way. Did I hear that correctly? These two misfits actually claim they want to recruit geniuses. Am I mishearing, or are they merely daydreaming? Ha! Wu Shanha laughed so hard he bent over, nearly in tears. Xiaobai, even more audacious, taunted. Have you lost your mind? With you two useless fools, you think you can recruit geniuses. If you manage to recruit a genius, I'll proclaim myself the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. Ge Chongqing's expression darkened with anger. Before he could respond, Wu Shanha scoffed. Enough. Ge, don't think I look down on you. I'll make this clear. Your Tianqing sect 1T recruit a single genius this year. Forget geniuses. If you manage to recruit even one martial artist to the 7th level or above, I'll kneel before you and call you father, and I'll give you this Qilin divine sword as well. Wu Shanha laughed heartily, producing a fiery red longsword. Disdain etched across his face. The Qilin divine sword had been his companion for many years and was of profound quality. He rarely revealed it, but the fact that he was using it as a wager indicated that he believed the Tianqing sect's aspirations to recruit geniuses were nothing but a pipe dream. Xiaobai chuckled. Enough, master. Why waste breath on these two fools? If they could recruit a genius, the sun would rise from the west. Let us go. The second round of assessments is about to begin. Xiaobai smirked coldly, dragging good Chongqing away, not forgetting to hurl insults at the two as they departed. This is too much. Tang Shiro bit her silver teeth, her face flushed, her chest rising and falling violently, clearly infuriated. Good Chongqing shook his head, saying, Let it go. Don't stoop to their level. The second round of assessments is about to begin. We should hurry. He took hold of the agitated Tang Shiro, and the two made their way to the assessment location. At this moment, everyone had gathered on the western side of the plaza. On the high platform stood a massive stone tablet, towering over 10 meters high. It was made of an unknown material, entirely black as ink, exuding an ancient and weighty aura. Xiaoji approached the stone tablet and addressed the crowd. Everyone, this is the location for the second round of assessments. The stone tablet behind me is called the Tian Dao tablet. This tablet can gauge a martial artist's innate talent. Place your hand upon it and channel your spiritual energy. In no time, the Tian Dao tablet will reveal your talent upon its surface. Talent levels range from 1 to 9. Levels below 3 are deemed inadequate. Only those achieving level 4 or higher will pass. Now, let the first contestant, Su Long, take the stage. As soon as Xiao Ji finished speaking, a chubby young man, looking quite endearing, stepped forward. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Following Xiao Ji's instructions, he cautiously pressed his palm against the Tian Dao tablet. Buzz! Indeed, as his palm made contact, the tablet instantly glimmered with radiant light. The light then twisted violently on the surface, transforming into a prominent line of text. Talent. Level 5. Yes. Upon seeing the inscription, the chubby boy exuberantly jumped up, excitement radiating from him. Level 5? I'm level 5. I passed. Haha. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding martial artists displayed expressions of astonishment. Wow, level 5. The first contestant this year actually possesses level 5 talent. Such talent is seldom seen, even among prominent families. The chubby boy was indeed fortunate. Envious whispers echoed around. Level 5, huh? Ye Xuan murmured to himself. This level of talent was indeed impressive. It should be noted that most martial artists possess rather unremarkable talents. Achieving level 4 is already quite rare. Attaining level 5 could even qualify one for cultivation as a successor in various martial arts families. In his previous life, due to physical limitations, Ye Xuan's talent was severely diminished, ultimately only measuring at level 3. Had it not been for the Tianqing sect's shortage of personnel, he likely wouldn't have been admitted. I wonder what level of talent I will measure this year. Ye Xuan pondered, anticipation flickering in his eyes. At that moment, as Su Long achieved a success, Xiao Ji nodded approvingly, smiling as he declared, Not bad. Level 5 talent. You've passed. Now, let the representatives of each sect step forward to see if anyone wishes to recruit you. Yes. The chubby boy looked expectantly into the distance. In the next instant, several figures gracefully emerged. Aside from the top-ranked Chaos sect, the second-ranked Haoyues sect, and the third-ranked Qinyan sect, all 5 major sects stepped forward. Su Long, my Xingho sect offers the Xingho body refinement technique. Reputed as the best body refinement method among the 8 sections, would you care to join us? An elder said with a smile. My Wushuang sect also has body refinement techniques alongside the Wushuang sword technique, which can conquer all. Would you care to join my Wushuang sect? A beautiful elder from Wushuang's sect also stepped forward, unwilling to be outdone. My Man Wang's sect, my Tianshan sect. The voices of invitations echoed continuously. The surrounding crowd observed with envy. Such a scene, with the 5 major sects simultaneously extending invitations, was indeed a rare occurrence. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the chubby boy chose to join the 4th-ranked Xingho sect. The assessment continued. In the subsequent evaluations, the martial artists exerted every ounce of their strength, desperately channeling their spiritual energy in an attempt to shine on the Tian Dao tablet. However, These martial artists clearly did not share Su Long's good fortune. Most measured below level 3, failing to pass, while only a scant few managed to reach level 4, barely scraping by. After testing over 2,000 individuals, merely a handful reached level 5 or above. Truly a rare phenomenon. As time passed, the figures standing behind each major sect grew increasingly numerous, especially for the higher-ranked sects. Most had already recruited dozens of disciples. That in stark contrast, the Tianqing sect remained empty behind them. Appearing out of place among the surrounding sections, Tang Shiro couldn't help but let out a long sigh, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. Halfway through the assessment, yet their Tianqing sect hadn't recruited a single disciple. Were they destined for yet another fruitless endeavor this year? Sigh. Good Chongqing beside her also sighed, a wave of helplessness washing over him that wasn't that they hadn't tried. Each time disciples were selected, he and Tang Shiro would step forward. Yet, these potential disciples wouldn't even spare the Tianqing sect a glance. Observing the empty space behind the Tianqing sect, Wu Shanhe raised an eyebrow, sneering. Eldigo, didn't you say you were going to recruit geniuses? How is it that an hour has passed, and you don't even have a ghost behind you? Is the disciple you're looking for invisible? Haha. Wu Shanhe's laughter reverberated, prompting the representatives from surrounding sects to join in the mockery. Ye Chongqing's face darkened as he retorted, Wu, what's your rush? The assessment has only just begun. There are still thousands yet to be tested. How can you be so certain that my Tianqing sect won't recruit any disciples? Oh, then why don't you show us by recruiting one? Wu Shanhe taunted. A smirk plastered across his face. Good Chongqing's expression soured. Seemingly provoked, he stepped forward and grabbed a discarded martial artist, asking, Kid, would you like to join our Tianqing sect? What? The Tianqing sect? Upon hearing this, the martial artist immediately displayed a look of disdain. Are you out of your mind? A third-rate, garbage sect dares to invite me. A garbage sect? Good Chongqing's face shifted slightly. But you didn't pass the assessment either. The martial artist retorted. So what if I didn't pass? I may be poor, but I have my pride. You want me to join a garbage sect? No way. I'd rather sweep floors at the Chaos sect than join the Tianqing sect. Let go of me. Don't disturb me as I head home to gather my clothes. The martial artist shoved Gu Chongqing away and stormed off, casting a disdainful glance at him and Tang Shiro, as if being invited by the Tianqing sect was the utmost humiliation. Ha ha! Witnessing this, Wu Shanhe doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down his face. Good Chongqing, do you see this? Not even a discarded waste would consider joining your Tianqing sect. At this point, how leave early and preserve a semblance of dignity? Listening to the derisive remarks of those around them, both Tang Shiro and Gu Chongqing wore expressions of utter dismay, feeling as if they had been struck by invisible slaps across the face, leaving them utterly frustrated. After a considerable pause, Gu Chongqing finally squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. What is the hurry? The assessment is not over yet. How can you be so certain that my Tianqing sect will fail to recruit disciples? Upon hearing this, Wu Shanhe let out a cold laugh. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you remain stubbornly optimistic, I shall wait and see. What kind of disciples can you two misfits possibly recruit? I am still waiting for you to retrieve my Qilin divine sword. Wu Shanhe's words dripped with sarcasm that moment. Xiao Ji stepped forward and called out to the crowd in a deep voice. Next. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's eyes brightened. Finally, it was his turn. After waiting in line for so long, he leaped onto the platform and approached the heavenly Dao steel. Instantly, a profound and ancient aura enveloped him. Standing before the steel, Ye Xuan felt his entire spiritual energy boiling, as if the energy within him was resonating with the heavenly Dao steel in an intangible harmony. This steel calling to me? Ye Xuan mused, surprised, as he ascended the platform. Countless eyes below were fixed upon him, whispers beginning to circulate. How would you rate this boy's talent? He seems rather ordinary in appearance, likely not from a martial arts family. Perhaps he'll only achieve a third rank? A third rank? Surely not. He appears robust, with a stable aura. He may have cultivated some body refinement technique, perhaps achieving a fourth rank. Speculations regarding Ye Xuan's potential surged among the crowd. As the discussions continued, Ye Xuan had already extended his right hand and pressed it against the heavenly Tao steel. With a hum, as his hand made contact, a jolt ran through his body. He felt all his spiritual energy surging as the primal devouring magic within him began to operate with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the heavenly Tao steel radiated brilliant light, and a line of golden characters gradually appeared on its surface. Talent. First rank, second rank, third rank, fourth rank. The golden letters shifted rapidly, soon surpassing the fourth rank. Haha, fourth rank talent. I knew it. This boy could reach fourth rank. A martial artist who had previously speculated Ye Xuan would achieve a fourth rank burst into laughter, wearing a triumphant expression. However, before he could revel in his excitement, a voice of alarm rang out. Wait! Look! His talent is still rapidly increasing. What? At this exclamation, everyone turned their gaze back to the heavenly Tao steel, only to find that the inscriptions were changing at an unfathomable speed. Fifth rank, sixth rank, seventh rank, eighth rank. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xuan's talent soared to the eighth rank. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Eighth rank talent? My heavens! Am I seeing things? This fellow possesses eighth rank talent. Expressions of disbelief spread across their faces. Not only them, but even the representatives of various sects on the platform were taken aback. Eighth rank talent is a rarity, a prodigy among prodigies. Such a talent would not only secure a place among the 8 sects, but could also become an inner disciple in any sect. With proper guidance, he could even emerge as a chief disciple. I can't believe we've encountered an 8th rank genius today. This hasn't happened in nearly a century. Wu Shanhe laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. The representatives of various sects were equally eager, their eyes gleaming with ambition. After all, 8th rank talent is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The returns from recruiting such a genius would be immeasurable. They were determined to find a way to claim him. However, just as they were about to make their move, a radiant light flashed once more, and the characters on the heavenly Tao steel transformed again. Talent. 9th rank. What? At this revelation, the crowd fell into stunned silence. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? 9th rank talent. Oh my, this is the highest talent the heavenly Tao steel can display. Who exactly is this young man? Eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd was swept up in a whirlwind of emotions. Meanwhile, not far away, Wu Shanhe was beside himself with excitement. 9th rank talent. Such a genius emerges only once in several millennia. Even in the history of the 8 sex assessments, only a handful have achieved 9th rank talent, selected from millions of martial artists. It is certain that such a prodigy will dominate in the future. There's even a chance he could become a powerful martial sovereign, Wu Shanhe murmured, his eyes betraying his uncontainable excitement, addressing the surrounding sect representatives. This young man is mine. None of you shall contest this. With that, he dashed toward Ye Xuan. Seeing this, the other sect representatives shook their heads in resignation, abandoning their intentions. After all, while they might have contended for an 8th rank genius, a 9th rank talent was far too rare. They lacked even the courage to vie with the Chaos sect for him. It was clear that this level of genius was destined for the Chaos sect from the start. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoro and Gu Changqing looked on enviously, their hearts heavy with mixed feelings. 9th rank talent? Gazing at the shining characters on the steel, Ye Xuan blinked in surprise. Am I truly at 9th rank talent? He felt as though he hadn't even exerted himself fully. And yet here he was, having reached the limit of the heavenly Tao steel. He sensed that his talent should exceed the 9th rank. It was merely the steel's limitations that prevented a full measurement. Nevertheless, even so, Ye Xuan felt exhilarated. After all, 9th rank talent is exceptionally rare. In his previous life, he had only measured 3rd rank talent. To suddenly elevate 6 ranks was something unimaginable for anyone else. While Ye Xuan reveled in his triumph, a whooshing sound filled the air as Wu Shanhe descended before him, a broad smile on his face. Young man, 9th rank talent, you are indeed formidable. I am Wu Shanhe, an elder of the Chaos sect. Would you care to join us? The personal invitation from an inner sect elder drew envious glances from those around. However, just when everyone expected Ye Xuan to accept without hesitation. He unexpectedly shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, I must decline." "Huh, declining is good. What do you mean by decline?" "You refuse?" Wu Shanha was instantly taken aback. He questioned his own hearing why Ye Xuan had actually turned down his invitation. "Indeed, I already have a sect I wish to join," Ye Xuan replied nonchalantly. His words left those around him in disbelief once again. "What? He has a preferred sect? Surely not. The Chaos sect is the top-ranked sect. If he doesn't join the Chaos sect, what other sect could he possibly choose? Could it be the Qingyun sect, the Hao US sect? No matter how they considered it, none could compare to the Chaos sect." "Young man, are you joking?" Wu Shanha exclaimed, incredulity written all over his face. "You claim to have a favored sect. Do you not realize that my Chaos sect holds the #1 rank among the 8 sects? In terms of strength and backing, we far surpass all others. Is there a sect you speak of that could possibly rival us?" Ye Xuan did not respond to this question. Instead, he lifted his foot and walked toward the crowd below. Upon witnessing this, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to Ye Xuan's movements. They were eager to discover which sect could possibly entice him to forsake the Chaos sect, a top-tier power. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ye Xuan halted before a man and a woman. With hands clasped in salute and a respectful tone resonating across the square, he declared, "I, Ye Xuan, wish to join the Tianqing sect." What? This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend. Chapter 22. I still wish to join the Tianqing sect. They had also contemplated the possibility of Ye Xuan yearning for other sects, be it the Qingyun sect or the Hao US sect, yet no one could have anticipated that Ye Xuan's ultimate choice would be the Tianqing sect. At this moment, the martial artist present erupted in a frenzy. "Did I hear that correctly? Did this fellow just mention the Tianqing sect? My goodness, has he lost his mind? The Tianqing sect is ranked last among the sects. With his level of cultivation, how could he possibly choose such a disreputable sect? Wouldn't he be burying his own talents?" Shocked murmurs echoed from all directions that he owe them. A genius like Ye Xuan choosing the Tianqing sect was tantamount to seeking his own demise, not to mention the others. Even Tang Shuoro and Gu Chongqing were wide-eyed, incredulous as they gazed at Ye Xuan. They even questioned whether they were dreaming. "Little brother, are you certain you are not mistaken? You wish to join our Tianqing sect?" Tang Shuoro swallowed hard, repeatedly confirming why Ye Xuan seemed to have anticipated this, responding with a smile, "Indeed, I, as a junior, wish to join the Tianqing sect. I hope that Sister Tang and Elder Gu will grant me this wish." Upon finishing, he bowed again to the two under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Tang Shuoro was taken aback. Ye Chongqing was left dumbfounded. Even Wu Shanha, the representatives of various sects nearby, and the multitude of martial artists were wide-eyed. Utterly astonished, a singular thought crossed their minds. Is this young man insane? However, after a brief silence, Gu Chongqing erupted in a thunderous laugh. "Huh? Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" He grasped Ye Xuan's hands, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Ye Xuan, fear not. As long as you are willing to join our Tianqing sect, I will certainly petition the sect leader to make you an inner disciple. No, you shall be my chief disciple." Gu Chongqing laughed heartily, his heart racing with exhilaration. It was no wonder he was so thrilled. After all, the Tianqing sect had only recruited mediocre talents over the years, the best among them boasting merely a 5th-grade aptitude. Yet today they had seemingly recruited a genius with 9th-grade aptitude. This was monumental. Beside them, Tang Shuoro was equally thrilled, hastily adding, "If you prefer not to be a disciple, you can be an elder instead. I will immediately have Elder Gu step down to make you an inner elder." "Yes, yes," Gu Chongqing quickly concurred. "What do you say? Would you like to be an inner elder? I can transfer the position to you at once." Should Ye Xuan agree, they would not hesitate to serve him tea and water. Witnessing this scene, Ye Xuan let out a wry smile, saying, "Elder Gu, Sister Tang, you're overly kind. I merely wish to be an ordinary disciple and cultivate normally within the Tianqing sect." "Ah, yes, yes, an ordinary disciple is good. Very good." Gu Chongqing chuckled, all the while moving behind Ye Xuan to massage his shoulders, fearful of inadvertently offending this prodigy. Meanwhile, not far away, Wu Shanha was nearly fuming with rage. He could hardly believe that as a distinguished elder of the Chaos sect, he had personally come to extend an invitation, only to be outright rejected by Ye Xuan. Not only was he rebuffed, but the young man also chose the Tianqing sect, which he had always looked down upon. This was a blatant slap in the face. With that thought, Wu Shanhe stepped forward, suppressing his fury. Young man, are you toying with me? You would not join my esteemed Chaos sect, yet you opt for the last-ranked Tianqing sect. Is there a problem with that? Ye Xuan replied calmly. Ji Yi Chongqing retorted angrily. Well, what do you mean by that? I warn you, Ye Xuan has already chosen to join the Tianqing sect, so cease your attempts to sow discord. Sow discord. Ha! Good Chongqing. Does the Tianqing sect's strength require my interference to highlight? Wu Shanhe scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Ye Xuan. Young man, I advise you to think carefully. The decline of the Tianqing sect's strength is common knowledge in Langya County. By joining the Tianqing sect, you will receive at most 20 spirit stones a month, while in my Chaos sect, you could easily receive 2,000 spirit stones each month. The Tianqing sect has merely a handful of martial arts manuals, most of which are of the yellow grade, whereas my Chaos sect boasts 7 or 8 libraries filled with countless techniques, not to mention the various cultivation arrays and alchemy rooms, all of which my Chaos sect possesses. While the Tianqing sect lacks entirely. You wish to join them? Wu Shanhe sneered coldly. It seems you will only squander your innate talent. Upon hearing this, those around them could not help but nod in agreement, acknowledging the stark contrast in cultivation resources between the Tianqing sect and the Chaos sect. Although Ye Xuan's talent was indeed formidable, without equally strong resources, his path of cultivation would inevitably be stunted. This was precisely why so many martial artists were eager to join the Chaos sect. Only such elite sects could cultivate the most outstanding martial artists. Ge Chongqing and Tang Shuoro opened their mouths to refute, but found themselves at a loss for words. Even they had to concede that the disparity between the Tianqing sect and the Chaos sect was too vast. Why Ye Xuan, Tang Shuoro softly called, seemingly wishing to persuade him, yet ultimately could not utter a single word. Perhaps a talent like Ye Xuan could only truly flourish within the Chaos sect. Had he chosen the Chaos sect, she would not have held it against him. After all, it was only natural to select a powerful sect. While she might feel a tinge of sadness, she would still wish him well. However, just as Tang Shuoro prepared to comfort him and follow her heart, Ye Xuan took the initiative to speak first. I apologize, Elder Wu, but I've already stated my intention to join the Tianqing sect. I will not consider any other sect. This time, Tang Shuoro was greatly taken aback, gazing at Ye Xuan in disbelief. She had not anticipated that he would reject the Chaos sect, even in light of the Tianqing sect's meager resources. What did you say? Wu Shanhe's face darkened considerably, nearly on the verge of exploding. Young man, did you not hear what I said? I have already stated that the resources of the Chaos sect surpass those of the Tianqing sect by 100-fold, and yet you still wish to join the Tianqing sect? Indeed. Ye Xuan nodded calmly. One sentence nearly caused Wu Shanhe to lose his composure. Was this young man mentally challenged, or was his comprehension lacking? Little did he know that in Ye Xuan's heart, the significance of the Tianqing sect far exceeded that of mere cultivation resources. The Tianqing sect was his homeland as for the Chaos sect. In his previous life, this sect had often bullied the Tianqing sect, flaunting their strength, while their disciples routinely mistreated those of the Tianqing sect. Ye Xuan had witnessed it all and had long since lost any affection for that sect. Even without the Tianqing sect, he would not join the Chaos sect. With that thought, Ye Xuan smiled faintly. Elder Wu, my mind is made up. Please return. I am going with Sister Tang and Elder Ge to the Tianqing sect. After speaking, Ye Xuan did not spare Wu Shanhe a glance, turning instead to walk towards Tang, Shuoro, and Ge Chongqing. Witnessing this scene, Wu Shanhe's eyes widened, his face filled with incredulity. He watched Ye Xuan's figure grow increasingly distant as he approached the Tianqing sect. Standing behind Tang Shuoro and Ge Chongqing, feeling as if he'd been struck by 1,000 blows. Meanwhile, Ge Chongqing was patting Ye Xuan's shoulder, both astonished and elated. Good child, good child. Ye Xuan's resolute declaration had deeply moved him. For the first time in his life, he had been chosen with such unwavering determination. He vowed that, even if it cost him his life, he would create the best cultivation environment for Ye Xuan. Just as the three of them were enjoying their camaraderie within the Tianqing sect, a voice suddenly resonated through the air. He cannot join. Chapter 23. The Han family arrives, an unexpected assessment. He cannot join. The abrupt proclamation startled everyone present. They instinctively turned to the direction of the voice that a tall, imposing middle-aged man strode forth, flanked by a group of sword-bearing guards. A chilling aura of hostility swiftly enveloped the area. That was the head of the Han family, Han Tianxiang. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, gasps of realization rippled through the crowd. Why has a member of the Han family suddenly arrived? As the crowd pondered this, Han Tianxiang, accompanied by a large entourage, made his way into the throng that he stepped forward, bowing slightly before Wu Shanhe, Elder Wu. Although the Han family was a prominent clan in Langyi County, they still showed the necessary respect in the presence of Wu Shanhe, an inner elder of the Chaos sect. Wu Shanhe nodded, puzzled. Han Tianxiang, what brings you here with such a large entourage? Han Tianxiang did not answer immediately. Instead, he scanned the crowd. Finally, he raised his hand and pointed directly at Ye Xuan. I have come to seek him. What? As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through those present. It was unexpected that Han Tianxiang had come with such fanfare solely to confront Ye Xuan. Before anyone could react, Han Tianxiang's voice resonated again, cold and laced with a chilling, murderous intent. Elder Wu, you are unaware. Recently, my eldest son, Han Feng, and my youngest Han Tai were slain by treacherous men. I dispatched the Grand Elder, Han Shantong, to apprehend the murderers, but to my shock, Han Shantong was also killed, and the perpetrator is none other than this man, Ye Xuan. At this declaration, the atmosphere was instantly electrified. All eyes turned towards Ye Xuan, filled with disbelief. What? He killed the sons of the Han family and the Grand Elder. When did this happen? Wait, Ye Xuan, it suddenly dawned on them. Not long ago, the Han family had issued a bounty to hunt down the murderer of their young master. That individual was apparently named Ye Xuan. No wonder he looked so familiar. It was indeed him. In an instant, the realization struck everyone that wasn't this Ye Xuan the very person the Han family was seeking. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, silently reflecting. This old fool truly is relentless, even pursuing me to the 8th sex assessment. Nevertheless, his expression remained largely unchanged. Having dared to kill Han Shantong, he had no fear of repercussion from the Han family. At that moment, Tang Shiuero's expression shifted, and she hurriedly stepped forward to defend. Han family head, could it be that you are mistaken? I see Ye Xuan as a principled individual, not someone who would resort to senseless killing. Indeed, Han family head, could this be a misunderstanding? Gu Changqing chimed in, eager to support her. They had only just recruited such a talented individual as Ye Xuan. They could not allow anything to jeopardize him. Misunderstanding? Upon hearing this, Han Tianxiang's visage darkened. Pa, this brat has killed my 2 sons and the Grand Elder. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him. Do you dare suggest this is a misunderstanding? Why don't you inquire about what this scoundrel has done? Tang Shiuero turned to Ye Xuan, asking, is this true? Ye Xuan did not deny it. He nodded and replied, indeed, I killed them. Gasp! At this revelation, Tang Shiuero and the many martial artists present collectively inhaled sharply. They could hardly believe it. He truly was the one who had slain members of the illustrious Han family. The Han family was one of the foremost clans in Langyi County. The key point was, not only had he killed them, but he also showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, he had come to participate in the 8th sex assessment. Was he truly courting death? However, in contrast to the panic of those around him, Ye Xuan's reaction was remarkably calm. Not only was he unafraid, but a cold smile crept upon his face. So what if I killed them? Your sons were nothing but bullies, wreaking havoc and committing atrocities. How many women have suffered and died at their hands? The common folk they vie tormented number in the hundreds and thousands. My actions were merely a form of justice. Wah, what did you say? Han Tianxiang's expression changed drastically. Why? Ye Xuan sneered, reiterating, I said, I acted in the name of justice. Your 2 sons have been arrogant and tyrannical. Even if I had not killed them today, others would have sooner or later. By slaying them, I have granted them an early passage to redemption. You have failed to discipline them. allowing their misdeeds to flourish. Consider yourself fortunate they fell to my hand. Had they offended a formidable power one day, you would have regretted it far too late. You ought to be grateful for my actions, yet you dare threaten me? Truly, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor. Ye Xuan shook his head, embodying a lament for being misunderstood. Meanwhile, Han Tianxiang was nearly driven to madness. His sons had been slain, and instead of kneeling to apologize, Ye Xuan demanded gratitude. Was this even human? You lie. Han Tianxiang roared. My sons were humble and courteous, kind-hearted individuals. How could they possibly bully others? You, vile creature, not only killed my sons, but dared to fabricate such slander. Han Tianxiang turned to Elder Wu Shanhe beside him, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Elder Wu, you are a senior member of the Chaos Sect, with considerable influence. Today, I implore you to provide the Han family with an explanation. At this moment, Wu Shanhe began to grasp the entirety of the situation, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He hadn't anticipated that this young man would create such a significant uproar. Just then, Xiaobai leaned in closer, whispering, Elder Wu, this presents an excellent opportunity. This brat just openly defied you before so many witnesses, even daring to claim he wished to join the Tianqing sect. We can seize this moment to eliminate him. Not only would we prevent him from joining another sect, but we could also establish our authority within the Chaos sect. It's a win-win situation. At this proposition, Wu Shanhe's eyes brightened. It made perfect sense. He was already incensed by Ye Xuan's earlier insolence and had been contemplating a reason to reprimand him. Was this not the perfect opportunity? With that thought in mind, Wu Shanhe pointed at Ye Xuan and barked, You audacious Ye Xuan! How dare you kill? Your cruelty is so egregious that if you are allowed to thrive, you will undoubtedly become a scourge upon this land. Today I, Wu Shanhe, shall act in the name of justice and eradicate you, the murderer. Ye Xuan laughed mockingly to the heavens. Ha ha ha, what a farce of righteous indignation. We are all adults here. Spare me the grandstanding. It makes me want to retch. You seek death. Wu Shanhe's face shifted between shades of green and white, his fury boiling over. The raging anger coalesced into a chilling intent to kill. Fixating mercilessly upon Ye Xuan. How dare you challenge the authority of an inner elder of the Chaos sect? Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for being heartless. As his words fell, Wu Shanhe's spiritual energy surged violently, an aura of terror instantly enveloping the surroundings. His mastery at the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm was unmistakable. With a swish, he vanished like a wraith, unleashing a palm strike toward Ye Xuan from the air. The Chaos Void Palm. This was the Chaos Sect's profound martial art, a strike that bore the weight of a mountain, its power boundless, distorting the very fabric of space around it. Should this palm land upon a person, it would undoubtedly shatter their internal organs. Such a formidable technique, combined with Wu Shanhe's 8th level mastery, possessed destructive power that could easily crush an ordinary practitioner of the same level. However, just as the gust of his palm was about to descend upon Ye Xuan, a figure suddenly emerged, positioning themselves in front of him, raising a palm of their own. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. The clash of spiritual energies resounding. Wu Shanhe staggered back several steps, his eyes narrowing in disbelief as he realized it was Ge Changqing who had blocked his attack. Ye Changqing. Wu Shanhe's expression darkened as he bellowed. What do you mean by this, Ge? Do you intend to obstruct the Chaos Sect's pursuit of justice? Ge Changqing retorted, Wu, cease your prattle. Ye Xuan is a disciple of our Tianqing sect, and if you wish to kill him, I will not permit it. Indeed. Tang Shuro stepped forward, her long sword unsheathed, gleaming with a chilling light. Ye Xuan is a disciple of Tianqing sect. You Chaos sect have no right to kill him. Boom! As the words left her lips, both Ge Changqing and Tang Shuro simultaneously unleashed their spiritual cultivation. 7th level Grandmaster, 4th level Grandmaster. They were all Grandmasters. Witnessing this scene, Han Tianxiang swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he turned to Wu Shanhe. Elder Wu, what shall we do now? He had not anticipated that the Tianqing sect would go to such lengths for Ye Xuan. Seeing Ge Changqing and Tang Shuro step forward, Ye Xuan felt a surge of gratitude. In his previous life, his senior sisters often stood up for him, Now, having been reborn, they once again chose to stand resolutely in the face of oppression. He had indeed made the right choice in joining the Tianqing sect. Very well, Wu Shanha's face darkened, his teeth gritting as he said, "Good Chongqing, Tang Shuoro, I see you are determined to protect this brat. Do you truly believe that the Chaos sect dares not kill members of the Tianqing sect? Spare me your nonsense. If you wish to kill Ye Xuan, I will not allow it." Ge Chongqing declared fiercely, asserting his position. Since Ye Xuan had steadfastly chosen the Tianqing sect, he had vowed to protect him with his life. The Chaos sect wished to kill Ye Xuan? They would have to step over his corpse first. Very well, you have brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame me. As his words fell, Wu Shanha produced a command token and threw it into the air. A sinister expression crossing his face. Bold Ye Xuan, to dare kill a disciple of the Chaos sect without cause. You are simply lawless. I, as an inner elder of the Chaos sect, summoned the sect's enforcement team to come forth. This time, let us see who can save you. What? The enforcement team. At this proclamation, the surrounding martial artists gasped in shock. This was the Chaos sect's elite organization, responsible for dealing with traitors and lawless disciples within the sect. Known for their ruthless methods and bloodshed, Elder Wu has even summoned the enforcement team. This time, even Ge Chongqing and Tang Shuoro would likely be unable to protect this brat. Swish, a command token soared through the air. Exploding with a resounding blast in the sky, in an instant, dozens of formidable auras surged from all directions. All of them were Grandmaster-level experts. This was indeed the Chaos sect's enforcement team, a group that struck fear into the hearts of many. Chapter 25. The enforcement team, killing Qinxiu. At the forefront stood a tall, burly middle-aged man, his aura surging powerfully, exuding an imposing presence. His brows were like knives, and within his eyes flickered bolts of electricity. Coldly surveying the crowd. What is happening here? Wu Shanha quickly approached. Enforcer Sha, you have arrived. This fellow named Ye Xuan has killed a member of the Han family. I intended to seek justice for the Han family. But he not only refused to comply, but also went so far as to kill Xiao Bai. Such heinous crimes are utterly unforgivable. The enforcer, named Sha Qinqiu, was the leader of the enforcement team, having achieved the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm, making him a dazzling figure even within the Chaos sect. Upon hearing Wu Shanha's words, Sha Qinqiu glanced at Xiao Bai's corpse and found that his head had been crushed. Blood and brain matter pooling around, a flicker of surprise crossed Sha Qinqiu's eyes. Xiao Bai was a master at the 1st level of the Grandmaster realm. For one so young, to have killed him is indeed a sign of talent. Wu Shanha's expression shifted slightly, just as he was about to speak. Sha Qinqiu waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. But it matters not. Our Chaos sect is never short of talent. You dare to openly kill a disciple of my Chaos sect? This matter cannot simply be swept under the rug. Only your blood can wash away the shame you have brought upon us. Take your own life. Sha Qinqiu gazed at Ye Xuan, his tone lofty. As if it were not a negotiation but a decree. Tang Shuoro's complexion changed. Enforcer, Sha Qinqiu thundered. Silence. This child has killed a disciple of my Chaos sect. He is doomed. Whoever dares to plead for mercy is opposing the Chaos sect. I will kill them as well. His chilling words echoed throughout the square, a demonstration of the Chaos sect's might. Yet upon hearing this, Ye Xuan burst into laughter. Ha! What a grand declaration of killing together. So this is the enforcement team of the Chaos sect? Relying on your background, you extend your hand to other sects. You dare to boast about killing members of other sects. Is this the founding principle of your enforcement team? Are you enforcing the laws of the Chaos sect, or those of other sects? At this proclamation, the faces of the various sects present shifted, why Ye Xuan's words struck a chord with them for a long time. The enforcement team had brazenly abused their power, committing acts of tyranny within the 8 sects, even killing members of other sections yet. Due to the Chaos sect's strength, they had dared not voice their grievances. Today, Ye Xuan's words could be seen as a release of their pent-up frustration. However, after this moment of relief, they could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, Sha Qinqiu was no Xiao Bai. He was not only at the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm, but also possessed ample combat experience and ruthless methods. Why Ye Xuan's remarks would likely lead him to a grim fate. Indeed, upon hearing Ye Xuan's words, Sha Qianqiu's face darkened like water. Good, good. What a sharp-tongued brat, to offend my chaos sect and refuse to acknowledge your faults. You dare to speak so boldly. You claim my enforcement team enforces the laws of other sects? Then today, I shall show you. I will kill this brat. Who dares to stop me? Sha Qianqiu's icy gaze swept over the crowd, and as his eyes passed, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing this, Sha Qianqiu let out a sinister laugh. Do you see? I wish to kill you, and no one dares to stop me. Before he could finish, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. Ge Chongqing stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Ye Xuan, calmly stating, If you wish to kill Ye Xuan, Ge Chongqing inhaled sharply. 30 against 3, this situation seems somewhat unfavorable. Doesn't it? Boy, are you afraid? He glanced at Ye Xuan, who merely scoffed in disdain. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have offended them just now to what if it's 30 against 3, to fight alongside Elder Ge and Sister Tang. I fear nothing, be it 30 against 3 or 300 against 3. I am undaunted at this declaration. Ge Chongqing burst into hearty laughter. Good. What a fearless lad. You're right, although our Tianqing sect is small. We are never cowed, no matter how many they are. We shall charge forward. Charge. Tang Xiuyu, inspired by their fervor, also uttered a curse. In the next moment, she took the lead, brandishing her sword as a fierce gale of sword energy erupted forth. Surging like a torrential storm. Die. The cries of agony echoed instantly. Under Tang Xiuyu's onslaught, those below the Master Realm had no power to retaliate and fell one after another. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Ye Xuan couldn't help but gasp. He never expected that his gentle and refined senior sister could exhibit such a violent side. She hadn't been like this in his previous life. With Tang Xiuyu's encouragement, Ye Xuan and Ge Chongqing ceased their chatter and charged forth. Ge Chongqing wielded an iron whip, its fierce crack resounding. Any martial artist struck by was almost instantly left battered and broken. Ye Xuan, embodying a war god, stood amidst the martial artists, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly pounding each foe that dared approach him. Ancestral Dragon Limitless Fist, first form. Ancestral Dragon Limitless Fist, second form. Boom! The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed, blood and gore flying everywhere, with his current cultivation at the second level of the Master Realm. Coupled with the terrifying power of the Ancestral Dragon Limitless Fist, he felt confident even against opponents at the 9th level of the Master Realm, let alone these lesser opponents in no time. Over 30 strong warriors were sent fleeing in disarray, cries of despair filling the air. Useless. Witnessing this, Sha Qianqiu was consumed by rage. He sprang forward, unleashing a fierce gust of energy directed at Ye Xuan's chest. Yet, Ye Xuan, unflinching, retaliated with a punch. Bang! The clash of their strikes unleashed a tremendous force, causing Sha Qianqiu to stagger backward, retreating several meters. How is this possible? Sha Qianqiu's face was painted with disbelief. He was at the 8th level of the Master Realm, capable of delivering a punch with a force of 20 to 30,000 pounds, yet he was repelled by Ye Xuan. Chapter 26. The Might of Ye Xuan, single-handedly battling 3 masters. Observing Sha Qianqiu's astonishment, Ye Xuan let out a cold smile and taunted, Master Sha, is your punch lacking? Why is it so soft and feeble? Are you aging, perhaps suffering from kidney deficiency? What did you say? At this, Sha Qianqiu's fury erupted. This damned boy dared to mock him, especially regarding a topic so sensitive to a man. This was intolerable. Seeking death, Sha Qianqiu roared, charging forward once more, his spiritual energy violently twisting in the air, transforming into a sharp blade aimed directly at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan stepped back, effortlessly evading the strike. Bang! The blade sliced through the air, carving a massive gash into the ground. Yet before Ye Xuan could catch his breath, with a sharp jab, it struck directly at the center of the palm. This was precisely where Han Tianxiang's vulnerability lay. Crack! A resounding noise of shattering bones echoed as Han Tianxiang let out a frantic, harrowing scream, his entire right arm fracturing violently. Blood sprayed forth, and the sight of exposed white bones was ghastly, as his right arm was pulverized by spiritual energy. Da-da! Han Tianxiang cried out in agony, clutching his right arm as he collapsed to the ground, his mouth emitting a series of chilling wails. In his gaze directed at Ye Xuan, there was an unmistakable fear, mingled with a hint of regret. Suddenly, the thought struck him. Had he been foolish to provoke Ye Xuan? But it was too late. In the next moment, Ye Xuan's figure dashed forward like a specter, and with a powerful kick, he brought his foot down mercilessly upon Han Tianxiang's head. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Han Tianxiang's head exploded like a watermelon, red blood and white brain matter spraying outwards, staining the clothes of Sha Qianxiu and Wu Shanna nearby in a crimson hue. Master, witnessing this scene, the surrounding members of the Han family erupted into wails of despair, their faces etched with sorrow as they gazed upon Han Tianxiang's lifeless body on the other side. Sha Qianxiu and Wu Shanha were taken aback, astonished that Ye Xuan's methods were so ruthlessly fierce that, in an instant, he had slain yet another master-level powerhouse. With Han Tianxiang's demise, the energy that had belonged to him surged forth like a spring, instantly absorbed by Ye Xuan. The fourth layer of the martial master realm, boom! With a thunderous roar of spiritual energy, Ye Xuan's cultivation level ascended once more. Another breakthrough, Sha Qianxiu was left dumbfounded, staring at Ye Xuan as if he were a demon. While other martial artists grew weaker in battle, how was it that this young man only grew stronger? Ye Xuan chuckled coldly, saying, "Oh, Master Sha, I must thank you for the splendid gift of spiritual energy. Not only have you aided my cultivation, but you've even invited a companion to join. You truly have my best interests at heart. The title of the greatest benefactor of the chaotic sect surely belongs to you." Ha ha! As Ye Xuan's mocking words rang out, Sha Qianxiu felt no anger rising within him. Instead, a thread of fear began to take root in his heart. This young man was simply too enigmatic. Like a cockroach, he could not be killed no matter how hard one tried. And this was merely the master realm. He could scarcely imagine the havoc this individual might wreak if he were to break through to the martial sovereign realm. This cannot stand. This child must be eliminated today. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a tremendous threat to the chaotic sect in the future. Sha Qianxiu gritted his teeth and said to Wu Shanha beside him, "Elder Wu, we must strike together now and eliminate this child in one fell swoop. We cannot allow him any opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Do you understand?" Understood. Wu Shanna's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, clearly shaken by Ye Xuan's terrifying potential. And no matter what, this young man must not be allowed to escape today. However, just as the two were about to take action, a sharp cry pierced the air. A colossal azure cloud eagle soared into the sky, its wings spanning 20 meters, casting a vast shadow as it descended. A cold voice emanated from the back of the azure cloud eagle. "Sha Qianxiu, you have the audacity to kill one of my Tianqing sect disciples. Who gave you the gall to harm my disciples?" Chapter 27. A disciple of Tianqing sect I shall protect. The icy voice resonated from atop the azure cloud eagle. A middle-aged man donned in an elegant azure robe gracefully descended, striding through the air as if he were an immortal. That a gentle breeze swirled around him, devoid of any palpable pressure, yet exuding an air of majestic authority. All eyes were drawn to him. Sect Master. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Tang Xiu and Gu Chongqing's expressions brightened, and they hurried forward. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Su Ding, the sect master of Tianqing sect, and also Ye Xuan's mentor from his previous life. In his past existence, due to his physical disability preventing him from cultivating, it was Su Ding who traversed mountains and valleys to procure numerous spiritual herbs, aiding him in regaining his foundation. While it merely restored his dantian and did not bestow the talent of the undying body of the primordial era, it at least allowed Ye Xuan to re-enter the path of cultivation. In Ye Xuan's heart, Su Ding was akin to his second father. That why Ye Xuan bowed deeply to Su Ding, saying, "Sect Master." Upon seeing Ye Xuan bow, the icy demeanor on Su Ding's face melted away, replaced by a warm smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Well done, my boy. To single-handedly contend against 3 master-level opponents without faltering, truly worthy of being a new disciple of my Tianqing sect. You possess remarkable courage. Thank you, sect master, Ye Xuan replied with a grin. However, in the next moment, Su Ding's smile faded, his gaze shifting coldly toward Sha Qianqiu, the icy intent returning to his countenance. Sha Qianqiu, come here at once. Boom. His voice boomed like a thunderclap, sending a shudder through all present. What a terrifying presence. I feel as if my very soul is on the verge of being torn apart. Is this truly the sect master of Tianqing sect? How can he be so powerful? The crowd was filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the seemingly insignificant Tianqing sect would possess such a formidable leader. Sha Qianqiu's face paled as he replied, Su Ding, your disciple has killed a member of my chaotic sect. My actions were merely to avenge him. Yet, Su Ding paid no heed, his expression darkening as he repeated, I said, come here at once. Boomed, as his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Ding's body. The ground fractured beneath his feet, dust and debris flying. The martial artists present trembled, their eyes wide with fear. The ninth layer of the martial sovereign realm, Su Ding was a cultivator of the martial sovereign realm. He far surpassed the master realm. Sha Qianqiu gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear as he approached Su Ding. Just as he reached Su Ding, the latter suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a tremendous force within his palm. Bang! Ah! Sha Qianqiu's body was sent hurtling backward, as if it were a kite with its string cut, flying over 100 meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater upon impact. Hall Master, Wu Shana's expression changed drastically, just as he prepared to assist Sha Qianqiu. A chilling voice rang in his ear. So, it was you old dog who bullied my beloved disciple, what? Wu Shana trembled, raising his head to see Su Ding looming before him, his towering figure blocking out the sunlight above. Casting a shadow that was both oppressive and intimidating, in the next instant, a cold, killing intent locked onto him. No, please! Hall Master, save me! Wu Shana shrieked in terror. But it was too late, in the next moment. Su Ding had already raised his right hand, bringing it down forcefully upon Wu Shana's head. Bang! In an instant, Wu Shana's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter spraying forth as his body collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, Sha Qianqiu's complexion turned pale with rage. Su Ding, you dared to kill an elder of my chaotic sect. Bang! Before Sha Qianqiu could finish his sentence, Su Ding stomped his foot down upon his head. A look of disdain on his face as he remarked, Killed? So what? Why all this needless chatter? Sha Qianqiu gritted his teeth. Su Ding, do not think that just because you are a martial sovereign, you can act without restraint. Do not forget, the thing within your body will not allow you to live for many more years. When you perish, it will be the day Tianqing sect meets its end. Nonsense, bang! Su Ding launched a kick that sent Sha Qianqiu flying. Wow! Sha Qianqiu crashed heavily to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood, his aura severely weakened. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. Sha Qianqiu was no small fry, being a master realm expert of the 8th layer. Yet he was treated like a mere ball by Su Ding, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of a martial sovereign. Truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan's eyes flickered with surprise. What is this thing within my master's body? He remembered that in his previous life, Tianqing sect had disbanded suddenly due to his master's passing. But he had assumed it was merely because Su Ding had failed to break through to the martial king realm, reaching the limits of his lifespan. Now, it seemed that the circumstances surrounding his master's demise might indeed be related to what Sha Qianqiu had mentioned. As Ye Xuan pondered, Su Ding had already placed his foot upon Sha Qianqiu's head, his voice cold as ice. You, a mere dog, dare to speak to me in such a manner. Even Fong Qingping would not presume to address me so. What do you think you are? Today, I will take my dear disciple away to Tianqing sect. D. Oh, you have any objections? Sha Qianqiu hesitated. Bang! Observing his hesitation, Su Ding's right foot exerted tremendous force, sending a wave of pressure surging into Sha Qianqiu's head. Under the immense force, Sha Qianqiu's head throbbed as if it might burst, his wails of agony echoing through the Su Ding reiterated. I will say this once more. I am taking my dear disciple away. Do you have any objections? Crack, crack. As Su Ding spoke, he pressed down harder on Sha Qianqiu's head, the terrifying force threatening to crush it. Sha Qianqiu's 7 orifices bled profusely as he continued to wail. I agree. Release me at once. My head feels as though it might split. The moment the words escaped his lips, Sha Qianqiu felt a sudden lightness atop his head. A wave of relief washed over him, as though he had narrowly escaped death. Su Ding, looking down from his elevated position, declared, Remember this. As a disciple of the Tianqing sect, I shall protect you. Should I ever witness you laying a hand on Ye Xuan again, I will strike you without hesitation. Do you understand? I understand. Sha Qianqiu responded hastily, not daring to show any resistance. Observing this exchange, a satisfied expression spread across Su Ding's face that he then approached Ye Xuan, his cold smile vanishing, replaced by a gentle one. Very well, Ye Xuan, the matter is resolved. From this day forth, none shall dare show you disrespect. Thank you, Sect Master. Ye Xuan clasped his fists, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Su Ding waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for thanks. In truth, it is I who should be grateful for your choice to join our Tianqing sect. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to nurturing you into a peerless master, ensuring that your remarkable talents are not squandered. Ye Xuan nodded. Su Ding patted him on the shoulder, grinning. Now let us return to the Tianqing sect. But just then, Ye Xuan suddenly smiled and said, Sect Master, to leave just like this seems rather casual, does it not? Su Ding was taken aback. Why, Ye Xuan continued with a cheerful demeanor, Since I have joined the Tianqing sect, you will naturally protect me, right? Su Ding replied with a smile. Of course, as a disciple of the Tianqing sect, anyone who dares to bully you would be opposing me. Su Ding. With that, his icy gaze swept across the crowd, exuding an air of authority. That is reassuring. Hearing this, Ye Xuan smiled faintly and stepped in front of Sha Qianqiu. Speaking coolly, Sha Qianqiu, did you not claim that my Tianqing sect ranks last among the sects? If that is the case, then today, I, Ye Xuan, shall challenge all the master-level warriors of your chaos sect on behalf of the Tianqing sect. What? Su Ding was left speechless. Nearby, Tang Shiuro and Gu Chongqing were equally stunned, gazing at Ye Xuan in disbelief. Chapter 28. Slaying all master-level warriors. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's challenge to all the master-level warriors of the Chaos sect, Sha Qianqiu's face flushed with rage. Why, Ye Xuan? How dare you? Do you truly believe there are no capable individuals in my Chaos sect? Ye Xuan replied with a calm smile. Then summon your disciples forth. Did you not repeatedly assert that my Chaos sect lacks talent, and that the Tianqing sect is doomed? If so, allow me to witness the prowess of your so-called talents. Master-level warriors, 1 by 1, or 2 by 2. Should I, Ye Xuan, lose, I will kneel at the gates of your Chaos sect, renounce my cultivation, and bow an apology. His bold declaration resonated throughout the square, echoing in the ears of all present. The martial artist stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Ye Xuan's audacity. Has this boy lost his mind? He actually dares to challenge all the master-level warriors of the Chaos sect. Even if he is formidable, it is impossible to battle them all at once. This is a gamble with his life. Tang Shiuro's expression shifted, pleading, Ye Xuan, do not act rashly. Ye Xuan shook his head, replying earnestly, Sister, I am not being rash. I have considered this deeply. The reason the Chaos sect dares to bully the Tianqing sect is precisely because we lack talent. Therefore, I, Ye Xuan, shall embody that talent for the Tianqing sect today. This time, I will make the Chaos sect submit completely, instilling fear in them so that they flee at the mere sight of a Tianqing sect member. Sha Qianqiu bellowed, You fool, you are courting death. Ye Xuan turned to Su Ding, Sect Master. Su Ding stepped forward, his expression darkening as he thundered, Sha Qianqiu, did you not hear Ye Xuan's words? Summon all the master-level disciples of your Chaos sect. Or do not blame me for losing my temper. Sha Qianqiu was taken aback that Su Ding was known in Langye County by the moniker Old Rascal. Once provoked, he would not heed any consequences that if he did not comply. It was likely that Su Ding would indeed cause chaos within the Chaos sect. With this in mind, Sha Qianqiu narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing within. Very well, if you seek death. Do not blame me for being ruthless. With a swift motion, Sha Qianqiu produced a command token. The token shot into the sky, erupting into a burst of golden flames. Soon, The booming sound of drums filled the air, reverberating across the heavens. War drums sound. Disciples gather. 3 beats signaled the call to assemble the master-level disciples. In an instant, the chaos sect erupted into a frenzy. The master-level disciples rushed toward the square for the 8th sect assessment. And excluding those absent from the chaos sect, over 100 master-level warriors appeared densely packed, like locusts descending upon the land. All of them glared at Ye Xuan with murderous intent. Hallmaster. What is the meaning of this urgency? One master-level disciple inquired, named Mo Yun, a second-tier master-level expert who could rank within the top 100 on the Dragon Tiger list. Sha Qianqiu pointed at Ye Xuan and coldly declared, "This person is Ye Xuan, who seeks to challenge all the master-level disciples of my chaos sect. Who dares to face him?" "What?" The disciples gasped in shock. "Challenge all the master-level disciples. This lad is too arrogant. Does he truly believe we are lacking in capable warriors? Let's take him down." The disciples of the Chaos sect were filled with righteous indignation, but a third-tier master-level disciple stepped forward, regarding Ye Xuan with disdain. "I am Zhang He, an inner disciple of the Chaos sect, having learned the carefree swordsmanship from the great immortal of the Chaos sect." Enough with the chatter. With a cold snort, Ye Xuan unleashed a fierce kick, sending Zhang He flying. With a resounding crash, Zhang He struck the wall, creating a large crater, foam spewing from his mouth, limbs convulsing, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. The onlookers were left in a daze. The esteemed third-tier master-level disciple had been knocked unconscious with a single kick. Ye Xuan, however, paid no mind to their astonishment, coolly stating, "One by one is too tedious. You, and you, all of you shall face me together." Ye Xuan beckoned with his fingers, his eyes gleaming with boundless eagerness for battle. His innate combative disposition had been fully awakened. The Honghuang swallowing heaven demonic art was inherently bloodthirsty and combative. And having recently devoured the energies of 2 master-level warriors, he now craved new power. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's words, the disciples of the Chaos sect were enraged. Challenging all the master-level warriors was one thing, but for him to invite them all at once? There were over 100 master-level warriors present. Did he truly believe he could take on 100 opponents single-handedly? "You are far too arrogant." Zhang He merely let his guard down. "But now allow me to teach you a lesson." A 5th-tier master-level warrior leaped into action, towering like a mountain, his fists akin to boulders crashing down. He was a practitioner of body refinement techniques, possessing immense strength capable of shattering mountains and tearing apart beasts. One punch from him would surely spell disaster for any opponent. Yet, in the face of this formidable strike, Ye Xuan did not flinch. With a swift motion, he seized both of the warrior's fists. "What?" Before the warrior could react, Ye Xuan yanked with all his might. In an instant, blood erupted. The warrior's body was torn asunder, blood and entrails raining down as Ye Xuan casually discarded the halves of the corpse on the ground like refuse. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, all the martial artists felt their scalps tingle in horror. 2 master-level warriors had fallen to Ye Xuan in mere moments, each strike lethal and decisive. How terrifying was this? Who on earth was this young man? Why did he challenge them? I heard he killed the 2 sons of Han Tianxiang. An elder Wu sought to avenge them, thus offending him. What? Han Tianxiang. Has he lost his mind? The fates of the Han family are of no concern to us. Moreover, Han Tianxiang's sons were hardly saints. Their deaths are no loss. Why drag the Chaos sect into this? Keep your voice down. The Hall Master has tacitly agreed to this matter. Listening to the murmurs among the disciples, Sha Qianqiu's face turned ashen. Yet he refused to admit fault, gritting his teeth as he coldly scoffed, "Ye Xuan, your methods are rather ruthless, are they not?" Ye Xuan shot him a glance before turning to Su Ding, sect master. In a flash, Su Ding appeared before Sha Qianqiu, delivering a resounding slap that sent him crashing to the ground. Before Sha Qianqiu could gather his wits, Su Ding's right foot was already viciously grinding into his face. "You wretched scoundrel, are you seeking death? While I am here, you dare threaten my disciple." Sha Qianqiu was nearly in tears. "Have I ever threatened him?" "Do you dare to speak defiantly?" Su Ding raised his foot, repeatedly stomping with force upon Sha Qianqiu's face. Bang, bang, bang. Sha Qianqiu's visage became disfigured, his nose bruised and bloodied, teeth scattered, and his features grotesquely contorted. His nasal bone fractured, had he not been a formidable master. These few blows alone might have been sufficient to end his life. Clap, clap. Su Ding dusted off his shoes and turned to Ye Xuan, smiling gently. My dear disciple, do continue. Ye Xuan smirked, surveying the multitude of master-level warriors before him, and declared, those below the 5th tier of the master realm, refrain from seeking death by approaching. You, who pride yourselves as geniuses above the 5th tier, do you not often look down upon us of the Tianqing sect? If so, why not step forth and engage me in battle? What, have you all fallen silent? Ah, I see now. It appears that those of the Chaos sect are merely bullies of the weak, all show and no substance. If your so-called sect holds the number 1 rank based on cowardice, then we of the Tianqing sect concede. Indeed, we are unworthy of the top position. Chapter 29, the first of the Master Realm. Zhuge Qinyan, you, at Ye Xuan's scathing remarks, Sha Qianqiu's fury ignited, and he was about to unleash a torrent of curses when a voice interrupted. Ye Xuan, do not presume that because you have slain 2 master-level warriors, you are invincible. Our Chaos sect boasts countless talents, many of whom can easily vanquish you. As the words fell, a tall figure emerged from the crowd, clad in a crimson robe, with brows like swords and a physique as robust as a fortress. His eagle-like eyes glimmered with a chilling light, revealing his prowess at the 7th tier of the Master Realm, is that Yuan Kuei. Tang Shuyo squinted, her expression darkening upon his arrival. Senior sister, do you know him? Ye Xuan inquired with curiosity. Tang Shuyo clenched her teeth. He is an inner disciple of the Chaos sect, having attained the 7th tier of the Master Realm. He is known for his arrogance, and often bullies our Tianqing sect disciples. Merely half a month ago, 3 of our disciples suffered fractures at his hands, and one was even left crippled, his dantian shattered, and he is yet to awaken. As she recounted this, Tang Shuyo's fists tightened. The thought of her fellow disciples' plight pierced her heart with anguish. Why? Ye Xuan raised his gaze, coldly regarding Yuan Kuei. Is it you who harm my senior sister's disciples? And what of it? Yuan Kuei sneered. What? Are you dissatisfied? It is only natural for the weak to be oppressed by the strong. Those who fall beneath my fist should consider it an honor should I encounter any Tianqing sect disciples again. I shall not only strike one, but I shall render them all crippled. Huh? Yuan Kuei's expression radiated pride, as if he believed that injuring disciples of the Tianqing sect were commendable acts. Why? Ye Xuan's smile turned icy, his eyes glinting with malice. So, you deem it right to harm the disciples of my Tianqing sect? And what of it? Come and try to kill me. Yuan Kuei scoffed dismissively. As you wish. With those words, Ye Xuan's figure flickered like a ghost, his right fist enveloped in surging spiritual energy, striking down upon Yuan Kuei's face with the might of a mountain. Overestimating yourself. Yuan Kuei scoffed at the sight. A master of physical cultivation, he possessed extraordinary strength. Though only at the 7th tier of the Master Realm, his power could rival that of an 8th tier expert. For Ye Xuan to challenge him in a contest of strength was sheer folly. In the next moment, Yuan Kuei unleashed his own fist. Raging bull fist. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying force of his punch fell like a meteor, colliding violently with Ye Xuan's fist. Yet, in the instant of collision, Yuan Kuei's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, no, this is wrong. He felt an unimaginable force emanating from Ye Xuan's fist, a power that dwarfed his own by several times. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. A scream erupted as Yuan Kuei's right fist exploded. Fingers flying, blood splattering everywhere. The terrifying spiritual energy swept through, obliterating his entire right arm. With just one punch, the self-proclaimed invincible Yuan Kuei was utterly defeated. Ye Xuan delivered a kick from midair. Bang! Yuan Kuei's figure was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the ground dozens of meters away. His chest caved in, ribs shattered, and his internal organs obliterated by Ye Xuan's strike. His head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Ye Xuan surveyed the onlookers, coldly stating, "Who else has bullied the disciples of the Tianqing sect? Come forth. One by one, I shall slay you. It is truly not enough for me." Hiss! The utterance of his words struck like thunder. inciting gasps of shock. To claim he was unsatisfied after dispatching a talented disciple of the Chaos Sect with a single punch? Ye Xuan, enough! At that moment, a tall young man stepped out from the crowd, his sharp gaze fixed upon Ye Xuan, exuding an overwhelming aura. Upon his emergence, the surrounding disciples of the Chaos Sect visibly perked up. It is Brother Zhuge Qingyun, our inner sect prodigy of the Chaos Sect. He has reached the 9th tier of the Master Realm, perilously close to the Martial Sovereign Realm. He is lauded as the strongest beneath the Martial Sovereign. Zhuge Qingyun regarded Ye Xuan with icy disdain. Ye Xuan, I acknowledge that the Chaos Sect's actions against you today were indeed misguided, but you have caused enough trouble and taken enough lives. This matter ends here. It is time for me to personally conclude this affair. Conclude? Ye Xuan's gaze danced with amusement. Pray tell, how do you propose to conclude? Quite simply, you shall kneel and confess your faults, then take your own life as an act of contrition, and it shall be deemed concluded. Zhuge Qingyun declared with arrogance. Rest assured, considering your young age and remarkable achievements, I will ensure your remains are treated with dignity. You would do well to comply. Otherwise, I shall make your existence more miserable than death. Zhuge Qingyun's chilling voice reverberated in the ears of all present, as though pronouncing Ye Xuan's death sentence. Ha! Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan initially paused, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. What are you laughing at? Zhuge Qingyun frowned at why Ye Xuan's voice dripped with cold mirth. I laugh at your ignorance. I laugh at your arrogance. Your Chaos Sect disciples routinely bully those of the Tianqing sect, leaving them crippled. Instead of demanding their apologies, you dare ask me to kneel and confess. Tell me, is this not ignorance? Is this not arrogance? You dare to call it a conclusion? How utterly laughable! Ye Xuan's gaze was laced with mockery as he regarded Zhuge Qingyun. However, instead of remorse, Zhuge Qingyun's expression hardened with disdain. That is merely a consequence of your Tianqing sect, disciples' inferior cultivation. Being bullied is only natural. What does it have to do with my Chaos Sect disciples? Indeed, at this, several disciples of the Chaos Sect chimed in. We are the #1 sect. What is wrong with bullying a few of your disciples? Is it not natural for a top-ranking sect to dominate a bottom-ranking one? What if we kill you? It is merely a form of encouragement, aiding your growth. You should be grateful, do you understand? A haughty attitude pervaded the disciples of the Chaos Sect, as if they believed that bullying the disciples of the Tianqing sect was entirely justified. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's smile turned frigid, his eyes glimmering with malevolence. Ah, how admirable it is that you all, emboldened by your status, dare to trample upon the disciples of the Tianqing sect, refusing to acknowledge your wrongs, and instead distorting the truth. It seems the people of your Chaos Sect are indeed complicit in wickedness. Zhuge Qingyun furrowed his brow. Ye Xuan, I shall ask you once more. Will you kneel or not? Ye Xuan's lips curled into a grin, his gaze unwavering as he responded with 5 resounding words. I kneel. To your ancestors. What? At this, Zhuge Qingyun's expression shifted slightly, only to be replaced by unbridled rage, his fists cracking ominously. Ah, a fool who seeks death. Very well. I shall grant your wish. Rest assured, I will employ the most brutal methods to torment you, making you regret the decision you have just made. Boom, as his words fell. Zhuge Qingyun's body trembled violently. Spiritual energy surged around him, and 2 white streams of energy erupted from his back, twisting in the air to form 2 pitch-black arms, each wielding a dark battle blade. Their glint sharp enough to send shivers down one's spine. Combined with Zhuge Qingyun's own 2 arms, he now possessed 4, resembling a fearsome deity from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of power. It has manifested Zhuge Qingyun's innate ability, 4-armed Shura. Zhuge Qingyun ranked 25th on the Dragon Tiger list, and his innate ability, 4-armed Shura, not only greatly enhanced his strength, but also allowed for simultaneous attacks in 4 directions, making him an immensely terrifying adversary. Killing Qinxiu wore an excited expression, his bruised face contorted into a sinister grin. This time, Ye Xuan, that wretched spawn, is undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 30. The extraordinary talent you speak of, I possess as well. Killing Qinxiu let out a malevolent laugh, casting a provocative glance at Su Ding, who remained silent. He merely lifted his foot and brutally grounded against killing Qianqiu's face, leaving him with a mouthful of mud. Infuriated, killing Qianqiu exclaimed, "Su Ding, you are being excessively tyrannical." Su Ding replied calmly, "Your gaze is simply begging to be struck that on the other side." Zhuge Qingyun summoned the four-armed Azura, and his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Once handsome, his visage now appeared monstrous, with a green face and sharp fangs, resembling a beast. His pupils morphed into vertical slits, exuding an aura of icy menace. Dark smoke swirled around him, and with four gleaming blades in hand, he truly resembled a hellish Azura, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Moreover, Zhuge Qingyun's cultivation level had ascended to a new height, half a step into the martial, sovereign realm. Gasps erupted from the crowd. His current prowess had completely surpassed that of a grandmaster. Although he had not fully reached the martial sovereign realm, he had evidently stepped halfway into it. Surprised, Ye Xuan observed this phenomenon. He had not anticipated that this so-called four-armed Azura could elevate a warrior's cultivation. They had claimed it was a talent, a supernatural ability. Could it be akin to his own eye of intellect? Ye Xuan knew that in this world, exceptional geniuses could awaken such abilities, some innate and others acquired. Regardless, warriors with supernatural talents were rare gems among multitudes. That it was clear that Zhuge Qingyun, hailed as the foremost under the Grandmaster realm, possessed remarkable skills. In the midst of Ye Xuan's contemplation, Zhuge Qingyun's figure swiftly approached, and the four blades sliced through the air like a tempest, relentlessly striking at Ye Xuan. With each slash, the very fabric of space twisted violently. The four blades, imbued with supernatural attributes, were significantly harder than ordinary weapons, especially when fused with his four arms, rendering them immensely powerful, at why Ye Xuan dared not confront them head-on. With a leap, he snatched a treasured sword from the corpse of a Chaos Sect disciple, using it to defend against Zhuge Qingyun's assault. Clang! The first black blade collided with Ye Xuan's sword, causing the blade to bend backward. Sparks flew, and the overwhelming force rushed into Ye Xuan's hands, leaving them tingling. Before he could recover, the second blade came crashing down. Clang! This strike was even more powerful than the last. The third, fourth, and fifth blades followed in quick succession. The whirlwind demon slash. Zhuge Qingyun spun like a top, delivering blow after blow with his blades. Crack! Fine fissures appeared on the sword Ye Xuan wielded, clearly straining to withstand the ferocious onslaught, threatening to shatter at any moment. The Ye Xuan was forced to retreat step by step. "Ha ha! Ye Xuan, were you not quite arrogant? Why do you flee? It seems you can only bully the mediocre. Before absolute genius, you can only scurry away. Our Chaos Sect is teeming with talent. We lack for nothing in that regard. What are you, to dare challenge the prestige of our Chaos Sect?" Zhuge, strike him down. As Ye Xuan was mercilessly beaten, the surrounding disciples of the Chaos Sect erupted in excitement, their spirits soaring. Clang! The 17th blow fell. Bang! An explosive sound rang out as the sword in Ye Xuan's hand shattered, the violent shockwave propelling him backward several meters, leaving two deep, dragged marks in the ground. His hands were torn, blood gushing forth, and a wave of numbness coursed through his palms. Zhuge Qingyun's cold smile was laced with mockery. "What is it, Ye Xuan? Is this all you are capable of? Did you not boast about challenging all the Grandmaster disciples of the Chaos Sect?" Ye Xuan discarded the broken sword. Tearing a strip of cloth to wrap around his injured hands, he looked at Zhuge Qingyun, saying, truly worthy of being ranked 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list. "You are indeed formidable. If I were to slay a talent such as yourself, the Chaos Sect would surely mourn your loss." The Dragon and Tiger list is a ranking among the 8 sects of Langya Prefecture. It comprises 100 slots, and those who ascend the list are the most outstanding geniuses among the 8 sects. Zhuge Qingyun's position at 25th testifies to his formidable strength. Such a talent is indeed rare, even within the Chaos Sect. Zhuge Qingyun sneered disdainfully. "You think you can kill me?" Ye Xuan stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoing, and calmly declared, "I, Ye Xuan, have always been one to repay grievances with vengeance. Those who show me kindness, I shall repay 1,000-fold. Those who bear me malice, I shall let them experience endless suffering. You chaos sect have humiliated my Tianqing sect. Today, if I do not slay you, would that not be a betrayal of my brother who shed blood? That depends on whether you possess the capability. Zhuge Qingyun snarled. Clang. The long blade Zhuge Qingyun wielded scraped against the ground, producing a piercing sound, sparks igniting as he advanced toward Ye Xuan with murderous intent. But just as Zhuge Qingyun prepared to unleash a fierce assault, Ye Xuan's body trembled, buzz, with a flick of his wrist. A sharp long blade fell into his grip. This blade, the Qinggang knife, was procured from Han Shantong's storage pouch, crafted from deep-sea meteorite iron, exceedingly hard, a significant upgrade from the sword he had just wielded. A strange glint flickered in Ye Xuan's eyes. I forgot to mention, supernatural abilities are not solely yours to possess. In the next moment, Ye Xuan's figure darted forth like a phantom, the Qinggang knife slicing through the air with thunderous might. Aimed directly at Zhuge Qingyun, whirlwind demon slash what? The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. The whirlwind demon slash? Was this not Zhuge's signature move? Expressions of shock spread across their faces. They had not anticipated that the technique Ye Xuan employed was precisely the whirlwind demon slash that Zhuge Qingyun had just executed. How could this be? Not only the onlookers, but even Zhuge Qingyun himself was taken aback, incredulously watching Ye Xuan's blade approach. He longed to dismiss it as an illusion, yet the technique Ye Xuan wielded was unmistakably the whirlwind demon slash. Every move and form was identical. Killing Qinxiu, not far away, was equally astonished by the scene, but soon noticed the blood-red glow swirling in Ye Xuan's eyes, resembling blood pupils, eerie in its intensity. That is a supernatural ability. His supernatural talent allows him to instantly learn his opponent's techniques. Killing Qinxiu recognized at once that the eye of intellect Ye Xuan was using was indeed a form of supernatural ability. Had he merely thought Ye Xuan possessed high talent, he might have felt a tinge of regret, but upon witnessing the emergence of this supernatural ability, he felt a profound sense of despair. A supernatural ability is a once-in-a-lifetime divine power. Coupled with his 9th-tier talent, Ye Xuan's future achievements would undoubtedly place him among the top 3 on the Dragon and Tiger list. Such a genius. They had originally had the chance to befriend, yet due to a trivial family dispute, they had squandered the opportunity to ally with a future prodigy, Wu Shanhe, Han Tianxiang. You two fools have ruined me. Killing Qinxiu spat blood and rage, his eyes filled with frenzied madness, glaring fiercely at Zhuge Qingyun. Qingyun, kill him. He must not leave alive. A genius like him, if allowed to live, would undoubtedly bring unimaginable calamity to the Chaos sect. He must be buried here completely. Meanwhile, Clang, Ye Xuan and Zhuge Qingyun clashed once more, their blades sparking as they met, the sound of metal ringing out. This time, Zhuge Qingyun distinctly felt the strain. He realized that Ye Xuan had not merely mastered the whirlwind demon slash. He had completely comprehended it. More horrifyingly, he sensed that Ye Xuan's execution of the whirlwind demon slash surpassed his own in both power and speed. Impossible! Impossible! This cannot be. Zhuge Qingyun let out a frantic roar. Unable to believe that the technique he had painstakingly honed for decades had been surpassed by Ye Xuan in an instant. No, as a genius, this was the first time he had faced such a colossal setback. Yet, Zhuge Qingyun had no inkling of the true power of the Eye of Intellect. It was not merely about learning techniques, but rather the depth of understanding behind them. As Ye Xuan continued to employ the whirlwind demon slash, his comprehension of the technique deepened, until ultimately Ye Xuan surpassed Zhuge Qingyun in both strength and velocity. Clang, clang. In just a few exchanges, Zhuge Qingyun was forced to retreat, his previously composed demeanor now reduced to utter disarray. With a leap, Ye Xuan raised the Qinggang knife, slicing through the air like a silver moon across the sky. The long knife cleaved through the void, speed and strength, both magnified tenfold. Bang! With this strike, Zhuge Qingyun's black blade was forcefully knocked from his grasp. This is bad. Zhuge Qingyun's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, Ye Xuan's Qinggang blade descended once more, like a phantom. Swish, the blade sliced through the void, severing Zhuge Qingyun's 4 arms in a single stroke. Ah! Zhuge Qingyun let out a heart-wrenching scream, the excruciating pain inducing a relentless wail, while Ye Xuan's face remained cold and indifferent. What a pity. Your extraordinary talent can only bring you to the threshold of the martial sovereign realm. Had you fully entered that realm, perhaps I would have truly struggled to defeat you. But now, prepare to meet your end. No, no. Zhuge Qingyun's face paled, and for the first time, fear flickered in his gaze as he looked at Ye Xuan. He dashed toward Sha Qianqiu, crying out for help. Master Sha, save me. No one can save you. Ye Xuan scoffed, the blade's radiance slicing through the air like lightning. Swish! The blade rose and fell. While Ye Xuan brushed past Zhuge Qingyun, directly approaching Tang Xuerou and the others, while behind him, Zhuge Qingyun collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Blood gushing from his neck. Chapter 31. Sudden Ambush. Tang Xuerou severely injured. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the entire plaza of the 8th sect examination. Despite the throngs of people, it was eerily quiet. Gulp, someone swallowed hard, and soon, like a plague, masters of the realm began to gulp nervously, their terrified gazes fixated on Ye Xuan amidst the crowd. Each face displayed shock, awe, and disbelief. Dead. Yes, dead. The astonishing genius. Ranked 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list, Zhuge Qingyun has actually perished? Am I dreaming? Even Su Ding was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, his joy palpable. Huh? Wonderful. Who would have thought that our bottom-ranked Tianqing sect would today acquire such a prodigious talent? Not only does he possess 9th-tier talent, but he also wields extraordinary abilities. He can even slay a master ranked 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list with a mere flick of his hand. Excellent. Truly splendid. Ha! Su Ding's raucous laughter echoed throughout the square. At this moment, the crowd erupted in fervor. Tang Xuerou looked at Ye Xuan with sparkling eyes, honestly astonished that he could be so powerful. With a mere cultivation of the 4th level of the Master Realm, he had slain Zhuge Qingyun, who was on the cusp of the martial sovereign realm. Had this been before, she would never have believed it. Yet now, this scene unfolded right before her eyes. On the other side, the disciples of the Chaos sect wore expressions of utter dismay, especially at Su Ding's remark about the bottom-ranked Tianqing sect, which felt like invisible slaps striking them one after another. Pain, a piercing agony. If the Tianqing sect, with Ye Xuan, was ranked last, then what rank did they hold as disciples of the Chaos sect? Who had been thoroughly beaten? The last place? Sha Qianqiu, Wu Shanhe. You two ought to be condemned. Because of your selfishness, we, the Chaos sect, have offended an unparalleled genius, resulting in the tragic demise of a talent like Zhuge Qingyun. You are the sinners of the Chaos sect. In an instant, the disciples of the Chaos sect erupted in fury, cursing Sha Qianqiu incessantly. Sha Qianqiu's face turned ashen, a chill creeping down his spine. If the sect master were to discover that Zhuge Qingyun had been killed because of him, losing his position as the captain of the enforcement team will be the least of his worries. Ye Xuan, you dog! I curse you! Sha Qianqiu's venomous gaze fixated on Ye Xuan, his mind seething with curses. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan had already arrived beside Tang Xuerou and the others, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he addressed the disciples of the Chaos sect, truly deserving of the title of the premier sect in Langya Prefecture. The number of geniuses here is indeed as abundant as the stars. After spending such an extensive amount of time, I've managed to slay fewer than Tian. It seems I was rather presumptuous to claim I would challenge all masters of the realm. I owe you all an apology. Sha Qianqiu's lips twitched. The disciples of the Chaos sect ground their teeth in rage. Damn it, this isn't an apology at all. It's a blatant slap to our faces. Ye Xuan turned to Su Ding, cupping his fists. Sect master, this Chaos sect is indeed a gathering of formidable talents. Truly terrifying, we should hasten our return to the Tianqing sect. Excellent. Let us depart. Su Ding laughed heartily, feeling a long-lost sense of exhilaration. Casting a glance at the nearly lifeless Sha Qianqiu on the ground, Su Ding mockingly said, Master Sha, we shall take our leave now. When Fong Qingping arrives, do send my regards and invite him to dine at the Tianqing sect. Ge Changqing hurriedly ran up to Sha Qianqiu, snatching away his sword. Earlier, Wu Shanhe bet me that if I managed to recruit a genius, He would hand over his sword. Unfortunately, he has died. So my apologies, Master Sha, but I shall take this sword for now. Ge Changqing chuckled, his face filled with feigned regret as he departed. Sha Qinxiu, that's my sword. Sha Qinxiu, in a fit of rage, spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His head tilted, and he fainted. Ha! Su Ding waved his hand. Children, let us return home. Today marks Ye Xuan's first day joining the Tianqing sect. I, the sect master, shall treat everyone to drinks. Swish! A furious wind swept through, and the Zhangyan eagle descended from the sky, landing before the crowd. Ye Xuan and the others climbed onto the back of the Zhangyan eagle, its massive wings flapping powerfully, stirring up a storm of dust as they vanished into the clouds. Shortly after the Tianqing sect departed, the unconscious Sha Qinxiu regained consciousness, opening his eyes to find the Chaos Sect's sect master, Fang Qingping, and several high-ranking members of the Chaos sect staring at him with expressions of utter displeasure, clearly aware of the events that had transpired. Swish! Upon seeing the sect master, Sha Qinxiu was overwhelmed with tears. Wailing, "Sect master, you've finally arrived. The people of the Tianqing sect are too overbearing." Slap! A high-ranking member struck Sha Qinxiu fiercely across the face, seething with rage. "You fool! A dignified captain of the enforcement team, reduced to such a pitiful state by a mere youth, and having lost an elder and a prodigy from the Dragon and Tiger list. You have tarnished the reputation of our Chaos sect." This high-ranking member, named Ye Xuan, was one of the 7 chief elders of the Chaos sect. Upon hearing of the elder and disciple's demise, Ye Xuan rushed to the scene, and upon witnessing the pile of corpses, he nearly exploded with fury. Had it not been for Fang Qingping's presence, he would have torn Sha Qinxiu to shreds. "Elder, I. Hearing Ye Xuan's reprimand, Sha Qinxiu immediately knelt on the ground, his face a mask of terror, struggling to articulate his words. Enough! At that moment, Fang Qingping waved his hand, speaking calmly. "Elder Gu, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Sha Qinxiu. It was that Ye Xuan who was ignorant of his own limits. Zhuge Qingyun merely sought to take his own life in atonement and was willing to leave him with a complete corpse. Yet he not only showed no gratitude, but also unleashed a massacre, indicating he harbors no respect for our Chaos sect. This boy must die." In Fang Qingping's eyes, killing disciples was trivial. However, showing no reverence for the Chaos sect was an unforgivable sin. Elder Gu asked in a deep voice, "What shall we do next?" "I have learned from that individual that Ye Xuan hails from a Ye family of the imperial capital." The Ye family of the imperial capital? Upon hearing this, Sha Qinxiu was instantly taken aback. His blood ran cold to the bone. The Ye family of the imperial capital. That is the foremost clan of the Dacian dynasty. They wield immense power. Even the royal family must show them deference. He has actually offended someone from the Ye family of the imperial capital? In an instant, Sha Qinxiu felt as if the world was crashing down around him. Fang Qingping, however, chuckled coldly. He is merely a discarded son of the Ye family, a stray dog that the family has cast aside. What is there to fear? You all, take him down to recuperate. That I, the sect master, shall personally pay a visit to the Tianqing sect. Yes, the crowd quickly complied. Swish! In the next moment, Fang Qingping soared into the sky on the Zhangyan eagle. Ye Xuan was joyfully chatting with Tang Xuerou and Ge Changqing, while Su Ding stood at the front, hands clasped behind his back. Exuding an air of ethereal grace, Tang Xuerou extended a hand, her face beaming with joy. "Ye Xuan, welcome to the Tianqing sect. From today onwards, you are my little junior brother. You must call me senior sister from now on." "Understood, senior sister." Ye Xuan smiled slightly, reaching out to shake Tang Xuerou's hand. The familiar sensation surged through his palm, and gazing at Tang Xuerou's radiant smile, Ye Xuan felt a rush of excitement within. After so many years, he would once again step through the gates of the Tianqing sect. Ye Changqing laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Ye Xuan's shoulders. "Good lad, from today on, we are one big family. Later tonight, I'll whip up a couple of dishes for you to savor my culinary skills, and we won't leave until we're all drunk. Ha ha!" Ye Xuan grinned widely. "Sounds great." However, before he could finish his enthusiastic reply, it seemed to get stuck in his throat. Whoosh! A fleeting glimmer of cold light pierced through the void, akin to a flash of lightning. surging with incredible speed towards Ye Xuan's back. Ye Xuan, be cautious. Tang Shuiruo's pupils constricted suddenly as she forcefully pulled Ye Xuan back, her delicate form shielding him with her own back. Bang! In the astonished gaze of Ye Xuan, that beam of cold light pierced directly through Tang Shuiruo's back. Wow! Tang Shuiruo trembled violently, blood gushing from her mouth, splattering all over Ye Xuan's face. Chapter 32. In a year, I shall take your life, senior sister. Seeing Tang Shuiruo spitting blood, Ye Xuan's expression shifted in shock. He pressed his right hand firmly against her chest, attempting to staunch the flow of blood, yet it continued to erupt like a fountain between his fingers. Why Ye Xuan instinctively called out for Su Ding, only to realize that Su Ding's figure had long vanished, appearing instead high in the sky. Ye Chongqing drew his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Ye Xuan and Tang Shuiruo, his face etched with vigilance as he scanned the surroundings. An invisible aura of murderous intent spread throughout the void. In the next instant, Su Ding's furious voice thundered from the heights. Fong Qingping, you wretched cur! How dare you lay such a venomous hand on a junior? Have you no shame? Fong Qingping's icy voice replied. This boy has slain an elder of my chaos sect and sullied our reputation. As the sect leader, I have every right to eliminate him, and you, Su Ding, as a dignified sect master, have fallen so low as to protect a mere junior. Truly a disgrace to your martial lineage. I curse you! Die! Su Ding retorted with a fierce disdain. Humph! Do you think I fear you? Boom! 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 In an instant, the sky reverberated with thunderous roars, akin to the crack of lightning. The two moved with such swiftness that even Ye Xuan could barely keep pace, witnessing only bursts of energy igniting the sky like countless suns exploding. Minutes later, Su Ding's form plummeted from the heavens, staggering onto the back of the Sanyan eagle, his hand pressed against his chest, blood spilling from his mouth. Master! Ye Xuan's face paled in alarm. Fong Qingping's mocking laughter echoed through the air. Huh! Su Ding, I advise you to save your breath. A few years ago, I might have been your match. But now, you are but a spent force. The affliction within you has long since sealed your fate. Should I wish to kill you, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Is that so? Su Ding replied coldly, a smirk creeping onto his face. Then tell me, can you withstand this next move? Buzz! Suddenly, an eerie red light emanated from Su Ding's chest. Though no larger than a fingernail, it blazed with an intensity akin to a roaring flame, exuding a terrifying aura. Upon seeing this light, Fong Qingping's expression changed drastically. Su Ding, have you lost your mind? You would burn your martial spirit for the sake of a junior, seeking mutual destruction? Come and try. Su Ding's gaze hardened, fixating on Fong Qingping as he fiercely declared, if you dare to lay a finger on Ye Xuan, I will ignite my martial spirit. Let us see if you survive. You! Fong Qingping's countenance shifted between shock and fury. He had never anticipated such madness from this old fool. Yet, he dared not gamble. Once the martial spirit of a martial sovereign was unleashed, its power could shatter the heavens and obliterate everything within 1,000 miles. Humph! Madman! Ultimately, Fong Qingping could not bring himself to act, retracting the murderous intent in his eyes as he coldly warned. Don't think that by saving this boy today, he will be safe in the future. Anyone I wish to kill from the Chaos Sect has never been spared. With that, Fong Qingping's figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Damn it! Su Ding cursed at Fong Qingping's retreating figure before rushing to assess Tang Shuiruo's injuries. He placed a pill in her mouth, reassuring her, do not worry, she is not gravely harmed. The light merely grazed her heart, missing any vital points. Swallow this bao pill, rest for a few nights, and she shall recover. Ye Xuan nodded, gazing down at the slumbering Tang Shuiruo in his arms, a flicker of guilt passing through his eyes. Had the sect master not intervened, his senior sister would have likely perished at Fong Qingping's hands. He had finally reunited with his senior sister, only to once again put her in peril due to his own shortcomings. Creak! Ye Xuan's hands clenched tightly, his eyes burning with a crimson fury, his voice steady and deliberate. Fong Qingping. I, Ye Xuan, vow to the heavens that within a year, I will ensure your chaos sect finds no place to rest in peace." His murderous proclamation echoed across the back of the Tsangyan eagle. This was a promise Ye Xuan was determined to fulfill. In his previous life, his impotence had led to his senior sister's tragic demise at the hands of the Yi family. This time, even if it cost him his life, he would protect her for eternity. Observing Ye Xuan's blood-red gaze, Su Ding opened his mouth, a lump caught in his throat. Had anyone else uttered such words, he might have scoffed, but inexplicably, he felt a stirring belief that if this boy said it, perhaps he truly could slay Fang Qingping. "Good lad." Su Ding clapped Ye Xuan on the shoulder, offering a heartfelt encouragement. "Pursue your ambitions without hesitation. No matter the trials, the sect master will stand by you." Ye Xuan felt a surge of emotion. "Thank you, master." Gu Chongqing chuckled heartily, adding, "Regardless, my life is but a few years more. However, if you possess the confidence, I would gladly join you in battle a year from now." "Thank you, elder." Feeling deeply moved by the steadfast presence of the two beside him, Ye Xuan gazed toward the direction Fang Qingping had departed, silently vowing, "In 1 year, I shall raise the Chaos Sect and claim Fang Qingping's head." Ka! The giant eagle seemed to resonate with the trio's determination. Emitting a series of triumphant cries, in the blink of an eye, they were enveloped in clouds. Soon, Ye Xuan and his companions soared beyond Langye County, descending in a mountain range 50 miles away, where the Tianqing sect was nestled atop the most majestic peak. That peak rose abruptly from the earth, piercing the clouds, resembling a divine sword thrust into the heavens, towering at least several thousand meters high. Amidst swirling mists, one could discern a glimpse of exquisite pavilions and ancient buildings dotting the mountainside. The entrance boasted an archway carved from white jade, flanked by 2 massive stone pillars adorned with lifelike dragons. Their fierce visages seemingly alive, bearing their fangs and claws. To the entrance stood 2 imposing black stone lions, one clutching a fireball in its mouth, the other treading on a cloud, exuding an air of majesty. Above the grand entrance hung a resplendent plaque inscribed with bold characters. "Tianqing Sect, we have finally arrived." As Ye Xuan beheld the familiar mountain gate, he inhaled deeply, memories of his past life within the sect flooding back to him. Gu Chongqing patted Ye Xuan's shoulder, grinning. "Ye Xuan, do not be misled by our current ranking at the bottom of the sections. A few hundred years ago, we were the undisputed top sect of Langye County. What a farce the Chaos Sect is. They can't even compare to our little toe. But rest assured, although our resources may be lacking, our living conditions are certainly not. We have both mountains and rivers, and the scenery is delightful. You can confidently cultivate here." Indeed. Ye Xuan nodded with a smile. He had indeed heard tales of the once mighty Tianqing sect, which had been the unrivaled leader of Langye County, even causing the Chaos Sect to retreat in fear. Regrettably, due to various circumstances, the Tianqing sect had gradually fallen into decline. This notion stirred a sense of melancholy within Ye Xuan. Chapter 33. Farewell. Senior brother, the 12 swords of Tianqing. Before long, they entered the Tianqing sect. Just as Ye Xuan stepped inside, a piercing scream suddenly echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of curses from afar. Wang Yao say, "You scoundrel! How dare you steal my undergarment? I swear I will flay you alive." "No! Please, senior sister, spare me. I shall never dare again." From a distance, a diminutive warrior, barely standing at 1.40 meters, with short limbs, emerged in a panic, clutching a red undergarment in his hand, his eyes wide with terror. Trailing behind him was a young woman with flowing hair, brandishing a kitchen knife, her eyes ablaze with wrath. Wang Yao say, "Stop right there." Thud! The next moment, the young woman tackled the short warrior, pressing the knife against his throat, ferociously demanding, "Hand over my undergarment now." The little warrior, his mouth muddied, retorted defiantly, "You senior sister, let go of me. We are all from the same sect. Does it warrant such rage over a stolen undergarment?" As he spoke, he couldn't resist taking a whiff of the undergarment in his hand. "Ah, it smells delightful." The little warrior wore an expression of bliss. Witnessing this scene, the young woman erupted with fury, raising her knife to strike at his neck. "Are you seeking death? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Time swiftly passes, and 3 days have quietly elapsed in this brief span. The news of Ye Xuan's tumultuous exploits during the 8th Sect's assessment, including his slaying of the prodigy from the Chaos Sect, has spread like wildfire. Throughout the entirety of Langya Prefecture, there is scarcely a soul unfamiliar with the name Ye Xuan. Particularly after his defeat of Zhuge Qingyun, his name ascended to the Dragon Tiger rankings, supplanting the former title holder. Presently, Ye Xuan is ranked 25th among the elite on the Dragon Tiger list. In a flash, the name Ye Xuan has ignited conversations across every street and alley, becoming the most talked-about topic in Langya Prefecture. However, Ye Xuan himself harbors no particular thoughts on this matter. To him, whether it be the Dragon list or the Tiger list, everything hinges on the strength of his own capabilities. Over the past 3 days, aside from visiting Tang Shui Rou, he has devoted himself entirely to cultivation. The training regimen at Tianqing Sect is remarkably lenient. The sect master and elders impose little restriction on the disciples' personal freedom, provided they undergo a cultivation assessment every fortnight. During the remaining time, disciples are free to arrange their schedules as they see fit, venturing wherever they desire. In the back mountains, Ye Xuan stands bare-chested beneath a waterfall, wielding a sharp, long sword, swinging it repeatedly with mechanical precision that he does not channel a single ounce of energy. Instead, he simply executes the motions of swordplay. The essence of the sword melds perfectly with his being. Swish, swish, swish. With each swing, the rushing waters before him are violently torn apart. Suddenly, Ye Xuan thrusts his sword forward with tremendous force. Splash! This strike resembles a carp leaping over the dragon gate, surging against the current. The sword's edge cleaves through the waterfall, creating a massive rift that stretches over 30 meters before it finally begins to mend. Moments later, the waterfall's curtain gradually heals, while Ye Xuan leaps onto the lakeside, planting his sword into the earth, and settles down cross-legged, reflecting on the insights he gained during his practice. After 3 days of rigorous training, I have finally mastered the first 5 forms of the 12 swords of Tianqing. The first form, draw sword to kill. The second form, sweep away thousands. The third form, chase stars and seize the moon. The fourth form, sword is void. And the fifth form, one sword to seal the throat. Each form's potency is tenfold that of its predecessor. With my current mastery of these techniques, should I face Zhuge Qingyun again, even without employing the eye of spiritual wisdom, I am confident I could slay him with a single strike. Ye Xuan murmurs to himself, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction with his progress. It is important to note that although the 12 swords of Tianqing are but half a volume of earth-level martial arts, they are significantly more powerful than ordinary mystic-level techniques. And their cultivation difficulty is incomparable that a typical martial artist would require at least 6 months to master the first 5 forms. Yet Ye Xuan has accomplished this feat in a mere 3 days. Should this be known, he would undoubtedly be labeled a prodigy. After a brief respite, Ye Xuan rises, preparing to continue his training. However, just as he is about to swing his sword, a resounding crack echoes. The long sword in his hand shatters, scattering into countless fragments that clatter to the ground. Why has it broken again? Ye Xuan feels a wave of frustration wash over him. Since beginning his practice of the 12 swords of Tianqing, this is the 3rd sword he has shattered. It seems that ordinary swords truly cannot withstand martial arts of mystic level and above. This won't do. If my sword were to break mid-combat, it would be quite embarrassing. It appears I must make a trip to the city to select a suitable treasure sword. Ye Xuan contemplates that moment. A graceful figure approaches from a distance, her long hair flowing elegantly. Breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, it is Tang Shui Rou, senior sister. Recognizing her, Ye Xuan hastily steps forward, concern etched on his face. Senior sister, why are you not resting in bed? What brings you out here? Tang Shui Rou smiles reassuringly. Don't worry. My injuries have nearly healed, and the physician advised me to move about more. Still anxious, Ye Xuan scans her body to confirm her recovery before finally relaxing. With a face full of guilt, Ye Xuan says, Senior sister, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have faced such danger. Tang Shui Rou shakes her head, gently tapping his forehead with her slender finger, and smiles. Silly boy, what are you apologizing for? I am your senior sister. If I do not protect you, who will? Hearing this, Ye Xuan feels a lump in his throat, deeply moved. senior sister, you remain as gentle as in our previous life. In that past life, no matter the magnitude of his mistakes, she would always lightly tap his forehead, her tone tender yet resolute. Silly boy, I am your senior sister. Ye Xuan reaches out to grasp Tang Shuirou's hand. Little junior brother, taken aback by his sudden gesture, Tang Shuirou looks up to find Ye Xuan gazing intently at her, his dark eyes filled with sincerity. Senior sister, I, Ye Xuan, vow to protect you with my life from now on. I will never allow you to suffer even the slightest danger. Whoever harms you, I, Ye Xuan, will ensure they pay 1,000-fold price. Tang Shuirou's gaze sharpens. Listening to the boy's resolute words, she feels an unexpected flutter in her heart. Chapter 35. Fluttering Heart, A Maiden's Thoughts. Tang Shuirou stares at Ye Xuan, suddenly noticing the striking beauty of his eyes, which sparkle like stars, as pure and brilliant as gemstones. This gaze leaves her momentarily entranced. Is he confessing to me? A fleeting thought crosses her mind, but she swiftly suppresses it. No. Tang Shuirou, what are you thinking? He is your little junior brother. How could a dignified senior sister of Tianqing sect harbor such thoughts about her junior? That would be utterly improper. With this realization, Tang Shuirou quickly gathers her thoughts, forcing a smile. I understand, little junior brother. You must strive to cultivate diligently. Your senior sister is counting on you to protect me. Rest assured, senior sister, Ye Xuan replies earnestly. The purpose of my hard work and cultivation is to protect you. If I cannot even safeguard you, I would have no face to exist in this world. Upon uttering these words, Tang Shuirou's recently calmed heart stirs once more. As if an unseen stone has struck her most tender emotions, he claims that his motivation for training is for my sake? A blush rises to Tang Shuirou's cheeks. Though she is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Langya Prefecture and has been pursued by many suitors throughout her life, due to the strict regulations of Tianqing sect, she has had little interaction with other men, let alone any romantic experiences. Ye Xuan's words today are immensely electrifying to her, especially the declaration that his purpose for cultivation is to protect her. Akin to a confession of love, this little fellow is truly crossing the line. Tang Shuirou bites her silver teeth, feeling her breath quicken and her heart race. Her face ablaze. Senior sister, are you all right? Observing her reddened cheeks, Ye Xuan inquires curiously. Your face is so flushed. Are you unwell? Startled, Tang Shuirou quickly covers her face. Do I? Perhaps it's just the heat. I might be a bit overheated. Tang Shuirou forces a smile, fanning her face as she hurriedly shifts the topic. All right, little junior brother, know more about me. I heard the sect master has entrusted you with the 12 swords of Tianqing. How has your training been these past few days? Ye Xuan responds. I have already mastered the first 5 forms. What? The first 5 forms? At this revelation, Tang Shuirou is taken aback. While she is aware of Ye Xuan's exceptional talent for cultivation, she never anticipated that he would progress at such a rapid pace. It has only been 3 days, yet he has mastered the first 5 forms. When she initially trained in the 12 swords of Tianqing, it took her a full 6 months to grasp those same forms. This fellow is simply extraordinary. Ye Xuan, I am at a loss as to whether to call you a genius or a prodigy. Tang Shuirou shakes her head, her eyes filled with envy as she gazes at Ye Xuan. She can scarcely imagine the terrifying heights he might reach in a few years with such talent. They can still share laughter now, but perhaps in a few years, she may not even have the right to look up to him. This thought suddenly brings an inexplicable sense of melancholy to Tang Shuirou's heart. Just then, Ye Xuan suddenly says, By the way, senior sister, I wish to visit Mingjian Mountain Villa. Mingjian Mountain Villa? Tang Shuirou is momentarily taken aback. She has heard, however, Tang Shuirou smiled and said, Very well, senior sister has nothing to do today. Since you wish to visit Mingjian Mountain Villa, I shall accompany you. Thank you, senior sister. Soon, the two of them made their preparations and descended the mountain. On the bustling streets of Langya County, throngs of people moved about, and the clamor of vendors filled the air. Stalls lined the sides of the street, selling candied hawthorn, lanterns, and various elixirs and weapons, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. After walking for a short while, a magnificent structure came into view. Mingjian Mountain Villa, that's the largest sword-selling center in all of Langya County. Mingjian Mountain Villa stood 8 stories tall. Sprawling over 1,000 acres, it is said that any one of its floors could accommodate thousands of martial artists. The overall architectural style was grand and imposing, resembling a colossal beast reclining upon the earth of Langya County. At that moment, within Mingjian Mountain Villa, people flowed in and out, with martial artists continuously arriving. The business was exceptionally lively. We have arrived. Junior brother, this is Mingjian Mountain Villa? Let us hurry inside. Tang Shuoro smiled gently. The two then entered together. Upon stepping inside, Ye Xuan was profoundly astonished by the sight before him. The first floor was extraordinarily spacious, akin to a royal palace, stretching endlessly. Within it were arranged hundreds of rows of sword racks, each displaying thousands of exquisite swords. So many swords. Ye Xuan was taken aback. Though he was aware of the abundance of swords at Mingjian Mountain Villa, he never anticipated it to be this extravagant. Just on this first floor, there were at least 100,000 swords. Tang Shuoro chuckled. And this is merely the first floor. Mingjian Mountain Villa is divided into 8 floors. The first to 5th floors sell yellow-grade swords, while the 6th to 7th floors offer mysterious grade swords. The total number of swords across these 7 floors is said to exceed 100,000. 100,000? Ye Xuan gasped, but senior sister, did you forget to mention the 8th floor? Isn't Mingjian Mountain Villa a total of 8 floors? Tang Shuoro replied. Indeed, there are 8 floors, but the 8th floor has never been publicly disclosed by Mingjian Mountain Villa. It is said that there resides a divine weapon of earth-grade quality. And even the leaders of major sects lack the qualifications to enter. So audacious. Ye Xuan was somewhat incredulous. Think they could bar even the leaders of major sects from entry. It seemed the owner behind Mingjian Mountain Villa was no ordinary figure. Tang Shuoro said, All right, junior brother, stop overthinking. Go ahead and choose the sword you desire. Okay. Ye Xuan nodded. Without further hesitation, he approached the sword racks and picked up a sword. Chapter 36. Mingjian Mountain Villa Sword Testing Tournament. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Ye Xuan lifted a sword from the rack, noticing the name inscribed upon it. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its body a stunning shade of green. However, regrettably, it was made of exceedingly ordinary iron, far inferior to the swords he had wielded over the past 2 days. After toying with it for a while, he returned it to the rack and picked up another sword to examine. Azure Edge Sword, White Moon Sword, Stunning Swan Sword. After scrutinizing over a dozen swords, each one was unremarkable. Without exception, they were all forged from ordinary iron, failing to catch Ye Xuan's eye. Junior brother, are you dissatisfied with these swords? Noticing Ye Xuan's furrowed brow, Tang Shuoro smiled gently. If you find these swords lacking in quality, you can check the 4th floor. The swords above the 4th floor are all mysterious grade. That sounds good. Ye Xuan nodded. However, just as they were about to head to the 4th floor, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Have you heard? The sword testing tournament has begun. It is said that this time, Mingjian Mountain Villa has put forth 50 mysterious grade swords, and they're all top tier among the mysterious grades. Whoever can successfully bond with one can take it home for free. Hurry, we must go take a look. If we're late, there might be no spots left. In an instant, the martial artists around Ye Xuan were filled with excitement, rushing upstairs. The sword testing tournament. Upon hearing this name, Ye Xuan's eyes lit up. The sword testing tournament was an event held every 6 months by Mingjian Mountain Villa, designed to boost the villa's popularity and attract more customers. During the event, the villa would present a selection of unclaimed swords, including mysterious grade ones, allowing martial artists to attempt to bond with them. Anyone who succeeded could take their chosen sword home for free. Each year, it drew countless martial artists to participate. Sister, let us go take a look. Ye Xuan said to Tang Shuoro that if he could join the sword testing tournament, perhaps he could acquire a mysterious grade sword. All right, Tang Shuoro's face was also filled with excitement. Before long, the two arrived at the 7th floor of Mingjian Mountain Villa. At that moment, the 7th floor was crowded with martial artists. In the center stood a middle-aged man clad in a brown robe, beaming as he addressed the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to the sword testing tournament. I am Ye Xuan, the overseer of the 7th floor of Mingjian Mountain Villa. For this tournament, we have prepared 50 swords for everyone, each one a top-tier mysterious grade sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Xuan waved his large sleeves, and a group of elegantly dressed, attractive maidens emerged from behind, each carrying a tray upon which lay one sharp sword after another. While Ye Xuan focused his gaze. Indeed, each sword was exquisitely crafted. Even from several dozen meters away, he could sense a strong aura emanating from them. "What fine swords!" Ye Xuan exclaimed. These swords were far superior to the ones he had just seen, if he could obtain a mysterious great sword. The power of the Heavenly Star 12 swords he wielded would significantly increase. While Ye Xuan was lost in thought, Ye Xuan continued, "The rules of this tournament are the same as before. All these swords are unclaimed. Whoever can bond with a sword may take it home for free. Successfully bond with one, take one. Bond with 10, take 10. There is no upper limit. Please step forward." Ye Xuan smiled amiably at the crowd as soon as he finished speaking. A martial artist eagerly stepped forward. "I'll give it a try." This individual was a 9th-level martial master, dressed in attire from one of the 8 sects, Qingyun sect, with an expression full of anticipation. He approached one of the maidens and placed his hand upon the sword resting on the tray. This sword was named the Flame Sword, forged from volcanic rock, embedded with 3 fire attribute crystals, making it exceptionally effective for those practicing fire attribute sword techniques. Buzz! As the martial artist placed his hand upon the flame sword, a dazzling red light burst forth, and the sword seemed to emit an intense heat, akin to a searing iron. Sizzle. The scorching heat continued to burn the martial artist's palm. Da-da. The martial artist's face grew increasingly pale, his expression contorted with pain as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His hand trembled upon the flame sword, emitting wisps of smoke, and he could even smell the stench of burning flesh. In the next moment, bang! Ah! Accompanied by a piercing scream, the martial artist was thrown backward by the energy of the flame sword. Clutching his right hand and wailing, "Ah! My hand! My hand!" the crowd gasped in unison. They beheld the martial artist's right hand, now charred black, entirely cooked into a state of well-done meat, emanating a foul odor. His entire hand was rendered useless. Ye Xuan smiled faintly. "Ladies and gentlemen, each mysterious grade sword possesses a spirit. Before it has recognized a master, it will exhibit hostility toward anyone who touches it. If your cultivation level does not reach the master realm or above, it is best not to attempt it lightly." Upon hearing this, Tang Shuoro clicked her tongue. It seems these swords in the sword testing tournament are not so easily claimed. No wonder Mingjin Mountain Villa could boldly offer swords for free. It was indeed a challenging feat for ordinary martial artists to bond with a sword. Most likely, many would end up like the previous martial artist, suffering lasting injuries. Following this, numerous martial artists chose to withdraw. For although mysterious grade swords were enticing, the spirits within them were equally formidable that a moment of carelessness could lead to a fate similar to that of the earlier martial artist, with their hand charred beyond recognition, making the endeavor not worth the risk. Nevertheless, a number of martial artists of Master Realm and above still opted to take the risk. Yet, even so, the successful ones were few and far between. Many either had their palms pierced by sword energy or were flung aside by the powerful energy of the sword spirit. "Sister, let us give it a try." "All right." Ye Xuan smiled faintly, then stepped forward. As the two made their appearance, whispers rippled through the surrounding crowd. "Isn't that Ye Xuan from Tianqing sect? Just 3 days ago, he caused quite a stir during the 8th sex assessment, slaying Zhuge Qingyun and Wu Shanhe, even making the Hall Master suffer a setback. I didn't expect him to participate in the sword testing tournament as well. This kid possesses a remarkable 9th grade talent. I wonder if he will succeed in bonding with the sword." In a fleeting moment, numerous individuals recognized Ye Xuan's identity, their hearts brimming with anticipation regarding whether he could successfully claim ownership. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Ye Xuan had already planted his feet firmly before a particular sword. The Kunlun sword. So he aimed to claim the Kunlun sword as his own. I find that hard to believe. This sword is one of the top treasures of the Mingjin Villa, ranked 15th on the 100 swords list. Each year, the Kunlun sword prominently features in the Sword Trial Conference. Yet in over a century, no one has ever succeeded in claiming it. He is likely to face a setback this time. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, their skepticism evident regarding Ye Xuan's aspiration to claim the Kunlun sword. However, Ye Xuan paid no heed to the gazes around him, instead lifting his hand to rest upon the Kunlun sword. Whoosh! In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from the sword, enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 37. The Tianqing sect is unqualified to participate. Whoosh! The dazzling light surged forth like a tidal wave from the Kunlun sword, illuminating the dim 7th level of the Mingjian villa as brightly as day, with an overwhelming sword intent radiating from the brilliance. Such terrifying sword intent. It is no wonder this is a superior grade Xian class sword. This sword intent is several times stronger than that of an ordinary Xian class sword. The crowd looked on in horror, their eyes wide with trepidation as they regarded the Kunlun sword, even from dozens of meters away. The fearsome sword intent felt as if it could tear their souls apart. Tang Shuirou's expression was filled with concern. As a master-level expert, she too sensed the intense sword intent emanating from the Kunlun sword, and she couldn't help but worry for Ye Xuan. Little junior brother, you can do it. Tang Shuirou clenched her delicate fists, silently praying for Ye Xuan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Xuan felt as though he had suddenly entered a mysterious realm. Surrounded by utter darkness, where he could not see his own hand before his face, and a suffocating aura pressed down upon him like a tea that moment, Ye Xuan noticed a faint greenish light flickering at the end of the darkness. Resembling a ghostly flame, appearing exceedingly eerie, he took a step forward, moving towards the light. Soon, he beheld the source of the illumination, a sword radiating green light and exuding a sharp sword intent. Ye Xuan smiled faintly. You must be the sword spirit of the Kunlun sword, right? Indeed, your sword intent is profound. Since you have encountered me, you shall submit willingly. Ye Xuan raised his hand towards the sword spirit of the Kunlun sword. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, the sword spirit suddenly began to vibrate violently, and the surrounding green light surged dramatically. Whoosh! In the next moment, the sword spirit shot towards Ye Xuan without warning. The sharp blade aimed directly at Ye Xuan's head, seeking death. Observing the attacking sword spirit, Ye Xuan let out a cold laugh, a look of disdain in his eyes. I dare to slay even the disciples of the Chaos sect. How could I not subdue a mere sword spirit? Submit to me, Ye Xuan roared, gathering his spiritual energy into his right fist, striking down towards the Kunlun sword spirit with the force of a mountain crashing down. Bang! A wretched scream seemed to emanate from within the sword spirit as it was sent flying over 100 meters away by Ye Xuan's punch, crashing to the ground, dimming the surrounding light significantly. Ye Xuan stepped upon the sword spirit, shaking his fist, and chuckled. How do you like that? Still arrogant, are you? What does it feel to taste my fist? Buzzing, the sword spirit trembled desperately, emitting sounds of submission. Whoosh! The next moment, the sword spirit transformed into a green light and surged into Ye Xuan's brow. In an instant, a rich sword intent coursed through Ye Xuan's limbs and bones. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that the Kunlun sword, which had previously radiated light, now lay quietly in the palm of his hand like a docile lamb, and he felt a newfound, intimate connection with the sword. Seize, Ye Xuan commanded. The Kunlun sword vanished in an instant. Reveal! Buzz! With the sound of a sword cry, the Kunlun sword reappeared. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the surrounding warriors gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Kunlun sword had actually been tamed? Am I dreaming? A divine sword that had remained untamed for over a century has now willingly submitted? Little junior brother, that's fantastic. Tang Shuirou approached with a beaming expression, genuinely congratulating Ye Xuan. Even she hadn't anticipated that he would tame a superior grade Xian class sword in such a short time. Ye Xuan also wore a satisfied smile. With the Kunlun sword in his possession, his power in practicing the 12 swords of Tianqing would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Sister, let us depart. After securing the Kunlun sword, Ye Xuan intended to leave with Tang Shuirou. However, upon seeing their departure, Xuan and the others nearby suddenly changed their expressions. Not good, Steward Yun. This brat intends to take the Kunlun sword away. A subordinate hurriedly whispered into Xuan's ear, Isn't this Kunlun sword meant to be a birthday gift for Qing of the Chaos Sect on his 30th birthday? Upon hearing this, Xuan's expression flickered. Qing is the heir of the Qing family in Langya Prefecture, with a prestigious background and an inner disciple of the Chaos sect, ranked 15th on the Dragon and Tiger list. In the future, he might even enter the sacred grounds of the imperial capital for cultivation. Ye Xuan had previously promised to gift the Kunlun sword to him as a birthday present. The reason he had brought it out was merely to showcase it, as it had never been claimed by anyone to attract guests. But who could have anticipated that this brat would succeed in claiming it? If Qing were to find out that he had reneged on his promise, he might not survive in Langya Prefecture. Realizing this, Ye Xuan snorted coldly, his figure darting forward to block Ye Xuan and Tang Xuerou. Hold on. That sword doesn't count. You cannot take the Kunlun sword. Doesn't count? Ye Xuan furrowed his brows. Tang Xuerou protested. On what grounds? Ye Xuan has successfully claimed it, according to the rules of the sword trial conference. The Kunlun sword should belong to him. Why shouldn't it count? Ye Xuan chuckled coldly, stroking his beard, and spoke leisurely. On what grounds? Simply because you two are disciples of the Tianqing sect. The disciples of the Tianqing sect are unqualified to participate in the sword trial conference. What? Upon hearing this, both Ye Xuan and Tang Xuerou were taken aback. Tang Xuerou immediately became furious. Nonsense. The sword trial conference has been held for over 200 years, and it is explicitly stated that any warrior from Langya Prefecture can participate. Why are the disciples of the Tianqing sect excluded this time? Silence. Seeing that Tang Xuerou dared to refute him, Ye Xuan's face darkened, his anger palpable. What do you, a mere girl, understand? I am the steward of the Mingjian Villa. And if I say the disciples of the Tianqing sect cannot participate, then they cannot. You. Tang Xuerou's face changed. She had not anticipated Ye Xuan to be so shameless, to change rules established for centuries on a whim. This was clearly an attempt to bully them. The surrounding warriors began to murmur among themselves. TSK. These two are in for a rough day. Ye Xuan is the steward of the Mingjian Villa and the host of this sword trial conference. If he speaks, this brat is likely destined to leave without the Kunlun sword. Alas, who told them to be disciples of the Tianqing sect? The lowest-ranked sect, easy for anyone to trample on, if he were a disciple of the Chaos sect. Ye Xuan would not dare be so brazen. Tang Xuerou's expression darkened. Observing Ye Xuan's aggressive demeanor, she gritted her teeth and resolutely grasped Ye Xuan's hand. Ye Xuan, we are leaving. I refuse to believe that they wouldn't recognize the sword you obtained according to the rules. With that, Tang Xuerou pulled Ye Xuan towards the exit. You insolent fools. Seeing this scene, Ye Xuan's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, a wild girl from a worthless sect dares to disobey my orders. I will give you 1 second to put down the Kunlun sword. Tang Xuerou ignored him, continuing to drag Ye Xuan towards the exit, seeking death. This scene sent Ye Xuan into a furious rage. As the esteemed steward of the Mingjian Villa, he was accustomed to having the final say. A mere disciple of the Tianqing sect dared to defy him. Whoosh! The next moment, Ye Xuan's figure shot out like a specter. Bang! A fierce palm struck violently against Tang Xuerou's back. Chapter 38. Ye Xuan's fury, slaying Ye Xuan. Ugh! The sudden impact caused Tang Xuerou to lose her balance, tumbling into Ye Xuan's embrace. Blood spewing from her mouth. Sister. Upon seeing Tang Xuerou spitting blood, Ye Xuan's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly retrieved a pill from his storage bag, forcing it into her mouth. Sister, are you all right? Ye Xuan held Tang Xuerou close, his face filled with concern, as the medicinal pills settled in her stomach. Tang Xuerou's complexion gradually improved, her pale visage regaining a hint of color. She shook her head and said, Junior brother, I'm fine at O. Upon seeing Tang Xuerou's recovery, Ye Xuan's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, which quickly morphed into a sinister grin that I never expected that after receiving a blow from me, you could remain unscathed. However, next time, you may not be so fortunate. If you wish to avoid further suffering, hand over the Kunlun sword at once. Do you hear me? Ye Xuan's fierce voice reverberated throughout the Mingjian mountain manor. You seek death, Ye Xuan roared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Humph, ignorant of your own demise, Ye Xuan scoffed. Since you choose to court death, do not blame me for being merciless. Men, seize these two troublemakers at the Mingjian mountain manor. Beat them mercilessly. Yes. As soon as the words left his lips, a group of guards wielding sharp swords emerged from all directions, advancing towards Ye Xuan and Tang Xuero. Their blades glinted menacingly, and the air crackled with their fierce sword intent, each strike aimed at Ye Xuan's throat and heart. Each one a deadly assault. This is bad. It's the sword formation of Ming Jian Mountain Manor. Ye Xuan realized. The sword formation, personally devised by the manor's master, comprised 12 sword experts. Its intricacies were unfathomable and its variations endless. When 12 experts unleashed their lethal moves simultaneously, even a practitioner at the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm could be killed in an instant. The onlookers were filled with trepidation as they witnessed the scene. Some timid female disciples even hastily shut their eyes, unable to bear the impending sight of Ye Xuan being slaughtered by the sword formation. However, in the face of the 12 sword experts, Ye Xuan remained unfazed, his expression steady. Instead of fear, his eyes blazed with a fierce determination. Buzz, accompanied by a resonating sound of swords, the Kunlun sword instantly materialized in his palm. In a flash, Ye Xuan activated the Do Zhuan Xing E-step, appearing like a specter in the center of the sword formation, simultaneously swinging the Kunlun sword, drawing the sword to kill, chasing the stars, and seizing the moon. Sweeping through 1,000 troops, swish, 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 Ye Xuan's sword struck like lightning, each blow not only astonishingly swift, but also imbued with immense power, rendering the sword guards of Ming Jian Mountain Manor utterly unable to defend themselves. With a chorus of screams, the 12 guards were sent flying, propelled back over 10 meters by the overwhelming sword intent, each sustaining a gory wound upon their chests. What was happening? Ye Xuan's expression shifted. Disbelief etched across his features. The guard were the elite of Ming Jian Mountain Manor, each possessing at least the 1st level of the Grandmaster realm. Their combined sword formation could even slay practitioners at the 7th level of the Grandmaster realm. How could they be defeated in a single move by Ye Xuan? As Ye Xuan stood in shock, Ye Xuan had already raised his sword. His face darkened as he advanced step by step towards him. Old dog, are you prepared to face death for injuring my senior sister? In Ye Xuan's heart, his senior sister was his most cherished possession. Ye Xuan had not only gone back on his word, but had also ambushed and harmed his senior sister. In Ye Xuan's eyes, he was already a dead man walking. Nevertheless, upon hearing Ye Xuan's words, Ye Xuan burst into laughter, unafraid. Face death? Boy, are you afraid your words will return to haunt you? Don't think that just because you injured a few guard from Ming Jian Mountain Manor, you can act with impunity. Do you believe that I, as the steward of Ming Jian Mountain Manor, am an ordinary person? Boom! Just as he spoke, Ye Xuan's body trembled, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within him, revealing his cultivation at the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm. Clang! In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Ye Xuan's hand, its blade shimmering with a blood-red light, radiating a terrifying sword intent. Tang Xuero exclaimed, "Junior brother, be careful. Ye Xuan is the 7th-ranked expert of Ming Jian Mountain Manor, and that sword he wields, the Blood Shadow Sword, is said to be a top-grade treasure among the Xian-level swords. It kills without a trace." Ha! Ye Xuan laughed heartily at her words. "I didn't expect you, little girl, to have heard of my Blood Shadow Sword's reputation. Indeed, this sword is immensely powerful. Those who have perished under its edge number no less than 500. Boy, if you do not wish to become a ghost beneath my sword, hand over the Kunlun sword immediately. Then kneel and kowtow 3 times. Perhaps, if I'm in a good mood, I may spare your miserable life." Ye Xuan scoffed disdainfully. "Is that so? I'm afraid I'm rather stubborn. I can't learn to kneel? Why don't you demonstrate how to do it for me?" "What did you say?" Ye Xuan's face flushed with rage. He could hardly believe that Ye Xuan would dare to speak so boldly after hearing of the Blood Shadow Sword's fearsome reputation. "Humph, this sharp-tongued brat, since you seek death, I shall oblige." Swish! In the next instant, Ye Xuan's figure shot forward, the Blood Shadow Sword slicing through the air like a streak of blood, aimed directly at Ye Xuan. Blood shadow in the sky. This strike was deviously aimed straight for Ye Xuan's throat. However, just as Ye Xuan wore a smug expression, Ye Xuan deftly evaded the lethal blow with a swift motion, appearing at Ye Xuan's right side. "What? Ye Xuan's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Ye Xuan's speed to be so astonishing. By the time he reacted, Ye Xuan had already raised the Kunlun sword, delivering a powerful, crushing blow towards his right arm. Thud! Ah! With a single strike, a scream echoed through the air. Ye Xuan's entire arm was severed by Ye Xuan. The dismembered limb soaring through the air, blood splattering wildly before it fell to the ground. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Ye Xuan was a 5th-level Grandmaster expert, his swordsmanship sublime. How could he be so easily defeated without even grazing Ye Xuan? Ye Xuan lifted his foot and stomped down on the severed arm. Bang! The broken limb exploded, splattering blood across the ground. He then raised his bloodied sword and slowly approached Ye Xuan. What do you want? As Ye Xuan drew closer, Ye Xuan's face paled, clutching his bleeding shoulder and retreating in fear, his eyes filled with terror. What do I want? Ye Xuan replied coldly with a smile. You old dog, not only went back on your word today, but also harmed my senior sister. Tell me, what do you think I want? Buzz! As soon as his words fell, a sharp sword intent erupted from the Kunlun sword, a terrifying killing aura pressing down upon Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan's face turned ashen, desperately suppressing the pain as he threatened, Stop! Stop! Boy, I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am a steward of Ming Jian Mountain Manor. If you kill me, our manor's master will not let you go. Ye Xuan turned a deaf ear. Raising his sword, he aimed it mercilessly towards Ye Xuan's head. Ah! At this sight, Ye Xuan's face drained of color, his voice rising in a horrified shriek, a dignified Grand Master expert. Now trembling uncontrollably, a stream of yellow liquid escaped him, releasing a foul stench. Please don't. Don't kill me. Master! Master! Help! Ye Xuan wailed, crawling and rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to flee, resembling a frightened rat, his eyes wide with terror. Thinking of escaping, Ye Xuan swiftly blocked Ye Xuan's path, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent, devoid of any compassion. I told you, old dog, today you shall undoubtedly die. Swish! With that, Ye Xuan swung his sword. Just as the blade was about to descend upon Ye Xuan's head, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Chapter 39. The Master of Ming Jian Manor. Su Batian, stop! The sudden shout made everyone present tremble. Quickly turning to the source of the voice, there, 2 figures gradually approached, 1 man and 1 woman. The man was a white-haired elder in his 60s, clad in a brown robe and leaning on a python-headed cane. Though age, his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an imposing presence. Upon the elder's arrival, the atmosphere in Ming Jian Mountain Manor seemed to freeze. Everyone involuntarily stepped back, their faces revealing respect. Sister, who is this person? Ye Xuan glanced at Tang Shuai-Ro, his curiosity piqued. Tang Shuai-Ro's expression turned grave as she quickly pressed down on Ye Xuan's head. Whispering, Junior brother, lower your head. He is the master of Ming Jian Mountain Manor, Su Batian, the master of Ming Jian Mountain Manor. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes. He could indeed sense the overwhelming aura emanating from this elder, far surpassing that of Zhuge Qingyun. Clearly, he was a powerful figure of the martial zone realm. Ye Xuan was astounded that Ming Jian Mountain Manor had such a formidable protector. A flicker of surprise crossed Ye Xuan's eyes. He began to comprehend why the Mingjian Villa had stood resilient in the Langye County for so many years, even instilling a sense of caution in the 8 major sections. Look, is that not the granddaughter of Master Su? Su Qingyan? At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. There, beside Su Batian, stood a striking young maiden of 17 or 18 years, clad in a simple, elegant long dress. Her appearance was immaculate, with delicate features, fair skin, and her long hair tied back in a ponytail. Adorned with a long sword at her waist, she resembled a gallant heroine ready to traverse the world with her blade, exuding an air of heroism. She was gently supporting Su Batian as they approached Ye Xuan and the others. Indeed, she was Master Su's granddaughter. It was said that at such a tender age, she had already attained the 7th level of mastery, with swordsmanship that was simply extraordinary. Rumor had it that even the venerable Master Su was contemplating designating her as the next successor of Mingjian Villa. No wonder, someone remarked. I heard that even Fong Qingping, The leader of the Chaos sect personally descended the mountain to recruit her, offering her the position of the chief disciple of the inner sect, should she be willing. Yet, Su Qingyan had declined, claiming that the Chaos sect was unworthy of nurturing her talent. The crowd gasped in astonishment at her audacity. However, upon reflection, they understood. Given Su Qingyan's prodigious gifts, she was bound to ascend to a sacred power for further cultivation. Indeed, the Chaos sect seemed insufficient to foster her potential. Upon witnessing the arrival of Su Batian and Su Qingyan, Ye Xuan's face lit up with joy, as if he had seen a savior, and he rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, Master, save me!" "What's the matter?" Su Batian furrowed his brows, glancing at Ye Xuan, who was bloodied and battered. "Who did this to you?" "Reporting to you, Master, it was him." Ye Xuan pointed at Ye Xuan with a malevolent glare. "This brat not only caused a ruckus in our Mingjian villa, but also injured our sword guard. I merely spoke a word to him, and he severed my right arm. Master, you must seek justice for me." Ye Xuan was sobbing uncontrollably, as if he had suffered tremendous injustice. "Yes, that's so." Su Batian's expression darkened at the words. His gaze bore into Ye Xuan and Tang Shuyo with palpable intensity, an aura of terrifying killing intent emanating from him, as if he sought to pierce their very souls. "Master Su, it is not as it seems." Tang Shuyo hastily interjected. "It was Ye Xuan who was in the wrong. My junior brother and I came to participate in the sword trial, and upon my junior brother claiming the Kunlun sword." Ye Xuan reneged on his word, forbidding us from taking it and declaring that disciples of the Tianqing sect were unqualified to participate. We were left with no choice but to retaliate. At this point, Tang Shuyo gestured to the surrounding martial artists. "The warriors here can attest to this. Please, Master Su, judge fairly." At her words, Su Batian's murderous intent dissipated instantly, and he turned coldly to Ye Xuan. "Ye Xuan, is this true? Did you declare that disciples of the Tianqing sect were unqualified to participate in the tournament?" Well, Ye Xuan stammered, breaking into a cold sweat, unable to formulate a coherent response. "Fool!" Su Batian's furious shout shattered the air as he raised his hand and struck Ye Xuan's face with immense force. Bang! Ye Xuan's body was sent hurtling like a cannonball, tracing a chaotic arc through the air before crashing through the floor of the 7th level, plummeting down to the 5th level with a resounding thud. The tremendous noise caused the entire Mingjian villa to tremble violently. The onlookers were left in shock. With a single slap, a master-level warrior had been sent from the 7th floor to the 5th. The might of a Wuzong-level expert was indeed terrifying. In the next moment, Su Batian soared into the air, grabbing Ye Xuan's battered form and tossing him before Ye Xuan and Tang Shuyo. His voice icy. "You insolent wretch, I appointed you to host the sword trial to ensure fair proceedings. Every warrior, regardless of their sect, is entitled to participate. Who gave you the audacity to reject disciples of the Tianqing sect? Get down on your knees and apologize to these esteemed guests." "Yes, yes." Ye Xuan immediately fell to his knees, bowing his head in supplication to Ye Xuan and Tang Shuyo. "I am so sorry. I realize my mistake. Please forgive me this once." Ye Xuan remained expressionless. Su Batian clasped his fists together, his expression apologetic. "I apologize, esteemed guests. This incident is a result of my inadequate oversight, and I regret the negative impact it has caused you. Rest assured, since you have successfully claimed the Kunlun sword, you may take it without worry." "Take it without worry?" Ye Xuan let out a cold smile. "Master Su, not only did your people speak disrespectfully, but they also harmed my senior sister. Had I not been more skilled, I might have been crippled today. Do you think your mere words of assurance suffice to resolve this matter?" "Junior brother." Tang Shuyo's expression shifted dramatically at his words. The surrounding warriors were equally taken aback. They could hardly believe that Ye Xuan dared to speak to Su Batian in such a manner. Su Batian was the dignified master of Mingjian Villa, a Wuzong-level expert. The fact that he allowed them to take the Kunlun sword was already a great honor. Yet Ye Xuan had the audacity to question him. Was he seeking death? However, contrary to expectations, Su Batian did not react with anger. Instead, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, my young friend, that I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution today." With that, Su Batian approached Ye Xuan once more. Speaking coldly, Ye Xuan, your arrogance has squandered the resources of Mingjian Villa. From this day forth, I hereby remove you from your position as steward. Master, Ye Xuan's countenance paled dramatically. Yet Su Batian remained unmoved, his gaze shifting to the dozen or so sword guards on the ground. And you lot, you too have failed in your duties and enabled tyranny. Effective immediately, you are all expelled from Mingjian Villa. Get out of my sight. At these words, Ye Xuan and the sword guards turned ashen, pleading desperately. Please, master, we know our mistakes. We beg for another chance. Yes, master, we realize our errors. Please do not expel us. Ye Xuan and the others wept bitterly, consumed by regret. The sword guards, in particular, harbored deep resentment towards Ye Xuan. Had it not been for his selfishness, they would not have suffered such a fate. They wished nothing more than to tear him apart. Chapter 40. Ye Xian's gift, a kindling of affection, however. In the face of their pleas, Su Batian remained resolute, his expression still radiating fury. What? Do you not understand my words? I commanded you to leave. Why do you hesitate? Do you wish for me to personally assist you in your departure? Boom! As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Batian, his killing intent manifesting as a tangible force that cracked the floor of the 7th level. Under this oppressive pressure, Ye Xuan and the others turned pale. Fear evident in their eyes. No, we dare not. We will leave at once. Ye Xuan scrambled to his feet, fleeing from Mingjian Villa in a panic. As the steward, he was acutely aware of Su Batian's temperament. He was a man who despised evil and had a notoriously volatile temper. Remaining any longer could lead to devastating consequences. However, before departing, Ye Xuan cast one last venomous glare at Ye Xuan, his eyes brimming with malice, akin to a viper, filled with resentment. Damn you. This is all your fault. Just wait. I swear I will not rest until you are dead. With that, Ye Xuan vanished from their sight. Once he had disappeared, Su Batian approached once more, clasping his fist that I apologize, esteemed friends. The earlier events were due to my misjudgment. How does this resolution sit with you? That will suffice, Ye Xuan replied with a nod. Tang Shuio, overwhelmed, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Su. Had it not been for your intervention today, we would have faced grave peril. I am eternally grateful. Su Batian smiled slightly, signaling to a subordinate who swiftly presented a finely crafted sword before the two that this sword, named Xingwan, in an instant, the gaze of the crowd towards Ye Xuan and his companion was filled with envy. Tang Shuiro, taken aback by the attention, quickly declined, saying, Isn't this inappropriate, Master Su? Today as events have already troubled you. How can we accept your gift? Su Batian smiled lightly and replied, Miss Tang, there is no need for such modesty. The incident today was indeed a fault of my Mingjian Villa. This mere sword is trivial compared to the reputation of our establishment. Seeing Tang unwilling to accept, he inquired, Could it be that you have yet to forgive this old man? Tang Shuiro's face showed hesitation. Why? Ye Xuan interjected with a smile. Senior sister, since it is Master Su's goodwill, you should graciously accept it. This Xingwan Divine Sword is a top-tier weapon among the Xian grade. Possessing it will significantly enhance your strength. Very well. Thank you, Master Su. Tang Shuiro accepted it joyfully, clutching the Xingwan sword with great care. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, she understood well the importance of a fine sword to a warrior. Observing her acceptance, Su Batian displayed a satisfied expression. Why? Ye Xuan also developed a favorable impression of Su Batian. Although he was the master of Mingjian Villa, he bore no airs of superiority, and his actions were reasonable and just, quite a rarity. Contemplating this, Ye Xuan stepped forward and said, Master Su, since you have gone to such lengths, it would be remiss of me not to express my gratitude. Oh, Su Batian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why? Ye Xuan continued, if I am not mistaken, you are currently attempting to break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm, correct? I happen to possess a pill that can assist you in this endeavor. With that, he produced a pill from his robe and handed it to Su Batian. What? Assist me in breaking through. Su Batian was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter. Young man, do you know what you were saying? I'm a master of the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm. while your cultivation is merely at the 4th level of the Grandmaster stage. You claim you can help me break through? Ha! At this proclamation, the surrounding warriors erupted into laughter, their gazes towards Ye Xuan filled with mockery. Although they acknowledged Ye Xuan's impressive strength, he was still a mere junior. While Su Ba Tian was a full realm above him, backed by the vast resources of Ming Jian Villa. The notion that someone so junior could assist him in a feat he had yet to achieve was absurd, an utter folly. Su Qingyan expressed her discontent, retorting, "Presumptuous! Ye Xuan, do you know the nonsense you are spouting? My grandfather is the master of Ming Jian Villa. The pills he consumes are crafted by renowned alchemists. What is this? You simply present a random pill and expect my grandfather to consume it. Are you truly so dismissive of Ming Jian Villa?" Indeed, the accompanying attendants voiced their outrage, declaring, "What a worthless item. It lacks even the most basic runes. Did you pluck it from a refuse heap? What status does our master hold? To simply hand him something without assurance of its safety, if it harms his body. Will you take responsibility? Take it back. Do not disgrace us here." Ye Xuan remained expressionless. He spoke no falsehood. The pill was crafted from the flesh and blood he had secretly harvested from Han Tianxiang, Wu Shanhe, and Zhuge Qingyun after their demise. A human pill forged from the essence of 3 individuals. Its potency far surpassed that of the one he had previously concocted in the abyssal demon cave. Assisting Su Ba Tian in breaking through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm should pose no insurmountable challenge, that Ye Xuan stated calmly. "Regardless, I've said all I can. This pill can indeed aid you in breaking through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. Whether you choose to believe it or consume, it is entirely up to you." With that, he placed the human pill firmly in Su Ba Tian's hand. "Senior sister, let us be on our way." He then turned and departed with Tang Shuiro. Before long, the two vanished from the crowd's sight. Witnessing this, Su Qingyan frowned. Her tone laden with displeasure, she remarked, "What sort of individuals are they? Grandfather, you kindly offered them a sword, and they returned such disdain. Indeed, as if that were not enough, they even presented you with a pill of unknown origin, as if intent on causing you harm. Truly a case of a dog-biting Ludongbin. Unable to recognize a good deed, the disciples of Ming Jian Villa, filled with righteous indignation, clamor for action. "Master, shall I issue an order to reclaim the Qing Yuan and Kunlun swords?" Su Ba Tian waved his hand, his demeanor calm. "Enough, enough. A sword given cannot be reclaimed. Furthermore, I am the master of Ming Jian Villa. How could I stoop to anger over a junior?" "Grandfather," Su Qingyan's brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. "Enough." Su Ba Tian's expression turned stern. "I have declared this matter settled. None shall seek them out or secretly reclaim the Kunlun and Qing Yuan swords. Should anyone dare act without my knowledge and bring harm to the reputation of Ming Jian Villa, I will not hesitate to impose severe punishment. Do you understand?" His serious gaze swept across the assembly, his piercing eyes seeming to penetrate one's soul, instilling a sense of dread. The crowd, cowed by his authoritative presence, quickly lowered their heads, refraining from further comment. Chapter 41. Disobedience shall earn you a spanking. Seeing that the crowd had fallen silent, Su Ba Tian wore a satisfied expression and signaled for everyone to prepare to leave. However, Su Qingyan gazed in the direction Ye Xuan had departed, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in her eyes as she thought to herself, "Humph, Ye Xuan, do not think that my grandfather's kindness means I will forgive you. I will not let the humiliation of my grandfather go unpunished." With that thought, Su Qingyan grasped her sword, determined to seek out Ye Xuan for retribution. Qingyan, observing her intent to leave, Su Ba Tian frowned and inquired, "Where do you think you are going? It is nearly time for sword training." Su Qingyan abruptly halted, hastily concealing her true intentions that, "Oh, grandfather, I just remembered that I have plans with friends to listen to a storytelling session. Why don't you head back first? I will return after the session." Listening to stories, Su Ba Tian was taken aback, but shook his head. This girl, spend too much time indulging in leisure, instead of wasting time. You should focus more on your training." Su Qingyan stuck out her tongue. "That I know, grandfather. I'll just be out for a little while. I won't take long." Su Ba Tian sighed, a smile of indulgence gracing his features. "Very well. Off you go, but remember to return early." Understood, grandfather. Su Qingyan replied with a giggle, swiftly departing with her sword in hand. Watching her retreating figure, Su Ba Tian furrowed his brow, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Yet, he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. This girl shouldn't be getting into trouble, should she? He murmured, concern flickering in his eyes. Master. At that moment, a servant approached respectfully, saying, Master Su from Baijiao Hall has arrived and is waiting for you in the main hall. Understood, I shall go at once. Su Ba Tian acknowledged, hurrying towards the hall. Baijiao Hall was a prominent alchemical force in Langyi County, the only establishment dedicated to the veneration of alchemists. Master Su was the most skilled third-grade alchemist among them. Almost all of Su Ba Tian's cultivation pills were provided by Master Su, and every time he broke through, Master Su had played a pivotal role, tirelessly delivering various pills over the past decade. Meanwhile, after departing from Mingjian Villa, Ye Xuan and Tang Shui headed back towards Tianxing's sect. As they walked, suddenly, whoosh, a sharp sword aura unexpectedly surged from behind. Senior sister, be careful. Ye Xuan's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly enveloped Tang Shui in his arms and executed the star shift technique to evade. Swish! The sword aura grazed past them, striking the ground nearby with a resounding thud, leaving a massive gash in the earth, from which thick smoke billowed. Gasp! Tang Shui could not help but inhale sharply at the sight. Thankfully, Ye Xuan had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, had that strike landed on them, they would likely have been grievously injured, if not killed. Ye Xuan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze in the direction for which upon seeing the newcomer. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. The individual before him was none other than Su Baishan's granddaughter, Su Qingyan. Miss Su, what brings you here? Tang Shui inquired. Su Qingyan let out a cold laugh, raising her sword and pointing it directly at Ye Xuan. I'm here to find him. To find me. What for? Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't fathom how he had offended this young lady to the extent that she had traveled such a distance to ambush him. Observing Ye Xuan's bewildered expression, Su Qingyan's anger flared. Humph, Ye Xuan, don't play coy. You truly don't know why I am seeking you. Just moments ago, in front of everyone, you presented my grandfather with a worthless pill, attempting to deceive him into consuming it. You have shown utter disregard for my Mingjian villa. I've come here today to teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan felt his head throb. What nonsense! The pill he had given was certainly one that could enhance cultivation. How had it become a worthless item? Ye Xuan rolled his eyes. Miss, I believe you are mistaken. What I offered your grandfather was not a worthless pill, but a divine elixir that can enhance cultivation. If you don't believe me, why not try one yourself? Indeed, Miss Su, if Ye Xuan claims it can enhance cultivation, it must certainly do so, Tang Shui chimed in with a smile. Although she was unaware of the nature of the pill, she trusted Ye Xuan's integrity and believed he would not lie. Yet, Su Qingyan remained unconvinced and her anger intensified. Be quiet. At this juncture, you still dare to spout nonsense? My grandfather is the master of Mingjian Villa. What kind of worthless pill do you think you can make him consume? Enough of your chatter. First, you shall taste my blade. With that, Su Qingyan stepped forward, wielding her long sword, and charged towards Ye Xuan. However, just as her sword was about to strike him, smack, Ye Xuan effortlessly seized her elbow. What? Su Qingyan's expression shifted. She struggled fiercely, yet found that Ye Xuan's grip was as unyielding as a vice. No matter how hard she tried, she could not pierce his defenses. Then, with a gentle push, Ye Xuan sent Su Qingyan stumbling back several steps. Miss, I have already stated that there is nothing wrong with the pill I provided. If you wish to duel, kindly seek out someone else. I'm quite busy and have no interest in playing games with you. Ye Xuan frowned, clearly exasperated. Truth be told, had it not been for Su Baishan's decent character, he would never have released Su Qingyan so easily. Yet, Ye Xuan's demeanor only fueled Su Qingyan's ire. You, do you dare to look down on me? She was, after all, the esteemed daughter of Mingjian Villa, with the potential to enter sacred grounds for cultivation. How dare Ye Xuan belittle her attack as child's play? Such arrogance was infuriating. You seek death. Su Qingyan shouted, charging at Ye Xuan once more, brandishing her sword. Sword rain, pear blossom. In an instant, a torrent of azure sword energy surged forth, akin to a tempest, overwhelming Ye Xuan. Junior brother, be careful. Tang Shuoro's expression changed, revealing her concern. Futile, Su Qingyan remarked with a cold smile. This is my signature technique, capable of unleashing over 100 sword strikes in an instant. Even a master at the 9th level would struggle to withstand it. This is the price you pay for offending me. Su Qingyan beamed with pride. However, she had deliberately held back some of her strength. Even so, she was confident that she could make Ye Xuan suffer. Yet, as Su Qingyan brimmed with confidence, she was taken aback to see Ye Xuan standing unfazed, facing the onslaught of sword energy without flinching. Instead, he advanced boldly, delivering a powerful punch, Ancestral Dragon's infinite fist. Boom! With a single punch, the myriad sword energies erupted, scattering into countless fragments of spiritual power that slowly dissipated in the air, vanishing in an instant. What? Su Qingyan's complexion paled as disbelief washed over her. Her signature technique had been shattered by Ye Xuan's punch. Before she could react, a tremendous force surged from behind her. In the next moment, Ye Xuan had inexplicably appeared behind her, seizing her arms and pulling her back. With a sudden shove, bang! Su Qingyan found herself pinned against the wall. Su Qingyan gasped, a mix of surprise and fury flooding her. Why, Ye Xuan? What do you think you're doing? Let me go. She struggled desperately to free herself from his grasp, but found his hold astonishingly strong. And no matter how she fought, she could not escape his clutches, remaining firmly pinned against the wall. What do you think I want to do? You came here without reason to ambush me and claimed my pill was worthless. Tell me, what do you think I could possibly do to you? Ye Xuan's laughter echoed menacingly, sending shivers down Su Qingyan's spine. Why, Ye Xuan, you scoundrel! Su Qingyan's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. As the daughter of Mingjian Villa, she had never endured such humiliation, especially not from a stranger speaking such lewd words in her ear. You listen here, Ye Xuan. I warn you. Let me go immediately. I am the daughter of Mingjian Villa, and if you dare to act recklessly, my grandfather will not spare you. Oh, is that so? Ye Xuan nodded in agreement, but the next moment his grin widened. But Miss Su, have you not heard the saying, die beneath the peony and be a ghost with style? To spend a moment with a beauty like you, even if your grandfather were to kill me. It would be worth it. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Su Qingyan. A faint scent of youthful fragrance enveloped him as he drew near, almost within arm's reach, feeling the warmth of her anxious breaths. Su Qingyan closed her eyes in fear as Ye Xuan continued to advance. She was genuinely terrified. Initially, she had only intended to teach Ye Xuan a minor lesson, but she never anticipated things would escalate to this level. Regret washed over her. She should never have provoked someone like Ye Xuan. What to do? What to do? She was still an innocent young lady. Surely, Ye Xuan wouldn't be so brazen as to take advantage of her. Right? As these thoughts consumed her, Su Qingyan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, and she burst into tears, her delicate shoulders shaking as she sobbed. I was wrong. Ye Xuan, please let me go home. I promise I won't oppose you again. Please, just let me leave. The girl cried heart-wrenchingly, her face a picture of sorrow, evoking pity from anyone who beheld her. Not far away, Tang Shuoro furrowed her brow at the scene. She thought, Ye Xuan wouldn't really intend to harm Su Qingyan. Would he? Just as she prepared to intervene, Ye Xuan scoffed and declared, the esteemed daughter of Mingjian Villa, always resorting to ambush and combat. Do you have no respect for others? Is this how your grandfather teaches you to behave? Do you realize how fortunate you are to have crossed paths with me today? Had it been someone else, I doubt you would even have the chance to cry. Today, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your grandfather. If you continue to misbehave, I will make sure to leave my mark. Smack! With that, Ye Xuan raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Su Qingyan's rear. Su Qingyan yelped in pain, gritting her teeth as tears streamed down her face. Why, Ye Xuan, just wait. Su Qingyan was both humiliated and furious. It dawned on her that Ye Xuan had no intention of harming her. His previous words were merely teasing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shouted, Ye Xuan, you scoundrel, if you have the guts. Let me go. We shall settle this once and for all. Settle it once and for all. Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow. Incensed by Su Qingyin's defiance, he lifted his hand for another slap. Smack! I shall teach you once and for all. Smack! I shall let you go. Smack! I shall make sure you learn your lesson. Smack! 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 Ye Xuan delivered a barrage of slaps, each one more forceful than the last, causing Su Qingyin to wail in pain. Ye Xuan nodded slightly, and then turned to Su Qingyin, coldly asking, "Do you realize your mistake?" "I do," Su Qingyin replied hastily, her defiance dissipating. Yet, in her heart, she thought that it was merely her carelessness that had led her to fall for Ye Xuan's trick. If they had faced each other head-on, he would undoubtedly not be her match. Seeing Su Qingyin concede, Ye Xuan nodded, loosening his grip and letting her go. After all, in his eyes, she was merely a young girl, somewhat arrogant, but not inherently malicious. As a grown man, he had no intention of quarreling with a little girl. However, just as Ye Xuan released his hold, Su Qingyin's eyes gleamed with mischief, and with a swift movement, she lunged at him with her sword, exclaiming, "Ha! Ye Xuan, you fool! You've fallen for my trick!" With a sharp slash, the sword struck like lightning. Su Qingyin was brimming with confidence, convinced that this strike would draw blood from Ye Xuan. But just as she believed her sword was about to find its mark, Ye Xuan's figure suddenly vanished before her eyes. Where did he go? Su Qingyin gasped, her eyes wide with confusion as she searched the empty space around her. Just as she was pondering this, an overwhelming force suddenly gripped her from behind. She turned to see Ye Xuan had reappeared behind her, swiftly capturing her and pushing her against the wall. "Ouch! That hurts! Ye Xuan, you scoundrel, let me go!" she cried out, feeling immensely frustrated. She couldn't comprehend how, despite her careful preparations, she had once again fallen prey to this man. Tang Shuyo chuckled softly and said, "Su girl, I advise you to save your energy. Ye Xuan is someone who can even kill Zhuge Qingyun. With your cultivation at the 7th level of the Master Realm, you are no match for him." "What? Zhuge Qingyun?" Su Qingyin turned in shock. "You are the one who killed Zhuge Qingyun." She had heard of the notorious killer who, during the 8th sect assessment, single-handedly slayed an outer elder of the Chaos sect along with several disciples of the Master level. Yet, she never imagined that this infamous figure was Ye Xuan. As Su Qingyin's astonishment grew, Ye Xuan coldly remarked, "You truly are unrepentant. It seems I must teach you a lesson today." Su Qingyin's body trembled. "What do you intend to do?" Ye Xuan pretended to ponder. "Should I strip you of your clothes and hang them on a tree for all to see, or should I cripple your cultivation and sell you to a brothel, where you would entertain dozens of men daily? Alas, such a difficult decision." "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin's face turned ashen. "Strip me? Sell me to a brothel? Is this man even human?" But soon, Ye Xuan shook his head. No, that would be too cruel. If word got out, people might think I, Ye Xuan, am a villainous fiend." Yes, Su Qingyin quickly smiled. "Those methods are too cruel. Why, Ye Xuan, why not consider a different approach?" Just then, Ye Xuan seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes fixated on Su Qingyin's alluring figure, a gaze that made her shudder. "Why?" Ye Xuan grinned. "For beauty like you, selling you to a brothel would be a waste. Thus, I've decided to enjoy you myself." "What?" Su Qingyin's expression changed dramatically. Why? Ye Xuan rubbed his hands together. A mischievous grin plastered on his face. "I've heard that you are the first beauty of the Mingjian Manor and the entire Langya Prefecture. There are at least 80,000 men pursuing you. Countless warriors regard you as a goddess. This is my first time encountering a goddess up close. I wonder what the legendary goddess tastes like." At Su Qingyin's face drained of color. "Ye Xuan, you scoundrel. I warn you, I am from Mingjian Manor. If you dare to touch me, my grandfather will not let you off easily. He will dismember you." Ye Xuan laughed coldly. "Oh, my apologies, but we are in a remote area where no one knows you've come here. After I'm done, I can bury you anywhere. Even if your grandfather finds out you're missing, he wouldn't suspect me. By then, your body will likely be decomposed beyond recognition. Even he wouldn't know who you were." Why? Ye Xuan pondered seriously. Hearing this, Su Qingyin's delicate face turned pale with terror as her mind conjured images of herself being discarded in the wilderness, her body rotting away. "No, please. Ye Xuan, I know I was wrong. Let me go. I promise I won't do it again." Su Qingyin pleaded desperately. "Not a chance," Ye Xuan firmly rejected. I've already Jitang Shiro finally realized that they had been out for an entire day. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west, and soon darkness would envelop the sky. Well then, let us hurry back, she said, nodding her head. The two of them lingered no longer and made their way back towards Tianxing sect. Meanwhile, at Mingjian Villa, Su Qingyin's figure floated gracefully into view, akin to a delicate butterfly alighting softly upon the ground. However, her lovely face was currently contorted with rage, her feet stamping furiously on the ground as she cursed vehemently. Damn Ye Xuan! Wretched Ye Xuan! You've humiliated me so greatly today. Just wait and see. Her furious invectives continued unabated for several minutes. The sword guards surrounding the villa looked on in stunned silence. Unable to comprehend who had provoked this young lady to such an extent to owe their astonishment, who could possibly incite the ire of this notorious figure, known as the female demon in Langyi County. She was known for playing pranks on others, and never had anyone managed to infuriate her so. Xiaolang. Su Qingyun called out sharply, "To your service," responded a burly middle-aged man who promptly stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. His name was Xiaolang, the captain of the sword guards at Mingjian Villa, and he had attained the 8th level of Master Realm. Su Qingyun commanded, "Gather a group of men and accompany me to Tianxing sect at once." Tianxing sect? What business does the young lady have there? Xiaolang queried, puzzled. With gritted teeth, Su Qingyun replied indignantly, "I must confront that Ye Xuan. He caused me such embarrassment today. I will ensure he pays dearly and receives a thorough beating." Ye Xuan? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiaolang's eyes. Wasn't he the one who had received a sword from the elder today? How had he managed to provoke the young lady? Nonetheless, Xiaolang did not dwell on it. His duty was to protect the young lady closely, and anyone who made her angry was his enemy. "Understood," he declared, cupping his fists respectfully. "Rest assured, young lady, I will select the most elite experts from our villa to avenge you." With that, Xiaolang turned and departed. Watching him leave, a smirk crept on his Su Qingyun's face, revealing a triumphant smile. Ye Xuan, just you wait. I shall see if you can still act so arrogantly this time." Just as Su Qingyun patiently awaited, a servant hurriedly approached from a distance, holding a porcelain vial in hand, looking quite anxious. "Stop." Su Qingyun called out, curious. "What is it you are holding?" The servant replied respectfully, reporting to the young lady, "The master is preparing to break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. This is the elixir master Su instructed to concoct." "What?" Su Qingyun's eyes lit up. "Grandfather is attempting to break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm? I must go see." Filled with excitement, she snatched the porcelain vial and dashed towards Su Baishan's cultivation chamber. Before long, Su Qingyun arrived at the cultivation room. Inside, beside Su Batian, stood an elderly man clad in a long robe, with a head full of white hair, a tuft of goat-like beard, and piercing eyes. The back of his robe bore a Tai Chi emblem. Su Qingyun hurriedly approached and bowed. "Grandfather, Master Su." Indeed, this man was Su Wuji, the alchemy master of Baichao Hall. Qingyun has arrived. Upon seeing Su Qingyun, Su Wuji smiled. He and Su Batian were old acquaintances, and he had watched Su Qingyun grow up, considering her surrogate granddaughter. Su Batian grunted disapprovingly and said, "Where have you been all day? You return at such a late hour?" Su Qingyun stuck out her tongue and feigned an excuse. "I'm sorry, grandfather. I lost track of time while having fun with friends. By the way, don't scold me. I've brought you Master Su's elixir. Please begin your cultivation." As she spoke, she produced the porcelain vial and hurriedly changed the subject. Su Batian chuckled helplessly. Refraining from further reprimand, he accepted the vial from her hands, opened it, and poured out a smooth and round elixir. Instantly, a rich fragrance of the elixir filled the room. Su Qingyun, enraptured, exclaimed, "Grandfather, what kind of elixir is this? It smells wonderful." Su Wuji explained, "This is a 3rd-grade Tianyuan Dan, an upgraded elixir based on the characteristics of the Peiyuan Dan. It contains the essence of 100 spirit herbs, capable of significantly enhancing a martial artist's cultivation." "What? A 3rd-grade elixir?" Su Qingyun was astonished. 4th-grade elixirs are rare treasures. Just this one is worth millions of taels of gold. "How wonderful, grandfather!" With this Tianyuan Dan, you will surely break through to the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. She was brimming with excitement. Su Batian felt a similar anticipation, but he had been stuck at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for 50 years. He had not advanced a step in all that time. If he could break through to the 7th level, not only would his strength increase significantly, but his lifespan would also extend considerably. With this thought, Su Batian took a deep breath and swallowed the Tianyuan Dan whole. Boom! As the elixir entered his stomach, Su Batian's body trembled. He could feel a powerful energy surging forth, the spiritual essence of the 100 herbs continuously flooding into his limbs and bones. Yet, just as Su Batian sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough, whoosh, the energy within him abruptly dissipated. The once powerful and surging spiritual energy vanished without a trace. What is happening? Su Wuji's expression changed as he cautiously inquired, Old Su, did you break through? Su Batian forced a bitter smile and shook his head. His meaning was unmistakable. Another failure. Witnessing this, Su Wuji's brow furrowed, disbelief etched on his face. How could this be? Even the 3rd-grade Tianyuan Dan couldn't facilitate a breakthrough. At that moment, Su Batian's heart felt equally heavy. The Tianyuan Dan was the strongest elixir he had commissioned Su Wuji to concoct. If even this elixir failed, he truly couldn't fathom how he could ever achieve a breakthrough. Was it possible that he was destined to never surpass the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm? A flicker of defeat crossed Su Batian's eyes. Su Qingyan stepped forward and offered comforting words. Grandfather, do not dwell on this. The IT was merely a single failure. You have many days ahead. You will surely break through one day. Su Batian nodded, forcing a smile. Yet he knew her words were mere reassurances to prevent him from feeling disheartened. He had been stuck at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for a full 50 years. 50 years without progress. This time, he had prepared thoroughly, believing the Tianyuan Dan's power would finally aid him in breaking through. Who could have anticipated that even the Tianyuan Dan would be impotent? Perhaps he would never surpass the 7th level in his lifetime, but a quiet sigh of despair welled up within Su Batian. What is this? Just as Su Batian was lost in his sorrow, Su Qingyan suddenly noticed something and picked up a red object from the bed. Su Batian focused his gaze and was taken aback to see it was a red elixir. This is... Su Batian's expression shifted slightly. Isn't this the elixir Ye Xuan gave me? Chapter 44. Su Qingyan admits her mistake and visits to apologize. Su Batian chuckled wryly. This is the elixir that brat from Tianqing sect gave me this morning. Oh, it was this thing. Upon hearing Su Batian's words, Su Qingyan's expression darkened, and recalling the humiliation she had suffered at Ye Xuan's hands today. Her anger flared. Su Wuji took the elixir and examined it. Upon seeing that it was completely unadorned with any patterns, a glimmer of disdain flashed in his eyes. Is this truly an elixir? Not a single pattern to be seen, utterly unremarkable. Old Su, you weren't deceived by that brat, were you? Hearing Su Wuji's words, Su Qingyan's face immediately reflected a sense of vindication. Grandfather, did you hear that? Even Master Su says that what Ye Xuan gave you is not an elixir at all. In my opinion, it looks like he fished it out from some trash heap. It might not even be as effective as a sugar pill. Su Qingyan was visibly furious. She had now concluded that Ye Xuan was nothing but a fraud. Daring to fool her grandfather with such a thing. Once Xiao Lang gathered everyone, she would definitely head to Tianqing sect and teach that scoundrel a lesson. Could this elixir truly assist him in breaking through? Wait, Qingyan, what is the matter, grandfather? Su Qingyan turned back in confusion. Hand that elixir over to me. Su Batian extended his hand, speaking in a solemn tone. At these words, Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief evident in her eyes. Grandfather, you can't genuinely believe that young man's words, can you? Su Wuji also furrowed his brow. Indeed, old Su, this elixir's origins are shrouded in mystery. You must not consume it recklessly. If you inadvertently ingest poison, it would spell trouble. Su Batian let out a bitter laugh, saying, I have been stagnating at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm for a full 50 years. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Regardless of whether that lad speaks the truth, I must give it a try. Observing the worried expressions on both their faces, Suba Tian smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I am a formidable figure in the martial sovereign realm. Even if the elixir is toxic, it cannot claim my life. Qian Yin, hand me the elixir. Suba Tian reached out once more. Grandfather, Su Qianyan's expression grew anxious. And just as she was about to speak again, Suba Tian's voice cut her off. I said, give it to me. In that moment, Suba Tian had made his decision. Even if this elixir proved to be a poison pill, he would accept that. Yet, if it could indeed aid him in breaking through, even a 1 in 1,000 chance warranted the risk. Seeing her grandfather's earnest demeanor, Su Qianyan had no choice but to hand over the elixir, her delicate face marred by concern. Meanwhile, Suba Tian, receiving the elixir, felt a surge of trepidation. His hand trembled slightly as he held it. However, after a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and gulped it down. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as Suba Tian's body trembled violently. At the instant the elixir was consumed, a terrifying energy erupted within him, causing the entire Mingjian villa to sway as if an earthquake had struck. This energy was so potent that it surged out of his body, transforming into waves of energy that rushed towards Su Qianyan and Su Wuji. Staggering backward, the two were taken aback, their faces etched with shock at the unfolding scene. What is happening? How can there be such formidable energy? Su Wuji's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the spectacle. Su Qianyan also covered her mouth in disbelief. Who would have imagined that the elixir provided by Ye Xuan contained such overwhelming energy? Moreover, she sensed that the energy within this elixir surpassed even Su Wuji's Tian Yuan Dan. Just as they were both reeling from astonishment, Suba Tian let out a low roar, feeling his entire spiritual power suddenly elevate to a new level. Thunderous, accompanied by a resonating surge of spiritual energy. Suba Tian's cultivation level ascended from the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm to the 7th. A breakthrough. Suba Tian's eyes widened, equally incredulous. Not just him, even he was taken aback by this scene. Had his stagnation of 50 years truly culminated in such a swift breakthrough? Before anyone could react, boom! Suba Tian's body trembled again. His cultivation level had ascended yet another tier, the 8th level of the martial sovereign realm. What? Witnessing this, Su Wuji's eyes bulged in shock. He actually ascended another level. My heavens, to elevate 2 tiers at once. Could this elixir's quality surpass even my Tian Yuan Dan? No way, could it? Su Qianyan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The Tian Yuan Dan is a 3rd-grade elixir. If Ye Xuan's elixir is a higher grade, it must be a 4th-grade elixir. 4th-grade elixirs are legendary treasures, each worth a fortune. Su Wuji exclaimed excitedly. Old Su, you have struck gold this time. That young man, or rather, that gentleman, bestowed upon you an elixir that enabled you to leap from the 6th to the 8th level of the martial sovereign realm, indicating that his elixir is at least a 4th-grade divine elixir. It may even be a 5th-grade divine elixir. 5th-grade divine elixir. Upon hearing Su Wuji's words, Su Qianyan was truly dumbfounded, completely petrified in place. Throughout her life, she had scarcely encountered 3rd-grade elixirs, and 4th-grade elixirs were exceedingly rare. As for 5th-grade elixirs, she had never even laid eyes on one. These are the stuff of legends. Ye Xuan actually gifted her grandfather a legendary elixir. Suba Tian laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. Ye Xuan did not deceive me. He truly did not deceive me. This elixir can indeed help me break through. He did not lie. Suba Tian never imagined that the elixir provided by Ye Xuan was genuine. Initially, he had harbored some reluctance about parting with the Qing Yuan sword, but now it seemed that trading a single Qing Yuan sword for 2 levels of advancement was worth every bit. Absolutely worth it. Ha ha! Su Wuji quickly urged. Old Su, you should prepare a gift and express your gratitude to Ye Xuan at Tianxing sect. The fact that he could bestow at least a 4th-grade elixir indicates that his background is extraordinarily remarkable. You must find a way to befriend him at Mingjian Villa? Yes, yes, yes. Upon hearing this, Suba Tian also came to his senses. Since Ye Xuan could present a 4th-grade divine elixir, it suggested that he possessed more than just one such elixir. Moreover, it was highly likely that a powerful alchemist stood behind him. If Mingjian Villa could forge a friendship, They would surely soar to great heights in the future. Qin Yin, quickly prepare a gift for me. I will not wait until tomorrow. Tonight, I shall visit Tianxing sect and pay my respects to Ye Xuan. Su Ba Tian, filled with excitement, immediately instructed Su Qianyin. However, upon hearing Su Ba Tian's words, Su Qianyin's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Her head lowered, her teeth biting her lip, she fidgeted awkwardly, as if she harbored some unspeakable secret. It was no wonder she reacted this way. She had just offended Ye Xuan earlier that day, and had even issued a harsh warning as she left, telling Ye Xuan to wait. Now, she was expected to seek him out. How embarrassing! She had never anticipated that the elixir Ye Xuan gave was genuine. Observing Su Qianyan's fidgety demeanor, Su Ba Tian was puzzled and asked, Qianyan, what is the matter? I asked you to prepare a gift. Why are you not moving? Grandfather, Su Qianyan stammered, at a loss for words, her hands tightly gripping her clothes, unsure of how to respond. Noticing Su Qianyan's reaction, Su Ba Tian was momentarily taken aback. An unsettling premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Swallowing hard, he inquired, Qianyan, don't tell me you offended Ye Xuan. Su Qianyan scratched her head, a shy smile creeping onto her face as she nodded in embarrassment. Yes, Su Ba Tian's vision darkened. Su Wu Ji trembled all over. Before them, the world seemed to crumble, as if the sky itself were about to fall. What on earth is going on? Su Ba Tian's countenance darkened as he demanded. Su Qianyin dared not conceal the truth. She quickly recounted the events of the day, though she intentionally omitted the part about getting spanked by Ye Xuan. Upon hearing Su Qianyan's words, Su Ba Tian's mind erupted in a cacophony, as if countless thunderclaps were detonating within. Had Su Wuji not supported him, he might have fainted on the spot. Su Qianyin blinked, softly pouting. Grandfather, I didn't mean to. Who knew that the elixir that guy gave was genuine? I was just trying to vent your grievances, so. Nonsense. Su Ba Tian's face remained grim, and he retorted sternly. I've told you repeatedly not to stir up trouble outside. Yet you, instead, directly offended a figure capable of producing fourth-grade divine elixirs. You will be the death of us. Su Ba Tian raised his hand, prepared to strike Su Qianyin, but after a few half-hearted swings, he refrained, helplessly lowering his hand, scolding, Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and prepare a gift. Tonight, I will take you to Tianxing sect to personally apologize to Ye Xuan. Fine. Su Qianyin dared not retort and hastily turned to leave. Soon, she carefully selected some gifts and set out with Su Ba Tian. Su Wuji hesitated for a moment, but followed suit. After all, as an alchemist, he was eager to see the origins of this fourth-grade divine elixir. If he could forge a connection, his alchemical skills would surely soar. Chapter 45. Mastering Sword Techniques, Visitors from the Sect. At this moment, amidst the moonlit night and the cries of crows, within Tianxing sect, in a dense forest, Ye Xuan's figure darted through the trees like lightning, moving with such speed that he left behind mere afterimages. Elusive and ghost-like. Just then, swish, a peculiar shadow suddenly sprang forth from the grass before him, revealing a diminutive figure barely standing at 1.40 meters, wielding a gleaming long sword. Ye Xuan, I bet you 1T evade this time. Wang Yao shouted loudly. The moment his words fell, the sharp long sword in his hand struck fiercely toward Ye Xuan's face. However, just as the sword was about to connect, Ye Xuan's figure flickered. Effortlessly dodging the attack, in the next instant, he unleashed a swift kick. Bang! A howl erupted. Wang Yao, in a fit of rage, let out a piercing cry as his figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the trees. My sincerest apologies, Wang Shixiang, but your prowess of winning every gamble is futile against me. Ye Xuan grinned widely, preparing to turn and depart. Upon noticing Ye Xuan's intention to flee, Wang Yao bellowed urgently. Second brother. Third brother, come quickly. Two booming voices echoed from above like thunderclaps. Ye Xuan quickly glanced upward, only to witness a massive net descending from the sky, wielded by Wang Yao Du and Wang Yao Se. As they forcefully attempted to ensnare him, Ye Xuan, this time you are finished. Surrender immediately and acknowledge defeat before us three brothers. Their arrogant laughter reverberated throughout the forest. Yet, Ye Xuan remained unperturbed, standing calmly in place. In the next moment, his Kunlun sword sliced through the air like a silver moon, swiftly thrusting several strikes at the looming net above. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sword energy surged forth, instantly tearing the net asunder, reducing it to countless severed threads. With a graceful spin, Ye Xuan unleashed another strike. Celestial Star Galaxy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a dazzling barrage of sword energy shot forth, over 100 beams radiating brilliance akin to the stars in the night sky, illuminating the entire forest. Wang Yaodu and Wang Yaosei's expressions shifted dramatically. They found themselves flung away with scarcely any chance to resist. Da-da! The two brothers lay on the ground, wailing in agony. Ye Xuan, like a wraith, emerged, brandishing his sword at the duo, and with a faint smile inquired, "Do you wish to continue, my esteemed brothers?" Wang Yaosei's expression changed, and he hastily waved his hands in surrender, pleading, "No more, no more. You are far too formidable. Competing with you is more exhausting than battling Chunhong for 800 rounds. I concede." Wang Yao Du also managed to rise, both brothers utterly disheveled. "Ha!" At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed, and there appeared senior brother Su Qin, his face alight with mischief. "Who compelled you three to foolishly challenge our junior brother? So, have you come to understand his prowess now?" Following Su Qin were Tang Shuiro and senior sister Yu Mengmeng. "Senior brother, senior sister." Ye Xuan clasped his fists in greeting to the trio. Su Qin nodded, his gaze fixed upon Ye Xuan, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. "Junior brother, have you fully mastered the 12 celestial star swords? What I observed just now was the final move, Celestial Star Galaxy, wasn't it?" "Indeed," Ye Xuan did not deny it. Upon hearing this, the onlookers could not help but gasp. Regarding Ye Xuan as if he were a monster, Wai Yu Mengmeng expressed her disbelief. "My word, junior brother, you are astonishing. How is it that, in just a few days, you have completely mastered the 12 celestial star swords? A true prodigy." Wang Yaodu shook his head in disbelief. "When we mastered the 12 celestial star swords, it took us an entire year. How is it possible that you accomplished this in merely 3 or 4 days? I can scarcely fathom the nature of your physique. Junior brother, you wouldn't happen to be a reincarnated ancient powerhouse, here to experience life with us, would you?" Yu Mengmeng pinched Ye Xuan's arm. She had heard that some ancient beings could be reborn through secret arts, bringing along their former talents. She harbored doubts about whether Ye Xuan was such an individual. Otherwise, his extraordinary gifts were utterly inexplicable. Ye Xuan sighed with a wry smile, saying, "Senior sister, please refrain from jesting. However, though I have mastered the 12 celestial star swords, I feel as if these 12 swords are not the ultimate culmination of swordsmanship. There seems to be something lacking during my cultivation," Ye Xuan remarked, furrowing his brow. Su Qin chuckled. "That is to be expected. The 12 celestial star swords are inherently incomplete techniques. When we were training, we too sensed that something was amiss. Perhaps it is the missing 7 swords that are absent. A hint of regret crept across Su Qin's countenance. Their celestial star sect had suffered a decline due to the loss of those 7 swords, which diminished the power of the 19 celestial star swords. That, if only they could recover those lost 7 swords, their sect would surely rise again. The lost 7 swords," Ye Xuan murmured, his curiosity piqued about what the latter half of the 12 celestial star swords entailed. "Junior brother, do not dwell on it too much." Tang Shuiro smiled gently. "Though the 12 celestial star swords are incomplete, your current mastery of the sword techniques is more than sufficient to dominate the younger generation of Langya County." "Indeed," Yu Mengmeng chimed in with a playful laugh. "Junior brother, with your youth and talent, you are bound to attract a multitude of admirers. What do you say about considering your senior sister?" "I have a fondness for younger brothers." As she spoke, Yu Mengmeng proudly puffed out her chest, showcasing her alluring figure. Wang Yaosei chuckled. "Yushiji, I'm also a younger brother. Might you consider me as well?" As he said this, he reached out with a mischievous hand towards Yu Mengmeng. Wang Yaodu shook his head. "I wager my third brother is about to be beaten again." Bang! In the next moment, Wang Yaosei was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground with a bruised and battered visage. Laughter erupted among the crowd. By the way, senior sister, has the sect master not yet emerged from his seclusion? At this juncture, Ye Xuan turned to Tang Shuai-Ro and inquired. Not yet. Tang Shuai-Ro shook her head. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan frowned, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes. Just a few days prior, Su Ding had entrusted him with the 12 celestial star swords and then vanished without a trace. According to Tang Shuai-Ro, Su Ding had entered seclusion again. In his memory, Su Ding would typically retreat once a month, and each time, the duration was brief, lasting at most a week or as little as 2 or 3 days, which struck Ye Xuan as odd. After all, martial artists generally seclude themselves for months, and some powerful cultivators might require years of isolation. It was his first encounter with someone who secluded themselves for only a few days, and to do so every month was unheard of. What on earth could the sect master be engaged in? A flicker of doubt crossed Ye Xuan's mind. For reasons unknown, he suddenly recalled a phrase spoken by Feng Qingping. Could it be that the sect master's seclusion is related to that thing within his body? Ye Xuan, just as he was lost in thought, a hasty voice called out, and he saw Ge Changqing rushing towards him from a distance, panting heavily as he spoke. Good lad, I have finally located you. Elder Ge, what brings you here at such a late hour? Ye Xuan inquired. Ye Changqing took a moment to catch his breath before responding. The master of Mingjian Mountain, Su Batian, has arrived, along with his granddaughter, Su Qingyan, and also Su Wujia, Master Su from Baichao Hall. They specifically requested to see you. You must come with me immediately. What? Mingjian Mountain. Tang Shuai-Ro gasped in surprise, suddenly recalling the events of the day concerning Ye Xuan and Su Qingyan. A look of concern crossed her delicate features. Junior brother, do you think the people from Mingjian Mountain have come to settle scores with you? Chapter 46. Are these two insane? Settle scores. At this, the disciples of the Celestial Star Sect were momentarily taken aback. Su Qin furrowed his brow. Junior brother, what on earth happened? Ye Xuan smiled wryly and promptly recounted the events of the day at Mingjian Mountain, including his encounter with Su Qingyan. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's account, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Su Qin sighed. Junior brother, you have been rather impulsive. Su Qingyan is the daughter of Mingjian Mountain's master, and to dare provoke her is no wonder Su Batian would personally come knocking. Wang Yao Se rubbed his hands together, chuckling. Junior brother, you are quite the legend. Su Qingyan is known as the fiercest little pepper in Langhe County. You dare to touch her backside. Tell me, how was it? Was it soft? Did it have a nice bounce? Wang Yao Se grinned, his face brimming with curiosity as he gazed at Ye Xuan. Tang Shuai-Ro's expression darkened. Bang! With a swift motion, she sent Wang Yao Se flying. Elder Ge shook his head in exasperation, turning to Ye Xuan and saying, You, my boy, truly know how to create trouble. You have only just joined the Celestial Star Sect and have already offended Mingjian Mountain. Very well, since Master Su has come, let us go and see what he wants. Rest assured, should they wish to take any action against you, I will do my utmost to intercede on your behalf. Thank you, Elder Ye Xuan smiled slightly, remaining unfazed. Subsequently, the group made their way toward the main hall of the Celestial Star Sect. Meanwhile, within the hall, Su Batian paced anxiously, his hands clasped behind his back. His expression fraught with urgency, his gaze constantly darting towards the entrance, his heart racing with tension. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha! Master Su, it has been quite some time. A late-night visit is certainly a failure in hospitality. As Ge Changqing and Ye Xuan entered from the main door, they clasped their fists in greeting towards Su Batian and the others. Elder Ge, Su Batian's expression brightened with joy as he hurried forward to greet them. However, before he could speak, Ge Changqing took the lead and said, Su Zhuangzhu, I'm already aware of the purpose of your visit today. Rest assured, regarding the matter of Ye Xuan bullying Miss Su, the Tianqing sect will certainly provide you with an explanation. Before coming here, I already gave Ye Xuan a thorough reprimanding. What? Su Batian's expression shifted slightly. Tang Shuio quickly smiled and added, Yes, Su Zhuangzhu, you can rest assured that Ye Xuan has promised he will never offend Miss Su again. As she spoke, Tang Shuio shot Ye Xuan a meaningful glance, urging, Ye Xuan, why don't you hurry over and apologize to Su Zhuangzhu? With a bitter smile, Ye Xuan reluctantly stepped forward. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Batian was immediately struck with fear, his face turning as pale as paper. He had come to apologize to Ye Xuan today. How could it be that Ye Xuan would apologize to him? Su Batian hastily supported Ye Xuan and said, "Mr. Yi, you are far too kind. I am but a humble man. How could I possibly deserve such a grand gesture? To be honest, we came here today to offer our apologies." At this revelation, everyone present was taken aback. Tang Shuyo and Gu Chongqing widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had heard incorrectly. Su Batian had actually come to apologize to Ye Xuan. Before anyone could process this information, Su Batian's expression darkened as he turned to the young Su Qingyin and shouted angrily, "Girl, why are you still dawdling? Hurry over and apologize to Mr. Yi." Su Qingyin pouted, reluctantly stepping forward. Holding a gift box in her hands, she bowed deeply to Ye Xuan and said, "I am sorry, Mr. Yi." Qingyan acknowledges her mistake. Inside this gift box was a present prepared by the Mingjian villa, and she hoped him or that Yi could show mercy and forgive her recklessness. Gasp. Witnessing this scene, everyone inhaled sharply, utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend what was happening. Hadn't Mingjian villa come to cause trouble for Ye Xuan? How had it turned into an apology? Just then, Gu Chongqing's attention was drawn to the gift box, and his expression changed. This Su Zhuangzhu, could this sword be the legendary Tianhua Qilin sword? Inside the gift box lay a striking crimson longsword. Measuring 3 feet in length and exceptionally sharp, it appeared as if it had been forged from flames, adorned with fiery engravings that reflected a chilling gleam in the grand hall, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. What? The Tianhua Qilin sword. Upon hearing this, Yu Mingming gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Isn't this the #1 divine sword of Mingjian villa? It is said to be forged from Qilin blood, with the hilt made from a Qilin's horn. This is a true Earth-grade divine weapon. Earth-grade divine weapon? Ye Xuan's heart stirred. Raising his hand, he placed it on the Tianhua Qilin sword. Instantly, an extraordinarily terrifying heat radiated from blade, a presence far stronger than the Kunlun sword. Possibly several hundred times more formidable. What a magnificent sword. Ye Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, it was the legendary Earth-grade divine weapon. The Kunlun sword was already a top-tier sword, but this Tianhua Qilin sword was hundreds of times more powerful. He could scarcely imagine the might it would unleash if he wielded it to perform the 12 swords of Qianqing. Su Batian hastily smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, you are a young talent with limitless potential. After careful consideration, I believe the Kunlun sword is simply unworthy of your status. Thus, today I present to you the Tianhua Qilin sword, hoping you will graciously accept it." Such a cautious demeanor left those around them in shock. Questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them, Su Batian was the esteemed master of Mingjian villa, a figure of great authority in the entirety of Langyi County. Who would not recognize his status? Yet now, this prominent figure displayed such humility before Ye Xuan. Who would believe it? Before anyone could recover from their astonishment, Su Wujin stepped forward with a face full of forced smiles. "Mr. Yi, I am Su Wujin from Baikatang. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, Master Su, greetings." Ye Xuan nodded. I am undeserving. I am undeserving." Su Wujin hastily waved his hand, his face displaying a look of trepidation. "What people call Master Su is merely a misunderstanding. You may call me Xiao Su." Gasp. Xiao Su. This statement left Tang Shuyo and the others utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Su Wujin. Su Batian's humble demeanor was shocking enough. Su Wujin was a legendary 3rd-grade alchemist, a figure of immense prestige. Even their sect leader had to show him respect. How could such a grand personage allow Ye Xuan to refer to him so casually? Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Brother, if you don't hit me to see if I'm still asleep, I might just continue to dream, Wang Yao said, incredulity etched on his face as he pleaded with Wang Yao to strike him with a hammer. Wang Yao was equally astonished, unable to fully comprehend what Wang Yao was saying. Not just them. Even Gu Chongqing was wide-eyed, seemingly struck by lightning, unable to regain his composure for a long while. At this moment, a singular thought flashed through everyone's minds. Have these two lost their minds? Chapter 47. A gift again, yet unwilling to accept. Mr. Yi, As everyone was in shock, Su Wujin took out a storage bag from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Ye Xuan, saying, "Inside are some spiritual herbs I personally cultivated as a small token of my appreciation for our first meeting that I hope you will accept it." Spiritual herbs? Ye Xuan opened the storage bag and exclaimed, "Wow!" Indeed, he discovered over 100 premium spiritual herbs within, such as chinching flower, longying grass, and ice mountain snow lotus, each one remarkably rare. Just by glancing at them, Ye Xuan estimated their combined worth to be several million spirit stones. "Master Su, what a generous gesture!" Ye Xuan smiled faintly. His expression remaining steady, he fixed his gaze on Su Batian and Su Wujin, casually remarking, "Su Zhuangzhu, Master Su, your late-night visit, coupled with these two grand gifts, suggests you have something to request from me. Am I correct?" Su Batian and Su Wujin exchanged glances, fidgeting slightly, clearly hesitant to speak. "The pill I gave you must have taken effect, right?" Ye Xuan interjected suddenly. Since he had seen Su Batian earlier, he noticed the man's aura had significantly improved compared to the morning. His vitality was visibly enhanced. He deduced that Su Batian must have consumed his pill and experienced a breakthrough. Otherwise, he could not fathom what else would warrant such a personal visit from the master of Mingjian Villa. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's words, Su Batian quickly clasped his fists and exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, you have remarkable insight. To be honest, the pill you provided has been of immense help to me. I have been stagnating at the 6th level of the martial sect for 50 years, unable to break through even with Master Su's Tian Yuan pill. However, after consuming your pill, I successfully broke through immediately. Moreover, I advanced 2 levels from the 6th to the 8th level of the martial sect." "What?" The hall erupted in astonished gasps. To leap from the 6th level of the martial sect to the 8th level. That was a remarkable 2-level advancement. For a martial artist at this level, progressing even 1 stage could take decades, while advancing 2 stages would require at least a century. Yet Ye Xuan had achieved this with just 1 pill. Among those present, the most shocked was Tang Shuyo. While she had suspected that Ye Xuan's pill could aid Su Batian's breakthrough, she never expected its efficacy to be so powerful, enabling a martial sect expert to soar 2 levels at once. Su Batian bowed respectfully, saying, "Thus, I have come today to express my gratitude for your generous gift of the pill, and I hope you can enlighten me about its origin." Su Wujin also looked at Ye Xuan with eager anticipation. His curiosity about the provenance of such a remarkable pill was palpable. However, Ye Xuan purposely kept them in suspense. "Su Zhuangzhu, I can tell you the source of the pill, but with this little offering, I fear it may put me in a difficult position." Ye Xuan glanced at Tang Shuyo and the others beside him, stating, "You see, I have so many senior brothers and sisters present. Is it fair for you to only let me accept gifts?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingyin's expression changed, and she shouted angrily, "Ye Xuan, how much longer will you drag this out? It is merely a question about the source of your pill. Don't be so greedy." "Is that so? If you are unwilling, then so be it. Everyone, please return." Ye Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly. His pills came from the renowned Pill King of Qingzhou, Gu Shanhe, along with the legacy of the Gu family, something countless martial artists yearned for. Yet they were unwilling to offer gifts to his senior brothers and sisters. It seemed they lacked sincerity. Seeing Ye Xuan about to leave, Su Batian's expression changed, and he quickly called out, "Mr. Yi, please wait." Su Batian forced a smile and said, "Mr. Yi, you are absolutely right. That it was my oversight. Today, as fortune would have it, I happen to bring along several exquisite swords, if your senior brothers and sisters do not mind. I would be delighted to present them as gifts." As he spoke, Su Batian patted his storage bag. Suddenly, with a dazzling display of light, a multitude of sharp, long swords appeared before everyone, each exuding an aura of sharpness. All of which were indeed top-tier treasures among the mysterious grade. "Grandfather," upon witnessing the spectacle, Su Qingyin felt a surge of displeasure. Be quiet." Su Batian snapped irritably, then turned to Tang Shuiro and the other disciples of the Tianqing sect with an apologetic smile. "Miss Tang, esteemed disciples of Tianqing sect, these swords are precious collectibles from my Mingjian Mountain Villa. This one is the Yuan Hong sword, ranked 9th in our collection. And this one is the Feixia sword, ranked 7th. Su Batian continued to introduce each sword that as they listened. The disciples of Tianqing sect were utterly astonished. Goodness. Ranked 9th? Ranked 7th. These are divine sword from the top 10 of Mingjian Mountain Villa. Under normal circumstances. Given our Tianqing sect status, we wouldn't even have the chance to glimpse them. Yet now, these legendary swords were being offered to them for free. Are these truly for us? Yu Mengmeng swallowed hard. Casting a disbelieving glance at Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan smiled gently and said, Senior sister, since it is Master Su's kind gesture, you should graciously accept. Su Batian quickly added with a smile, Yes, yes. These swords are all voluntarily gifted by this old man. Please do not stand on ceremony. Just take them. Grandfather, Su Qingyan pouted, about to speak, but was tugged by Su Wuji, who signaled her not to act rashly to others. These swords might seem exceedingly precious. However, Su Wuji knew that in comparison to the exceptional alchemists standing behind Ye Xuan, they were inconsequential. If a few mysterious grade swords could win the favor of a fourth-grade alchemist, then this deal was undoubtedly worth far more than its cost. Hearing Su Batian's words, the disciples of Tianqing sect were filled with excitement, eagerly stepping forward to select their swords. Haha, since Master Su has offered, we shall not be polite. I shall take this Yuan Hong sword. It matches my temperament. Then I will take this Fei Xia sword. Master Su, you are truly wonderful. I bet your business will flourish and Mingjian Mountain Villa will spread across the land. Sons will all be top scholars, and daughters will all marry into noble families. Haha. In no time, the disciples had chosen their favored swords. Su Batian cautiously inquired, Mr. Yi, may I now know the source of the elixir? Certainly. Ye Xuan nodded. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Su Wuji became exceedingly excited, rubbing his hands in anticipation. In that case, Mr. Yi, please summon the exceptional alchemist. Exceptional alchemist? Ye Xuan was taken aback. What exceptional alchemist? Su Wuji replied, Of course, the one who crafted this elixir. Ye Xuan chuckled. Oh, you mean this? I personally concocted this elixir. What? At this revelation, Su Batian and Su Wuji were both taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of shock. Su Qingyan scoffed, crossing her arms, and skeptically retorted, Ye Xuan, stop boasting. The elixir you gave my grandfather is at least a fourth-grade elixir. Do you really think you can concoct a fourth-grade elixir? Not only did Su Qingyan doubt him, but even Su Wuji, a fellow alchemist, wore a look of disbelief. That it is well known that alchemists are held to a higher regard than martial artists when it comes to talent. Without innate ability, one might become a martial artist through hard work, but becoming an alchemist is an entirely different matter. Lacking talent means one cannot even step into the threshold of alchemy. Moreover, advancing as an alchemist is exceedingly challenging. Each promotion can take decades of effort. Some may become apprentice alchemists but never progress to even a first-grade alchemist throughout their lives. As for Su Wuji, he had spent several hundred years to barely achieve the rank of a third-grade alchemist, thanks to his decent talent and having studied several third-grade recipes. Yet, Ye Xuan appeared to be just over 20 years old. A 20-year-old fourth-grade alchemist, such a rarity exists not only in the Deqian dynasty, but throughout the entire Dongling domain. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Ye Xuan had inherited the complete legacy of the legendary alchemist Gushana, and, with the aid of his spiritual intelligence, had thoroughly comprehended the myriad of alchemical texts. Although he could not yet be deemed a top-tier alchemist, concocting a fourth-grade elixir was well within his capabilities. Ye Xuan smiled faintly. What? You don't believe me? Very well, since you doubt my words. I shall personally demonstrate my skills before you. What? Upon hearing this, Su Wuji's expression became intensely excited. Mr. Yi, you intend to personally concoct the elixir? Ye Xuan nodded. Having received so many gifts from Su Batian today, it would be remiss not to return the favor with some elixirs. Moreover, he saw this as an opportunity to refine his own alchemical skills. Su Qin smiled and said, Junior brother, we just happen to have an alchemy room in Tianqing sect that is rarely used. If you wish to use it, I can take you there. Thank you. Senior brother, Ye Xuan replied with a slight smile. With that, Su Qin led Ye Xuan, Su Batian, and Su Wuji away. Su Qingyan watched Ye Xuan's departing figure, hesitating for a moment before stamping her foot in frustration. You boast too much, Ye Xuan. I want to see how you concoct an elixir. With that, she followed after them. Watching the retreating figures of the group, Ge Chongqing murmured in disbelief, I never expected this Ye Xuan fellow not only to be a martial genius, but also an alchemist. Truly remarkable. This time, our Tianqing sect has struck gold. Tang Shuiro inquired. Elder Ge, shall we follow them as well? Ge Changqing shook his head and replied, no need. The art of alchemy requires tranquility and focus. With Su Qin accompanying them, it suffices. If we all go, we may hinder Ye Xuan's performance. Understood. The others clasped their fists, their thoughts of following now dispelled. Soon, under Su Qin's guidance, Ye Xuan and the others arrived at the alchemy room of Tianqing sect. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust greeted them, and the musty air filled the atmosphere, indicating that the alchemy room had been in use for quite some time, and a thick layer of dust coated the floor. And even the corners were adorned with cobwebs. In the center of the room stood a bronze alchemy cauldron, though it too showed signs of neglect, with large patches of paint chipped away. Appearing quite battered, the entire room exuded a sense of dilapidation. Cough, cough. Su Qingyan covered her nose, her face scrunched in disdain. Is this really the alchemy room of your Tianqing sect? Why is it in such a state? That cauldron looks rusty. Can it still be used? Qingyan. Su Batian frowned, finding his granddaughter rather impolite. Su Qin offered a wry smile. There's little we can do. Once we had alchemists stationed here, but since Tianqing sect fell into decline, they all left, leaving this room to gather dust. However, it should still suffice for concocting elixirs. Thank you, senior brother, Ye Xuan replied with a slight smile. Curious, Su Wuji asked, Mr. Yi, what elixir do you plan to concoct? Could it be the one you gifted to old Su? Certainly not. Ye Xuan chuckled softly. The elixir he had given Su Batian was a human elixir, made from the flesh and blood of a martial artist. A dark concoction he would never prepare in front of Su Qingyan and the others. Fortunately, the myriad records of elixirs in the ancient texts contain a wealth of fourth-grade recipes. After pondering for a moment, Ye Xuan turned to Su Wuji. Master Su, I have heard that your Baijiao Hall is currently researching a fourth-grade elixir known as the Liuli Fire-Cleansing Pill. Su Wuji nodded. Indeed, the Liuli Fire-Cleansing Pill possesses the ability to clear the mind and extinguish fire, particularly effective against fire poison. The princess of Langye County has suffered from fire poison for many years. During her episodes, her entire body feels as though it is aflame, causing immense suffering. Thus, she entrusted us at Baijiao Hall to hope for the creation of the Liuli Fire-Cleansing Pill to combat the fire poison within her. Unfortunately, as he spoke, Su Wuji sighed. Although we have a fourth-grade alchemist at Baijiao Hall, they have only recently advanced to that rank and are utterly incapable of crafting the Liuli Fire-Cleansing Pill. With a tone of deep resignation, Su Wuji expressed his frustration. Why? Ye Xuan replied nonchalantly. In that case, I shall do you a favor today and concoct the Liuli Fire-Cleansing Pill for you. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the alchemy chamber. Su Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Mr. Yi, you must be jesting. You can concoct the glazed fire elixir? How? Is that even conceivable? As an alchemist, I am acutely aware of the formidable challenges involved in crafting the glazed fire elixir. Even the most accomplished alchemist at Baijiao Hall, who has just ascended to the 4th tier, is incapable of producing such a potion. And yet, Ye Xuan claims he can? Puffed. Su Qingyan scoffed derisively, her disdain evident. Why, Ye Xuan, are you not afraid that your boast will shatter the heavens? Do you even comprehend what the glazed fire elixir is? It is the pinnacle of 4th-tier elixirs. Not only you, but even Master Mo from Baijiao Hall is powerless in this regard. How dare you, a mere junior who has yet to reach the martial sect realm, make such grandiose claims? If you truly can concoct it, then I shall be the legendary Elixir King. Su Qingyan laughed heartily, her face a mask of contempt as she regarded Ye Xuan. Her disdain for Ye Xuan had been exacerbated today, especially after witnessing her grandfather bestow upon him such a treasure trove of swords, leaving her seething with indignation. She held no belief that Ye Xuan could indeed concoct elixirs. After all, a 4th-tier alchemist of such youth was unheard of in the entire Deqian Empire, let alone the Eastern Spirit region. Perhaps that elixir he gifted her grandfather was pilfered from somewhere. Qingyan, seeing his granddaughter's utter lack of decorum, Su Batian's expression darkened as he could no longer restrain himself from reprimanding her. Su Qingyan shrank back, hastily silencing herself. Yet her eyes continued to glare fiercely at Ye Xuan, Brimming with defiance, the Ye Xuan smiled faintly and replied, "Miss Su, whether I am boasting or not shall soon be revealed. There is no need for such impatience." Tisich. Su Qingyan crossed her arms, her face a picture of scorn. "Boasting? If you can truly concoct it, I shall serve you as a personal maid for a month." "Very well," Ye Xuan coldly chuckled. Without further ado, he strode towards the alchemical furnace and took tea that moment. As Ye Xuan prepared to concoct the glaze fire elixir, a sudden commotion erupted before the gates of Tianqing sect. Swish, swish, several unexpected visitors clad in black appeared, armed with blades and exuding a palpable aura of malice. "Young Master Sikong. This is Tianqing sect," a deep voice, laden with unbridled fury, echoed through the night. That if Ye Xuan were present, he would instantly recognize the speaker as Ye Xuan, the steward from Mingjian Villa, whom he had recently taught a harsh lesson. Beside Ye Xuan stood a tall, strikingly handsome young man in a blue robe, his hands clasped behind his back, his features marred by a chilling intensity. Adorning his robe were 3 ethereal golden characters, Chaos Sect. A chilling aura emanated from the young man, causing the flora around him to wither and the air to thrum with a sense of impending doom. "Is it they who have taken my Kunlun sword?" Ye Xuan's words had barely left his lips when a young man, referred to as young Master Sikong, spoke in a low, icy tone, his eyes glinting with a deadly light. "Indeed." Ye Xuan gritted his teeth, his tone a mix of hatred and grievance. "It is this Tianqing sect that not only seized your long-awaited Kunlun sword, but also caused me to be expelled from Mingjian Villa, losing my position as steward, young Master Sikong, who in Langya County does not know that I, Ye Xuan, am in your service. You must avenge me." His face was a portrait of indignation, and as he spoke, tears streamed down his aged visage, his sobs unabated. Indeed, the individual known as young Master Sikong was none other than Sikong Qing, the scion of the Sikong family in Langya, and also a formidable figure ranked 15th on the Dragon and Tiger list. "Umph." Upon hearing Ye Xuan's words, Sikong Qing snorted coldly, a flicker of anger flashing his eyes as he retorted, "A mere insignificant sect has brought such disgrace upon you, the steward of Mingjian Villa? How dare you claim to be in the service of my Sikong family?" With a swift motion, Sikong Qing waved his folding fan, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that sent Ye Xuan hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing against a rock several meters away. The violent impact left Ye Xuan wincing in pain, his body drenched in cold sweat. Yet he dared not show any sign of dissent, hastily kneeling before Sikong Qing and pleading, "Why, young Master Sikong, spare me. I realize my mistakes. I beg you to grant me my life." "Humph." Sikong Qing's expression remained icy as he waved his fan and asked blandly, "What is the name of the one who stole the Kunlun sword?" Ye Xuan quickly replied, reporting to young Master Sikong, "His name is Ye Xuan, the very same Ye Xuan who recently caused a ruckus during the 8-sect assessment and killed Zhuge Qingyun." "Oh, is it he?" Upon hearing the name, Sikong Qing paused momentarily, a glimmer of interest flickering his eyes. He had heard of the recent 9-tier genius from Tianqing sect who single-handedly slew numerous disciples of the Chaos sect, even defeating Zhuge Qingyun, who was ranked 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list. "How amusing," that he chuckled coldly. "I had initially planned to confront Ye Xuan after obtaining the Kunlun sword, but it seems this fellow has inadvertently walked into my line of fire." A sinister smile crept across Sikong Qing's face, his eyes burning with murderous intent. As a disciple of the Chaos sect, he possessed an overwhelming sense of superiority. He would never allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of the Chaos sect. Moreover, how dare this upstart seize his Kunlun sword? In that instant, Ye Xuan had already been marked for death in Sikong Qing's mind. As Sikong Qing and his companions conversed, a sudden voice rang out. "Who goes there?" A furious shout echoed through the night, and 2 diminutive figures appeared at the gates of Tianqing sect, swords drawn and eyes brimming with vigilance. They were the brothers Wang Yao Du and Wang Yao Se, tasked with guarding the sect that night. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of Tianqing sect. Non-disciples must leave at once," Wang Yao Du admonished, his brow furrowed as he addressed Sikong Qing and his entourage. However, In response to Wang Yao Du's rebuke, Si Kongqing remained unfazed. Instead, he raised his right hand and casually pointed at him. Get lost! Whoosh! A crimson beam of light shot forth from Si Kongqing's fingertip, streaking through the night like a meteor, and struck Wang Yao Du squarely in the chest. Wang Yao Du screamed in agony as his body was propelled backward, crashing against the gate. A gaping wound appeared in his chest, blood seeping profusely, leaving him pale and writhing in excruciating pain. Big brother! Wang Yao Se rushed forward, producing medicinal pill to administer to his brother, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Si Kongqing and his companions. You scoundrels! Who do you think you are to harm my brother? Silence! Ye Xuan bellowed, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. You have no idea who stands before you. Before you is the esteemed young Master Si Kong, the heir to the illustrious Si Kong family, and a formidable expert ranked 15th on the Dragon and Tiger list. The Si Kong family, both Wang Yao Du and Wang Yao Se's expressions shifted dramatically. The name Langya Si Kong resonated profoundly within Langya County. Their status eclipsed that of the Han family by a significant margin. What business did such a prominent figure have in Tianqing sect? Si Kongqing sneered. You fools, I have come here today to find your Ye Xuan. If you do not wish to meet your end, bring him out within 10 seconds. Otherwise, I shall turn your Tianqing sect into a wasteland. His arrogant proclamation echoed around the gates of Tianqing sect, a terrifying aura radiating from Si Kongqing. Feeling the weight of his cultivation, Wang Yao Du and Wang Yao Se's expressions shifted, their eyes betraying a hint of terror. Half-step martial sect? This Si Kongqing has indeed surpassed the master realm. He's merely a hair's breadth away from the martial sect realm. Wang Yao Du furrowed his brow, unable to suppress the chill that coursed through him. Tang Shiuro spoke with an anxious expression at Ye Xuan nodded, fully aware that he could not hand over Ye Xuan. The Si Kong family held immense power in Langya County, and Si Kongqing was particularly ruthless. The consequences of surrendering Ye Xuan would be dire. With this thought in mind, Ge Changqing clasped his fists and said solemnly, I apologize, young Master Si Kong, but Ye Xuan is a disciple of our Tianqing sect, and I cannot comply with your request. Night had fallen. It would be prudent for young Master Si Kong to return early, lest our sect leader emerge and the situation becomes difficult to manage. Having reached this point, Ge Changqing resolved to invoke the name of Su Ding to deter Si Kongqing. However, to his surprise, upon hearing his words, Si Kongqing not only did not leave, but instead laughed heartily, a look of disdain on his face. Sect leader? You must mean Su Ding? Old man, do you think I'm a fool? Since I dare to come to your Tianqing sect, I am undoubtedly well prepared. If I am not mistaken, your sect leader should still be in seclusion, correct? Relying on him to save you. Let him come out and see for himself. Hearing Si Kongqing's words, Ge Changqing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Si Kongqing would be so cautious, even aware of their leader's seclusion. Si Kongqing snorted coldly and reiterated, I will say this once more. You have 10 seconds to call Ye Xuan out. Otherwise, Buzz. Si Kongqing raised his right hand, a point of crimson light coalescing on his index finger, emanating a terrifying aura that, in 10 seconds, I will reduce the Tianqing sect to ruins. Chapter 50. A Perilous Moment. The three-phase isolation formation, the ominous words echoed before the gates of the Tianqing sect. The crimson light illuminated Si Kongqing's handsome yet sinister visage, a powerful sense of oppression sweeping over all present. Even Ge Changqing, among others, was startled by the aura of someone at the threshold of martial sovereign. Si Kongqing was remarkably strong. At just over 30 years of age, he had already reached the half-step martial sovereign realm, surpassing even Ge Changqing, a century-old martial artist. Truly, he was the heir of the Si Kong family of Langya. Si Kongqing smiled lightly. So, Elder Ge, what will it be? Will you hand over Ye Xuan or not? Ye Xuan grinned maliciously. Ge, I advise you to think carefully. You have so many disciples present. Their lives are in your hands. You'd better consider your answer wisely. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's words, Ge Changqing glanced at Tang Shiuro and the others beside him and inquired, What do you all think? Should I surrender Ye Xuan? No. Tang Shiuro was the first to oppose. Absolutely not. Wang Yaos chimed in. Though I, Wang Yaos, may have a penchant for beauty, I know the meaning of loyalty. Since our junior brother has joined the Tianqing sect, he is one of us. If you dare to take him, I, as his senior brother, will never agree. Indeed, Wang Yaodu added, clutching his chest and gritting his teeth. Though our junior brother has only recently joined, he is already a disciple of our Tianqing sect. If anyone dares to harm him, I, Wang Yaodu, will fight to the death. Ge Changqing looked toward Yu Mengmeng. Just as he was about to speak, clang, Yu Mengmeng drew her sword from her waist and said coldly, Elder Ge, you need not ask me. Though I am a girl, I understand the honor of our sect. If they seek to capture our junior brother, I, Yu Mengmeng, will never agree. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Xuan's expression darkened, his aged face contorting in anger. Ye Changqing laughed heartily and declared, Manager Yun, young Master Sikong. Do you see? My disciples have all chosen not to surrender Ye Xuan. As an elder of the Tianqing sect, I truly cannot comply. Clang. With that, Ge Changqing drew his sword, coldly stating, I apologize, but our Tianqing sect shall not surrender Ye Xuan today. Seeing this, Ye Xuan was furious, nearly beside himself with rage. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Sikong Qing waved his hand, a trace of a mocking smile on his handsome face. Well, well, a mere small sect dares to defy my wishes. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. Whoosh! With that, Sikong Qing pointed with his right index finger, and the crimson light transformed into shooting star, hurtling toward the unsuspecting Yu Chu. Not good. Ge Changqing's expression changed, and he quickly positioned himself in front of Yu Mengmeng, forming a barrier of spiritual energy with both hands. Boom! The moment of impact caused the barrier to shatter into countless fragments, which slowly dissipated in the air. The force of the blast sent Ge Changqing staggering back several steps, and he coughed up blood, clutching his chest. Elder Ge. Tang Shuoro's face turned pale with worry. Elder, are you all right? I'm fine. Ge Changqing waved his hand, adjusting his internal energy before speaking in a grave tone. As expected from a half-step martial sovereign, such a casual strike is enough to leave me struggling. Naturally, Ye Xuan said smugly. Young Master Sikong's cultivation has completely surpassed the Master Realm, standing on the brink of the martial sovereign realm. You, at merely the 7th level of the Master Realm, dare to challenge him? Truly ignorant, Sikong Qing replied indifferently. That previous strike was merely a lesson. Next, I will show you just how dire the consequences of offending the Sikong family can be. Buzz! As his words fell, Sikong Qing raised his right hand once more. A point of crimson light reappeared on his index finger, this terrifying aura even more formidable than the last. Not good. Ge Changqing's face paled in alarm, but he understood that Sikong Qing was preparing a lethal attack. If this light were to be unleashed, they would either perish or be left crippled. In a moment of desperation, Ge Changqing shouted, Shuoro, hurry and take Yu Mengmeng and the others to retreat. Go to the seclusion chamber and inform the sect leader to emerge. I will hold them off here, but Tang Shuoro's expression changed. Go now. Ge Changqing shouted fiercely. Sikong Qing is a half-step martial sovereign. If we do not leave, we will all perish here. Quickly, go inform the sect leader. Bang! With that, Ge Changqing struck Tang Shuoro back a few steps, his frail form resembling a mountain as he shielded her and the others behind him. Run. His voice echoed with desperation before the mountain gate. Tears welled in Tang Shuoro's eyes. Despite her reluctance, she understood Ge Changqing's intentions. Understood. Wiping her tears, she quickly grabbed Yu Mengmeng and the others, dashing toward the seclusion chamber. However, before Tang Shuoro could take a few steps, Sikong Qing coldly snorted and pointed at her with a hand. Bang! Ah! The crimson light pierced through Tang Shuoro's ankle like an arrow, causing her to scream in agony as she fell to the ground. A gaping wound appeared where the light struck, blood gushing forth with excruciating pain. Humph! Sikong Qing sneered. Trying to escape? Did I give you permission to run? With a flick of his right hand, several yellow talismans shot forth, landing on the ground, walls, and trees. Sikong Qing formed a hand seal. Buzz! In an instant, beams of spiritual energy shot from the talismans, intertwining and coalescing into a vast net of spiritual power, enveloping Tang Shuoro. Guchongqing, and even Sikong Qing himself. Is this a spiritual formation? Tang Shuoro's expression shifted. Sikong Qing chuckled coldly. Indeed, this is my Sikong family's three-phase isolation formation. It can sever all external communication. Within it, even martial sovereigns would find it difficult to perceive. What? Tang Shuoro's face paled in shock. Damn it. Wang Yao's immediately drew his sword and struck at the formation. Yet, the barrier felt as indestructible as an iron fortress, no matter how fiercely he struck. Not a single crack appeared. Ha! Don't waste your effort. This three-phase isolation formation is as solid as a fortress. Unless one is a half-step martial sovereign, don't even think of breaching it. Sikong Qing let out a chilling laugh. Casting his gaze towards Tang Shuoro and the others, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Next, allow me to show you the terror that comes from offending the Sikong clan. With a frosty smile, Sikong Qing lifted his foot and advanced towards Tang Shuoro and the others. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of Tianqing sect experienced a shift in their expressions, a flicker of despair surfacing in their eyes. Meanwhile, within the alchemy chamber, Ye Xuan remained oblivious to the unfolding events at the mountain gate. This moment, he sat cross-legged before the cauldron, his eyes gently closed, preparing to concoct the Liuli fire refining pill. Chapter 51. Ancient Yellow Spring Seal. The fire refining pill is complete. Ye Xuan, are you even capable? Observing Ye Xuan sitting motionless before the cauldron, Su Qingyan pouted and crossed her arms, saying, "You've been dawdling for ages. And you haven't even ignited a flame. If you can't refine pills, just say so. Don't waste everyone's time." Qingyan. Su Batian furrowed his brow and lightly tapped Su Qingyan's forehead, wincing in pain. She bared her teeth. Just as she was about to speak, Ye Xuan smiled faintly and said, "Apologies, Miss Su, for keeping you waiting. I shall now demonstrate my pill refining skills." With that, Ye Xuan suddenly extended his right hand, pointing towards the cauldron. In an instant, a fiery orange flame surged from the bottom of the cauldron, the searing heat filling the room. Ye Xuan formed an intricate hand seal with one hand and pointed again at the cauldron. As he did so, the flames at the bottom appeared to gain a life of their own, gradually subsiding. Upon witnessing the hand seal Ye Xuan had formed, Su Wuji's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had recalled something, disbelief flashing in his eyes. The ancient Yellow Spring Seal. Is this truly the legendary ancient Yellow Spring Seal? The ancient Yellow Spring Seal? Upon hearing this name, those present were momentarily taken aback. Expressions of confusion etched across their faces. Master Su, what exactly is the ancient Yellow Spring Seal? Su Batian inquired curiously. Taking a deep breath, Su Wuji explained, the ancient Yellow Spring Seal is an exceedingly profound fire control technique. This method not only allows for precise manipulation of flames, but also enhances the quality of the elixirs to perfection. It is said that only certain alchemical families are qualified to practice this technique. Even I have only encountered a mere fragment of its introduction in a prominent alchemical family in Qingzhou. Yet, the technique being employed by Ye at this moment is identical to the ancient Yellow Spring Seal I have witnessed. What? Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept over everyone. A fire control technique only accessible to alchemical families. How could Ye Xuan possess it? Could he possibly hail from such a family? In an instant, their minds were flooded with tumultuous thoughts, as if stirred by 1,000 waves, leaving them restless. Impossible, right? Su Qingyan let out a dry laugh, her eyes filled with skepticism. How could he possibly come from an alchemical family? If he truly held such a prestigious background, why would he bother participating in the 8th sect assessment of Langya Prefecture? Perhaps so. Su Wuji sighed with a wry smile. To be honest, he too found it hard to believe that Ye Xuan wielded the ancient Yellow Spring Seal. After all, Ye Xuan was still so young. If he truly possessed such a legendary fire control technique, it would be quite disheartening for him. Just as the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, Ye Xuan suddenly slapped his storage bag. And in an instant, 7 or 8 valuable spiritual herbs materialized before him. He reached out and tossed one of the herbs into the cauldron. Xinyi grass. Whoosh! As the herb entered, Ye Xuan immediately rotated his hand seal, causing the flames at the bottom of the cauldron to flare up significantly. the scorching heat relentlessly roasting the Xianyi grass. Under the intense heat, the Xianyi grass almost instantaneously melted into a viscous liquid. In the very moment the Xianyi grass dissolved, Ye Xuan swiftly grabbed another herb. Ice mountain snow lotus, sunflower, rootless wood, mandragora, whoosh. One by one, the herbs were tossed into the cauldron, the heat sweeping through, and these herbs were quickly dissolved, transforming into vibrant, colorful viscous liquids that a fragrant aroma of medicine began to waft through the air, filling the chamber with an intoxicating scent. How remarkably fast the refining speed is. Witnessing this scene, Su Wuji's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Qingyan asked curiously, "Grandfather Su, is he really refining that quickly?" "Of course," Su Wuji sighed, saying, "not just quick, it's simply miraculous. Young lady Su, do you know how long it typically takes for a regular alchemist to refine a single herb?" Su Qingyan shook her head, at least half an hour. What? The revelation stunned Su Qingyan. It takes that long. She had not anticipated that refining a single herb would require such an extensive duration. She had assumed that with Ye Xuan tossing herbs in one after another, it would be a swift process. "What did you expect?" Su Wuji chuckled bitterly, explaining, "Every herb required for alchemy is exceedingly precious. The demands for fire control from an alchemist are also incredibly stringent. If the flame is too intense, the medicinal properties will evaporate. If it is too weak, the efficacy cannot be drawn out. Only through perfect refinement can the elixir take shape. Thus, each herb requires at least half an hour for proper refinement. Yet Mr. Yi has managed to refine 7 or 8 herbs in merely 10 minutes. Such rapidity is absolutely unheard of. Even more astonishing is that although he refines swiftly, the potency extracted is precisely right, neither too much nor too little. It is nothing short of perfection." Su Wuji's gaze remained fixed on Ye Xuan, his tone laced with excitement. "What? Is it truly that impressive?" Su Qingyan gasped, incredulously exclaiming, "Does this mean Ye Xuan's fire control skills surpass even yours, Grandfather Su?" Su Wuji shook his head, his expression filled with humility. "Surpass? It is not even on the same level. His fire control skills are such that, even if I were to practice for another 200 years, I might not reach his level. Moreover, the calmness with which he controls the flames indicates that his alchemical rank is far beyond anything I can compare to. He may very well be a 4th or even 5th grade alchemist." Hiss! Upon hearing this, not only Su Qingyan, but even Su Batian and Su Qin beside her gasped in shock. A 5th grade alchemist. Such a figure had never before existed in the entirety of Langya Prefecture. Such an esteemed personage could only be found in places like Qingzhou or the imperial capital. They could hardly fathom that Ye Xuan, a young man in his 20s, could possess such an identity as a 5th grade alchemist. It was simply terrifying. Was it possible that everything he claimed was true, that he truly could refine pills? Su Qingyan bit her lip, gazing at the earnest young man seated beside the cauldron, a complex array of emotions welling within her. She recalled how she had previously mocked Ye Xuan, asserting that he could not refine pills and was merely boasting. Yet now, it seemed he not only possessed the ability to refine pills, but might even be a 5th grade alchemist. A wave of guilt surged within Su Qingyan. Had she truly misjudged him? Clenching her fist, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the young man seated before the cauldron, as if he radiated a unique charm. Especially under the glow of the flames, his previously irksome visage now appeared somewhat handsome. This guy, when serious, looks somewhat dashing. Huh, Su Qingyan murmured to herself. However, her thoughts quickly reverted to the time Ye Xuan had slapped her on the backside, and she hastily shook her head, forcefully suppressing such notions. Puffed. Su Qingyan, what nonsense are you thinking? This guy is merely a lecherous fool who slaps people on the backside. There's nothing handsome about him. What is so great about fire control? Refining pills is far more than just controlling flames. If you can actually produce the elixir, then I might just acknowledge you. Su Qingyan coldly huffed, silently resolving. Just as she was lost in thought, Ye Xuan abruptly raised his hand and struck the cauldron with force. In an instant, the lid flew off, and an exquisite aroma instantly permeated the air. The fragrance was so rich that it penetrated the alchemy chamber, reaching several hundred meters away with clarity. Whoosh! In the next moment, a cascade of brilliant light radiated from within the cauldron. Upon witnessing this brilliance, Su Wuji's eyes widened, a glimmer of excitement flickering within them. The Lioli Fire Refining Pill. It's done. Chapter 52. Another pill gifted. Su Qingyan elated. The Lioli Fire Refining Pill is complete. The exclamation echoed throughout the alchemy chamber. The radiant beams emanating from the cauldron danced in the air, while an enticing fragrance wafted forth, intoxicating all present. In that moment, everyone could not help but close their eyes, enveloped in the enchanting aroma. What a rich medicinal scent! This fragrance is undoubtedly no less than that of a 4th-grade pill. It may even reach the 5th grade. Su Wuji slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixated on the radiant light emanating from the alchemical cauldron. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembled involuntarily like a tea the same moment. Ye Xuan raised his right hand and grasped the air. With a whoosh, the streams of light seemed to come alive, converging towards Ye Xuan's palm as if drawn by an unseen force. All the brilliant light coalesced within his hand. When Ye Xuan opened his palm, the light transformed into a smooth and lustrous elixir. The pill was blood red, resembling a ruby, reflecting a scarlet hue, and at that moment, it was exuding steam and a captivating fragrance. Upon its surface, 4 wave-like patterns were distinctly visible. It was complete, a 4th-grade elixir. Witnessing this scene, Su Wuji was overcome with emotion, scrambling to Ye Xuan's side to observe the elixir in his hand with utmost care. Su Batian cautiously inquired, "Mr. Yi, is this the glazed fire refining pill?" Ye Xuan remained silent, casually tossing the pill to Su Wuji. Whether it was or not would be evident to Master Su at a glance. "Indeed," Su Wuji exclaimed as he received the pill, scrutinizing it with great care. The 3 companions of Su Qingtian held their breath, their eyes fixed on Su Wuji. After a thorough examination, Su Wuji's expression turned ecstatic, and he could not help but shout, "Absolutely. It is the glazed fire refining pill. Look, this elixir is entirely blood red, akin to a ruby, and matches the description found in literature perfectly. Moreover, the pill patterns are identical, boasting 4 distinct designs. This is a genuine 4th-grade elixir, filled with exhilaration." Su Wuji showcased the elixir to everyone, his tone brimming with enthusiasm as if he held an unparalleled treasure in his hands. "Grandfather Su, are you certain you are not mistaken?" Su Qingtian interjected, unable to contain herself. Su Wuji shook his head emphatically, declaring, "Impossible. I have spent over a century in the alchemical realm, having seen no fewer than 8,000 elixirs. Though I may not know how to concoct the glazed fire refining pill, I can recognize it without error. Furthermore, since Ye has managed to create a 4th-grade elixir, it signifies that he is undoubtedly an alchemist of 4th-grade rank or higher. Do you think someone his caliber would stoop to deceiving us with counterfeit elixirs?" Su Qin exclaimed. "So, my junior brother really has succeeded in crafting a 4th-grade elixir. The fire poison afflicting the Princess of Langia can be resolved?" "It can be resolved. It can be resolved." Su Wuji laughed heartily. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over the Princess of Langia's fire poison, and now, unexpectedly, Ye Xuan had produced the glazed fire refining pill. This time, the fire poison plaguing the Princess of Langia would be entirely eradicated. Observing Su Wuji's fervent demeanor, Su Qingtian felt a whirlwind of emotions within her. She had previously thought that controlling fire was nothing remarkable. Yet to her astonishment, Ye Xuan had successfully concocted the elixir in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Su Qingtian felt as though a multitude of slaps were landing on her face. Leaving her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Su Wuji clasped his hands and cautiously inquired, "Master Yi, may I acquire this glazed fire refining pill from you? Name your price. We at Baichao Hall are willing to pay." Unbeknownst to him, Su Wuji had already begun to address Ye Xuan as Master Ye. Ye Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need for that. I've already received many gifts from you today. This glazed fire refining pill is my promise to you, and thus I am giving it to you free of charge." "What? Free?" Upon hearing this, Su Wuji trembled with astonishment, tears streaming down his weathered face. "Heavens, this is the legendary 4th-grade elixir, The glazed fire refining pill. An elixir of such caliber could purchase a medium-sized family in the market. And Ye Xuan is giving it to us at Baijiao Hall for free. With a sudden bend of his knee, Su Wuji knelt before Ye Xuan, tears of gratitude flowing as he proclaimed, "Thank you, Master Yi. I shall never forget the kindness shown to me today. In the future, should you require anything, Baijiao Hall will be willing to go through fire and water for you." Thud, thud. After speaking, Su Wuji bowed deeply twice, his gratitude evident. Seeing this display, Su Qingtian was utterly dumbfounded. The image of grandfather Su in her mind had always been one of authority and sternness. Yet here he was, kneeling before Ye Xuan for a mere elixir. Su Qingtian. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out that Ye Xuan turned around, smiling at her. "What do you want?" Su Qingtian, startled by a smile, instinctively retreated a few steps, clutching her rear in apprehension. What could he be plotting? Surely, he wouldn't want me to become his personal maid, would he? Suddenly, she recalled her earlier words, declaring that if Ye Xuan succeeded in concocting the glazed fire refining pill, she would become his personal maid. Now that the elixir was complete, he wouldn't be expecting her to fulfill that promise. Would he? Oh no. In that instant, Su Qingtian felt as though she had hit a wall, lamenting her earlier impulsiveness in making such a foolish statement. Ye Xuan, what are you planning? I warn you, don't get any ideas. Even if you have successfully concocted the glazed fire refining pill, I will never submit to you. Su Qingtian gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with fear as she glared at Ye Xuan, issuing warnings. However, Ye Xuan paid her no mind, continuing to approach her with a broad smile. When they were merely half a meter apart, he suddenly extended his hand at This action startled Su Qingtian, causing her to dart behind Su Batian, her eyes brimming with tears. "Grandfather, save me." Observing Su Qingtian's panicked reaction, Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He quickly realized her thoughts, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Miss Su, why are you so anxious?" "I want to harm you. I merely wish to give you something. Look." Ye Xuan opened his palm, revealing a smooth and lustrous elixir that appeared instantly in his hand. "This is seeing the elixir." Su Batian's expression changed, astonished as he exclaimed, "Master Yi, is this the elixir you gifted me earlier?" "Indeed." Ye Xuan nodded. This elixir was the one he had intended for Su Batian. "I have received many gifts from you today, and I plan to return the favor. However, since you had just broken through and your cultivation is still unstable, I thought I would give this elixir to Miss Su instead. With this elixir, she should be able to reach the 9th level of the Master Realm." Su Qingtian froze, pointing incredulously at the elixir. "Is this really for me?" Ye Xuan nodded. Su Qingtian still found it hard to believe. "You were really just giving me the elixir and not asking for anything else?" "Anything else?" Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "What else do you mean? You're not referring to being a personal maid, are you?" "Haha. Rest assured, I have no interest in what you mentioned about being a personal maid." Upon being exposed by Ye Xuan, Su Qingtian's face turned crimson, and she hastily retorted, "What personal maid? I never said anything about being a personal maid. Don't slander me." All right. So do you want this elixir or not? If you don't want it, I'll just toss it." Ye Xuan pouted, preparing to discard the elixir. Hey, I want it. Who said I didn't want it?" Seeing this, Su Qingtian panicked and quickly reached out, snatching the elixir from him. She then held it delicately, as if cradling a precious treasure, her face alight with joy. This was the elixir that could elevate her to the 9th level of the Master Realm. Only a fool would refuse it. Chapter 53. A Sex Unrest. Ye Xuan's Fury. Upon witnessing Ye Xuan bestow an elixir upon Su Qingtian, Su Batian promptly tapped her on the head, urging, "How can you be so impolite? Master Yi has gifted you an elixir, and you haven't even thanked him yet." Su Qingtian pouted, ready to refuse, but as she gazed at the elixir in her hand and recalled her earlier misjudgments about him, she suddenly felt that perhaps this fellow wasn't so intolerable after all. Thank you," Su Qingtian mumbled, her cheeks flushed. "Oh." Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he playfully remarked, "I never expected Miss Su to express gratitude. It seems the sun has risen in the west today. No need to thank me. Miss Su, what did you say?" seeing Ye Xuan's teasing gaze. Su Qingtian's face turned beet red, and she stamped her foot in frustration. What do you mean I can say thank you? And the sun rising in the west. Am I someone who lacks reason? Ye Xuan, you scoundrel. If I had known, I wouldn't have thanked you. Su Qingyan gritted her teeth in frustration, having mentally imagined thrashing Ye Xuan 1,000 times. Nonetheless, she could only harbor such thoughts internally. After all, Su Qingyan was acutely aware that if a physical confrontation were to arise, it would likely be herself who would suffer the consequences. Thus, she could only forcefully suppress her fury and glare fiercely at Ye Xuan, hoping her murderous gaze could annihilate him. Witnessing this scene, Su Beixian's face broke into a peculiar smile. This girl, had she actually met her match? It was the first time he had seen his fearless granddaughter being bested by another. In the past, it had always been she who made others suffer. Truly, today was a rare occurrence indeed. Just as Su Batian pondered this, a sudden cacophony resembling shattering glass echoed throughout the alchemy chamber. Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly retrieved a jade tablet from her bosom, upon which was inscribed a name, Yu Meng. However, at that moment, the tablet was marred by cracks, emitting a continuous sound of breaking. What on earth is happening? Su Qing's expression turned alarmingly fearful. Senior brother, what is it? Ye Xuan inquired curiously. Su Qing's countenance darkened as she responded. This is the life tablet of a disciple from the Tianqing sect. When the sect master is absent, it is entrusted to my care. If the tablet develops cracks, it signifies that the disciple is in mortal peril. What? Ye Xuan's expression shifted. Just then, another series of glass-shattering sounds rang out, prompting Su Qing to hastily draw forth several more life tablets. Just like the one belonging to Yu Meng, these tablets were similarly riddled with cracks, producing the same ominous sound. Wang, are you betting? Wang, are you gambling? Tang Shuiro, why is Elder Ji's tablet also shattered? Su Qing gasped in horror, her hand trembling uncontrollably as she clutched the tablets. Once a tablet shatters, it signifies that its owner is in grave danger. And at that moment, these tablets were fracturing at an alarming rate, even at risk of complete destruction. This meant that Tang Shuiro and the others were in imminent peril. This is bad. It's senior sister. They are in danger. Upon witnessing this, Ye Xuan's expression darkened instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the alchemy chamber. Su Batian and Su Wuji's exchanged glances before swiftly following suit. After all, Ye Xuan had rendered great favors to the Mingjian Manor and Baikeatang. Now that trouble had befallen the sect he belonged to, they could not remain idle. Meanwhile, at the Tianqing sect before the mountain gate, within the three-layered isolation formation, bang! Accompanied by a piercing scream, Ge Changqing's figure was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, tumbling across the ground for several rotations before crashing heavily against the rocks. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Ge Changqing's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring from his brow, his entire being exuding a profoundly weakened aura. Elder! Tang Shuiro and the others exclaimed in shock, quickly helping Ge Changqing to his feet, their eyes burning with hatred as they glared at Si Kongqing. Si Kongqing laughed maniacally, his gaze dripping with disdain as he remarked, is this the strength of the Tianqing sect's elders? Pathetic, akin to ants, utterly defenseless. I advise you to surrender quickly, or else I shall make you wish for death. You wish, Tang Shuiro retorted fiercely, her figure darting forward like a specter, brandishing the Qinghuan sword as she lunged at Si Kongqing. Seeing this, Yu Meng and the others promptly launched their attacks, draw swords and slay, sweep through the ranks, chase the stars, and seize the moon. Swish, swish, swish! In an instant, sharp sword energies surged forth from all directions, akin to a tempest imbued with boundless killing intent, crashing down upon Si Kongqing. Overestimating yourselves, Si Kongqing snorted coldly, his eyes betraying his disdain. With a change of footwork, he effortlessly evaded the incoming sword energies, then raised his right hand and struck down. Bang! Yu Meng and the Wang brothers cried out in agony as their bodies were sent hurtling like cannonballs, crashing violently against the rocky wall. That strike fractured several of their ribs. Meng! Tang Shuiro cried out, her gaze towards Si Kong-ching brimming with murderous intent as she thrust her sword towards his chest like a silver moon slicing through the night sky. Yet, just as her sword was about to pierce Si Kong-ching, he raised his right hand and effortlessly pinched it between his thumb and index finger. Clang! He actually managed to stop Tang Shui-Ro's thrust. What? Tang Shui-Ro's expression changed as she exerted all her strength, only to find that no matter how hard she tried, her sword could not advance even a fraction. Si Kong-ching's fingers seemed to possess boundless strength. Firmly restraining her attack? Ha ha ha! Si Kong-ching cackled. Tang girl, I advise you to cease your futile struggle. I'm a master of the half-step martial sovereign realm. With your strength, you couldn't even harm a single finger of mine. Bang! With a sweep of his sleeve, Tang Shui-Ro was sent flying back. As she landed, Si Kong-ching lunged forward, stamping down on her injured ankle, which had just been struck moments before, sending excruciating pain coursing through her. In agony, Tang Shui-Ro's cold sweat poured forth as she gasped for air. Ha! Tang girl, why go to such lengths? Si Kong-ching sneered wickedly. You are such a stunning beauty. Why sacrifice your life for someone like Ye Xuan? If you hand him over and agree to be my partner, I might consider sparing you. Rest assured, I'm a man who knows how to cherish beauty. With someone like you by my side, life will be quite comfortable. Si Kong-ching chuckled darkly, his gaze towards Tang Shui-Ro filled with lustful fervor. However, in the face of Si Kong-ching's words, Tang Shui-Ro's expression was one of utter revulsion as she spat. "Pah, you wish I, Tang Shui-Ro, would rather die than lay eyes on a beast like you." "What?" Si Kong-ching's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Seeking death are we? Since you are so eager, I shall grant your wish. I will send you on your way. Do not worry. Once I kill you, I will personally hunt down Ye Xuan and turn him into ashes. On the road to the Yellow Springs, you won't be lonely for long." Si Kong-ching laughed maniacally. With that, he raised his right hand, pointing at Tang Shui-Ro. Buzz! A crimson light enveloped his index finger, radiating a palpable killing intent, ready to be unleashed. "It's over." Tang Shui-Ro despaired as she closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. However, just as Si Kong-ching was about to unleash his attack on Tang Shui-Ro, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted outside the isolation formation. Ye Xuan, wielding his long sword, stood before the three-layered isolation formation, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent, as if he could devour souls. "Si Kong-ching, if you dare harm my senior sister, I will ensure you die a gruesome death." Chapter 54. Thunderous Strike, Slaying Ye Xuan. "Si Kong-ching, if you dare harm my senior sister, I will ensure you die a gruesome death." Ye Xuan's furious voice reverberated before the mountain gate, akin to the roar of thunder, causing the entire three-layered isolation formation to tremble slightly. "Junior brother." Seeing Ye Xuan suddenly appear, Tang Shui-Ro's expression shifted as she instinctively exclaimed, "Junior brother, you must run. This guy is very powerful. You are no match for him." "Oh." Upon hearing Tang Shui-Ro's words, Si Kong-ching raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping on his face as he looked at Ye Xuan. "So you are Ye Xuan? Good lad. I've been searching for you for quite some time." Ye Xuan ignored Si Kong-ching's taunts and turned his gaze to Tang Shui-Ro and the others on the ground. Upon seeing the Tianqing sect's elders and disciples bloodied and battered, a surge of killing intent welled up in his eyes. "Si Kong-ching, you dare to harm my Tianqing sect's people. You are seeking death." Ye Xuan gritted his teeth, the heavenly fire Qilin sword in his hand vibrating in response to his fury, emitting a resonant hum. "This is the heavenly fire Qilin sword?" Yunshan's expression changed as he incredulously looked at Ye Xuan. "Kid, that is the #1 Earth-grade divine sword from the Mingjian Manor. The heavenly fire Qilin sword. Where did you obtain it?" "What? An Earth-grade divine sword?" Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Si Kong-ching's face also revealed a look of exhilaration. "An Earth-grade divine sword is a legendary weapon. To think that this boy possesses such a treasure. If he could obtain it, his strength would surely rise to another level." "Ha ha ha!" Si Kong-ching laughed heartily, his face alight with excitement. "Good lad, I never expected you to possess an Earth-grade divine sword. Here's the deal. If you hand over the Earth-grade divine sword, I will spare your life, and I can also let go of your Tianxing sect's elders and disciples. How about it? Xikong Qing sneered coldly while extending his hand. His tone was condescending, as if he were not negotiating, but rather informing Ye Xuan. Did you hear that, you little beast? Hurry up and hand over the Tianhua Qilin sword. Ye Xuan let out a sinister laugh and, having finished speaking, strode toward Ye Xuan with the intention of forcibly seizing the sword. However, just as Ye Xuan reached out his hand, a flash, a fiery red sword beam, suddenly howled forth, ruthlessly slicing toward Ye Xuan's arm. Accompanied by a spray of blood, Ye Xuan's entire arm was severed, blood gushing wildly from his shoulder. Ah! Ye Xuan clutched his shoulder, letting out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with uncontrollable rage as he glared at Ye Xuan. You little beast, how dare you sever my arm? You have some audacity. Ah! Like a madman, Ye Xuan lunged toward Ye Xuan. Yet before he could come close, another flash, the fiery red long sword pierced the air like a blazing sun, stabbing mercilessly into Ye Xuan's throat. Ye Xuan grasped his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief, attempting to utter a sound, but only managing to produce muffled gasps as the vitality in his gaze dimmed. Old fool, your words are excessive. Thud! Ye Xuan withdrew the long sword, and Ye Xuan's body crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud, his aura extinguished, dead beyond revival. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in astonishment. One must understand that Ye Xuan was a formidable master at the 5th level, while Ye Xuan was merely a junior at the 4th level. Yet he had slain Ye Xuan with a single sword strike. How extraordinary! So strong! My little junior brother is truly remarkable. Yu Mingming stared wide-eyed, incredulous. Meanwhile, after dispatching Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan shook his right hand, flicking the blood off the sword, pointing the blade directly at Xikong Qing. You dog, it's your turn now. What? Upon hearing Ye Xuan's words, Xikong Qing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Kid, do you think that by killing one Ye Xuan, you can flaunt your power? Let me tell you, I'm a half-step martial sovereign. Even if you killed Ye Xuan, killing you would be as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Rumble. Just as he finished speaking, Xikong Qing's body trembled, and a terrifying aura surged forth from within him, unmistakably revealing his half-step martial sovereign strength. However, just as Xikong Qing brimmed with confidence, a voice echoed through the night. Oh really? Is a half-step martial sovereign that formidable? What if I were to join in? An ancient voice resonated, and there appeared Su Batian, hands clasped behind his back, slowly approaching from a distance, accompanied by Su Qingyan and Su Qin. Su Manor Master? Upon seeing Su Batian, Xikong Qing's expression drastically changed, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Wasn't Su Batian the master of Mingjian Manor? How could he possibly be here? Before Xikong Qing could react, another aged voice rang out. If Su Manor Master is not enough, what if I were to join as well? With that, Su Wujuan emerged from the shadows, his aged face dark as water, his icy gaze fixed on Xikong Qing. Master Su. The appearance of Su Wujuan startled Xikong Qing. As the heir of the Xikong family from Langya, he was all too aware of Su Wujuan's status. The latter was a third-grade alchemist of Baikatang. Even his own father would treat him with deference. Xikong Qing could hardly believe that a mere sect like Taixing had not only attracted Su Batian, but even Su Wujuan. What was going on? Shuero, Elder. During Xikong Qing's moment of shock, Su Qin stepped forward to help the fallen Tang Shuero, Gu Changqing, and others to their feet, then retrieved healing pills from his storage bag, administering them one by one to How are you all? Are you all right? Su Qin asked with concern. We're fine. Thank you, senior brother, Tang Shuero replied, shaking her head. Under the effects of the healing pills, her injuries began to mend gradually, and the excruciating pain she had felt dissipated significantly. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing, Yu Mengmeng, and the 3 brothers from the Wang family also appeared much better, their strength returning with the aid of the healing pills. Damn it, I thought I was going to die today, Wang Yaos remarked, moving his body with a hint of lingering fear. Seeing this scene, Xikong Qing furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. However, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with these individuals. Instead, he stepped forward, cupping his fist respectfully toward Su Batian and Su Wujuan. Su Manor Master. Master Su, what brings you here? What brings us here? Su Batian snorted coldly, his tone chilling. Si Kong Qing, how audacious you are. Not only did you trespass into Master Ye's sect in the dead of night, but you also dared to attack Master Ye's fellow disciples. Who gave you the courage to so brazenly offend Master Yi? What? Master Yi? Si Kong Qing was momentarily stunned, his gaze directed at Ye Xuan, suddenly dumbfounded. Master Yi? Upon hearing Su Batian refer to Ye Xuan as Master Yi, Si Kong Qing was completely taken aback, even doubting whether his ears were malfunctioning. Wasn't Su Batian the master of Mingjian Manor? And Ye Xuan was merely a disciple of a low-tier sect. Even if he possessed some talent, it should not warrant being called master by Su Batian. Just as Si Kong Qing was bewildered, Su Wujuan coldly interjected, Master Yi is a benefactor of our Baikayatang and also a fourth-grade alchemist. Offending him is tantamount to offending our Baikayatang. Si Kong Qing, how audacious you are. Who gave you the courage to offend Master Ye's disciples? What? A fourth-grade alchemist? Upon hearing Su Wujuan's words, Si Kong Qing was once again dumbfounded. If Su Batian referring to Ye Xuan as Master Yi stirred up considerable waves in his heart. Then Su Wujuan stating that Ye Xuan was a fourth-grade alchemist sent shockwaves through him. As the heir of the Sikong family from Langya, Si Kong Qing understood all too well the immense worth of an alchemist. Even a lowly first-grade alchemist held a transcendent status in Langya County, let alone a fourth-grade alchemist. Such individuals were coveted by any faction. How is this possible? He is actually a fourth-grade alchemist. Si Kong Qing's voice trembled, his speech stammering as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Yet, regardless of whether Si Kong Qing believed it or not, the fact that Su Batian and Su Wujuan both stood up to defend Ye Xuan left him hesitant to confront Ye Xuan any longer. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his fists and said, I apologize, Su Manor Master. Master Su, I did not know Ye Xuan was one of yours. Since both of you have spoken, I shall take my leave. With that, Si Kong Qing cast a begrudging glance at Ye Xuan. Although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction for not obtaining the Kunlun sword and the Tianhua Qilin sword, he had resolved that whenever Su Batian and Su Wujuan were not around, he would personally kill Ye Xuan. By then, even if Su Batian and Su Wujuan were to object, they would find it difficult to intervene. With that thought, Si Kong Qing turned with a cold smile and began to depart. As Si Kong Qing prepared to leave, Tang Shiuro and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that guy is finally leaving. Although the process was a bit arduous, forcing back the Sikong family from Langya is no small feat. However, just as Si Kong Qing was about to exit, Ye Xuan suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path, and spoke in a deep voice, Wait, Si Kong Qing, did I permit you to leave? Si Kong Qing raised an eyebrow, suppressing his anger as he replied, Master Yi, do you have any further business? Ye Xuan's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on Si Kong Qing, coldly stating, I said, today you shall die without a complete corpse. Who allowed you to leave? Clang! With that, Ye Xuan drew the Tianhua Qilin sword from his waist, the sharp blade pointing directly at Si Kong Qing's head, a chilling murderous intent permeating the air. You! Si Kong Qing's expression shifted, his eyes gathering fury as he said, Ye Xuan, what do you mean? I have already stated that I would not hold this against you. Do you really think that with Su Manor Master and Master Su shielding you, you can act recklessly? Shielding? Ye Xuan sneered. Sorry, I, Ye Xuan, have never needed anyone's protection in my life, since you repeatedly claim that I rely on Su Batian and Su Wujuan's protection. Do you dare to fight me to the death? Rest assured, if I die, it will be due to my own lack of skill. Su Batian and Su Wujuan will not trouble you. Besides, haven't you always wanted the Kunlun sword and the Tianhua Qilin sword? If you can defeat me, you can take both swords with you. What say you? What? Upon hearing this, Si Kong Qing's expression changed, a glimmer of delight appearing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Ye Xuan would be so reckless as to challenge him to a one-on-one duel. And even after killing him, he could take the Kunlun sword and the Tianhua Qilin sword. Even Su Batian and Su Wujuan would not seek retribution. What a monumental piece of good fortune. Young Junior. Tang Shiuro's expression changed dramatically as she hurried forward to grasp Ye Xuan's arm, urgently imploring, Junior, you mustn't act impulsively. Indeed, Ye Xuan, I cannot concur. Ge Changqing also vehemently objected, declaring, Si Kongqing is a master on the brink of the martial sovereign realm, while your cultivation level is merely at the fourth layer of the Grandmaster stage. If you dare to challenge him, this elder categorically disapproves. Yes, Junior, please do not act recklessly, Su Qin added, rushing to offer her counsel. It is essential to understand that Ye Xuan is currently the most gifted disciple of their Tianqing sect, endowed not only with astonishing potential, but also recognized as a fourth-grade alchemist. It can be said that Ye Xuan bears not only the weight of his own life, but also the hopes of the entire Tianqing sect's rise, should anything happen to him. None of those present could bear the consequences. However, in the face of their earnest entreaties, Ye Xuan merely waved his hand and stated, Elders, brothers, and sisters, there is no need for further discussion. My mind is resolute. I have declared that if he dares to harm you, he shall undoubtedly meet his demise today. Since I have spoken, I shall see it through. Yet, Tang Shuoro remained visibly anxious, that why Ye Xuan smiled reassuringly. Fear not, sister. Are you not aware of my strength? Having chosen to challenge him, I possess my own confidence. Still, Tang Shuoro harbored reservations. Take the tea that moment. Su Qingyin stepped forward to offer her reassurance, saying, Do not worry. Miss Tang, while Ye Xuan may be bothersome, he is fundamentally reliable. If he dares to make such a claim, he must have his own trump card. Trust in him? Very well. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuoro sighed. The surrounding Ge Changqing and others could only shake their heads in resignation, choosing to place their faith in Ye Xuan. Nonetheless, they instinctively reached for the swords at their waists, their gazes fixed intently on Si Kongqing. Should Si Kongqing show any intent to threaten Ye Xuan's life, they would not hesitate to intervene. Even at the cost of their own lives, they would protect Ye Xuan, seeing Ye Xuan's unwavering confidence. Si Kongqing let out a hearty laugh and remarked, Kid, are you certain you wish to engage in combat with this young master? Do not say I did not warn you. My cultivation far surpasses yours by several realms. If you reconsider now, it is not too late. Otherwise, Buzz, a crimson point of light gathered at the tip of Si Kongqing's right index finger, emanating an utterly terrifying aura of malice. Once I strike, you shall have no opportunity to plead for mercy. Ye Xuan responded with a cool smirk. Rest assured, the one begging for mercy may not be me. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Si Kongqing's expression darkened, and fury surged within him. Humph! Sharp-tongued. Since you seek this, I shall oblige. Let us see if you can maintain your arrogance. Swish! With that, Si Kongqing leaped forward, charging fiercely at Ye Xuan. Chapter 56. The Demon Blade. Ghost cry devours life. Swish! Si Kongqing's figure darted forward like a wild wolf, speeding towards Ye Xuan. Simultaneously, he gathered the crimson point of light in his right hand and viciously pointed at Ye Xuan. Lingxi finger, whoosh! In an instant, the crimson light transformed into a straight red line, brimming with an aura of destruction, hurtling towards Ye Xuan's chest. This is bad. Ge Changqing's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. The Lingxi finger is a secret technique of the Sikong family, possessing tremendous power. With a single strike, it can even pierce the hardest steel. He had suffered greatly from this technique in his previous encounter with Si Kongqing. Ye Xuan, evade, quickly! Ge Changqing shouted, his tone filled with urgency. However, facing the approaching red beam, Ye Xuan exhibited no signs of fear. His footwork was ethereal, akin to that of a ghost, as he effortlessly dodged the incoming beam. Oh! Seeing Ye Xuan evade the attack, Si Kongqing raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Yet he soon regained his cold smirk, saying, Humph! You managed to evade my Lingxi finger? Impressive, but let us see how you dodge my next move. Swish, swish, swish! With that, Si Kongqing lifted his right hand, unleashing a torrent of crimson beams that rained down upon Ye Xuan. Swish, swish, swish! The dense array of red beams numbered in the thousands. From a distance, it appeared as though a rain of crimson was falling from the sky, with a terrifying aura that sent shockwaves through the surrounding space. Bang, bang, bang! Each beam that struck the ground created a massive crater. Even the hardest granite would be pierced instantly. It was unimaginable what would happen if such beams struck a person. Ah! Ye Xuan, are you not adept at evasion? Come now. Let us see how you escape this move. Kong Qing laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with arrogant malice as his hand movements quickened. Swish, swish, swish! The dense barrage of beams bore down upon Ye Xuan's vital points. However, just when Kong Qing believed Ye Xuan had no means of escape and was undoubtedly doomed, Ye Xuan remained calm, his footwork as elusive as a specter, continuously shifting. Each time a beam threatened to strike, Ye Xuan would make a split-second judgment, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang! The beams whizzed past Ye Xuan's figure, crashing into the ground and producing thunderous rumbles. Remarkably, every single beam missed its target. How is this possible? Kong Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. His beams moved faster than sound. If Ye Xuan's evasion of the first beam was luck, then this scene left Kong Qing utterly astonished. Ye Xuan had completely evaded his assault. Impossible! This cannot be! Kong Qing roared in fury, raising his right hand to prepare for another attack. However, just as he lifted his hand, swish, Ye Xuan's figure suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. And without warning, he delivered a powerful punch. What? Kong Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ye Xuan's speed to be so astonishing, to the point that he could not react in time before Ye Xuan closed in. He watched in shock as Ye Xuan's fist drew closer. Bang! Ah! With a single punch, Kong Qing let out a wretched scream, his body tumbling backward, however, just as Kong Qing believed that Ye Xuan's life would be completely drained by the demon blade. He was taken aback to find Ye Xuan utterly unfazed. Instead of fear, a strange, cold smile graced his face. Devouring life? My apologies, young Master Kong, but I happen to possess a certain mastery in the art of devouring as well. What? Kong Qing was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Ye Xuan suddenly bellowed, Primordial devouring demon art. Activate. Boom! As Ye Xuan's voice echoed, a similarly terrifying force of devouring surged forth from his body in the next instant. This force swept toward the demon blade's consuming power like a tidal wave, and within mere moments, the curse's strength emanating from the blade began to dissipate at a visible rate. It was being devoured in reverse. Chapter 57. Curse Rebound. Slaying Kong Qing. How is this possible? Kong Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the curse's power being consumed. His voice trembled, perhaps from fear. His demon blade, Ghost Cry, was renowned for its invincibility. Even a master at the half-step martial sovereign level would be drained of life upon contact. How could it be that today it was being turned against him by Ye Xuan? No, impossible. My demon blade can thwart even a half-step martial sovereign. How could a mere fourth-tier master like you resist? I refuse to believe it. Kong Qing roared. Crackling sounds echoed as his right hand, gripping the demon blade, swelled in size, and the black light emanating from the blade intensified, releasing waves of sinister energy that rapidly eroded the surrounding flora and fauna, leaving behind trails of black smoke. This is bad. Ge Changqing's expression shifted as he urgently warned the others. This blade's aura could devour life. Everyone, retreat quickly. Beware of being scorched by the blade's energy. Upon hearing this, Tang Shuyo and the others dared not linger, hastily channeling their spiritual energy to retreat. However, the blade's energy expanded with alarming speed. The encroaching black mist surged toward them like a tsunami, threatening to engulf the weakest among them. Yu Mengmeng. Ah! Yu Mengmeng's face paled in fright. Mengmeng. Tang Shuyo's expression changed as she prepared to rescue her. Yet, in this critical moment, Su Batian descended like a deity from the heavens, pointing a finger at the approaching black mist. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from Su Batian, forming a barrier in the air that enveloped everyone present like an inverted giant bowl. With his shield in place, the blade's energy was instantaneously warded off. Ye Changqing sighed in relief, his heart racing as he surveyed the surrounding blade energy. He dared not imagine the fate that awaited him had he been even a moment slower. He would have been devoured in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, as the demon blade's energy surged, Kong Qing's demeanor became increasingly arrogant, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Ha! Ye Xuan, you claim to absorb. This is the full extent of the demon blade's curse. Let us see how you intend to absorb it. Kong Qing cackled, exerting force with his right hand. The sharp demon blade, akin to the scythe of death, imbued with terrifying curse power, descended menacingly toward Ye Xuan. Yet, in the face of this, Ye Xuan maintained an extraordinary calm, his smile unwavering. Had Xikong Qing employed any other technique today, given his half-step martial sovereign prowess, victory would have been far from assured. However, regrettably for him, when it comes to devouring, my primordial devouring demon art is a system-bestowed technique. Not only can I consume curse energy, but any entity containing energy in this world is within my grasp. How could a mere demon blade pose a challenge? Primordial devouring demon art. Activate. Ye Xuan roared. As his voice fell, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his body, the terrifying force of devouring resembling an insatiable black hole, surging toward the demon blade with ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, under the full operation of the primordial devouring demon art. The black mist enveloping the demon blade began to thin rapidly. The black mist was continuously consumed, and the curse energy entwined around the blade grew increasingly feeble. How can this be? Xikong Qing's face was etched with terror. As he beheld the thinning curse energy on the blade, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Not only he, but even Su Batian and Su Wuji, who stood nearby, wore expressions of shock. The demon blade, Ghost Cry, was the ancestral treasure of the Xikong family. It had previously consumed the life force of a martial sovereign at the first tier. To witness such a fearsome weapon rendered utterly powerless by Ye Xuan's devouring was beyond their comprehension. Xikong Qing, is this truly your ultimate technique? Ye Xuan sneered coldly, his gaze dripping with disdain. If this is all you are capable of, then I'm afraid today is the day you meet your end at my hands. Devouring demon art, consume, boom. With Ye Xuan's furious shout, the power of the devouring demon art surged once more. In the next instant, the black mist emanating from the demon blade vanished at an even more rapid pace. And within mere seconds, the last wisp of black mist was completely consumed by Ye Xuan. Clang. Xikong Qing's grip slackened, and the demon blade clattered to the ground with a clear sound. The once sinister blade now lay devoid of its black mist, its curse energy entirely extinguished, revealing itself as an exceedingly ordinary long knife. It appeared to have lost all luster, if not for their prior knowledge that this was the legendary demon blade Ghost Cry. One might easily mistake it for a mere kitchen knife. With the curse energy absorbed, Ye Xuan let out a long breath, feeling an enigmatic power welling up within him. Indeed, it was the curse energy from the demon blade. Under the influence of the primordial devouring demon art, he had completely assimilated the curse energy of the demon blade. With a wave of his hand, a stream of black mist surged forth from his palm, rapidly withering and decaying the flora beneath it. With another wave, yet another plume of black mist erupted, and a nearby rock was swiftly corroded under its influence, emitting hissing sounds as it melted into a pool of stone liquid. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, everyone present inhaled sharply. How is this possible? Master Yi has actually refined the power of the demon blade. Su Batian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was the first time he had seen someone capable of consuming curse energy. Even for a seasoned warrior like him, it was an unprecedented phenomenon, let alone for the flabbergasted Xikong Qing. At this moment, Xikong Qing's face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stumbled backward. His previously arrogant visage now marred by a hint of fear. No way. How could a mere fourth-tier master like you withstand the power of the demon blade? Xikong Qing's voice quivered, his eyes filled with disbelief. But whether he believed it or not, it was already too late. In the next instant, Ye Xuan stepped forward, his gaze icy as he regarded Xikong Qing, a cruel smile curving his lips. Young Master Xikong, shall we settle our blood debts now? No. Please no. Swish. Xikong Qing's eyes widened in terror, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. The bizarre techniques Ye Xuan had displayed had shattered his resolve upon seeing Ye Xuan approach. He could hardly muster any will to resist. Bolting away. Run. He fled with all his might. Within mere seconds, he had covered over 100 meters, racing back toward the Xikong family. If he could reach the Xikong clan, he could call upon the elders for aid. At that moment, he was certain he could slay Ye Xuan and redeem his honor. Boom. As this thought crossed his mind, Sikong Qing's spiritual energy surged, and his speed intensified. However, just as he was about to escape the influence of Tianqing's sect, swish, Ye Xuan's figure suddenly appeared before him like specter, his cold voice echoing like the voice of a hellish demon. "Young Master Sikong, where do you think you're going?" Ye Xuan smiled frostily. Swish! A plume of black mist coiled around Ye Xuan's right hand, imbued with the terrifying energy of devouring curses, and struck fiercely towards Sikong Qing's chest. Chapter 58. Absorbing power, breaking through again, bang! The palm infused with curse energy slammed into Sikong Qing's chest. In that instant, Sikong Qing's entire body jolted, enveloped in a dense black mist that clung to him like a parasite. Greedily gnawing at the excruciating pain compelled Sikong Qing to emit anguished cries, his body writhing uncontrollably as he rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to escape the suffocating black mist enveloping him. Yet, this dark fog seemed to possess a life of its own. No matter how fiercely Sikong Qing struggled, he remained utterly ensnared. The black mist relentlessly gnawed at his flesh, and soon his arms, thighs, and even his face were drenched in blood, the gore rendering his very bones visible beneath the shredded skin. The intense agony, coupled with heart-wrenching wails, echoed ceaselessly through the night. Even seasoned individuals like Su Batian and Su Wujia felt an unsettling chill at the sight. However, Ye Xuan harbored no intentions of sparing Sikong Qing. He gazed down from his elevated position at the writhing figure, a cruel smile gracing his features. He then raised his right hand. Buzz! A torrent of cursed energy enveloped Ye Xuan's palm in an instant, this surge of power far exceeding the previous one by tenfold. "No, please, Ye Xuan. I was wrong. Spare me, I beg you." Sikong Qing lay on the ground, howling in despair, his eyes filled with terror as he regarded Ye Xuan, as if beholding a specter from the underworld. Yet Ye Xuan paid him no heed. In the midst of Sikong Qing's fearful gaze, his right hand shot out like lightning, seizing Sikong Qing's throat. Whoosh, 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 the black mist writhed like sentient tendrils, frantically infiltrating Sikong Qing's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, burrowing into his body. Under the corrosive assault of the black mist, Sikong Qing's body convulsed violently, contorting grotesquely. In mere seconds, his flesh was devoured entirely, reduced to a foul puddle of blood, staining the ground. The formidable half-step martial sect expert met such a tragic end beneath his own demonic blade's malevolence. As Sikong Qing perished, his entire cultivation surged like a tidal wave into Ye Xuan's body, absorbed completely by him. With the influx of Sikong Qing's power, Ye Xuan's strength escalated dramatically, rising through the ranks. 4th level of Master Realm, 5th level of Master Realm, 6th level of Master Realm, 8th level of Master Realm. Boom! With a resonant roar of spiritual energy, Ye Xuan's cultivation ascended from the 4th level of Master Realm directly to the 8th level, a leap of 4 realms. Hiss! Ye Xuan inhaled sharply, experiencing the throbbing power within, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and excitement. Who would have imagined that a mere half-step martial sect expert could propel him up 4 realms? It is known that the Hong Huang swallowing heaven demon technique imposes stringent requirements on energy conversion. It is not merely a matter of absorbing all the energy from a half-step martial sect expert. In truth, only about 1/10 of the energy can be transformed and integrated into one's own cultivation. The remaining 90% would be discarded as waste. This meant that merely 1/10 of Sikong Qing's energy had enabled Ye Xuan to ascend 4 realms. One cannot deny the terrifying prowess of a half-step martial sect expert. Contemplating this, curiosity flickered in Ye Xuan's eyes as he mused. If a half-step martial sect expert could elevate me to the 8th level of Master Realm, I wonder what realm I would achieve by consuming a full martial sect expert. However, this thought was swiftly cast aside. After all, given his previous strength, he was merely evenly matched against a half-step martial sect expert. The only reason he could slay Sikong Qing today was due to the latter unwittingly falling into his trap, crushed by his Hong Huang swallowing heaven demon technique. Otherwise, he would never have dispatched Sikong Qing so effortlessly. Nevertheless, with my current strength at the 8th level of Master Realm, even if I cannot vanquish a martial sect expert, I should possess sufficient ability to protect myself as for half-step martial sect experts. I should be capable of eliminating them directly. Ye Xuan clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. He gained a clearer understanding of his present capabilities. Just as Ye Xuan was deep in thought, Su Batian and Su Wujia approached him. Su Batian clasped his fists respectfully and smiled warmly, saying, "Congratulations, Master Yi! Congratulations! Indeed, at such a young age to have slain a half-step martial sect expert and now advanced to the 8th level of Master Realm. Your prowess has reached new heights." Su Wujia chuckled, offering his congratulations as well. Tang Shiuro's face was equally radiant with joy as she exclaimed, "Congratulations, little junior brother." "Thank you, senior sister." Ye Xuan offered a slight smile, glancing at Su Batian and the others. "I'm grateful to you, Su Manor Master, and to you, Master Su. It was merely a stroke of luck." "Luck?" Upon hearing this, Su Qin could not help but chuckle. Shaking his head in exasperation, "You, at the 4th level of Master Realm, have slain a half-step martial sect expert and now advanced to the 8th level of Master Realm. You dare claim it was luck?" "Precisely. If that is luck, I wish to be so fortunate as well," Wang Yao added, shaking his head. The crowd wore expressions of despair, lamenting why they could not possess such talent as Ye Xuan. In response to their reactions, Ye Xuan smiled wryly, feeling somewhat helpless. However, he opted not to dwell on the topic and turned to Su Batian and Su Wujia, saying, "Manor Master Su, Master Su, given your staunch support today, I have slain Sikong Qing. You do not regret this, do you?" Upon hearing this, those around them turned their gazes toward the two men, curiosity etched across their faces. After all, Sikong Qing was a member of the illustrious Sikong family in Langia, a family of significant standing. Now, Su Batian and Su Wujia stood alongside Ye Xuan. With the Sikong family to discover this, it would be impossible to avoid misunderstandings. It was likely that the Sikong family would conclude that Su Batian and Su Wujia had aided Ye Xuan in slaying Sikong Qing. At that juncture, the Mingjian Villa and Baichao Hall would likely face the wrath of the Sikong family. However, in response to Ye Xuan's inquiry, Su Batian merely smiled slightly and replied, "Master Yi is jesting. Though I'm not an entirely honorable man, I know the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Since I dare to stand with Master Yi today, I naturally fear no retaliation from the Sikong family. Regret is not an option." Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, turning to Su Wujia. "And you, Master Su?" Su Wujia smiled lightly. "As I have stated, from this day forth, Baichao Hall shall follow Master Ye's lead." Although Su Wujia did not explicitly state whether he regretted it, his words clearly indicated his stance. Anyone who dares to touch Ye Xuan would be opposing Baichao Hall. To hell with them. Chapter 59. Strike first to avoid being struck. Seeing Su Batian and Su Wujia both prepare to support him, Ye Xuan nodded inwardly. However, while he had slain Sikong Qing, merely enduring blows without retaliation was not Ye Xuan's style. Observing the still pale faces of Tang Shiuro and the others, Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern in his eyes as he exclaimed, "However, the Chaos Sect has truly gone too far, repeatedly seeking trouble with me. This time, they even dared to invade Tianqing Sect and injure my senior sisters. If I do not teach these scoundrels a lesson, they will think I am made of dough." Hearing this, Gu Chongqing's expression shifted, and he quickly advised, "Ye Xuan, we have suffered no losses at Tianqing Sect. You have already slain Sikong Qing, so do not provoke the Chaos Sect any further." Ye Xuan shook his head in response. "Elder, you are mistaken. It is not I who seeks to provoke them, but they who relentlessly pursue me. Strike first to avoid being struck 100 times if I allow them to bully us. Not only I, but our Tianqing Sect would find no peace." Ye Xuan's intent was not to recklessly annihilate the Chaos Sect. Even with the formidable Hong Huang, swallowing heaven demon technique, he could not hope to triumph against the entirety of the Chaos Sect. Thus, his aim was to challenge the younger generation of the Chaos Sect. Coincidentally, Ye Xuan was aware that within the Chaos Sect lay a platform known as the 100 Battle Stage. Any martial artist not exceeding the Master Realm could challenge the disciples of the Chaos Sect on that stage. Furthermore, if an outer sect disciple successfully passed through the 100 Battle Stage, the Chaos Sect would offer rewards. Ye Xuan intended to challenge this 100-battle stage. He then turned to Su Batian and Su Wujia, saying, I wish to venture into the Chaos Sect. However, to prevent them from bullying me, I would like to request the two of you to stand with me. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Chaos Sect? Moreover, I also wish to ask you both to serve as witnesses, attesting that Si Kongqing was the one who first provoked Tianqing Sect, and it was only then that I acted to slay him. Upon hearing this, Su Wujia's face immediately brightened. He had been contemplating how to establish a connection with Ye Xuan, the master alchemist. This was the perfect opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Wujia patted his chest and stated, You need not worry, Master Yi. I will also vouch for your innocence. Here in Langyi County, while others may fear the Chaos Sect, Baijiao Hall does not. Rest assured, Master, with my presence, the Chaos Sect shall not act recklessly. Meanwhile, Su Batian cast a displeased glance at Su Wujia, who had usurped his opportunity to shine before Ye Xuan, and defiantly remarked, With me here, I shall not allow the Chaos Sect to perpetrate such acts of bullying the weak. If Master wishes to confront the Chaos Sect, I shall surely accompany you. Ye Xuan nodded in agreement and declared, Very well, let's not delay any further. We shall set forth at once. The entrance to the Chaos Sect is well known to all. The group hurried onward, and after several hours, they arrived near the sect's gates. Adjacent to the gates stood the battle arena, flanked by 3 massive bronze drums, each of a distinct hue, black, white, and gold. Should any external martial artist wish to challenge a disciple of the Chaos Sect, they must strike one of these drums. Striking the black drum signifies a challenge to disciples ranked 50 to 100 on the Dragon and Tiger ranking, while the white drum indicates a challenge to those ranked 10 to 50. To strike the most resplendent golden drum signifies a challenge to the top 10 on the ranking, in comparison to the Celestial Star Sect. The entrance to the Chaos Sect is far more grandiose. Soon as Ye Xuan and his companions arrived near the gates, they were swiftly noticed by the disciples of the Chaos Sect. Observing Ge Changqing and the others advancing boldly toward the gates, several disciples of the Chaos Sect could no longer contain themselves. Immediately, a few positioned themselves to block Ye Xuan and his companions. At the forefront stood a disciple of the Chaos Sect with a slightly dark complexion, a hooked nose, and a shadowy countenance. He glanced disdainfully at Ge Changqing, adorned in the elder's robes of the Celestial Star Sect, and scoffed, An elder of the Celestial Star Sect? What business do you have in my Chaos Sect? Ge Changqing, being the esteemed elder of the Celestial Star Sect, felt a surge of anger at such disrespect from this young disciple and retorted, I am indeed the great elder of the Celestial Star Sect. Why do you obstruct us, young one? The hook-nosed disciple did not respond, but his companions erupted in laughter. The great elder of the Celestial Star Sect, what great authority you wield! Yet my Chaos Sect is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Even your sect leader must first seek our permission before entering. Indeed, you should promptly return from whence you came, lest you offend my eyes, listening to the scornful jibes of the Chaos Sect disciples. The anger was palpable not only in Ge Changqing, but also in Tang Shiro and the others. Why Ye Xuan observed the raucous disciples with a cold gaze. With a mere glance, he discerned that their realms were too weak and their strength insufficient, leaving him uninterested in engaging them. In an instant, Ye Xuan's figure flickered and vanished. The hook-nosed disciple was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, Ye Xuan appeared before the white bronze drum. This sudden movement startled the nearby Chaos Sect disciples who had been enjoying the spectacle of the Celestial Star Sect. Immediately, one of the disciples pointed at Ye Xuan and shouted, What do you intend to do? Ye Xuan replied with a chilling smile, What do I intend? I wish to challenge your Chaos Sect. With that, he lightly tapped the surface of the white drum with a curved finger. Instantly, a radiant white light emanated from the drum, accompanied by an invisible sound wave that rippled through the air like layers of waves. A thunderous drumbeat resounded at the entrance of the Chaos Sect, echoing like a clap of thunder. In that moment, the entire Chaos Sect was akin to a disturbed beehive, with countless disciples rushing out from within. This was the sound of battle drums resonating from the battle arena. Who dares to challenge a disciple ranked within the top 50 of our Chaos Sect? Who has the audacity to strike the battle drum of the battle arena? Such boldness, do they not value their lives? Amidst the clamor, Ye Xuan's gaze quickly fell upon a throng of warriors clad in the garb of the Chaos Sect. Upon recognizing Ye Xuan's Celestial Star Sect attire, the crowd erupted into even louder ridicule. Am I mistaken? This fellow is actually from the Celestial Star Sect. After all these years, it is the first time a disciple from the Celestial Star Sect dares to challenge the battle arena. I wonder if any of my senior brothers will step forth to swiftly deal with this audacious individual. Chapter 60. Who's next? The disciples of the Chaos Sect were stirred into a frenzy. Soon, a tall and well-built disciple with a square jaw and an air of aloofness leaped forward, declaring, I did not expect a disciple of the Celestial Star Sect to possess such courage. Very well, today I, Ye Xuan, shall let you understand just how vast the chasm is between our Chaos Sect and your Celestial Star Sect. Ye Xuan glanced at the Chaos Sect disciple named Ye Xuan and retorted, Enough with the prattle. Let us fight without further ado. Hearing this, Ye Xuan was instantly enraged, unsheathing his long knife with a clang and bellowing as he charged forward. Very well, since you crave death so eagerly, I shall oblige you with a swift end. Ye Xuan was at the 7th level of the Master Realm, and as he brandished his knife, a formidable blade aura surged forth, shooting skyward. Taste my blade, Wolf Moon Slash, as Ye Xuan shouted. The blade aura sliced through the air like a full moon suspended in the heavens, aimed directly at Ye Xuan. The surrounding disciples of the Chaos Sect erupted in applause, while Ye Xuan, however, did not even draw his Qianhua Qilin sword. Instead, he simply bellowed, Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist. With the emergence of his fist, an image of a fully scaled azure dragon materialized, enveloping the force of his blow. Before this punch, Ye Xuan's blade aura was akin to mere parchment, effortlessly shattered. Ye Xuan, witnessing the ever-enlarging fist before him, was filled with terror. With no time to react, Ye Xuan's fist broke through Ye Xuan's blade aura and struck him squarely in the chest. In the next instant, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed from Ye Xuan's chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and without uttering a word, was knocked off the stage by Ye Xuan. Unconscious, in an instant, the Chaos Sect disciples, who had anticipated a thrilling spectacle, were left in stunned silence. One of the most elite disciples among the younger generation of the Chaos Sect, Ye Xuan, had been defeated so easily. Defeated by a disciple from the Celestial Star Sect, reputed to be the weakest among the 8 major sects. Were it not for the lingering scent of blood, they might have doubted the reality before them. At that moment, Ye Xuan looked at the surrounding Chaos Sect disciples, who regarded him with disbelief, indignation, and a hint of fear, and smiled lightly. He dusted off his slightly wrinkled garments and tossed forth the lifeless body of Sikong Qing from his storage bag, declaring, My time is precious. Those ranked below 15 on the Dragon and Tiger ranking are unworthy of accepting my challenge. With a thud, Sikong Qing's wretched corpse was unceremoniously thrown before the disciples of the Chaos Sect. Akin to a dead dog in an instant, the disciples, still reeling from Ye Xuan's defeat at the hands of a disciple from the Celestial Star Sect, erupted into a cacophony of outrage. What? This is the corpse of Sikong Qing. How bold to kill a talented disciple of our Chaos Sect, and still dare to provoke us? Does this fellow truly believe our Chaos Sect is easily trifled with? Those who dare to offend the Chaos Sect, let us unite and ensure this murderer does not go unpunished. As the disciples of the Chaos Sect surged forward in a fit of fervor, Su Batian and Su Wujia, who had been standing by, moved swiftly to position themselves before Ye Xuan. 2 powerful auras, unique to the martial sovereign realm, erupted forth, instantly stalling the advancing disciples of the Chaos Sect. Su Batian swept a cold gaze over the disciples and remarked, I have heard that the battle arena of the Chaos Sect is a place for one-on-one fair duels. What? Is the Chaos Sect unable to accept defeat and resorting to numbers to bully the few? Su Wujia added icily, If the Chaos Sect adheres to the rules, my Baichao Hall will remain uninvolved. However, if you attempt to bully Master Yi with sheer numbers, my Baichao Hall shall be the first to object. Among the crowd, many recognized Su Batian and Su Wujia, and a wave of astonishment rippled through. The master of Mingjian Mountain Villa, the elder of Baichao Hall, Why would they stand up for a disciple of the Celestial Star Sect? Yet soon after, someone bellowed, "Ha! What a master of Mingjian Mountain Villa and the elder of Baichao Hall. Does our chaos sect lack elders? This fellow killed our disciple. It is only right that he pays with his life." Before the words had faded, individuals began contacting their superiors. Moments later, powerful auras suddenly erupted from within the chaos sect. In the blink of an eye, 3 middle-aged men clad in the elders' robes of the chaos sect, each bearing distinct appearances, soared into the sky, arriving before the battle arena in mere moments. Upon their arrival, the 3 elders were immediately drawn to the sight of Sikong Qing's corpse on the ground. Coupled with the embellished accounts from the surrounding disciples, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The foremost elder coldly huffed at Su Batian. "What? Does Su Zhuangzhu wish to wage war against my chaos sect?" Su Batian clearly recognized the 3 elder members of the chaos sect. With a cold snort, he spoke in a sardonic tone. "Ha! I am but a minor figure from the Jian Mountain Villa and dare not offend the chaos sect. However, in my lifetime, I've always detested acts of injustice. When I see someone abusing their power to bully others, I simply cannot tolerate it." Su Wuji stepped forward, his expression righteous. "Elder Wang Jian, Elder Lu Yin, Elder Mu Feng, take a look at your esteemed disciple from the chaos sect." He boldly challenged the 100 battles platform, won a match, and yet was besieged. Is this the way of the chaos sect? Under the pressure from Su Batian and Su Wuji, the elder named Wang Jian wore a countenance as dark as thunderclouds. Pointing at the corpse of Sikong Qing, Wang Jian coldly declared, "I do not care how you twist your words. Today, if the chaos sect does not receive an explanation, be it the master of Jian Mountain Villa or the elder of Baikietang, do not blame us for being rude." Ye Xuan let out a cold laugh. An explanation. "Sikong Qing ambushed my Tianqing sect and injured several of our disciples and elders. Is it not justifiable that we retaliated? If you seek an explanation, then we at Tianqing sect also demand one." At Ye Xuan's words, the chill emanating from Wang Jian intensified. Casting a cold glance at Ye Xuan, Wang Jian retorted, "What a sharp tongue you possess. However, do you have any evidence to support your claim that Sikong Qing ambushed your Tianqing sect?" Su Batian and Su Wuji immediately stepped forward. "We can both testify that Sikong Qing's ambush on the Tianqing sect is indeed a fact." Ye Xuan pointed to Go Chongqing and the others nearby. "My senior brothers and sisters still bear the wounds left by Sikong Qing, that if you do not believe me, you need only take a look." With both testimonial and physical evidence present, even if Wang Jian and his companions wished to eliminate the troublesome Ye Xuan before them, they found themselves unable to act. After a lingering glare at Ye Xuan, Wang Jian waved his sleeve and collected Sikong Qing's body, stating, "The chaos sect will investigate this matter thoroughly." Having said that, the 3 elders vanished in an instant. Observing this, Ye Xuan let out a sigh of relief and surveyed the chaos sect disciples below. Breaking into a grin, "Next, who shall come forth?" Chapter 61. A series of challenges, continuous victories as Ye Xuan's fierce gaze swept across the disciples of the chaos sect. None dared to step forward. Regardless of the disgrace displayed by the disciples in attendance, the events preceding Ye Xuan's swift defeat of Zhou Shan and the presence of the deceased Sikong Qing, ranked 15th on the Dragon Tiger list, indicated that anyone lacking the strength of Sikong Qing would be merely offering themselves up as prey in Ye Xuan's eyes. Thus, while the disciples of the chaos sect harbored deep-seated hatred for Ye Xuan, none dared to ascend the stage. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, as no one dared to challenge him, a trace of disdain appeared on Ye Xuan's face. "So it seems that within the chaos sect, there's not a single person brave enough to accept my challenge. Truly a farce for the so-called number 1 among the 8 sects." This proclamation incited further outrage among those present at that moment. A man clad in half armor, carrying a bronze tiger head spear and bearing a scar across his face, emerged swiftly from the chaos sect. An unparalleled aura, fierce and unyielding, surged upward as if it were piercing the heavens. Upon seeing this figure, the previously dejected disciples of the chaos sect suddenly seemed to find their rallying point. Wang Jun, the master of the Desolation Spear. Brother Wang ranks 13th on the Dragon Tiger list, and his Desolation Spear is a profound grade weapon, far surpassing Qing. This Tianqing sect brat is surely doomed now. Brother Wang's mastery of the Desolation Divine Spear is one of our Chaos sect's 8 true teachings, renowned for its unmatched prowess. With Brother Wang here, we shall surely avenge our previous losses. Listening to the flattery of the Chaos sect disciples below, Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes, observing the rapidly approaching figure. In his past life, he had indeed heard of Wang Jun and his Desolation Spear. However, at that time, Wang Jun had not risen to prominence on his own merit, but rather due to the fame of his elder brother, who ranked 8th on the Dragon Tiger list. Yet, sensing Wang Jun's formidable aura, it was clear he was not to be underestimated. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Jun landed on the 100 Battles platform with a thunderous crash. Upon setting foot on the stage, he glanced at Ye Xuan. Sneering, "I was wondering who had the audacity to speak so boldly within my Chaos sect. Turns out it is merely you, a mere 8th level master. How did Qing, that fool, end up defeated by you? What a disgrace, without even unsheathing his spear from his back." Wang Jun addressed Ye Xuan. "Come now, my time is precious, and I have no patience for idle chatter." Ye Xuan, upon hearing this, chose not to engage further and simply drew his Qinhua Qilin sword, asking, "Are you certain you want to use your weapon?" Wang Jun ignored Ye Xuan entirely, assuming a boxing stance that a sharp, almost tangible aura enveloped his arms, as if he were wielding a formidable weapon. Seeing this, Ye Xuan wasted no time, letting out a hearty roar, "Tianqing Galaxy!" In an instant, hundreds of sword energies cascaded down like shooting stars, overwhelming and piercing toward Wang Jun. The brilliance of the sword energies radiated with an unparalleled sharpness, filling the hearts of all present with trepidation. The air crackled as the hundreds of sword auras surged forth. Wang Jun's pupils constricted, his mind momentarily blank. In a flash, he gripped his Desolation Spear in front of him. Yet in his haste, he found himself utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of Ye Xuan's sword energies. With a resounding crash, the entire 100 Battles platform seemed to be struck by a meteor, sending half of it flying into the air. A cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by a scream that pierced the heavens. As martial artists, the spectators were not so easily blinded by mere dust. In that moment, after sustaining the blow from Tianqing Galaxy, Wang Jun's half armor lay in tatters, revealing countless wounds across his skin. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see that Wang Jun's Desolation Spear had snapped cleanly in two. Bloodied and furious, he glared at Ye Xuan, muttering, "Despicable," before collapsing to the ground. In response, Ye Xuan merely shrugged. It was not his fault that Wang Jun chose not to wield a weapon. The only regret he felt was that, under the watchful eyes of so many, killing Wang Jun now seemed impossible. Despite the earlier disappearance of the Chaos Sect elders like Wang Jian, it was evident that if Ye Xuan attempted to strike down Wang Jun at this moment, he would surely be stopped. As Wang Jun lay gravely injured and unconscious, several disciples from the Chaos Sect could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward to drag him away. After yet another victory, the gazes of the remaining Chaos Sect disciples upon Ye Xuan underwent a subtle yet palpable change. A creeping sense of fear began to spread among them. Yet, Ye Xuan was not one to let them off so easily. Stretching his limbs, he pointed his sword at the remaining disciples of the Chaos Sect, declaring, "Who else wishes to challenge?" Among the group of disciples he pointed at, one even involuntarily swallowed hard, the sound echoing conspicuously in the tense silence. Yet, no one dared to mock the disciple, for fear had taken root in many hearts at that moment. After a lengthy pause, finally, one disciple spoke up, unable to bear the tension. "Do not be so arrogant. Once Brother Li Guan arrives, he will surely take your life." Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow. If that is the case, then why not hurry and summon this Li Guan? The disciple forced himself to reply, "Very well, if you have the guts. Just wait. Brother Li Guan does not reside within the sect. I shall go fetch him." Ye Xuan, growing impatient, dug in his ears and said, "Hurry, I cannot wait for too long." The disciple shouted back, "2/4 of an hour. If you're not afraid of death, just wait for 2/4 of an hour." Ye Xuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to hurry along. In the blink of an eye, the disciple darted away like a startled rabbit. During this interval, Ye Xuan took the opportunity to rest briefly. Time slipped away rapidly, and soon, a brilliant sword light resembling a rainbow shot across the horizon. Darting toward Ye Xuan with lightning speed, Ye Xuan focused his gaze and saw a figure clad in black attire, exuding an air of indifference, swiftly approaching with a long sword strapped to his back. Even before he arrived, the resonant sound of his sword was akin to distant thunder rumbling in Ye Xuan's ears. I could see this sight. Ge Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. The disciple, named Ye Xuan from the Chaos sect, emanated an aura that was alarmingly close to that of a martial sovereign. In that moment, Ge Changqing couldn't help but feel anxious for Ye Xuan. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Chaos sect seemed to be invigorated as if they had received a surge of adrenaline. Chapter 62. The third style of the ancestral dragon's infinite fist. Even from such a distance, Ye Xuan could still sense the unparalleled sword intent radiating from Ye Xuan in his previous life. Ye Xuan was indeed renowned, unlike Wang Jun, whose reputation was built solely on the strength of his weapon, the Thousand Gene Sword. Even so, in the future, Ye Xuan would surely achieve a breakthrough, becoming one of the most influential elders within the Chaos sect. At that moment, Ye Xuan felt a stir in his heart. Raising his guard, in just a brief span, Ye Xuan arrived at the 100 Battles platform. The disciples of the Chaos sect below were already flushed with excitement. Unable to contain themselves, Brother Li, this fellow has already defeated both senior brothers Ye Xuan and Wang Jun. You must not underestimate him. Brother Li, that scoundrel is audacious. We cannot allow him to leave the Chaos sect alive. Listening to the continuous shouts from the disciples below, Ye Xuan's vigilance towards Ye Xuan heightened. However, before the battle commenced, Ye Xuan unexpectedly cupped his fists in salute to Ye Xuan, saying, "Since you dare to challenge me at the 100 Battles platform of the Chaos sect, do not blame me for using my strength against you." Observing Ye Xuan's demeanor, which held a degree of elegance, Ye Xuan also returned the gesture, replying, "Isn't it the doctrine of your Chaos sect to use strength against the weak?" Bring it on. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's eyes narrowed, and he stated, "Words are of no use. Let us see the truth in action." With that, Ye Xuan solemnly unsheathed his renowned Qianjun sword. Instantly, a heavy, towering mountain shadow appeared behind him, and a dense, sharp aura swept across the entire city. Not only did Ye Xuan, who faced Ye Xuan directly on the 100 Battles platform, feel the weight, but even those below sensed their bodies grow heavy. As if burdened by an invisible weight, Ye Xuan felt this sensation most acutely that moment. He perceived that his limbs and the Tianhua Qilin sword in his hand, even the clothes upon his back, had grown several times heavier. Moreover, from Ye Xuan's previous life experience, he knew that the longer one fought against Ye Xuan, the heavier this oppressive feeling would become. In his past life, there were even individuals who perished before Ye Xuan could strike. Crushed to death by this immense pressure, suddenly, countless cheers erupted from the disciples of the Chaos sect below. This is Brother Li's heavy mountain martial intent. That fellow from the Tianqing sect is finished. Brother Li's heavy mountain martial intent is the most domineering. He is bound to lose. Even Tang Shuoro and Ge Changqing, upon sensing Ye Xuan's heavy mountain martial intent and hearing the cheers from the Chaos sect disciples, changed expressions drastically. Tang Shuoro even dragged her still-injured body to stand before Su Batian and Su Wujia, pleading with them not to let anything happen to Ye Xuan. Su Batian and Su Wujia exchanged solemn glances. As powerful warriors of the martial sovereign level, they could discern that Ye Xuan had reached a similar level. The gap in strength between a martial artist and a martial sovereign was vast. A thought arose in their minds. Ye Xuan is in danger. However, both resolved that no matter what, they would ensure Ye Xuan did not perish on the 100 Battles platform. Yet no one anticipated that while this oppressive force was effective against others, it proved insufficient against Ye Xuan. In the next moment, Ye Xuan felt a spark of inspiration and secretly activated the Hong Huang, swallowing heaven demonic art. Instantly, the seemingly tangible invisible pressure was transformed into spiritual energy and absorbed into his body. Ye Xuan felt a sudden lightness. A wave of relaxation washed over him. Nevertheless, on the surface, Ye Xuan still appeared to be struggling. The Qianjun sword in Ye Xuan's hand was a hefty blade. as wide as an ordinary person's palm and 3 fingers thick at the spine. Ye Xuan held the Qianjun sword in an inverted grip, unhurriedly slashing it forward. In an instant, the air beneath the sword's edge seemed compressed, producing a dull, thunderous sound of slicing wind. The next moment, an exceptionally heavy, earthy yellow sword aura surged forth, aiming directly at Ye Xuan. However, though the sword aura was fierce, its speed was not swift. Ye Xuan appeared to be affected by the heavy mountain martial intent. His movements slightly sluggish, seemingly unable to evade this sword aura. Following this, Ye Xuan pivoted the Tianhua Qilin sword in his hand, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Tianqing 12 swords, 9 style, a sword across the river." Instantly, the Tianhua Qilin sword horizontally slashed, a brilliant sword aura meeting Li Guan's sword aura. Watching the radiant sword light, Li Guan's lips curled into a faint smile, as expected. In the next moment, the 2 sword auras clashed. Ye Xuan's sword across the river merely halted Li Guan's sword aura for a fleeting instant before being utterly shattered. Fortunately, this delay allowed Ye Xuan to dodge the incoming sword aura. Observing this, Li Guan maintained his composure, unleashing wave after wave of sword light from the Qianjun sword, relentlessly striking at Ye Xuan. In response, Li Guan would also counter with his sword, dodging after a brief exchange. For a moment, it felt as though Li Guan was being led by the nose by Ye Xuan. Even the disciples of the chaos sect below began to sense something amiss, the cheers gradually dwindling. Watching the elusive Ye Xuan, Li Guan realized that this could not continue. While the heavy mountain martial intent was formidable, its consumption was significant. Moreover, given that the Tianqing sect disciples still appeared vibrant and energetic, Li Guan even began to suspect that he might collapse before being able to subdue this brat. Taking a deep breath, Li Guan solemnly raised his heavy sword, his spiritual energy erupting as he declared, "Heavy mountain slash." Instantly, an extraordinarily heavy, earthy yellow sword aura surged forth from his Qianjun sword. Simultaneously, the heavy mountain martial intent surrounding Li Guan intensified several-fold. In an instant, ripples appeared in the air. Even the 100 Battles platform trembled with a thunderous sound. Cracking wide with several arm-width fissures, the area surrounding Ye Xuan on the platform, in particular, shattered into countless fragments. This strike bore such immense force that it felt as though mountains were collapsing before it. Under this assault, Ye Xuan appeared particularly diminutive, almost resembling a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Witnessing this strike, the disciples of the Chaos sect were elated, with some already beginning to celebrate victory prematurely. Su Batian and Su Wujiao exchanged glances, their veins bulging as they prepared to intervene. Just at that moment, a smile crept onto Ye Xuan's lips as he softly uttered, "Dazzling star shift," with a swift motion. He vanished in an instant. In the next moment, Ye Xuan suddenly appeared behind Li Guan, the shadow of an azure dragon vividly manifesting over his fists, a fierce grin plastered across his face. "You enjoyed that strike earlier, didn't you?" Upon hearing Ye Xuan's voice, Li Guan's body stiffened abruptly. With no time to turn around, he caught sight of Ye Xuan's fists in his peripheral vision. Ancestral Dragon Infinite Fist, 3rd style. Li Guan's techniques were outdated, and he could only watch in horror as the dragon heads atop Ye Xuan's fists loomed larger in his sight. Unable to react in time, that moment, a thunderous roar echoed in Li Guan's ears. Boom! Ye Xuan's fist struck heavily against Li Guan's back. In that instant, Li Guan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body going numb, swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of pain. With a spurt, a mouthful of somewhat earthy yellow blood was expelled from Li Guan's mouth. Fortunately, the earth attribute techniques Li Guan practiced provided him with unique advantages in body refinement. Although Ye Xuan's punch severely injured him, it did not pose a life-threatening risk. Gritting his teeth, Li Guan glared at Ye Xuan, who was now within arm's reach, and sneered, "Ha! You've walked right in my trap." With that, the heavy mountain martial intent concentrated fiercely upon Ye Xuan. At the same time, Li Guan flipped his wrist, the weighty Qianjun sword reversing direction, aimed at Wei Ping. Prepare to die. This sudden turn of events caught everyone below off guard. Even Su Batian was taken aback. Tang Shuro's mind went blank, her breath involuntarily stalling. Just then, Ye Xuan broke into a smile, and from his fists erupted countless tendrils of black mist, seemingly tangible. In an instant, a chilling, eerie aura surged forth from Ye Xuan's fists. Suddenly, a sound akin to something being corroded echoed near Li Guan's back. Upon closer inspection, a large section of flesh behind Li Guan had rapidly decayed under the influence of the black mist. Li Guan's eyes widened in shock, his body stiffening, unable to thrust his Qianjun sword further. In the next moment, the black mist on Ye Xuan's fists surged forth, enveloping Li Guan entirely. A cacophony of hissing sounds accompanied Li Guan's heart-wrenching screams, resonating across the 100 Battles platform. This bizarre turn of events caused the disciples of the Chaos sect to change countenance, involuntarily stepping back in unison. Someone exclaimed, "A demon. This fellow from the Tianxing sect is a monster." Another rebutted instinctively, "No, if he were a demon, would he dare appear at our Chaos sect's gates?" Others recognized the black mist on Ye Xuan's fists and instinctively remarked, "The cursed power of the demon blade, Gu Qiqi." Upon hearing this Chaos sect disciples' words, those around fell silent. They were all aware of the name, Demon Blade Gu Qiqi. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the black mist indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to the cursed power of the demon blade Gu Qiqi. Meanwhile, amidst the ominous black mist, Li Guan lay drenched in blood, his bones barely visible, with not a single intact piece of flesh remaining on his body. In but a fleeting moment, Li Guan's life force extinguished completely, falling to Ye Xuan's dual fists. Subsequently, the cultivation that brought Li Guan within a mere veil of the martial sovereign realm was entirely absorbed by Ye Xuan. Compared to Xikong Qing, Li Guan's prowess was significantly superior. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xuan's cultivation experienced another breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the Master Ninth Layer. Moreover, had it not been for the necessity of condensing the martial soul to ascend to the martial sovereign realm, Ye Xuan might have directly transcended to that level. Feeling the surging and explosive spiritual energy within him, Ye Xuan exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips as the black mist on the 100 Battles platform dissipated. Ye Xuan's figure emerged before the astonished crowd. Upon seeing that Ye Xuan was relatively unharmed, Tang Shui-ro and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Chaos sect stood in shock. At that moment, the platform bore witness to Ye Xuan alone, with only a pool of putrid blood beneath his feet. Their senior brother, Li Guan, had seemingly vanished without a trace. An incredulous thought crossed the minds of the Chaos sect disciples. Could this pool of blood belong to brotherly? Gazing at Ye Xuan, whose bloodied attire did not diminish his vibrant spirit, the Chaos sect disciples finally felt a pang of fear. Observing the terrified expressions of the Chaos sect disciples below, Ye Xuan's lips curled into a smile as he declared, "Next, who shall step forth?" In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with some contemplating whether to summon the Chaos sect's leader. Fang Qingping de that very moment, a robust man clad in golden robes, exuding an aura thick with murderous intent, suddenly proclaimed, "What is the point of battling those insignificant ants? If you possess any courage, come and face me." Although this man was a disciple of the Chaos sect, he paid no heed to his fellow sect members and directly approached Ye Xuan on the 100 Battles platform. Upon seeing this golden-clad figure, the Chaos sect disciples instinctively displayed expressions of terror, hastily parting to grant him a clear path. The scene resembled a flood of ferocity, that why Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, sensing a formidable presence emanating from this man, one that even Li Guan had lacked. Clearly, this individual was a martial sovereign powerhouse. Ye Xuan scoffed and inquired, "Who are you? Are you a disciple of the Chaos sect? If not, I shall not entertain you. Today, I only challenge disciples of the Chaos sect." The man seemed taken aback by the fact that someone did not recognize him, momentarily stunned before his face contorted with anger. Sneering, "I never imagined there would be someone in Langyi County who does not know me." Wan Sheng, at the utterance of this name, a profound wariness surfaced in the eyes of Su Ba Tian, Su Wuji, and Ge Chongqing. Meanwhile, Tang Shui-ro and her companions, who had just found relief, felt their anxiety resurfaced, and on the other hand, Ye Xuan recalled the infamous figure from his previous life. The one who had descended into darkness and wreaked havoc within the Chaos sect. None other than the bloodthirsty Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan was born cold-blooded, with a penchant for slaughter. Any disciple who provoked him would face severe injury or even death. After his defection, the Chaos sect discovered a multitude of corpses within his lair, including many of children. Although Ye Xuan practiced the primordial devouring demon art, he had not succumbed to the path of darkness. For the spiritual energy he consumed came solely from his enemies, and he held a deep-seated disdain for true demons like Ye Xuan, who would harm children. With a cold smile, Ye Xuan retorted, "What are you, Ye Xuan? A person of great significance or merely a courtesan? Why should I recognize you? If you seek death, what is there to fear?" At these words, Ye Xuan's fury intensified, his eyes turning a crimson hue, and a faint red aura enveloped him. "You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. I have decided. I will crush your bones inch by inch and carve my name. Ye Xuan, into your heart." As he spoke, Ye Xuan's figure flickered and appeared directly before Ye Xuan. The instant Ye Xuan made his entrance, an overwhelming stench of blood engulfed the 100 Battles platform and the surrounding Chaos sect disciples. In that moment, a faint, mournful cry echoed in the ears of many Chaos sect disciples. The entire Chaos sect mountain gate had transformed into a blood-soaked battlefield. This earth-shattering power was the martial will, the manifestation of a martial artist who had condensed their martial soul and broken through to the martial sovereign realm. Even though all present were martial artists with the strength to shatter mountains and stones, the eerie atmosphere left them trembling in fear. Yet paradoxically, this very intensity seemed to embolden some disciples of the Chaos sect, who had been frightened by Ye Xuan mere moments before. Someone bravely stammered, "Haha, is this the legendary blood butchery martial will of Senior Brother Xuan? Under this martial will, that kid from the Heavenly Star sect will surely be unable to contend." Others nodded in agreement. Senior Brother Xuan ranks 8th on the Dragon Tiger ranking. How easy it would be to deal with someone who has yet to reach the martial sovereign realm. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Haha. Senior Brother Xuan's blood butchery martial can also erode the spiritual energy and flesh of his enemies, and is several times more formidable than that so-called Demon Blade's cry. With these words, a flicker of amusement replaced the lingering fear on the faces of the nearby Chaos sect disciples. Simultaneously, Su Ba Tian and Su Wu Ji exuded a radiant sword light and the fragrance of flora around them, effectively isolating Ye Xuan's blood butchery martial will. Tang Shuiro and the others shelter behind Su Ba Tian and Su Wu Ji, worry etched across their faces as they observed Ye Xuan on the 100 Battles platform. Without turning his gaze, Su Ba Tian seemed to sense their anxiety and confidently declared, "Rest assured, with me here, Master, ye shall be unharmed." In the meantime, after arriving before Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan wasted no time. A bloodthirsty smile graced his lips as he bellowed, "Blood transformation palm." Instantly, Ye Xuan's palms turned a vivid crimson, and an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood filled the air. Following that, with the force of a mountain's descent, Ye Xuan struck downward, aiming at Ye Xuan's forehead. Before his palms could reach their target, a cacophony of ghostly wails erupted from around Ye Xuan, reverberating through the air. The nearby Chaos sect disciples were caught off guard by the shockwave, spewing blood and being sent reeling. Even those further away felt as if they were being assaulted by the very sound, their heads spinning, on the verge of fainting, while Ye Xuan found himself ensconced in layers of faint red air ripples. The magnitude of this display far surpassed that which Li Guan had previously unleashed. Witnessing this, Su Ba Tian's eyes widened in alarm, and he shouted furiously, "Despicable!" He swiftly moved to rescue Ye Xuan from Ye Xuan's grasp. However, at that precise moment, a dragon's roar suddenly resonated through the sky, overpowering the ghostly howls. Following this, a thunderous shout echoed, Ancestral Dragon's limitless fist, third style. In an instant, 2 ethereal dragon figures, solid and tangible, burst through the tidal waves of crimson energy, crashing heavily against Ye Xuan's palms. The demon's sound was shattered, and Ye Xuan felt a backlash from the violent spiritual energy within him, causing a trickle of blood to escape from his nostrils. Yet, this minor injury only served to ignite Ye Xuan's ferocity. Ye Xuan roared anew, amplifying the force behind his palms, which gleamed crimson as if they were about to bleed. The next moment, their fists and palms collided with a resounding thud. Akin to thunder echoing in the AIRTO everyone's astonishment, Ye Xuan managed to withstand Wan Sheng's strike. Ye Xuan's face flushed, his fists braced against Wan Sheng's palms, and he grinned. "Heh, I thought you were formidable. But it seems you are nothing extraordinary." However, just then, a sinister smile crept across Wan Sheng's lips. "Heh, what does it matter if you block it?" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Wan Sheng's fingers curled like claws, seizing Ye Xuan's fists with unyielding strength. Simultaneously, the blood-red aura surrounding Wan Sheng seemed to possess a life of its own, surging toward Ye Xuan's fists, in the midst of Ye Xuan's astonished gaze. That layer of bloodlight swiftly created a gap in his ancestral dragon's limitless fist's aura. Wan Sheng smirked with triumph, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson on why Blood Transformation Palm is an Earth-tier martial technique, renowned for its ability to absorb blood and essence. Once my Blood Transformation Palm's power infiltrates your body, in mere moments, your tendons, flesh, and meridians will be reduced to mere blood and mud. Nothing compared to the likes of that demon blade's cry." Initially, Ye Xuan felt a flicker of panic. Yet upon hearing Wan Sheng's words, he found himself unexpectedly relieved. Blood transformation and essence absorption. How fortuitous, for I too excel in that domain. With that, Ye Xuan's fists erupted once more with an inky, night-like darkness, advancing toward Wan Sheng's blood transformation palm. Wan Sheng sneered. "Even if that demon blade's cry were in your hands, I would fear it not, let alone your half-baked cursed power." As he spoke, Wan Sheng's blood transformation palm surged with immense power, seemingly intent on devouring the black mist hole. Indeed, as Wan Sheng had asserted, the curse's power offered no resistance against the might of the blood transformation palm. In the blink of an eye, it was partially consumed. For a moment, Ye Xuan felt an unusual force invading his fists, as if it were poised to drain the blood energy from them entirely. Observing this, Wan Sheng wore an expression that suggested everything was proceeding as he had anticipated, regarding Ye Xuan with the gaze one might reserve for a corpse. However, at that moment, Ye Xuan's countenance remained unchanged, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Is that so?" Before he could finish his thought, Ye Xuan abruptly summoned the primordial devouring demon technique. Instantly, the blood transformation palm's energy that had just penetrated Ye Xuan's palm melted away like snow under the sun. Without allowing Wan Sheng a moment to react, the overwhelming devouring force surged into Wan Sheng's body through his palms. Within mere breaths, the flesh below Wan Sheng's wrists withered into desiccated wood. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily attempted to withdraw his hands. However, to his shock, when he pulled with all his might, he discovered that his hands seemed to be affixed to Ye Xuan's fist. Utterly immovable, in a moment of desperation, Wan Sheng let out a cry, decisively channeling his strength to shatter his wrists, retreating hastily. Only then did Wan Sheng finally breathe a sigh of relief. Raising his head, he gazed at Ye Xuan with lingering trepidation, and a wave of greed surged within him. This young man's bizarre technique is even more formidable than my Earth-level martial art. The blood transformation palm. Could it be a celestial-level martial art? Contemplating this, Wan Sheng's eyes shifted, and he bellowed at Ye Xuan. "Demon cultivator, you are employing demonic techniques." Ye Xuan shook his hand, holding Wan Sheng's palms, and replied, "Wan Sheng, you, a demon cultivator, dare to cry thief while stealing." Chapter 65. In desperation, a cornered dog jumps over the wall. The voices of Wan Sheng and Ye Xuan rang out in succession, leaving the audience below utterly bewildered. However, it was not long before a disciple of the Chaos sect suddenly realized, no wonder Senior Brother Guan was slain by this person. It turns out he is a demon cultivator. This revelation snapped the other disciples of the Chaos sect back to attention. They had long been incensed by Ye Xuan's successive victories over their talented juniors. Moreover, they found it astonishing that the Tianxing sect, disciple challenging the 100 battle platform, appeared weak, yet managed to triumph over their sect's geniuses. Upon hearing the term demon cultivator from Wan Sheng, they finally comprehended the situation. That it is well known that demon cultivators employ methods without restraint emphasizing speed and power in their cultivation. Once mastered, their techniques are bizarre and perilous, often wielding immense might. This perfectly explained how their seniors had been defeated. Only this explanation made sense. In an instant, the Chaos Sect disciples, who had nearly succumbed to despair over Ye Xuan's overwhelming prowess, felt as though they had grasped a lifeline and began to vehemently denounce him. The curse's power he wielded was evidently insidious. Who would believe he was not a demon cultivator? This demon cultivator truly has the audacity to run rampant in our Chaos Sect. He is clearly courting death. Brothers and sisters, let us unite to eradicate this demon spawn on the spot. Indeed, the Tianqing sect may have been usurped by demon cultivators. Senior brother Qing must have discovered some evidence, which led to his demise. As their rhetoric escalated, the disciples of the Chaos sect became increasingly convinced that Ye Xuan and the Tianqing sect were all demon cultivators. In an instant, the already volatile atmosphere among the Chaos sect disciples exploded. A large number of them, faces flushed with fervor, drew their weapons, intent on charging the 100-battle platform to slay Ye Xuan. On the other side, Su Batian, witnessing the scene spiraling out of control, soared into the air, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed at Wan Sheng, bellowing, "Shameless! Wan Sheng, you disgrace the Chaos sect by brazenly uttering falsehoods." This roar, imbued with spiritual power, struck like thunder, instantly quelling the tumultuous crowd. Su Wuji, with a cold chuckle, flew to Su Batian's side and remarked, "Wan Sheng, with your blood slaughter martial intent, how dare you accuse others of being demon cultivators? Do you truly believe the eyes of the world are blind?" As he spoke, Su Wuji surveyed the agitated disciples of the Chaos sect and shook his head. "I am Su Wuji of the 100 Herbs Hall, and I trust you have heard of my modest reputation. Now, I stake my own honor to affirm that Ye Xuan, Master Yi, is most certainly not a demon cultivator, even with Su Batian and Su Wuji standing forth." The Chaos sect disciples, having found their outlet for frustration, paid them no heed. Although they were deterred by the imposing presence of the two martial masters from advancing, they did not cease their vitriol. This only served to infuriate the Tianqing sect further. Wang Yadu, jumping up on his short legs, positioned himself behind Su Batian and Su Wuji, pointing at the throngs of Chaos sect disciples and cursing vehemently. "I bet you self-important fools couldn't even discern your own gender. Yet you dare to boast here. My junior brother is a demon cultivator. You must be blind. Open your eyes and see that my junior brother's spiritual energy is upright and harmonious, embodying the purest righteous path. And take a good look at your Wan Sheng, drenched in blood. Only you blind fools wouldn't see the problem. In any other place, such behavior would have led to arrest." Wang Yaodu's tirade sent the Chaos sect disciples into a frenzy, their faces turning crimson with rage. However, when they considered retaliating against this little imp, they found themselves utterly suppressed by Su Batian and Su Wuji, unable to muster any anger. Amidst the chaos below, Ye Xuan appeared unfazed. Carefully stowing away Wan Sheng's palms in his storage pouch, he flashed a grin at Wan Sheng. "Huh, you vile demon, it may be easy to deceive others, but you shall not fool me." Upon hearing this, Wan Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. In truth, he had initially dismissed Ye Xuan's words. Confident in his own cunning, he believed that even their sect leader had failed to perceive any anomalies. How could this master-level individual expose him? However, upon witnessing Ye Xuan secure his fleshly palms into a storage pouch, an ominous premonition surged within him. "No, I cannot allow this boy to take my hands." In the next instant, Wan Sheng roared, "Demon, return my hands." Simultaneously, dark red spiritual energy erupted from his wrists, coalescing into the shape of hands. With a sharp clang, a crescent-shaped blade, lined with serrated edges and exuding a menacing aura, materialized in Wan Sheng's grip. Ye Xuan scoffed and drew his heavenly fire Qilin sword. "What is this? Afraid I might unveil your demonic facade. And now you are cornered?" Seeing this, Wan Sheng became increasingly certain that Ye Xuan had indeed discovered something about his hands. With a swift motion, Wan Sheng transformed into a blood shadow, darting towards Ye Xuan. Concurrently, the blood slaughter martial intent unfurled once more. In the blink of an eye, several indistinguishable blood shadows materialized, all converging upon Ye Xuan, enveloping the area in a chilling aura. The moment these blood shadows appeared, a sound akin to a ghostly wail erupted, accompanied by spine-chilling cries. A peculiar and intensifying suction force emanated from the blood slaughter martial intent. The nearby Chaos Sect disciples felt their blood surging uncontrollably, as if yearning to break free from their bodies. This alarming phenomenon caused them to abandon their verbal skirmish with Wang Yaodu's trio, hastily retreating. Those further away were no less affected, and the situation for Wei Ping was even more dire. In that moment, the disciples of the Tianxing sect cast worried glances at Ye Xuan in the arena. Ye Xuan too sensed the unusual occurrence within his body. Yet this foreign force could be effortlessly absorbed by the primordial devouring demon technique. Moreover, contrary to Wan Sheng's expectations, Ye Xuan remained utterly still in the face of his assault, as if surrendering to his fate. Observing this, Wan Sheng's anxiety dissipated, replaced by a thrill for bloodshed. "Ha! You dare to deceive me, causing me momentary concern. I shall make you pay dearly for this mockery." With a surge of murderous intent, Wan Sheng twirled the crescent blade in his hand, summoning a swirling vortex of blood. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, retrieved a small red flag from his storage pouch. Chapter 66. The First Good Man of Heaven. This small flag was none other than the 10,000 Souls banner. The moment the 10,000 Souls banner was produced, Wan Sheng's blood slaughter martial intent trembled. In the next instant, the blood shadows that had tightly surrounded Ye Xuan, leaving him no avenue for escape, suddenly faltered, revealing 9 blood shadows within. Wan Sheng's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, "My blood godchild! Ye Xuan, what have you done?" The blood shadows, known as blood gods, were crafted by Wan Sheng through an ancient and incomplete secret technique after enduring countless hardships and slaughtering over 10,000 people. In battle, they merely need to pounce upon their foes to devour a third of their essence and spiritual energy. Enemies of a lower realm than Wan Sheng will succumb to excessive blood loss with a single strike, leaving them powerless to resist. Even those of comparable or similar realms find themselves utterly helpless against the 9 blood gods wielded by Wan Sheng. Although these blood gods were forged through the methods of the demonic sect, they remain remarkably pure, with the essence they consume able to serve as valuable cultivation resources for Wan Sheng. That it is precisely due to the existence of these 9 blood gods that Wan Sheng has been able to cultivate to the martial grandmaster realm at such a young age. At this moment, Wan Sheng was shocked to discover that the blood god, which was originally ignorant and connected to his mind, was emanating a sense of fear. Ye Xuan chuckled, his spiritual energy surging wildly into the Wan Hun banner. In the blink of an eye, the palm-sized Wan Hun banner expanded dramatically in size, transforming into a colossal entity over 10 feet long. Waves of bloodlight, accompanied by an overwhelming aura, erupted from the Wan Hun banner in a torrent. Wan Sheng, filled with terror, realized that the blood gods, illuminated by this blood light, had completely slipped from his control. Following this, 9 crimson hands surged forth from the Wan Hun banner, grasping at the utterly defenseless blood gods. Wan Sheng's mind shattered as he bellowed, "Do not touch my blood gods! Get away from me!" With his furious roar, Wan Sheng soared into the sky, disregarding Ye Xuan entirely, and swung his curved blade towards the crimson hands. In that instant, countless piercing dark red blade auras erupted like a whirlwind. Alas, the blade auras passed through, leaving the crimson hands completely unscathed. Ignoring the blood gods' desperate struggles and wails, the hands effortlessly consumed all the blood gods into the Wan Hun banner. Subsequently, an exceptionally pure spiritual energy flowed through the pole of the Wan Hun banner and into Ye Xuan's body. Ye Xuan shuddered as his aura surged dramatically. Within mere moments, his strength advanced significantly. Breaking through the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level and reaching the threshold of the martial Grandmaster realm, at this juncture, he was merely a step away from the martial soul, ready to break through. Simultaneously, the blood gods connected to his mind were refined and absorbed, and Wan Sheng, unable to react in time, was directly backfired by the secret technique, causing countless streams of blood to erupt from every pore in his body. In an instant, numerous disciples of the Chaos sect gazed in bewilderment at the wretched state of Wan Sheng and the seemingly unscathed Ye Xuan beside him, feeling a profound sense of confusion. How could it be that their esteemed Chaos sect, ranked first among the 8 major sects, was powerless against a disciple from a bottom-tier sect? Was the Chaos sect truly declining, regardless of the thoughts of the Chaos sect disciples? They were of no concern to Ye Xuan. He regarded the feeble Wan Sheng with no intent to relent. Such a malevolent figure deserved to be eradicated. Ye Xuan unsheathed the Tianhua Qilin sword and slowly approached Wan Sheng. Sensing Ye Xuan's resolute murderous intent, Wan Sheng's heart filled with panic. With his mouth spilling blood, he struggled to utter, "Ye Xuan, we have no enmity, no grievances. Why must you push for my complete annihilation? Spare my life, and I shall repay you in the future." But why? Ye Xuan, disinterested in further discourse, continued his advance without hesitation. The sword tip of the Tianhua Qilin sword emanating a faint blade aura. Realizing his dire predicament, Wan Sheng could no longer afford to hesitate. He strained to shatter a jade token at his waist with his last vestiges of spiritual energy, shouting, "Sect Master, save me." This jade token was linked to the life token he left in the sect, and upon shattering, it would record the appearance of his assailant and send a message back to the Chaos sect. That be why breaking this token at the entrance of the Chaos sect, he would undoubtedly alert the sect's master. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes as he leapt above Wan Sheng without a word, thrusting his sword downward. Concurrently, atop the highest peak of the Chaos sect, a cold snort echoed. "Who dares to kill my Chaos sect disciple?" Accompanying this disdainful remark, a formidable aura burst forth, pressing down upon Ye Xuan, causing his heart to constrict and his form to tremble. Why? Ye Xuan sneered. His internal spiritual energy surging instantaneously, forcefully resisting this oppressive weight, declaring, "Evil and heretical beings deserve to be eradicated." With that, he swung the Tianhua Qilin sword, slicing cleanly through Wan Sheng's neck. Blood sprayed forth in a fountain, leaving all present in stunned silence. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, accompanied by an enraged voice that resonated, "Die." Before the words had faded, an earth-shattering blade, aura, descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Wei Ping. Upon closer inspection, the figure in the sky was none other than the sect master of the Chaos sect, Fang Qingping. At that moment, Su Batian and Su Wuji swiftly intervened. Positioning themselves above Ye Xuan, Su Batian conjured an extraordinarily long broadsword from thin air, bellowing, "Reverse waterfall slash." A magnificent and imposing blade aura surged upward, striking heavily against Fang Qingping's blade aura. Simultaneously, Su Wuji waved his large sleeves, and an ancient, mottled, three-legged, two-eared cauldron rapidly expanded and flew forth, shielding Ye Xuan and the others. With a thunderous boom, Su Batian's blade aura collided with Fang Qingping's. Following this, Su Wuji's cauldron met the attack. Through their coordinated efforts, they managed to withstand Fang Qingping's strike. Su Batian stood resolutely above Ye Xuan, inquiring, "What is the intention of Sect Master Fang?" However, Fang Qingping did not respond to Su Batian's question, but coldly remarked, "What? Does your Mingjin Mountain Villa and Baichao Hall intend to wage war against my Chaos sect?" Su Wuji laughed lightly. "Sect Master Fang, why do you say such things? We merely wish to prevent you from mistakenly killing innocent lives." Fang Qingping sneered, "Innocent lives? You dare to call that ant below, who killed my Chaos sect disciple, innocent?" Just then, a voice devoid of discernible emotion echoed from below. "Indeed, it is I doubt what you may not know. Sect Master Fang, is that this Wan Sheng is a demonic cultivator. I merely sought to rid your sect of a harmful element." As he spoke, Ye Xuan pointed at Wan Sheng's lifeless body, a smile flickering in his eyes as he noted the countless strands of pitch-black demonic energy surging forth from Wan Sheng's blood. Witnessing this spectral mist, even the most skeptical disciples of the Chaos sect could only reluctantly acknowledge that Wan Sheng was indeed a demonic cultivator. Chapter 67. The Human Armory, the Heavenly Star Galaxy. Fang Qingping's aura grew ever colder. "Matters of my sect are not for a mere disciple of the Tianqing sect to meddle in." After a cold snort, a long sword, interwoven with black and white hues, materialized in Fang Qingping's hand, his aura surging violently. Seeing this, Su Batian and Su Wuji's expressions changed drastically, urgently exclaiming, "Sect Master Fang, how can you, as a sect leader, act so recklessly and bully the weak? Are you truly willing to commit such a grave transgression against the younger generation?" At the same time, Su Baishan's eyes widened, and countless sword shadows gradually materialized around him. Upon closer inspection, these sword shadows were the very manifestations of renowned sword from across the realm. This was the essence of Su Baishan's martial way, the intent of the 100 generations' famous swords. As Su Baishan's blade aura erupted, it seemed to awaken a wave-like resonance of sword cries throughout the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Su Wuji did not lag behind, with numerous wisps of medicinal energy swirling around him, releasing fragrant aromas of herbs into the air. Soon after, a blood-red stream of light shot forth from this ethereal mist and merged into Su Baishan's body, instantly augmenting his aura by 30%. This was the essence of Su Wuji's martial way, the 100 herb soul intent, known for its exceptional supportive capabilities. With Su Wuji's assistance, Su Batian appeared even more composed. Hearing this, Fang Qingping's gaze deepened. And after a moment of silence, a faint smile crept upon his lips. "What a sharp tongue you possessed. In that case, let us set aside the matter of my disciple, Wan Sheng, for now. However, it remains a fact that Ye Xuan has killed one of my Chaos Sect disciples. If Ye Xuan wishes to challenge my sect's disciples, I shall grant him the opportunity to showcase the strength of my Chaos Sect to the world. Should he hesitate, then he cannot blame me for being merciless." At these words, Su Batian could not help but exhale in relief. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan felt an inexplicable sense of unease as he listened to Fang Qingping. However, gazing into Fang Qingping's profound eyes, Ye Xuan realized he had no choice but to accept this condition. With a carefree smile, he nodded. "What is there to fear? I invite the esteemed brothers and sisters of the Chaos Sect to impart their teachings." Furthermore, Ye Xuan was confident that as long as the elders and sect leaders of the Chaos Sect did not intervene, with his current strength among the younger generation, he would surely be able to preserve his life. Fang Qingping's smile deepened slightly. Then with a flick of his finger, he summoned the sword's edge, and an ethereal sword cry resonated. In the next moment, a figure radiating a powerful aura surged forth from within the Chaos Sect. Sensing the unmistakable aura of a martial grandmaster, Su Baishan's expression stiffened, and he erupted in anger. "Fang, you shameless old ghost, do you not have any sense of decency? This aura has already reached the 3rd level of the martial grandmaster realm, yet you dare claim it belongs to your disciples." Fang Qingping did not even lift his eyes, calmly stating, "What? Who stipulated that a martial artist of the martial sovereign realm cannot be a disciple?" Su Baishan's eyes widened in surprise. Just as he was about to respond, a figure rushed into view before everyone. The newcomer was a young man garbed in a dark martial robe, carrying a heavy black iron bow on his back, with a sword and a knife at his waist. His complexion bore a slightly sickly hue, yet his posture resembled that of a fierce tiger. Upon recognizing this individual, many disciples of the Chaos Sect wore expressions of confusion. However, a few highly skilled disciples seemed to be infused with fervor, suddenly igniting with excitement. "Senior Brother Wei, it's Senior Brother Wei who has arrived. Senior Brother Wei, you must avenge Senior Brother Li and the others." As he gazed upon this figure, Ye Xuan's expression turned unusually grave. This person was one he had heard countless tales of in his past life. That man from the armory, Wei Hao. His origins shrouded in mystery. Wei Hao was a prodigy whose martial skills and techniques were entirely distinct from those of the Chaos Sect. 3 years later, he would make his first appearance before the public. Upon his arrival, he directly challenged numerous experts on the Dragon and Tiger rankings with his martial sovereign 3rd level prowess and a variety of martial techniques, achieving consecutive victories. Within just a month, he ascended to the 3rd position on the rankings. A year later, he broke through to the martial sovereign 4th level, successfully reaching the pinnacle with his mid-level martial sovereign strength. He dominated the rankings for 5 consecutive years and became the youngest elder in the history of the Chaos Sect 5 years later. There were speculations that Wei Hao was a disciple from a top family in another prefecture, who had fled to Langyu Prefecture and was picked up by the Chaos Sect at a fortuitous moment. Wei Ping never anticipated that Wei Hao had already arrived at the Chaos Sect 3 years prior to his appearance in his last life. However, in the face of such peril, Ye Xuan did not find himself devoid of hope. In fact, a fierce battle intent suddenly ignited within him. In his past life, Wei Hao was akin to a lofty phoenix, while he himself was no more than an insignificant ant. Yet in this life, he found himself able to contend with such a genius. In the blink of an eye, Wei Hao stood upon the battered battle platform. Upon hearing Su Baishan's voice, Ge Changqing felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Incredulously exclaiming, "Martial Sovereign Third Level, it's over, it's all over." Tang Shuiyo's face turned as pale as a sheet. In contrast, the disciples of the Chaos Sect, witnessing Wei Hao's overwhelming aura, felt their previously numb hearts reignite with fervor. Wei Hao glanced at Ye Xuan, then tilted his head towards Fang Qingping in the sky, declaring, "Old man, did you summon me from seclusion just to defeat this guy?" Being addressed as old man, Fang Qingping showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he nodded and replied, "Exactly. Kill this fellow, and I shall reward you with a blood flood dragon pill." At these words, Wei Hao licked the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes as he regarded Ye Xuan. "It is indeed a rarity for a talent like you to emerge from such a place as Langyu Prefecture. Unfortunately, you have crossed paths with me." With that, Wei Hao drew his sword and knife from his waist. An aura of a martial sovereign instantly enveloped the entire area. Contrary to Wei Hao's expectations, Ye Xuan exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he unsheathed the Tianhua Qilin sword, his battle intent soaring. "If you wish to fight, then let us engage without further ado." Seeing this, Su Baishan's expression darkened, and he turned to rush downward. However, just as Su Batian moved, Fang Qingping slowly raised the long sword. Interwoven with black and white colors, the sword sliced through the air, resonating with a ghostly hum that gradually echoed throughout the heavens. Merely listening to this sword sound instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis within Su Batian. Fang Qingping's voice resonated with an inscrutable mirth. "What? Do you, the master of the Mingjian Villa, intend to bully the weak? Do you think I, Fang Qingping, am to be trifled with?" In the next instant, Fang Qingping bellowed. Heaven-slaying sword technique, third form, sword opens the sky. In an instant, a sword wave condensed to perfection and akin to a tidal surge. Swiftly cut towards Su Batian and Su Wuji. Just then, a blinding light erupted from the horizon. Simultaneously, a thunderous shout reverberated in the ears of everyone present. Celestial star galaxy. Countless sword waves, like meteors, instantaneously descended, their sharp and unparalleled essence causing the onlookers to feel as though they were witnessing true shooting stars. The range of this attack encompassed the entire mountain gate of the Chaos Sect. Had Fang Qingping chosen to ignore this, intent only on killing Su Batian and Ye Xuan, the hundreds of disciples present would undoubtedly face their doom. This sword was a desperate attempt to save. A vein throbbed on Fang Qingping's forehead, his complexion dark as he flipped his wrist, redirecting the tidal wave of sword energy to meet the countless meteoric sword waves. In that moment, the spectators felt as though a sun had risen in their midst. An unparalleled cacophony engulfed the entire Chaos Sect. Waves of impact, akin to ripples, triggered the protective formation of the Chaos Sect. The residual force shook the towers and pavilions within the sect. Were it not for Fang Qingping's timely intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Observing this scene, the disciples of the Tianqing sect quickly realized that their master, Su Ding, had come to their rescue. In that instant, Ge Changqing and the others felt as though their hearts had returned to their chests. Soon after, a remarkably clear eagle's cry pierced the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Su Ding's Sangyan eagle. At that moment, Su Ding appeared like a celestial being, standing atop the Sangyan eagle as it soared swiftly. Upon seeing this, Ye Xuan let out a slight sigh of relief. He understood that with the sect leader's arrival, he no longer needed to be coerced in a battling way, as Ye Xuan had anticipated. Upon Su Ding's arrival, He positioned himself protectively in front of Ye Xuan, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he addressed Fang Qingping. "Old man, what were you planning just now?" Fang Qingping snorted coldly, warily blocking the entrance of the Chaos Sect, stating, "Su Ding, your disciple has already killed several of my disciples from the Chaos Sect. What do you propose we do about this?" Su Ding turned, casting a slightly astonished glance at Ye Xuan, as though he had not expected him to act so audaciously at the mountain gate of the Chaos Sect. Upon his emergence from seclusion, he had heard about the events surrounding Sikong Qing from his disciples to prevent any unexpected occurrences with Ye Xuan and the others. He had hurried to the Chaos Sect. However, upon hearing Fang Qingping's words, it seemed that Ye Xuan had killed more than one disciple of the Chaos Sect. In response, Ye Xuan hurriedly stepped closer to Su Ding, whispering, "Sect leader, allow me to explain." After listening to Ye Xuan's account, the expression on Su Ding's face grew increasingly animated, culminating in a derisive chuckle. "I see. It is only natural that injuries occur during a competition on the arena. To hold me responsible for this is utterly absurd. The fault lies with your Chaos Sect's lack of rigorous instruction and the incompetence of your disciples in martial arts." With that, Su Ding glared, taking the initiative to question. "Moreover, I have yet to address the fact that your Sikong Qing trespassed into my sect. Was he intending to declare war on my Tianqing sect on behalf of the Chaos Sect?" Fang Qingping's eyes grew increasingly icy, ultimately pointing his sword at Su Ding, resolutely declaring, "You are utterly shameless. It is no wonder the Tianqing sect has fallen to such a state with a leader like you. Regardless of the circumstances, Ye Xuan has killed several disciples of my Chaos Sect. Su Ding, I advise you to hand this fellow over to me. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you do not leave the mountain gate of my Chaos Sect today." Su Ding appeared rather unconcerned, saying, "I knew you would resort to this tactic. However, let me make it clear. I am not afraid. If it comes to that, I would gladly meet my end alongside your 1,000-year-old Chaos Sect." He continued, "Today, should any harm befall even a single member of my Tianqing sect, I will ensure that your Chaos Sect vanishes alongside us." As Su Ding's chest glowed with a crimson light the size of a fingernail, Fang Qingping's anger surged, his face turning a deep shade of iron. Once again, Su Ding was resorting to threats involving self-detonation, daring to bring such matters to the sect. In that moment, Fang Qingping felt an overwhelming urge to disregard all caution and confront Su Ding directly. Yet upon reflection, he realized that Su Ding had only a few years left to live. Once Su Ding was gone, whether it was Ye Xuan or the Tianqing sect, they would be at his mercy. Fang Qingping grit his teeth, suppressing his rage. However, if he were to allow Ye Xuan, the instigator of chaos within the Chaos Sect, to escape, how would he retain the sect's dignity? After contemplating, an idea struck Fang Qingping, and with a cold snort, he pointed his sword at Su Ding and Ye Xuan, resolutely stating, "Do you think my Chaos Sect is a place you can come and go as you please? Since your disciple has accepted Wei Hao's challenge, he must fight until the end according to the rules. If not, even if it costs me half my life, I will eradicate this calamity." As Fang Qingping's voice fell, the protective grand formation of the Chaos Sect was instantly activated, a translucent shield, resembling an eggshell yet seemingly substantial, enveloped the entirety of the Chaos Sect. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of apprehension crossed Su Ding's eyes. He then narrowed his gaze and stepped forward, a hint of madness dancing upon his features. "What realm is that Wei Hao in, and what realm does our little Ye Xuan occupy? How dare you utter such words? Furthermore, even if you activate the protective formation, what does it matter? Can you truly confine me? If you are intent on taking Ye Xuan's life, then I cannot protect him. However, I swear that in my lifetime, I will relentlessly pursue and hunt down the disciples of the Chaos Sect. As for the other disciples, for everyone you harm, I shall repay you 100-fold. After all, our Tianqing sect has but a handful of people, so it would be worth it to exchange for your hundreds of disciples." Gu Changqing and the other Tianqing sect disciples had never seen their sect leader display such reckless bravado, and their eyes widened in astonishment. Strangely enough, this wild demeanor of Su Ding bore a peculiar charm. Fang Qingping was nearly driven to the brink of fury with a swing of his sword. He cleaved a nearby mountain peak and bellowed through gritted teeth. Shameless. Enough. Today, even at the cost of severely wounding the Chaos Sect, I will eradicate this menace. Saying this, Fang Qingping produced the sect leader's token of the Chaos Sect, ready to summon the elders and activate the protective formation. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Ye Xuan suddenly spoke up. If you wish for me to do away Hao, I am amenable to that. The moment these words were uttered, it was as if a pause button had been pressed, and Fang Qingping's actions came to an abrupt halt. Su Ding's expression shifted to one of surprise as he exclaimed urgently, Ye Xuan. Don't be foolish. Ye Xuan smiled gently at Su Ding before continuing. However, to fight Wei Hao, who is at the third level of the martial sovereign realm, would be exceedingly unfair. Therefore, grant me 3 months. After this period, let us engage in our duel, shall we? As he spoke these words, an unmatched confidence radiated from Ye Xuan's eyes, which gazed unwaveringly at Fang Qingping. Observing Ye Xuan's initiative to challenge, Fang Qingping was momentarily taken aback, only for a glimmer of derision to flicker in his eyes, as though he regarded Ye Xuan as a fool. Meanwhile, Su Ding, Su Batian, and others grew anxious, without waiting for Fang Qingping to respond. Su Batian's voice suddenly rang in Ye Xuan's ear. Ye Xuan, think carefully before you speak. Simultaneously, Su Ding's voice also reached Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, do not worry. That old fellow Fang is merely posturing. He would not dare to go all out against me. Wei Hao is at the third level of the martial sovereign realm. If you wish to contend with him, you must at least reach the martial sovereign realm yourself. 3 months to coalesce your martial spirit and achieve martial intent is utterly impossible. Even Su Wuji's voice echoed in Ye Xuan's ear. Master Yi, you are mistaken, as alchemists. We are of noble standing and have no need for fighting and killing. Rest assured, my Baichao Hall is a branch of the Pill Tower, which wields influence not only in Langya County, but also in other states. Worst, I can recommend you to become a formal member of the Pill Tower. With that, even if Fang Qingping had the audacity, he would not dare to lay a hand on you at that moment. Looking at Su Ding, Su Batian, and Su Wuji, an unmistakable tension emerged among them. And Fang Qingping immediately realized that these individuals were attempting to persuade Ye Xuan using secretive communication. Avoid further complications. Fang Qingping directly declared, Very well. You have some merit, young man, that I grant you 3 months. Before Fang Qingping could finish his sentence, a chilling sound of a sword echoed, cutting off his words. The sword was drawn by none other than Su Ding, who abruptly turned and fixed his gaze on Fang Qingping, stating each word with conviction. Fang Qingping, do you truly believe my Tianqing sword is ineffective? Fang Qingping, however, merely smirked disdainfully, gripping the sect leader's token and activating the protective formation of the Chaos Sect, safeguarding both the disciples and the mountain gate. Following this, Fang Qingping spoke with a hint of temptation in his tone. 3 months from now, I will invite the 8 sects to witness this battle. Regardless of whether you or our Wei Hao emerges victorious, I shall present a key to the secret realm of the mixed origin heaven as a reward. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Even Su Ding and the others were taken aback that in Langya County, who did not know that the lineage of the Chaos Sect originated from the secret realm known as the mixed origin heaven. Moreover, there were rumors that within the mixed origin heaven, aside from the fundamental secret technique of the Chaos Sect, the mixed origin chi method, there was also a legendary artifact known as the all-manifesting divine weapon hidden within. Since the establishment of the Chaos Sect, countless disciples had entered the mixed origin heaven in search of opportunities to retrieve the all-manifesting divine weapon. Over the years, while some gains had been made, the losses were grievous. Most critically, no one had ever managed to bring out the all-manifesting divine weapon. Thus, the mixed origin heaven had always been a forbidden treasure for the Chaos Sect, untouchable by anyone else. Naturally, Fang Qingping would not be so generous as to offer the key to the mixed origin heaven as a reward. In reality, after so many years, the mixed origin heaven had long been on the brink of collapse. The remnants of the sect within were in utter disrepair, and the previous sect leader had concluded that there was no all-manifesting divine weapon within the mixed origin heaven at all. Just moments ago, Fang Qingping had made this offer to prevent Ye Xuan from being swayed by those old codgers. When it was revealed that the sect leader of the Chaos sect, Fang Qingping, was willing to offer the key to the mixed origin heaven as a reward, all present were filled with astonishment. Among those gathered, only Ye Xuan remained unfazed, even displaying a hint of disdain in his eyes. In a past life, a significant event had unfolded within the Chaos sect. Approximately 10 years later, the mixed origin heaven had unexpectedly collapsed, taking a third of the disciples with it, leaving Fang Qingping severely injured and on the brink of death, forcing him into seclusion to recuperate, nearly causing the Chaos sect to falter. Later, as the Qianxing sect declined, Ye Xuan found himself in a wretched state, like a stray dog, living in a state of trepidation. However, even so, he had heard a rumor. The sect leader of the Chaos sect, Fang Qingping, had encountered an opportunity and broken through to the martial sovereign realm, wielding the all-manifesting divine weapon to unify Langya. Now, upon reflection, it seemed curious that the all-manifesting divine weapon had not appeared before or after, but only emerged after the collapse of the mixed origin heaven. Perhaps the weapon had only revealed itself after the collapse of the mixed origin heaven. This notion sparked a thought within him. If I could enter the mixed origin heaven, might I be able to unearth the all-manifesting divine weapon ahead of time? Gradually, a fervent flame ignited in Ye Xuan's eyes. Meanwhile, upon hearing Fang Qingping's declaration, Su Ding was equally astonished. In that moment, Ye Xuan suddenly spoke again. Sect leader, trust me. Su Ding turned to find Ye Xuan's eyes shining brightly, resembling two glowing bulbs. And for a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a sigh, Su Ding could only acquiesce to Ye Xuan's whim. Subsequently, Ye Xuan grinned widely and addressed Fang Qingping. Sect leader Fang, your generosity is commendable if that is the case. Let us agree. 3 months from now, I shall compete with your sect's way how to determine victory. Taking in the attitudes of everyone present, Fang Qingping's lips curled into a slight smile. A gentleman's word is his bond. Before long, Ye Xuan, Ge Changqing, and the others were carried back to the Tianxing sect by Su Ding atop the Mo Yun Eagle. Upon returning to the sect, Su Ding wasted no time with Ge Changqing and the others, immediately leading Ye Xuan to his secluded chamber. Su Ding's lair was situated deep underground, 1,000 meters below the surface. The dwelling was rather unadorned, lacking any embellishments aside from the necessary furnishings, presenting a stark contrast to the abode of a sect leader. Moreover, the atmosphere surrounding this chamber was thick with spiritual energy, and upon entering, Ye Xuan felt a slight sense of suffocation. Yet upon Su Ding provided an explanation that was both profound and accessible, elucidating the essence of martial arts and the spirit of a warrior to Ye Xuan with remarkable clarity. However, this clarity left Ye Xuan feeling somewhat perplexed. According to Su Ding, nurturing the soul was a gradual process. Aside from consuming medicinal pills, it necessitated the daily refinement of one's martial skills and techniques. Throughout this endeavor, the martial arts practiced by the warrior would naturally merge into the soul, forming a unique martial intention exclusive to the practitioner. For instance, Wan Sheng had perfected the blood transformation technique to an extraordinary degree, thereby cultivating his own blood slaughter martial intention. Moreover, the more profound the martial techniques one practiced, the more challenging it became to integrate their martial intent into the soul. Reflecting on Su Ding's own practice, he had devoted a decade to mastering the 12 swords of the Celestial Star sect, resulting in the creation of the Celestial Star martial intention, characterized by supreme yang and invincibility. Meanwhile, Wei Ping had been training in the primordial devouring demon technique, which Ye Xuan had yet to encounter any martial arts more intricate than it. In fact, Ye Xuan even harbored doubts that the legendary celestial grade techniques could surpass his own primordial devouring demon technique. This thought left Ye Xuan feeling trapped, as achieving a fusion of the primordial devouring demon techniques, martial intent, into his soul within 3 months seemed nearly impossible. Fortunately, Su Ding mentioned that the speed at which martial intent could integrate into the soul was also contingent upon the strength of the soul. A millennium ago, a fortunate individual had stumbled upon a secret realm and acquired a celestial-grade technique, the Great Sun Devouring Technique, along with a celestial-grade herb known as the Origin Spirit Grass. The combination of these two allowed this lucky soul to reach the martial sovereign realm within a month, ultimately becoming a formidable martial emperor. In other words, if Ye Xuan could strengthen his soul sufficiently, he might indeed break through to the martial sovereign realm within 3 months. While enhancing the soul might seem an insurmountable challenge for others in Langya County, Ye Xuan was not entirely at a loss. In his memory, he recalled that the 10,000 pill treasure record contained several elixirs designed to nurture the soul. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan took his leave and returned to his room to meticulously examine the 10,000 pill treasure record. After some time, a bittersweet smile appeared on his face as he finished reviewing the record. As Ye Xuan had suspected, the 10,000 pill treasure record indeed documented numerous elixirs for nurturing the soul. However, regrettably, these lower-tier elixirs could only subtly nourish the soul over time due to its inherent fragility. To elevate an ordinary warrior's soul to the level capable of breaking through to the martial sovereign realm within 3 months, the elixirs would need to be of at least 6th rank. Moreover, this was merely for ordinary warriors. Why Ye Xuan aimed to refine his martial intent and crystallize his martial soul through the primordial devouring demon technique, rendering such elixirs ineffective for him. Fortunately, the heavens do not entirely forsake the desperate. Within the 10,000 pill treasure record, there were brief mentions by the ancient clan patriarch, Ye Xuan, regarding a 1,000-year-old in-soul ginseng growing in the ancient clan's spirit fields. This rare herb might very well nourish Ye Xuan's soul to the extent required for refining martial intent through the primordial devouring demon technique and solidifying his martial soul. After some contemplation, Ye Xuan decided to leave a note the next day and departed from the Celestial Star sect, heading towards Qingzhou. Qingzhou was one of the 3 core regions of the Qian Empire, conveniently located adjacent to Langya County. It did not take long for Ye Xuan to arrive within the borders of Qingzhou. However, he recalled that within Qingzhou resided Ye Xuan's adversary, Shaowan Mountain. Therefore, upon entering Qingzhou, Ye Xuan changed into the attire of a low-ranking alchemist, concealing his identity as he made his way toward the Gu clan's location. As Ye Xuan approached the Gu clan, he noticed an increasing number of alchemists in the vicinity. Furthermore, based on their accents, it was evident they were not locals of Qingzhou. Initially, Ye Xuan paid little mind to this, as it was entirely normal for alchemists to gather in Qingzhou, where the alchemist tower was situated. However, he soon realized that the closer he drew to the Gu clan, the more alchemists he encountered. On one particular day, Ye Xuan came across 5 foreign alchemists in succession. Finally, he could no longer contain his curiosity. He intercepted a slightly plump alchemist who had just appeared and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed fellow, I am Xiao Yin, a 2nd-rank alchemist. Might I ask if you have a moment?" The plump alchemist, initially irked by the interruption, found his displeasure dissipating upon hearing Ye Xuan's introduction. After all, he was merely a 1st-rank alchemist, and how could he not show respect before Ye Xuan? A 2nd-rank alchemist? The plump alchemist returned the courtesy, saying, "Ah, so it is Alchemist Xiao. I am Lu Qian, a 1st-rank alchemist. May I inquire what brings Alchemist Xiao to seek me?" Ye Xuan cut straight to the chase, expressing a hint of curiosity. "To be honest, I have come to see the Gu clan. However, along my journey, I have observed an increasing number of alchemists in the same direction as myself. Has something significant transpired at the Gu clan?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Alchemist Xiao is unaware. The Gu clan will soon hold a gathering to recruit suitors for the alchemist princess, Gu Ling, aside from those hoping to marry the daughter of the alchemist king. Ye Xuan, the majority are like me, here to partake in this grand alchemical event. Why Ye Xuan was taken aback by this revelation. The Gu clan, recruiting suitors for Gu Ling? Why would they do such a thing? After all, the Gu clan was a prestigious family of alchemists, and the daughter of an alchemist king would not resort to such means to find a husband. There must be some hidden circumstances. Meanwhile, the figure of Shaowan Mountain appeared outside the Gu clan's residence, accompanied by a somewhat pale young man who bore traces of makeup. The young man, possessing an air of a pretty boy, glanced nervously at Shaowan Mountain and asked, "Father, do you think Gu Linger will yield?" Shaowan Mountain, appearing calm, revealed a triumphant smile. "I am Gu Linger's uncle by marriage, given the friendship between me and Gu Xiong. Linger will surely give me some face. Soon, a woman clad in a light purple alchemist's robe, exuding grace and a faint fragrance of herbs, emerged from the Gu clan's grand entrance and approached Ye Xuan Mountain and his son, Ye Xuan. Even though the oversized robe concealed much of her figure, the gentle sway of her hips still revealed her alluring silhouette. The woman offered a slight bow to the father and son, saying Linger pays her respects to her uncle. This alchemist was none other than Gu Shana's daughter, Gu Linger. Ye Xuan Mountain laughed heartily. After more than a decade, Linger, when did you become so formal with your uncle? Gu Linger smiled. Uncle Xiao is jesting that I am now the young mistress of the Gu clan, and no longer the carefree little girl I once was. At a hint of nostalgia crossed Ye Xuan Mountain's face as he replied. Indeed, it has been 8 years since Gu Xiong went missing. Linger, you have worked hard over the years. After exchanging pleasantries, Ye Xuan Mountain slightly turned to reveal the young man standing behind him. Introducing him to Gu Linger, do you recognize this person? After a brief appraisal, Gu Linger smiled. Is this my brother Ye Xuan? The young man bowed to Gu Linger, his eyes shimmering with delight. Sister Linger. I never expected you to remember me after all these years. Ye Xuan Mountain nodded with a smile. I recall you were quite fond of sticking to your brother Ye Xuan when you were little. This time, Chen'er learned of my intention to assist my niece in presiding over this alchemical gathering, so he specially requested that I bring him along. As he spoke, a look of heartache crossed Ye Xuan Mountain's eyes. By the way, I have yet to inquire about the situation in the Gu clan. How is it that you are recruiting suitors for an alchemist? Gu Linger maintained her composure, not directly addressing Ye Xuan Mountain's question. Instead, she suggested, Uncle, you and your brother must be weary from your journey. Why not take a bath and rest for a bit before we discuss this matter? At her words, Ye Xuan Mountain observed Gu Linger's unyielding demeanor, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes, yet he nodded in agreement. Very well. Subsequently, Gu Linger personally escorted Ye Xuan Mountain and Ye Xuan into the Gu clan's residence. Unbeknownst to her, behind her, Ye Xuan's gaze remained fixated on the subtle sway of Gu Linger's waist, his eyes gleaming with desire. After arranging for Ye Xuan Mountain and Ye Xuan to stay in the most luxurious courtyard of the Gu clan, Gu Linger joined them for a few cups of tea before excusing herself under the pretext of having matters to attend to. Once Gu Linger departed, Ye Xuan Mountain's expression turned grave. Ye Xuan, eyeing the chair still warm from Gu Linger's presence, felt a surge of desire, even licking his lips involuntarily, as he could hardly believe that the once snot-nosed little girl had blossomed into such a stunning beauty over the years. Subsequently, Ye Xuan, with a hint of impatience, addressed Ye Xuan, saying, Father, did we not agree earlier that upon arrival, Gu Linger should not hold any alchemical contest for suitors, but rather marry me directly? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Observing Ye Xuan, whose eyes were solely fixated on women, Ye Xuan could not help but reveal a trace of irritation, retorting, Women, how did I end up with a worthless son whose eyes are filled only with thoughts of women? When I arranged for you to marry Gu Linger, was it merely for your amusement? Despite the evident anger on his father's face, Ye Xuan displayed little fear. He nodded nonchalantly, and, almost as if reciting a mantra, declared, I know, my ears are sore from hearing it so often. It's simply a matter of leveraging Gu Linger's status to completely absorb the Gu family. This, Ye Xuan snorted coldly. As long as you understand, if this matter goes awry, no matter how much your mother protects you, do not blame me if I break your legs. Ye Xuan, unconcerned, nodded confidently, asserting, Rest assured, Father, as long as Gu Linger is in my grasp. If I do not present her in 18 different charming forms and have her obediently at my side, I shall not bear the Xiao surname. In the Gu family's conference hall, 5 venerable elders, their hair as white as snow and appearing quite aged, sat at the head, each casting varying glances at Gu Linger. All 5 wore alchemist robes adorned with a tower emblem embroidered on the left chest. Though upon closer inspection, the designs were distinct. Point 2 bore a 3-tiered bronze tower, while 2 others displayed a 4-tiered pale silver tower. The eldest among them, marked by age spots, wore a similar 4-tiered emblem, but its hue was a more radiant silver. It was evident that the others regarded this elder as their leader. Ji Linger respectfully bowed deeply before the 5 elders, stating, esteemed clan elders, the head of the Xiao family. Xiao Shan has arrived as invited. May I inquire when we shall commence the banquet to welcome my uncle? In response, the elder at the forefront opened his somewhat clouded eyes, looking meaningfully at Guling, and spoke in a frail voice. I have heard that Xiao Shan is a martial sovereign and a fourth-tier senior alchemist. Gulinger nodded, affirming, indeed, Uncle Xiao is a fourth-tier alchemist and successfully broke through to martial sovereign a decade ago. Hearing this, an elderly woman beside her, whose appearance was frail and shadowed, paused momentarily with her cane, her voice tinged with a veiled threat. Gulinger, do you truly believe that merely finding a Xiao Shan will provide you with support? Let me be clear, you must marry, whether you like it or not, and the clan order along with the 10,000 Dan treasure record must be surrendered. Gulinger glanced at the elderly woman with a calm expression, replying, Elder Een, I have stated countless times that before my father vanished, he took the clan order and the 10,000 Dan treasure record with him. Furthermore, do not think that just because I'm married out, I shall cease being the young master of the Gu family. This is a matter of recruiting a husband, not an external marriage. The burly elder beside Elder Een furrowed his brow deeply at Gulinger's words, stating, Gulinger, the 10,000 Dan treasure record is not solely yours. It is a culmination of thousands of years of effort from our Gu family, finally compiled in your father's hands. Previously, the grandson of the second elder of the Dan Tower sought to marry you as his principal wife, which you declined, and we said nothing. However, do not presume that by hosting this alchemical contest for suitors, you can still retain your position as the young master of the Gu family. You must hand over the clan order and the 10,000 Dan treasure record, whether you wish to or not. Chapter 72. A wolf in front, a tiger behind. The imposing elder's demeanor was undeniably aggressive, yet the other clan elders remained unresponsive. Even the usually supportive eldest elder remained unusually silent. Observing this, the burly elder and the frail woman exchanged knowing glances, a hint of amusement flickering in their eyes. Ji Yulinger appeared momentarily stunned by the elder's sharp words, her head bowed slightly, seemingly on the verge of submission. Noticing her wavering resolve, the two elder figures felt a surge of triumph. Just then, the boisterous laughter of Xiao Shan echoed from afar. Growing nearer, Linger, your uncle has arrived as promised. Upon hearing this, the elders were momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, astonishment and anger flickered in their eyes, including the elder at the forefront. Looking through the hall's entrance, they saw a maid leading Xiao Shan and his son, Xiao Chun, approaching. The frail woman recognized the maid as Gu Linger's childhood companion. Realizing this, she understood that Xiao Shan and Xiao Chun had been summoned by Gu Linger in advance, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Xiao Shan. The woman and the burly elder were momentarily at a loss. Under normal circumstances, the Gu family elders could maintain a distinguished stance against outsiders, even when faced with the governor of Qingzhou. However, with Xiao Shan, a fourth-tier alchemist and a martial sovereign of unparalleled strength, visiting, especially given his well-known close ties with Gu Shanhe, the elders found themselves at a loss for words regarding his involvement in Gu Linger's affairs. As Xiao Shan drew closer, the expressions of the Gu family elders grew increasingly grim. Finally, the eldest elder sighed softly, stating, Linger, this matter is a family affair of the Gu family. You invited an outsider to intervene. Very well, you are now of age and possess your own considerations. Henceforth, do not seek my counsel regarding matters within the Gu family. At this, Gu Linger appeared to have anticipated the response, yet tears still glimmered in her eyes. Nodding, she knelt before the elder, expressing, Linger understands. Thank you, Elder Yang, for your past support. The elder waved his hand, instructing her, Go, treat your uncle well. Do not neglect the formalities. That Ji Linger nodded, bowed once more to Elder Yang, and exited the Gu family conference hall. As Gu Linger stepped out of the hall, her autumn-like eyes regained their tranquility. That night, the Gu family hosted an extravagant welcome banquet for Xiao Shan and his son, Xiao Chun. The event was not solely attended by Gu Linger, the current young master of the Gu family. Even elders from the Dan Tower and Qingzhou's governing body, as well as several elders from the esteemed Qingming sect, were present. After all, Xiao Shan was no ordinary figure. A martial sovereign's appearance was an opportunity not to be missed by the local factions in Qingzhou. During the banquet, as the atmosphere grew lively. Xiao Wanshan raised his cup and, seemingly casually, remarked to Gu Ling'er, "Your uncle finds it perplexing. With your beauty and talent, suitors must be as numerous as the stars. I have even heard that the grandson of the second elder from the Dan Tower, Banli, sought to marry you, that he is a prodigy, having reached third-tier alchemist status at such a young age. Why, dear niece, do you not accept him, but instead choose to host an alchemical contest for suitors?" In response, Gu Ling'er replied calmly, "It is simply because I wish for the first person my father sees upon his return to be me." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of something unusual shone in Xiao Wanshan's eyes. With a chuckle, he shook his head and said, "You foolish girl, how filial of you in that case. What do you think of your brother, Xiao Chun?" Gu Ling'er appeared taken aback by Xiao Wanshan's unexpected suggestion, momentarily pausing with her cup. Meanwhile, seizing the moment, Xiao Wanshan continued with a hint of persuasion. "After all, I have many sons. I truly worry about these fellows fighting over my meager possessions. I have no objection to China marrying into your Gu family." At this point, Xiao Wanshan suddenly hesitated, pausing for a moment before adding, "If I had not witnessed this today, I would not have believed that the esteemed elders of the Gu family would bully the only daughter of Gu Hong." With that, Xiao Wanshan, visibly agitated, stood up and pulled Xiao Chen closer, proclaiming, "Rest assured, Ling'er, once Chiner marries you, I will ensure that you are no longer bullied by those elders." Simultaneously, Xiao Chun, with a sincere expression, added, "Sister Ling'er, you may not realize, but your image has long been etched in my heart. I have always admired you. Rest assured, if you marry me, I will treat you well." Xiao Wanshan, Gu Ling'er gazed at Xiao Wanshan and his son Xiao Chun, her eyes gradually deepening with contemplation. Despite Xiao Wanshan's lengthy discourse, he received no reply from Gu Ling'er, which left him somewhat dissatisfied, though he concealed his feelings well. Instead, he turned and laughed heartily, saying, "Having indulged a bit too much. I may have acted a tad recklessly. Do not hold it against me." Upon hearing this, Gu Ling'er fell silent for a moment, then a faint smile graced her lips as she replied, "It is of no consequence. Merely jesting." Unexpectedly, Xiao Wanshan shook his head, asserting, "This is no jest. These are the heartfelt words of your uncle. How do you truly feel, Ling'er?" As he spoke, a subtle yet palpable pressure emanated from him, directed solely at Gu Ling'er. As time passed, this pressure intensified. Feeling its weight, Gu Ling'er fell into silence. Meanwhile, others began to sense the shift in atmosphere. After a prolonged pause, Gu Ling'er finally spoke. "Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but the alchemy conference is about to commence. If I were to withdraw, the alchemists who have come would surely be displeased. Perhaps it would be better for Brother Xiao Chun to participate as well. This way, it would be entirely justified." Before the crowd, Xiao Wanshan could not press the matter further, letting out a hearty laugh to dismiss the issue. Chapter 73. Gu Ling'er was agitation. The shadow of her father time passed, and when the music ceased and the guests had dispersed, only a disheveled hall remained. For reasons unknown, Gu Ling'er chose not to leave, standing alone with a cup of leftover wine, her gaze deep and contemplative. After a long while, a weary sigh escaped her lips. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan finally arrived at the capital of Qingzhou, a bustling city that served as the heart of the region. Within Qingzhou city resided the 3 major sects and the 5 prominent families, among which the Gu family was one. Additionally, the headquarters of the most elite alchemical force in the Deqian dynasty, the Dan Tower, was also located here. Upon entering Qingzhou, Ye Xuan encountered several alchemists among the bustling crowd. Beside him, the chubby Lu Qian resembled a child in a grand garden, marveling at everything around him. Originally, Ye Xuan had no intention of traveling with Lu Qian, but the latter, upon discovering Ye Xuan was a second-tier alchemist, persistently followed him, refusing to be left behind. Though Lu Qian's alchemical skills were somewhat lacking, he was well versed in the local news concerning the Gu and Shao families, as well as other factions. Thus, Ye Xuan allowed him to accompany him. Along the way, Ye Xuan occasionally imparted some alchemical tips to Lu Qian, who, filled with excitement, became increasingly talkative. However, upon reaching their destination, they would inevitably part ways. Lu Qian clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Xiao, for your guidance. Such kindness cannot go unreturned. I shall repay you in the future." Ye Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is but a small matter, do not dwell on it." With that, the two took their separate paths. After parting ways with Lu Qian, Ye Xuan gave little thought to the matter and inquired about the Gu family. He had no interest in the alchemy conference. His goal was simply to deliver the Wan Dan Bao Lu and the Gu family patriarch's token to Gu Ling'er and to obtain the In Han Shun to aid in his breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm. The Gu family was well known throughout Qingzhou City, and it did not take long for Ye Xuan to arrive at a vast estate covering 100 acres. However, as the date of the alchemy conference drew near, the Gu family was becoming increasingly busy. At this juncture, it would be quite difficult for Ye Xuan to meet Gu Ling'er. After some consideration, he decided to present a visiting card in the capacity of a disciple of the Tianqing sect. Of course, since the Tianqing sect was one of the 8 major sects in Langya Prefecture, it was unlikely anyone in Qingzhou City would recognize it. Thus, the card would serve little purpose. However, at the end of the card, Ye Xuan meticulously sketched the intricate patterns on the Gu family patriarch's token. Once prepared, Ye Xuan donned the attire of a Tianqing sect disciple and strode confidently to the entrance of the Gu family estate. Upon arrival, he adopted an air of haughty indifference, casually tossing the visiting card to a guard at the door, declaring, "I am Xiao Yan, an inner disciple of the Tianqing sect, fortuitously here to pay a visit to the esteemed Gu." Strikingly, Ye Xuan's demeanor was a perfect mimicry of his younger brother, exuding an air of nobility. Upon witnessing Ye Xuan's attitude, the guard could not help but ponder, Tianqing sect, what kind of sect is that? However, seeing Ye Xuan's demeanor, he surmised it must be a prestigious sect, and thus he did not dare to be dismissive. He promptly bowed and said, "Young Master Xiao, please wait a moment. I shall deliver your card to the young lady." With that, he took the card and turned to leave that moment. Gu Ling'er was occupied with fending off Xiao Chen's advances. Seated behind an exceptionally spacious desk, she diligently attended to various matters within the Gu family, while Xiao Chen sat beside her, sipping tea intermittently. Occasionally, he would lean closer to engage in conversation with her. Each time, Gu Ling'er would respond politely with a smile, her hands never ceasing their work, all the while maintaining a dialogue. In truth, Xiao Chen had meticulously groomed his somewhat effeminate features that morning in preparation for his visit to Gu Ling'er, despite having seen through Xiao Chen's and his father's intentions after yesterday's events. Gu Ling'er maintained a gentle demeanor, engaging with Xiao Chen amicably. However, as time passed, Xiao Chen inched closer, and soon their armrests were nearly touching. To an outsider, their interaction appeared quite congenial. Yet, their shared childhood friend, the maid Linglong, could easily discern that her young mistress was enduring considerable discomfort. Just then, the guard abruptly appeared at the door, announcing, "Young lady, there's a young man named Xiao Yan from the Tianqing sect requesting an audience." Gu Ling'er was momentarily taken aback, rifling through her memories, realizing she had never heard of the Tianqing sect. Nevertheless, this did not prevent her from lifting her head, exhaling softly in relief, and calmly instructing, "Linglong, why are you standing there? Hurry and fetch young Master Zhao's visiting card." Linglong promptly accepted the card and delivered it that Ji Ling'er had resolved that regardless of who this Xiao Yan was or what the Tianqing sect entailed, she would personally greet him. Upon receiving the card from Linglong, Gu Ling'er opened it and scanned its contents, just as she was about to rise to greet him, when her gaze fell upon the familiar pattern at the bottom of the card. In an instant, her eyes widened, and she sprang to her feet. That Ji Ling'er would never mistake that design. It was the very same as the one on her father's Gu family patriarch token. Aside from a few clan elders, she was the only one who had seen it. This meant that the person outside, this Xiao Yan, had met her father, or perhaps this so-called Xiao Yan was a disguise of her father. In that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts surged in Gu Ling'er's mind, and her heart was suddenly filled with boundless joy. Linglong and Xiao Chen were both startled by Gu Ling'er's reaction. Linglong, thinking to herself, "Mistress, your reaction is rather excessive," spoke up, "Mistress, shall I invite this young Master Xiao in?" Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, having spent the entire morning trying to win Gu Ling'er's favor, felt a surge of unease at her reaction. Who was this Xiao Yan to elicit such excitement from her? Chapter 74. Meeting Gu Ling'er at last. "No need. I shall go to greet him myself." Gu Linger declared before striding towards the door. Seeing this, Xiao Qin's dissatisfaction grew, and he too rose to follow Gu Linger outside. Along the way, he could not help but inquire, "Linger, who is this Xiao Yin that warrants such a personal welcome from the young matriarch of the Gu family?" At that moment, Gu Linger was too preoccupied to engage with Xiao Qun, ignoring his words as her pace quickened. After waiting in vain for a response, Xiao Qin's expression darkened, and as he watched Gu Linger hastening away, he could not help but curse inwardly. "I shall see what sort of person this Xiao Yin is that makes you so flustered." Ye Xuan did not wait long before he heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from behind the gates of the Gu family. Shortly thereafter, a woman appeared, strikingly fair-skinned, with bright, captivating eyes and a faint blush adorning her cheeks, her presence accompanied by a delicate fragrance reminiscent of fresh foliage. She opened the door wide and glanced around, seemingly searching for someone. After a prolonged moment of looking, it appeared she had not found the individual she sought, and the excitement and anticipation in her eyes dimmed almost instantly in that fleeting moment. Even Ye Xuan, having traversed 2 lifetimes and witnessed the myriad facets of existence, felt a twinge of sympathy for the woman's dulled gaze. Within just a few breaths, the melancholy in her eyes gradually receded, her expression returning to a state of calm. After inquiring with a nearby guard, Gu Linger turned her attention to Ye Xuan. She then gracefully approached him, taking delicate steps, and performed a slight bow, asking, "Are you Master Xiao Yin of the Tinqing sect?" Ye Xuan nodded and returned the gesture with a bow, replying, "Indeed, that would be me." Upon hearing this, Gu Linger displayed a hint of respect as she said, "I am Gu Linger, the young master of the Gu family. Wise servants have been remiss, and I apologize for the prolonged wait, Master Xiao. Please do not hold it against me." Observing this, a peculiar thought flickered in Ye Xuan's mind. How could he be unaware of the formidable reputation of the Tinqing sect? Meanwhile, witnessing Gu Linger's deference towards this unfamiliar man, Xiao Qun felt a surge of skepticism. Could it be that the Tinqing sect truly was a significant faction? Nevertheless, even with that realization, seeing Gu Linger exhibit such courtesy toward Xiao Yin, whom he regarded as his own possession, left him feeling exceptionally frustrated. With a light chuckle, Xiao Qin took a couple of steps forward to stand beside Gu Linger and addressed Ye Xuan with a polite gesture. "I am Xiao Qun, a scion of the Xiao family from Qingzhou. I did not expect to see you here, Master Xiao. I have long heard of the illustrious name of the Tinqing sect, and to meet you today is indeed a fulfillment of my wishes. Linger, why not invite Master Xiao to the guest quarters and offer him a warm welcome?" Xiao Qin's intentions were twofold. On one hand, he aimed to assert that Gu Linger belonged to him, cautioning Ye Xuan not to harbor any foolish hopes. On the other hand, he wished to feign a breadth of knowledge to avoid losing face. However, upon hearing Xiao Qin's words, both Gu Linger and Ye Xuan could not help but twitch their lips in response. Why Ye Xuan found himself truly perplexed. Was it possible that apart from Langyi County, the Daqian dynasty had another renowned sect, the Tinqing sect? How had he never heard of it in his 2 lifetimes? Gu Linger, upon hearing this, could not suppress a faint smile. Yet, neither party spoke further. Ye Xuan cupped his hands and said, "You both overstate my humble status. Regardless of my sect, I am merely a minor disciple within Ji Linga." Displaying a hint of impatience, responded, "Master Xiao is indeed correct. I have been remiss. Please follow me." That day, Gu Linger hosted a gathering of considerable stature to welcome Ye Xuan. Although he was unaware of the underlying motives of Gu Linger and Xiao Qun, he had deftly navigated the conversation, engaging in lively discourse. Soon, as night deepened, he was escorted to a remarkably elegant courtyard. Once the world had quieted, Ye Xuan quietly rose, a look of realization dawning in his eyes. Initially, he had been puzzled by Gu Linger's reaction upon meeting him. However, during the banquet, he learned that Xiao Qun was the son of Xiao Wanshan, who had murdered Gu Shanhe, and it all became clear to him. Gu Linger was undoubtedly in a precarious position. Whether it was Xiao Wanshan or others, they must have viewed her as a prize ripe for the taking. In such an environment, with the family master's token from her father in his possession, she likely regarded him as a lifeline. With this thought, Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. Trouble loomed ahead of that moment. He suddenly sensed an unusual aura rapidly approaching him. Instantly, his eyes sharpened, and his hand deftly found its way to the hilt of the Tianhui Qilin sword. Before long, the presence halted outside his door, followed by a series of light yet firm knocks. "Master Xiao, may I come in?" It was unmistakably Gu Ling'er's voice. Hearing this, Ye Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Young master, please enter." With a soft creak, Gu Ling'er pushed the door open and stepped inside. Under the moonlight, her hair cascaded like silk down to her waist, and her porcelain-like skin glimmered subtly, lending her an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being. Upon entering, Gu Ling'er wasted no time. She bowed deeply to Ye Xuan before speaking. "Thank you for your cooperation today." Master shouted at why Ye Xuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was but a minor matter. He gestured towards the tea table, saying, "It is late, and you have come at this hour for a purpose. Might we sit and discuss matters at our leisure?" Gu Ling'er nodded and took a seat at the tea table alongside him. They fell into a contemplative silence, and Ye Xuan noticed her hesitance to broach the subject of her father. After a moment, she finally mustered the courage to ask, "Master Xiao, how did you come to know about the Gu family master's token patterns?" Without hesitation, Ye Xuan retrieved the Gu family master's token from his robes and handed it to Gu Ling'er. He also presented her with a copy of the unbearable, which he had already transcribed. Upon seeing these two items, Gu Ling'er's expression shifted, and her mind went blank as an overwhelming realization washed over her. After a moment of stunned silence, she finally managed to speak, albeit with difficulty. "Where did you obtain these two items, Master Xiao?" Chapter 75. A twist of fate. Gu Ling'er's intentions. Ye Xuan, upon hearing her question, fell silent for a brief moment before producing a letter penned by Gu Shanhe from his storage ring, which he handed to Gu Ling. She stared at the letter in a daze, her slender fingers trembling slightly as she accepted it. As she read, tears began to stream uncontrollably down her cheeks. Though she had sensed something ominous when she first saw the unbearable and the Gu family master's token, the reality that her father may have already passed away was now undeniable.